Chapter 1. The Great Battle of the Golden Lion. In the tranquil naval headquarters of Marineford, regarded not only as one of the safest places in the world, but also among the most secure in existence, a sudden ominous cloud appeared in the clear sky. The Marines in training, glancing at the darkening sky, paid it little heed. Without warning, a humanoid figure descended from the cloud, hurtling towards the port of Marineford at an astonishing speed. Upon landing, it triggered a massive explosion, drawing the attention of the training Marines, who quickly gathered around the epicenter of the blast. From the heart of the explosion emerged a man wielding twin swords, sporting waist-length golden hair, clad in a resplendent golden kimono, adorned with a ship's helm atop his head and a cigar clenched between his teeth. With each swing of his twin swords, a Marine fell to the ground. Yet, the Marines faced the man without fear, bravely charging towards the conference room with their weapons drawn. Confronted with such a formidable foe, several Marines immediately sounded the alarm, and the blaring sirens echoed throughout Marineford. As if the sky itself mourned the loss of life, rain began to fall, perhaps a sign of the countless Marines already slain by the man's hand. The assailant carved a bloody path from the port to the square of Marineford, leaving a staggering number of Marines in his wake. At that moment, a large contingent of naval reinforcements arrived, only to find the square littered with the fallen, their bodies forming a veritable hill. The man stood atop the mound of corpses, his sword still dripping with fresh blood. This gruesome sight not only showcased the man's immense prowess, but also revealed the unwavering courage of the Marines, who had fought valiantly without a hint of fear. Intruder alert. The enemy is in the square of Marineford. What is the enemy's number? Could that be? One man. The enemy is the Golden Lion Shiki, the notorious captain of the flying pirate crew, Shiki, with a bounty of 4.8 billion berries. Upon hearing the name of the Golden Lion, the Marines' faces turned pale with trepidation, and the more timid among them broke into a sweat, thankfully hidden by the rain. Furious, the Golden Lion exclaimed, "How could Roger be captured by such pathetic fools? He is a man I recognize." At that moment, a man clad in a black suit, draped in a cloak named Justice, sporting an explosive hairstyle and round spectacles, stepped forward from the ranks of Marines. "Admiral Sengoku." Sengoku replied, "Roger is the Pirate King. He has already defeated you and escaped." The Golden Lion widened his eyes and turned to Sengoku, saying, "The Pirate King? What of it? As long as Roger lends me his strength, we would have already ruled the world. Though we may not see eye to eye, we have traversed the same era. If he is here, bring him to me. If he must die, I shall be the one to do it." The execution will take place in 1 week, at his birthplace, the starting city of the East Blue, Lobetown. At that moment, another man in a black suit, draped in a cloak called Justice, with a distinct black and white crew cut, stepped forth. "Roger's death will surely crush the spirits of all pirates." Vice Admiral Garp, the Golden Lion, incredulous, responded, "The legend of Pirate King Roger is to end in that weakest of seas, the East Blue. Do not jest. That would be the ultimate humiliation for that scoundrel." With that, the Golden Lion, fueled by boundless rage, leaped down from the mound of corpses and charged at Sengoku and Garp. Simultaneously, Garp discarded his cloak of justice, adjusting his tie with determination. What of its weakness? The East Blue is a symbol of peace. To facilitate combat, Sengoku also cast aside his cloak of justice. "Shiki, you shall not interfere with the execution." With that, Sengoku and Garp surged towards the Golden Lion. The arriving Marines, recognizing the magnitude of this confrontation, instinctively created distance, understanding they could not intervene in such a clash. Soon, Sengoku, Garp, and the Golden Lion were embroiled in a fierce battle, a cacophony of powerful clashes, the collision of devil fruit abilities, and the duel of martial arts and swordsmanship. The thunderous sounds of their combat astonished the Marines, who gaped in disbelief, their mouths agape, faces etched with incredulity. Many had never witnessed such a pinnacle of battle, leaving them utterly speechless. At that moment, one Marine, observing the fallen comrades struck down by the Golden Lion, came to his senses. "Quickly assist the wounded." Only then did the stunned Marines react, rushing to aid the injured, though they were unable to reach those in the heart of the fray. As the battle intensified, the figures of Sengoku, Garp, and the Golden Lion moved with increasing speed, gradually becoming mere shadows to the Marines, who could only see the continuous clash of three silhouettes. The Golden Lion's strength, already diminished due to the Battle of Edward, which had left him with a ship's helm embedded in his head, was further drained from his relentless assault from the port to the square of Marineford. Faced with Sengoku and Garp, both equally formidable, the Golden Lion began to realize that he could not triumph over their combined might. Though he possessed the ability to escape using the float fruit, his pride and the humiliation of Roger's defeat would not permit him to flee. Thus, the Golden Lion altered his strategy, employing his devil fruit abilities against Sengoku and Garp. He distanced himself from the two, then summoned the ships that had been idly resting at the port, launching them into the air. Several vessels hurtled towards Sengoku and Garp, and after the onslaught, the Golden Lion continued to wield his powers, conjuring the debris from their battle and the falling rain into colossal azure lions, charging towards Sengoku and Garp's position. Lion's Majesty, Imperial Domain. The titanic lions collided with the remnants of the ships, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. A cruel smile spread across the Golden Lion's face. The surrounding Marines were left paralyzed by the sheer devastation of his onslaught, their will to fight extinguished. As the reverberations of the explosion subsided, Sengoku and Garp emerged from the epicenter, their suits tattered and torn by the Golden Lion's recent assault. The blood streaming from their bodies spoke volumes of the difficulty they had faced in withstanding the Golden Lion's attack. The Marines, witnessing Sengoku and Garp's emergence, felt their own extinguished spirits reignite with a flicker of hope. Chapter 2. Transcendence. The Golden Lion, unfazed by the emergence of his foes, understood that while his previous attack seemed cataclysmic, it was only effective against the weak. It could not kill those who stood atop the pinnacle of the sea. Though unable to slay them, it could inflict injury, which was precisely the Golden Lion's intent. As Sengoku and Garp charged forth, the Golden Lion wasted no time, brandishing his two supreme blades, Sakura, Ten, and Moku, as he lunged at them. Without a moment's hesitation, Sengoku and Garp countered, rushing towards the Golden Lion. The fierce conflict raged from dawn until dusk, culminating in the two admirals ultimately triumphing over the Golden Lion. Yet this victory came at a grave cost, with numerous Marines lost and a significant portion of Marineford laid to waste. Bruised and battered, Sengoku and Garp gazed down at the fallen Golden Lion, declaring in unison, "We have triumphed, justice prevails." Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp. The cries of the Marines reverberated throughout the square of Marineford. Exchanging a relieved glance, Sengoku and Garp breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Sengoku suddenly felt dizzy, nearly collapsing. Alarmed, Garp exclaimed, "Sengoku, what's wrong? You're not injured from the earlier battle, are you?" Sengoku waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I'm fine, perhaps it's just my age catching up to me. I'm a bit fatigued, you handle the rest." With that, Sengoku strode away without a backward glance. Garp stood rooted in place. "Shouldn't this be your responsibility, Sengoku? Why must it fall to me? I'm not equipped for this." "Sigh, Sengoku, why won't you listen to me?" At that moment, a rear admiral approached, saying, "Vice Admiral Garp, you and Admiral Sengoku have just emerged from battle. You should rest now. We will take care of the remaining matters." Garp chuckled. "Then I shall leave it to you." With that, Garp smiled and hurried after Sengoku, finally catching up to him. "Sengoku, I see now you're uninjured. How can you walk so quickly?" "Sengoku, I truly am quite fatigued. Let's discuss matters tomorrow." "Very well." Garp remained stationary, observing Sengoku, sensing something amiss but unable to pinpoint what it was. After pondering for a moment, Garp dismissed the thought, reasoning that contemplating such matters was less worthwhile than indulging in a sweet donut. Upon returning to his room, Jean Gua immediately stood before the mirror, gazing at his own reflection. He beheld a face that was both familiar and alien. In a moment of disbelief, he slapped himself. "How painful! Have I truly traversed dimensions?" Was that person just now really the Navy hero Iron Fist Carp? I merely made a jest about that fool who doesn't understand One Piece, and now I find myself in another world? Before his journey across realms, he was an 18-year-old youth named Hua Bojian, who had just completed his college entrance examinations and was joyously enjoying his summer vacation. A fervent enthusiast of pirates, Hua Bojian held a particular admiration for several powerful old rogues within the Navy. However, everything changed after he read chapter 1088 of the manga, which left him utterly disgusted. The disappearance of Carp was something he could not accept. To think that Carp vanished simply to assist a cowardly king was even more intolerable. In a flurry of online discourse, many began to assert that Carp's strength was lacking, contradicting prior accolades. This was something Hua Bojian could not abide, and he quickly engaged in rebuttals with these individuals, earning himself the derogatory title of Carp fanboy. Infuriated, Hua Bojian found himself entering a state of fervent outrage, battling fiercely until exhaustion took hold. Initially, when he began receiving Zhangguo's memories, he believed he was merely dreaming of a fantastical journey, never anticipating that it was, in fact, reality. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Hua Bojian accepted the truth of his new existence. He resolved that since he had crossed over and assumed the identity of Zhangguo, he would endeavor to rectify the perceived shortcomings within the world of pirates, striving to make this realm a better place. From this day forth, I am Zhangguo, and Hua Bojian shall cease to exist. Wait, don't travelers typically possess a system? Where's my system? System, are you present? Congratulations, host. The system has been activated. This system is known as the elderly reemployment system. Due to the increasing aging population, this system has emerged to encourage seniors to continue contributing to society. The elderly reemployment system is designed to assist you, the elderly host, in navigating the workplace. The higher your position, the later your retirement, and the superior your rewards will be. Zhangguo queried, "What specific rewards are you referring to?" Specific rewards are for the host to explore independently. This system bears no obligation to divulge such information. Upon hearing the system's impertinent tone, Zhangguo's ire was ignited. Isn't it customary for travelers to receive a novice gift package? Surely my novice gift package has not been pilfered by you. Bring it forth immediately. Host, please refrain from unfounded accusations. The system simply neglected to send you your novice gift package. This system shall now transmit your novice gift package. Before Zhangguo's eyes, a luminous screen appeared, visible only to him. A loading page materialized on the screen, sending novice gift package 50, 80, 99. Just as the package was nearly complete, it abruptly halted at 99, frozen in place. Then, the screen displayed the message, "Loading failed." Witnessing this, Zhangguo could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "What sort of system is this? Is it a counterfeit? To freeze during the transmission of a novice gift package and then fail to load is utterly laughable." The system, unfazed by Zhangguo's derision, remained silent. After a brief pause, the system finally responded. An error occurred, but it was not the system's fault. Rather, the responsibility lies with the host. Upon hearing the system shift blame onto him, Zhangguo's frustration boiled over. Zhangguo unleashed his full fury, reminiscent of his former identity as the Land Key Immortal. Even the system dared not confront Zhangguo directly, waiting until he had exhausted his tirade before continuing. Regardless of the host's denial, the error in sending the novice gift package was indeed the host's responsibility. Panting heavily, Zhangguo retorted, "If you claim it is my fault, then you must provide me with a valid reason for this blame." Since the host wishes to know the reason, the system, in its mercy, shall enlighten you. You just berated the system. Enough with the banter. If it truly is my fault, I shall certainly apologize. However, if you are merely trying to shift the blame onto me, I expect some form of compensation. Surely that is reasonable. Chapter 3. The Deceptive System. Therefore, hasten to apologize to me. Upon hearing the system's statement, the Warring States felt a sense of responsibility. However, upon reflection, Warring States realized that he seemed to have been ensnared by the system. Thus, he calmly replied, "Your assertion is erroneous, system. The age associated with my identity upon traversing into this realm is not a matter of my choosing, but rather dictated by you. Judging by the name of the system, it should have facilitated my arrival at the age of 60. Now, having brought me here 5 years prematurely, it is evident that this constitutes a significant oversight on your part. Both matters rest squarely upon your shoulders, and to shift the blame onto me would be rather unjust. In summary, the responsibility lies with you, system. Promptly provide the compensation you promised me. Furthermore, do not forget to grant me the beginner's gift package. Otherwise, I shall demand a return to my previous life, only to be summoned again in 5 years, at which point I would have no complaints. I am uncertain whether there was an issue with the timing of my crossing, yet your analysis indeed holds merit. It appears that the timing did encounter a problem. I shall concede that it is my responsibility. So how do you intend to compensate me? Strictly speaking, it is not my fault. Yet I am still willing to accept some form of recompense. What will the compensation be? Hurry and tell me. The compensation can be provided, but the beginner's gift package cannot be granted at this moment. It must await your 60th year for delivery. You may blame me, but I too desire to give it to you now. However, the parameters set by my creator dictate that it is to be bestowed upon your 60th birthday. Should you wish to return, I can send you back immediately, yet upon your return, you will lose these memories. And there is a considerable risk you may become a fool. Therefore, you must carefully contemplate your choice. The warring states fell into silence, inwardly cursing. This wretched system appears to offer 2 choices, yet it is essentially but a single option. After much effort to convince myself to traverse this realm, there is no way I will return to the life of a fool. Having come to this realization, warring states declared, since that is the case, I shall not trouble the system further. I choose to claim the novice gift pack after 5 years. The system responded, excellent, host. You have made the right choice. Your reward will be the preservation of your strength at its peak, impervious to the ravages of age and illness. Furthermore, this reward will grant you complete mastery over all the abilities of your physical form. However, this boon does not come without its costs. It requires substantial energy from me. To restore my energy, I shall fall into slumber after bestowing this reward upon you, awakening only when you reach the age of 60. Does this mean I must navigate this world alone for the next 5 years? Warring states inquired. Indeed, if you are prepared, I shall now deliver your reward. I am ready. In that moment, the screen before warring states vanished as abruptly as a television shutting off, and a transparent vial containing a verdant liquid materialized in his hands. Zhang Guo was acutely aware that the vial contained a reward bestowed by the system. Without hesitation, he uncorked the bottle and consumed the verdant liquid in one swift motion. Upon finishing the contents, he remarked with lingering delight, "This reward is quite delectable, possessing an exquisite apple flavor. It is undoubtedly the finest apple beverage I have ever tasted. One wonders how the system concocted such a delightful drink. Alas, it will be 5 long years before I can savor such a delightful beverage again." As Zhang Guo mused to himself, a radiant glow began to emanate from his body. A luminous green hue, initially oblivious to the gleaming light surrounding him. It was only when he stepped into the bath and caught sight of his reflection in the mirror that he realized he was enveloped in a shimmering green aura. Zhang Guo suddenly exclaimed, "Ah!" He began to inspect his body for the source of the mysterious green light emanating from him, yet after several thorough examinations, he could not discern its origin. Ultimately, he speculated that the radiant glow was a reward bestowed by the system, especially considering that the enigmatic liquid he had encountered was also of a verdant hue. Eventually, Zhang Guo discovered a means to conceal the green light. However, this method came with certain limitations. It could only be employed when he transformed into his Buddha form, and he would need to amplify the golden radiance emitted by this form. Otherwise, the feeble golden light would merely deepen the green glow, shifting it from a pale shade to a darker one. After a refreshing shower, Zhang Guo felt utterly fatigued and promptly collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to slumber. To his delight, upon awakening the next day, he found that the green light in the mirror had vanished, filling him with immense joy. After completing his morning routine, Zhang Guo donned his reading glasses, only to find the world slightly blurred. Surprisingly, removing the spectacles rendered his vision clearer. In an instant, Sengoku comprehended that the rewards bestowed by the system had restored his body to its peak condition, even alleviating his presbyopia. Thus, he promptly removed the lenses from his reading glasses and donned them once more. After all, not wearing glasses would be too conspicuous, should a keen observer detect any discrepancies. It would spell trouble. Dressed in a pristine black suit, adorned with a cloak symbolizing justice, and donning a naval cap, Sengoku completed his ensemble and pushed open the door. He proceeded along the route etched in his memory towards Garp's residence. Along the way, numerous Marines greeted Sengoku with palpable excitement, and he reciprocated their salutes warmly. Although Sengoku's home was not far from Garp's, he traversed the path at a leisurely pace. Upon finally arriving at Garp's abode, he searched in vain, finding no trace of him. Unable to locate Garp, Sengoku continued along the familiar route to the headquarters office. However, halfway there, he encountered Vice Admiral Tsuru accompanied by a large contingent of female soldiers. Zhanghua, recalling a familiar name, chuckled. Xiaohe, weren't you tasked with a mission? What brings you back to headquarters so unexpectedly? Chapter 4, Injured? He glanced at the debris surrounding them and remarked, Didn't T. Carp mention that you were injured and needed to recuperate? How have you recovered so swiftly? Given the magnitude of the events that transpired at headquarters, it was only natural for me to return. As for my return, I am here to assist in dealing with the aftermath of this chaos. In the Warring States period, Xiao Dao remarked, I am unscathed. It is merely that I was utterly exhausted from my battle with the Golden Lion yesterday, hence I went straight to rest after the fight. By the way, have you seen that rascal Carp? What do you need him for? When I arrived at the port of Marineford, I noticed Carp's warship setting sail, though I am unaware of his destination. My inquiry regarding Carp is of little consequence. I simply visited his residence and found him absent, which is why I sought your assistance. Have you had breakfast, Xiaocong? Would you care to join me for a meal? I have already dined. You should go ahead and eat. If you have no other pressing matters, please return promptly after your meal, for there is much to attend to today. Warring States awkwardly smiled and said, I apologize, little Crane. I have other matters to attend to today. I regret to burden you with this. Is there something of great importance that necessitates your departure from headquarters? Has Commander Kong assigned you a task? That should not be the case. Even if he were to allocate a mission to you, it would be customary for him to allow you to leave alongside Carp. Furthermore, he is not even present at headquarters now. If he were to depart, the only high-ranking combatant left would be Zifa. And leaving only him behind in headquarters could lead to dire consequences should the celestial dragons decide to strike. Very well, little Crane, you need not elaborate further. I comprehend your intentions. I shall remain at headquarters today. If your task is truly of utmost importance, you may reach out to that rascal Carp and ask him to return, as he likely has no pressing assignments at the moment. In the meantime, you can assist here at headquarters until Carp returns. All right then, I shall help you once I finish my breakfast. Crane nodded and departed, while Warring States made his way to his warship, recalling the route in his memory to retrieve Carp's transponder snail. As he journeyed to the warship, Warring States observed the ruins scattered throughout Marineford, where numerous Marines were tirelessly clearing debris and reconstructing the fortress. From this, he grasped the intensity of the battle that had transpired the previous day. Although he retained memories of that fierce confrontation, the sight of the wreckage rendered the reality even more profound. Along the way, many Marines gazed at Warring States with eyes filled with admiration. As Sengoku found the Den Mushi belonging to Garp aboard his ship, he promptly dialed the device. BRRR. Hello, who is this? It's Garp. Garp, do you not recognize my voice? Ah, Sengoku. How's your injury? Did I not inform you yesterday that I was merely fatigued? Why did you go and tell Tsuru that I was injured? Haha. Instead of answering Sengoku's inquiry, Garp burst into carefree laughter. Sengoku lamented, forget about it. Where are you headed now, Garp? Garp replied, I'm en route to Impel Down. Sengoku questioned, what business do you have at Impel Down? You're not going to see Roger. Are you? Garp responded, I'm not going to see Roger. I'm escorting Shiki to Impel Down. Then, Garp muttered under his breath, though seeing Roger wouldn't be so bad either. Sengoku exclaimed, Hey, Garp, you're still going to see Roger, aren't you? Do you think I couldn't hear you just because you spoke softly? It's fine if you visit Roger, but don't help him with anything else, understand? Garp retorted, I understand, Sengoku. You're such a nag. I'm a Marine. How could I possibly aid a pirate? Within his heart, Sengoku lamented, I cannot trust you, you cunning old man. Very well, I shall believe you, Garp. Once you escort the Golden Lion, return swiftly. Why does Sengoku insist on my prompt return? Hasn't Tsuru already arrived at headquarters? Tsuru's presence at headquarters is of no concern to you. Without your return, I am unable to execute my duties. You must come back promptly. The headquarters cannot be devoid of top-tier combat strength. Should Whitebeard or any remnants of the former Roger pirates launch another assault on Marineford, it is imperative that we have elite forces stationed there. You should comprehend the gravity of the situation. I understand, Sengoku, but after having dealt with Roger, I wish to take a leave. Your desire for a leave holds no weight with me. You must discuss it with Admiral Kong. Moreover, I too yearn for a vacation. Garp, you must return today. With that, Sengoku abruptly ended the call. Garp smirked. Sengoku truly is something. If he wishes for me to return, then I shall. Yet, why the urgency? No wonder he tires so easily. Despite being merely a year my senior, his physique is so much weaker. If only his temperament matched mine, his health would certainly not be so frail. Were Sengoku aware of Garp's thoughts, he would surely have a stern word with him. You spend your days idling. And Zephyr is injured. The entire Navy possesses only me as its top-tier combat strength. Can I not feel fatigued? Meanwhile, Sengoku, who was enjoying his meal, sneezed several times. Who could be thinking of me? He mused before resuming his breakfast. After finishing his meal, he gazed at the mountain of plates before him, astonished. Did I consume all of this? How have I become such a glutton? After a brief moment of silence, Sengoku recalled Luffy's prodigious appetite, which brought him some understanding. Subsequently, he set off to find Tsuru. Within a largely destroyed fortress, Sengoku discovered Crane in an intact office. The office was brimming with naval personnel, yet it remained remarkably tranquil. Standing at the entrance, Sengoku pondered how to enter and locate Crane. Suddenly, a sailor who had completed his business approached the door and spotted Sengoku. "It is the great Admiral Sengoku," he exclaimed, prompting everyone to part and allow him entry. "Hail to Admiral Sengoku. Thanks to him and Vice Admiral Garp, Marineford was spared from the devastation wrought by that fiend, Gold Lion." The previously serene atmosphere of the office erupted into a cacophony of excitement as the Navy personnel expressed their astonishment at Sengoku's presence. While still ensuring a clear path for him, the warring states effortlessly traversed that path, arriving before the crane. Zhangguo addressed the little crane, saying, "I have arrived. What do you require of me?" Initially, the crane paid him no heed and turned to the noisy Navy, exclaiming, "Silence, all of you." Instantly, the clamorous office fell into a profound stillness. Subsequently, the crane gestured towards another desk and instructed, "Zhangguo, you shall attend to your duties at that desk." Nodding sagely, Sengoku ambled over to the desk and settled into the chair. As soon as Zhangguo took his seat, a naval officer approached him, holding a thick stack of documents. "General Zhangguo, how do you believe this matter should be addressed in a more judicious manner?" The warring states period did not indulge in idle chatter. They promptly seized the documents and commenced their perusal. Chapter 5. Handling Documents. Zhangguo was astonished to discover that he could comprehend the voluminous document before him. In the midst of the warring states, the realization dawned upon him that his previous self lacked such capabilities. It was only through the extensive experience of processing documents that he could effortlessly comprehend such a voluminous file. Otherwise, among the many formidable forces, only he possessed reading glasses. Soon enough, he distilled the essence of the document before him. It pertained to the restoration and aid required for the homes devastated during yesterday's fierce battle in the town of Marineford. The urgent task was to repair the destroyed residences with utmost swiftness. Had all the displaced civilians been rescued? Since the moment you and Vice Admiral Garp vanquished the Golden Lion, we have commenced the rescue efforts, and now all civilians have been successfully extricated. We have also constructed temporary shelters for them. Excellent work. The expenses for these temporary accommodations will be borne entirely by our Navy. However, will this not impose a significant financial burden on us? Should we not ask the civilians to contribute as well? No, it is imperative that our Navy covers the costs. The civilians have suffered unwarranted misfortunes, their homes have been destroyed, and expecting them to pay for reconstruction would severely tarnish our Navy's reputation. You need not worry about the financial aspects. I shall personally discuss this with Admiral Akainu. I trust that with our recent capture of Roger, the world government will allocate additional funds to our Navy, thus alleviating any concerns regarding excessive expenditures. With that, he inscribed his name upon the document. The naval officer, upon hearing his words, instantly displayed a look of delight before departing with the signed file. Shortly thereafter, another sailor approached, presenting an even thicker document than the previous one and placing it upon Sengoku's desk. As Sengoku swiftly perused the documents, he promptly distilled the primary concerns contained within. The prison at Marineford had been utterly destroyed. Thus, it was imperative to reconstruct it. However, during the rebuilding process, it was essential to upgrade all facilities without adhering to the original specifications, ensuring that only the finest materials were utilized. There was no need to worry about Bailey. The quality must be impeccable. You are required to personally oversee the project, as a specialized inspection will occur upon completion. Should any issues arise during the inspection, the responsibility will rest solely upon your shoulders. Very well, Sengoku affirmed. I shall supervise the entire process. Then, General Sengoku, shall the prison be expanded? There is no need for expansion. The current prison is more than sufficient. With that, the Marine officer departed, carrying the signed documents from Sengoku. Although Sengoku was remarkably efficient in handling paperwork, the multitude of tasks associated with the reconstruction of Marineford was indeed overwhelming. Zhangguo, and he tirelessly worked from morning until the early hours of dawn to address crucial matters, barely taking a moment to enjoy their lunch and dinner, hastily consuming whatever was available before diving back into their paperwork. This was only a day's endeavor focused solely on the most pressing documents. Had Zhangguo and he been required to oversee every single task, it would have taken them an entire week to complete. Finally, as Zhangguo finished the last of the documents, he turned to He and remarked, "At last, we have concluded our work. Little He, would you care to join me for a midnight snack? I wish to partake in the late-night feast as well. Let us invite ZFA to join us," came a cheerful voice in reply. Upon turning his head, the Warring States discovered it was Carp who had arrived. In a swift motion, Sengoku rushed to Carp's side, securing Carp's head beneath his left arm. With his right hand, he formed a fist and forcefully turned Carp's head. "Carp, you rascal. Did you not claim you were merely escorting the Golden Lion? Why have you only just returned to headquarters? Little Crane and I have toiled all day, while you have enjoyed a leisurely time. Pray tell, how do you intend to compensate us?" "Ouch, ouch, ouch. This evening's supper is on me," Sengoku exclaimed. "Not a chance. Your vacation is revoked." "This is unacceptable, Sengoku." Little Crane, exasperated, interjected, "Enough. You too. There are others present. Cease this commotion." Sengoku, having uttered those words, released Carp from his constraints. He then turned to his fellow Marines in the office and proclaimed, "Tonight's supper will be generously hosted by our esteemed Admiral Carp." A heartfelt thanks to Admiral Carp. Instantly, the Marines in the office erupted in cheers and applause. Observing this, Carp merely chuckled sheepishly, offering no objections. Subsequently, the group departed the office, making their way to the vendor of late-night snacks. Upon their arrival at the designated nocturnal repast venue, the presence of Zephyr was already established. The four warriors of the Warring States period entered a private room. The late-night snacks were prepared swiftly, and before they could exchange more than a few words, the feast was laid before them. Thus, they dined while engaging in conversation, all eagerly anticipating a world that would flourish following Roger's execution, despite knowing that eliminating Roger would not usher in a better world, but rather plunge it into greater chaos and the era of great pirates. Sengoku gazed upon the joyous faces of those around him, reluctant to reveal the harsh truth. Thus, he resolved in his heart to hasten the demise of the world's malignant elements. As they enjoyed their late-night feast, Zephyr expressed his desire to depart. "Don't be such a downer, Zephyr," Carp chimed in. "Why must you leave? My wife insists I return home before it gets too late. I've already spent so much time with you all. If I don't head back soon, I'll surely face her wrath." At that moment, memories of Zephyr's wife and child, whom Sengoku believed to have perished 7 or 8 years prior, surfaced in his mind. This revelation led to only one conclusion. Sengoku's arrival had altered the course of the original pirate history. With this realization, Sengoku's resolve solidified. He was determined to prevent Zephyr from becoming a tragic figure. By transforming Zephyr's fate, he could also bolster the Navy's strength. "Zephyr, given the circumstances, your wife is urging you to return home early. It's already quite late, and if you leave now, you'll certainly face her ire. Why not wait until tomorrow and we can all accompany you back? With us around, I believe your wife won't scold you," Sengoku suggested. Crane chimed in, "Indeed, Zephyr. Don't be such a downer." Seeing this, Zephyr downed a large bottle of beer and laughed. "In that case, I'll stay and feast with you until dawn." "But Sengoku, you all must accompany me home afterward." Carp teased, "Zephyr, you're really afraid of your wife." At that moment, Sengoku retorted, "Kapu, what do you know? Zephyr is not afraid of his wife. Rather, he shows respect for her. Am I not right, Zephyr?" Sengoku's words held wisdom, unlike Kapu, who merely indulged in senbei all day. Kapu scoffed, "I do not spend my days solely consuming senbei. I also relish donuts." The individuals from the Warring States period had grown accustomed to Carp's responses, as all three chose to selectively disregard him. "Zifa, are there any outstanding Marines in your academy recently? If you come across any remarkable ones, do remember to recommend them to me," Sengoku remarked, repeatedly winking at Zifa as he spoke. Chapter 6, Tricked by Carp. Which of the Marines I have trained is not exceptional? However, I must admit there are none akin to those 3 monstrous fellows. Zifa replied, If you desire excellent Marines, I cannot assist. It is dependent on how the Air Marshal allocates them. After all, I am not the principal of the academy. I merely serve as a part-time instructor. At this juncture, Sengoku astutely shifted the conversation. The four continued their discourse until the break of dawn. When it came time to settle the bill, Carp suddenly declared he had no berries. The owner of the late-night eatery chuckled. Who among you will cover the expenses? We are but a humble establishment and do not extend credit. Zifa and Crane both turned their gazes toward Sengoku. Buddha Sengoku, with a look of alarm, exclaimed, "Why do you all regard me in such a manner? It was not I who proposed treating. It was that rascal Kapu." Kong, with a hint of melancholy, replied, "But Kapu is devoid of belly. Moreover, it was you who suggested this late-night feast. Enough, little Kong. Allow me to settle the bill." With that, Sengoku retrieved a handful of belly from his pocket and handed it to the proprietor of the late-night eatery. Once the proprietor had completed the transaction, Sengoku and his companions exited the establishment. After leaving, Sengoku resolved to confront Kapu, demanding to know why he had claimed he would treat without the means to do so. However, as Sengoku stepped outside, he caught sight of Kapu fleeing at an astonishing speed. As Sengoku was about to pursue, he was intercepted by Zephyr. "Zephyr, why are you stopping me? I must teach that rascal Garp a lesson." Zephyr, with a sense of resignation, replied, "Give it up, Sengoku. Garp has always been this way. Even if you reprimand him, he will inevitably behave the same next time. Moreover, you must accompany me to my house, otherwise, I shall be in dire straits." "But I have a mission to carry out," Sengoku protested. "How about you, Xiaoha? Will you accompany Zephyr?" Xiaoha shot Sengoku a glance and said, "I can go, but the remaining matters will be entrusted to you." After reflecting on the events of yesterday, Sengoku was drenched in a cold sweat. "It seems I shall not trouble you any further, little Crane. I shall accompany Zephyr instead." With a disdainful huff, Crane departed. Observing this, Zephyr took hold of Sengoku and began to lead him towards his abode. Zhanghua urged, "Wait a moment, Zfa. What are you waiting for, Zhanghua? Do you not see that dawn has already broken? Zfa, why not accompany me on a mission? What do you think? What sort of task requires two generals? Enough of this idle chatter. Hasten back to my home." "Understood." With that, Zhanghua and Zfa made their way towards his residence, during which Zhanghua stopped to purchase some breakfast to bring along. As Zifa entered his home, he was immediately greeted by the vehement voice of a woman. Filled with ire, "Zifa, you have truly gained some audacity, daring to stay out all night." In an instant, a slipper soared through the air, whizzing past Zhanggua's face, so close that he could even perceive the sonic boom it created. What a formidable slipper it was. Shortly thereafter, a woman of unremarkable appearance emerged, her face contorted with anger as she glared at Zifa. Clearing his throat, Zhanghua coughed lightly, prompting Zifa's wife to finally register his presence, her cheeks flushing crimson as she hurriedly retreated to the kitchen. Observing the situation, Zifa explained, "My dear, I was attending to official matters with Zhanghua until just an hour ago. He mentioned he hadn't seen Zi in quite some time and wished to pay a visit. He urged her, 'Please, wake Zi. Zhanghua has brought breakfast for him.'" Without uttering another word, Zifa's wife ascended the stairs to summon their son. Only after watching her leave did Zifa exhale a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, Zhanghua, you are quick-witted." The Warring States period waved his hand, saying, "I must quickly finish my breakfast, for I have a task to undertake." "Very well," I replied. "I shall prepare the breakfast at once. You simply find a seat at the dining table and make yourself comfortable." Uncle Sengoku nodded, guided by the recollections of the Zephyr family's layout as he approached the dining table. Just as he pulled out a chair, preparing to take a seat, a cheerful and exuberant voice rang out, "Uncle Sengoku, what gifts have you brought me this time?" No sooner had the words left his lips than a boy of around 10, clad in a miniature naval uniform, dashed down the stairs and leapt into Sengoku's embrace. In a moment of urgency, Zhanghua embraced the boy. At that instant, Zfa had arranged the breakfast and brought it to the dining table. Observing his son requesting a gift from Zhanghua, Zfa promptly placed the breakfast on the table to alleviate the awkwardness. "My dear son, both your uncle Zhanghua and I were preoccupied yesterday and could not prepare a gift for you. Please do not put your uncle Zhanghua in a difficult position. Come, let us enjoy breakfast together. All these delicious treats have been purchased by your uncle Zhanghua, and they are your favorites." "Indeed, my son. Let us hasten to partake in breakfast." Both Zfa and his wife encouraged their child to ease the tension for Zhanghua. As Zhanghua gazed upon the pitiful and aggrieved expression of Zei, his heart softened. He said, "It is indeed my fault for not bringing a gift for you this time, dear Zei. How about I prepare 2 gifts for you the next time we meet? Would that help you forgive me? Upon hearing Zhangguo's words, Ziyi's sorrowful face instantly brightened with a smile. With joy, he exclaimed, Uncle Zhangguo, I hold no grudge against you. Just remember to bring me a gift next time. Haha, rest assured, Uncle Zhangguo will not forget. Zhangguo replied. Now, go and have your meal. With that, Ziyi climbed down from Zhangguo's embrace and made his way to his seat. Observing this, Ziyi's wife remarked, Zhangguo, you are spoiling this child too much. Ziyi concurred, adding, Indeed, if you continue to indulge Ziyi like this, he will become utterly spoiled. Buddha Sengoku jestingly remarked, With 2 such stern parents like you, Ziyi will surely become an excellent marine, but he shall not be spoiled by me. Zifa's wife discerned the underlying meaning in Sengoku's words, implying that her fiery temperament was too intense, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. Observing her reaction, Zifa promptly defended his wife, saying, Enough. If you continue, breakfast will grow cold, and that would render it unappetizing. The group then proceeded to enjoy their morning meal. As Sengoku gazed at Ziyi, he was reminded of the tribulations faced by Ziyi and his mother in the anime from before his transmigration. Although his arrival in this world ensured their survival, it did not guarantee that the original events would not unfold. When Zifa and Ziyi's mother eventually departed from Marineford, it would be prudent for you to follow them closely, in the event that they have pressing matters requiring their departure from Marineford while you are absent. Please contact either Garp or Tsuru in advance, so we can dispatch Marines to safeguard them, preventing any unforeseen calamities. Zifa, perplexed, interjected, Typically, they remain in Marineford, and the most common destination for their travels is the Sabaody archipelago. Surely, they are unlikely to encounter danger. Moreover, once Roger is executed, the world is bound to become more peaceful, is it not? More peaceful? Sengoku countered, the future remains uncertain. It is wise to exercise caution. However, it would be inappropriate to have our subordinates engage in personal matters for us. Wait, Sengoku, are you aware of something? Such words are not typical of your usual discourse. Chapter 7. Journey to Impel Down. Let me be frank with you. I recently received a report detailing that numerous families of officers have been brutally murdered in retaliation by pirates. The assailants harbored deep-seated grudges against these officers. And most of these pirates share a commonality. They are the ones who had previously been spared by Zifa. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, both Zifa and his wife turned pale. Is what you say truly credible? Zifa asked, concern etched on his face. Is there a need to question the veracity of such matters? Do you truly believe I would jest about something so grave? It is far wiser to believe that it could be true than to dismiss it. Observing Sengoku's serious demeanor, Zifa recognized that Sengoku would not make baseless accusations. The fear of his wife and child facing pirate vengeance loomed heavily in his heart. Zifa nodded gravely, I understand. My dear, you must also grasp the gravity of this situation. Please inform me whenever you plan to leave Marineford. Understood, my love. After this exchange, the couple indulged in affectionate banter, providing Sengoku with ample dog food to consume. During the Warring States period, the pace of breakfast hastened considerably. As soon as they finished their meal, the Warring States bid farewell to the Zifa family. As soon as Sengoku departed from Zephyr's doorstep, he heard Sei exclaim, Uncle Sengoku, please do not forget to bring me a gift next time you visit. Rest assured, Sengoku replied, and then hastened to his warship, commanding his subordinates to set sail with great urgency. A marine officer, standing nearby, inquired, General Sengoku, you have yet to disclose our destination. The once-spirited Sengoku, caught off guard by the question, awkwardly responded, our destination is Impel Down. Upon hearing this, the marine officer chose not to press further and departed quietly. Thanks to the Gate of Justice, Sengoku reached Impel Down with remarkable speed. Yet it also meant that his first voyage after crossing into this world was devoid of splendid sights. Upon witnessing the imposing Gate of Justice, Sengoku couldn't help but marvel at the formidable power of the world government. The periphery of Impel Down was lined with numerous naval vessels, all a consequence of Roger's legacy. Upon the arrival of the Warring States at the Push City, a group of its inhabitants promptly came forth to greet them. As the Warring States passed through the Gate of Justice, the residents of Push City were already informed of their imminent arrival. Zhangguo immediately recognized Magellan amidst the throngs of people in Advanced City. Although Magellan was still quite young at this moment, his distinctive features were unmistakable to Zhangguo. Magellan approached Zhangguo and said, General Zhangguo, I am Magellan, the Deputy Director of Advanced City. The director has gone to Mariehua. For the time being, I am in charge of Advanced City. If you have any matters to discuss, Please feel free to inform me. In the Warring States period, the character spoke with conviction. I am aware that I have come to meet the Golden Lion and Roger. Please escort me to the 6th level. With that, Magellan saluted the general and proceeded to lead the way. Subsequently, the general followed Magellan into the depths of Impel Down, for even he was subject to inspection before gaining entry. Observing this, Magellan expressed his apologies. General, under normal circumstances, your entrance would not necessitate a check. But due to Roger's presence within Impel Down, the higher authorities have mandated that all entrants undergo inspection. I understand completely. Let us expedite the process, for I have tasks to attend to after meeting the Golden Lion and Roger. After a thorough examination, the general accompanied Magellan and a group of guards deeper into Impel Down. They swiftly ascended to the 6th level via an elevator. Upon arrival, Magellan inquired, General, we have reached the 6th level. Do you require our company? As Sengoku glanced at Magellan, he requested, I would appreciate it if you could find a prison guard familiar with the 6th level of Impel Down. I shall not trouble you further. Magellan chuckled, General Sengoku. I am not yet the director. I am merely the deputy director. You have mistaken my title. Sengoku replied confidently, I have not erred. Both deputy and director hold similar weight. I have great faith in you, Magellan. One day you shall ascend to the role of director. And when the time comes for the elections, I shall cast my vote in your favor. Touched by Sengoku's words, Magellan was visibly moved, even shedding a tear. Thank you for your endorsement, General Sengoku. I shall not waste your time any longer. I will promptly send a guard who is well acquainted with the 6th level to escort you. Soon after, a guard led Sengoku into the depths of Impel Down 6th level. Upon entering, Sengoku immediately attracted the attention of the notorious pirates confined within. It was known that only the most formidable pirates could endure the 6th level, many of whom Sengoku himself had captured alongside Garp and Zephyr. Memories flooded back, recalling the various crimes these pirates had committed in the moments of their apprehension. Is that not General Sengoku? What brings you to this forsaken place? A pirate shouted, igniting a chorus of jeers from the others, particularly those whom Sengoku had personally incarcerated. Yesterday it was Garp, today it's Sengoku. The Pirate King certainly knows how to keep us entertained. The world government fears Roger's escape. Hence the rotation of Sengoku and Garp to keep watch. Perhaps tomorrow it will be Zephyr or that old coot, Kizaru. As the raucous laughter of the pirates grew louder, the guard beside Sengoku attempted to retort but was quickly drowned out by the overwhelming mockery of the pirates. Alone, he stood no chance against their numbers and their vicious taunts. After a prolonged silence, Sengoku unleashed his conqueror's haki, a powerful aura that swept through the room like a tempest, overwhelming the pirates with its sheer force. The pirates, who had languished in the dim confines of the 6th level for so long, were in a weakened state due to starvation and the oppressive environment. The guards ensured they were merely kept from dying rather than well-fed, with the ability users shackled by the strongest seastone chains, leaving them in a pitiful condition both physically and mentally. Under the suffocating influence of Sengoku's haki, many of the less resilient pirates were rendered speechless, while those with stronger wills ceased their insults in astonishment. Once the oppressive aura subsided, Sengoku scoffed, You are nothing but defeated foes, reduced to barking in this dreary prison. Remain here and squander what remains of your lives. Chapter 8. Roger. After concluding his words, the Warring States allowed the jailer to lead the way once more. After the departure of Sengoku, some astute pirates began to realize that he was merely a man fond of cunning schemes, unworthy of labeling them as defeated foes. Just as they were about to continue their tirade against Sengoku, they noticed that he had vanished from their sight. At this point, their insults would reach deaf ears, and they found no desire to squander their breath on futile curses. Instead, they resolved to wait until Sengoku's return to vent their frustrations, ensuring he would hear their scorn and thus find some satisfaction in it. Once the jailer brought Sengoku to the entrance of the Golden Lion's cell, Sengoku cast a glance at the jailer and inquired, Where is Roger's cell? The jailer, visibly excited by Sengoku's recent display of authority, replied with eager anticipation. The cell of the esteemed Admiral Sengoku, Roger, lay within the first chamber behind that door. Zhangguo followed the direction indicated by the guard and indeed discovered the presence of a door. Outside the door stood several guards, and Zhangguo then realized that the first cell within was the one that housed Roger. Zhangguo nodded and said, All right, I understand. I can manage on my own from here, so you may attend to your duties. He then added, This is the key to the Golden Lion's cell. I do not possess the key to Roger's cell either. After handing the key to Zhangguo, the jailer saluted him with military courtesy and departed. Once the jailer had left, Zhang Guo turned his gaze towards the Golden Lion's cell and discovered that the Golden Lion was firmly secured to the ground by several chains. It was evident that the chains binding the Golden Lion were crafted from sea stone, and of the highest purity at that. Sengoku is currently quite intrigued by how the formidable ability user, Shiki the Golden Lion, managed to escape from so many sea prism stone chains. Reflecting on the damage Shiki inflicted upon the Navy in the past, Sengoku considers suggesting to Magellan that the security measures surrounding Shiki be heightened. However, upon further contemplation, Sengoku realizes that Shiki's emergence poses a greater threat to the world government, thus abandoning the thought of advising Magellan. "Oh, Sengoku, what brings you here?" Shiki inquires. "You've been standing outside my cell for quite some time. Surely, it isn't to mock me. A man of your stature should not find such amusement in my predicament." As Sengoku observed the situation, he remarked with a smile, "I am merely here to take a glance at you. My primary purpose is to see Roger." With that, Sengoku grasped the key, preparing to unlock the door to the cell. The moment his hand made contact with the cell door, an overwhelming sense of weakness engulfed him. And Sengoku immediately realized that the cell was constructed from sea prism stone. However, this initial sensation of weakness did not greatly perturb him. Yet, as he ventured deeper into the cell, he found the sensation of powerlessness intensifying exponentially. Zhang Guo felt a tremendous force within his body being entirely suppressed. He was acutely aware that the power of his devil fruit was being restrained by the sea prism stone. Enclosed entirely within walls, floor, and ceiling crafted from the rare sea prism stone, the cell presented an impenetrable barrier. Even the formidable gate was wrought from this power-nullifying material. Gold Lion, upon observing Sengoku's entry, erupted in boisterous laughter, proclaiming, "Sengoku, this confinement is most disagreeable, is it not? This sensation of utter powerlessness is profoundly irritating." Sengoku retorted, "Gold Lion, discourse with you is futile. Remain here and conduct yourself with decorum." With that, Sengoku turned to depart the cell. Gold Lion bellowed, "Zehahaha. Sengoku, I shall not linger here indefinitely. This vaunted prison, this myth of inviolability, I shall shatter it and abscond." Gold Lion's pronouncements failed to impede Sengoku's stride. Departing Gold Lion's cell, Sengoku proceeded directly toward Roger's confinement. Before Sengoku could approach Roger's cell, he was intercepted by a guard stationed nearby. Upon recognizing Sengoku's visage, the guard hurriedly exclaimed, "I apologize, Admiral Sengoku, I did not realize it was you." In the Warring States period, the general said, "It's perfectly fine. You merely fulfilled your duty. I am here to see Roger, so please open the door." Upon hearing this, the prison guards promptly rushed to the entrance and opened the door. Thereafter, the general stepped through the threshold, only to discover that several guards remained stationed behind it. Indeed, Roger was confined in the very first cell beyond the door. "General Warring States," the guards exclaimed in unison. The Warring States nodded at the guards and cast a glance at Roger, who sat quietly in the innermost part of the cell. It was somewhat amusing that, while Roger's guards appeared to possess a level of authority surpassing that of the Golden Lion on the outside, he was merely confined within an ordinary cell, secured by a simple set of shackles. If one were unaware of Roger's status as a surrendering pirate, they could hardly fathom that the illustrious Pirate King was ensnared by such trivial means. It is truly perplexing to contemplate the mindset of the higher echelons of the world government, even if they feared that the guards' elevated ranks might provoke Roger into a flight. They failed to consider the implications should the unrestrained Roger choose to retract his surrender. It is said that nothing is impossible, and indeed, there exists no such thing as the impossible. After expressing his grievances, Sengoku turned to the guard beside him and said, "I have matters to discuss with Roger. Please excuse yourselves for a moment, and I shall summon you upon my departure." However, before the young guard could utter a word, he was silenced by a middle-aged guard who swiftly pulled him away. Another middle-aged guard remarked, "Do not hold it against the general, Sengoku. The young lad has not encountered you before and is unaware of your esteemed identity." Zhang Guo cast a glance at the guard being taken away and said, "I am not so petty as to stoop to the level of a mere jailer, so there is no need for concern. Thank you, General Zhang Guo. I extend my gratitude on his behalf. We shall take our leave now. General Zhang Guo, feel free to inquire about the duration. We shall wait for you outside. You may ask for as long as you wish." Zhang Guo cast a glance at the gate, and the prison guard immediately comprehended his intent. The doors leading to the 6th level of the city, under the command of General Zhang Guo, are completely soundproof. Even if I were to stand at the entrance and shout, you would not hear a thing. Zhang Guo nodded slightly, and then the prison guard departed, closing the heavy door behind him. Once the door was shut, the young guard outside, visibly agitated, questioned, "Master, why did you stop me just now?" The guard who had exited scoffed, "Fool, do you not realize that your master just saved your life? Even if Jean Gua is a general, he is merely an admiral of the Navy. He shouldn't concern himself with us," the young guard retorted. "You are making a mountain out of a molehill. Jean Gua, indeed, does not oversee our affairs, but should he choose to eliminate you, it would hardly be a matter of consequence. Do you truly believe that the director or deputy director would risk their relationship with an admiral like Jean Gua for an ordinary prison guard such as yourself? Moreover, many ordinary admirals are now whispering that Jean Gua is destined to become the Navy's marshal." Chapter 9. Jean Gua versus Roger. At this point, the young guard's expression had grown increasingly grim. The middle-aged guard, unfazed by the young one's demeanor, continued, "Do not fear. The ordeal is behind us. Given Jean Gua's stature, and since he has shown no concern, he will not seek retribution against you. Jean Gua is simply good-tempered. Were he a more irascible figure, we all might find ourselves in dire straits alongside you," the guard added. Although his words were somewhat brusque, he spoke the truth. In the future, you must tread carefully. Most calamities stem from careless talk. I never expected you to possess such a reputation. I had not discerned this before. Oh. What sort of person do you perceive me to be, Jean Gua? Are you not aware of your own character? Why inquire of me? Pray, tell me why you sought me out. Do not feign that you came merely to check on me like carp. I cannot recall us sharing such a close bond. Jean Gua chuckled and said, "I have indeed come to seek you out for a matter, though it is not of official business, but rather a personal affair." A personal affair? In the tumultuous era of the Warring States, Sengoku disregarded Roger's presence and unleashed his conqueror's haki, enveloping the guards outside and the surveillance din mushies within. Those ensnared by Sengoku's formidable aura, whether guards or din mushies, succumbed to unconsciousness. Now, unperturbed, I am aware of the conversation you had with Garp, Roger, and I have also discerned the true purpose behind your surrender. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Roger's pupils constricted momentarily before he responded with a smile. "Oh, I am eager to hear your interpretation of my true motive for surrendering. Are you certain you wish to articulate it?" "Absolutely. Your surrender aims to incite individuals to embrace piracy in pursuit of the One Piece, heralding the so-called era of great pirates. I understand your rationale behind this act, yet the ramifications of your actions will far exceed your expectations. However, I shall not impede your course." After a brief silence, Roger retorted, "What are you insinuating? What era of great pirates? I am not privy to such notions. I have stated that I will not obstruct you. There is no need for your denial, nor do I require your acknowledgement. Merely recognize that I am aware of the motive behind your surrender. Furthermore, I possess knowledge of your other affairs. In essence, I am privy to all your secrets. Cease your theatrics, Sengoku. Port Gas de Rouge." At the utterance of this name, Roger's formidable presence was instantly restored, reminiscent of the legendary Pirate King, as his conqueror's haki surged towards Sengoku with ferocity. In the Warring States era, the conqueror's haki was unleashed to counter Roger's own formidable conqueror's haki. The two powerful forces of conqueror's haki clashed violently against one another. In the Warring States period, Shao said, "Roger, do not be agitated. I assure you, I shall not harm Port St. Rouge or your child. You need not harbor any doubts. If I wish to inflict harm upon them, it would be effortless. Surely you do not believe that Port St. Rouge could stand as my adversary." As the words of Sengoku concluded, the conqueror's haki emanating from Roger receded. "How on earth did you come to know all this?" Carp would never divulge such information. "I am well acquainted with his character." Roger mused. "Is there an absolute in this matter? Who has known Carp longer, you or I? Or do you believe that your relationship with Carp surpasses mine?" Roger, slumped on the ground, chuckled bitterly. "It appears I have misjudged yet again." "You have not misjudged. None of this was revealed to me by Carp." Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Roger halted his lamentations, staring at him in bewilderment. "You did not inform Carp of your intention to usher in the era of great pirates, yet I am still aware of it. So how did you come by this knowledge? If you were to report my family to the Gorosei, it seems you would soon ascend to the position of Admiral of the Navy. What are your true intentions, Sengoku? Why do you act in such a manner?" The allure of becoming an Admiral of the Navy is indeed quite compelling. However, I remain unfazed, for I shall inevitably ascend to that rank in due course. As for my motives, I cannot disclose them to you. I can, however, share a fragment of my overarching scheme. The rest you may ponder at your leisure." Roger found Sengoku's cryptic demeanor exceedingly irksome. Although he was reluctant to engage with Sengoku's riddles, the matters at hand were of great significance to him. compelling Roger to listen despite his discomfort. This unease, he felt, surpassed even the torment inflicted by his ailments. Zhangguo, in a playful manner, asked Roger if he wished to listen. If you choose not to answer, I shall take my leave, and you may depart with your questions unanswered. Roger, perceiving Zhangguo's continued jest as infuriating, swiftly broke free from his restraints and, with a powerful punch, shattered the cell door, charging towards Zhangguo with fervor. Buddha Sengoku, undeterred by the unfolding situation, parried Roger's assaults while jesting. Roger, your arrogance is truly remarkable. Do you still believe you are at the zenith of your power? Like the pirate king of old? The truth is, you are but a frail, ailing man on the brink of death, tormented by illness. Furthermore, your esteemed sword, Ace, is nowhere to be found, and I dare say you have not savored a hearty meal in days. Do you truly think your current state can rival mine? You are merely courting humiliation. Roger erupted into laughter. Sengoku, your incessant prattle is tiresome. Whether I can best you will only be revealed through combat. For I am indeed the Pirate King. Are you aware that if we clash, our encounter will be exposed? Should the higher echelons of the world government learn of this, it would spell trouble. But the trouble lies solely with you, not with me. With that, Roger intensified his onslaught. Sengoku, observing this, could only manage a wry smile before fully committing himself to the fierce battle against Roger. Meanwhile, others within Sengoku's ranks harbored a desire to engage with Roger as well. Although Sengoku had faced Roger multiple times in the past, the memories lingered. Zhangguo felt a tinge of artificiality in the memories of past battles. Moreover, Roger was on the brink of death, presenting Zhangguo with a singular opportunity to confront him. Even more significantly, Zhangguo had longed to engage with formidable opponents since his arrival in this realm. Taking all these factors into account, Zhangguo approached this confrontation with utmost seriousness. The battle between the two intensified. Despite Roger's resilient bravado, he found himself consistently subdued by Zhangguo's relentless assaults. This was particularly noteworthy as Zhangguo was mindful of the surrounding structures. After all, they were beneath the sea, and should he inadvertently breach the walls of impel down, a deluge of seawater would spell doom for him. Just as Zhangguo was gaining momentum in the fight, Roger abruptly ceased his attacks. In the tumultuous era of the warring states, Sengoku exclaimed, Roger, why have you ceased your efforts? Let us continue. Sengoku, observing the newfound strength of Roger, pondered why he had not noticed such formidable prowess before. Chapter 10. Cultivating Ace into a fleet. Admiral Roger's evasive response incensed Sengoku greatly. Do continue, Roger. With a disdainful glance, Roger retreated to the cell devoid of bars, intending to resecure himself with shackles. However, he soon discovered that the restraints had been rendered useless by his own earlier actions. Unperturbed by the awkwardness of the situation, Roger simply chose a spot to sit down. Then, with a smile, he declared, No more fighting, Sengoku. Why not? Sengoku inquired. There's no particular reason. If you wish to continue your assault, feel free. I shall not retaliate. If you were to strike me down now, it would merely grant me an earlier release from this existence. In the Warring States period, it was understood that Roger acknowledged he was not a match for him at present. Thus, he resorted to this means of retaliating against the Riddler's actions. As Zhangguo was about to speak, he heard the jailer outside loudly shout, General Zhangguo, what is happening inside? Sengoku cast a displeased glance at Roger, then approached him and, in a voice only the two could hear, remarked with a wry smile, Did you not proclaim the onset of the great pirate era? What if I were to send your son to Ace to bring an end to this era of piracy? I shall nurture Ace to become an exceptional marine. Who knows? He may one day rise to the rank of admiral or even marshal. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Roger's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively moved to pursue Sengoku, who had already begun to depart. Zhangguo swiftly retaliated with a powerful punch, sending Roger flying deep into the confines of his cell. The recent blow from the Warring States seemed to have directly fractured several of Roger's ribs. Although Sengoku was curious as to why Roger did not defend against his attack, he did not turn back to inquire about Roger's lack of resistance. As Zhangguo swung open the door, several guards stumbled to the ground. The guards exchanged awkward glances with Zhangguo before their eyes fell upon the utterly devastated prison cell, leaving them momentarily speechless. Zhangguo observed the situation and remarked, I have inquired all that I needed to. You need not concern yourselves with the matter of the prison cells, nor should you harbor any fear. I shall speak with your director. With that, Zhangguo made to depart. However, a guard interjected, saying, General Zhangguo, the prison cell has been compromised. Does that not imply that the Pirate King, Roger, could potentially escape? During the Warring States period, cast a glance at the jailer, and said, "Do you truly believe that cell can contain Roger? Rest assured, he has no intention of fleeing. Had he desired to escape, he would have done so long ago." Having spoken, Bai departed, leaving the jailers in a state of bewilderment. The jailers, hesitant to obstruct Bai, returned to their respective posts under the direction of one of their own. As Sengoku hastened towards the elevator, he afforded the pirates no opportunity to hurl insults at him. By the time the pirates noticed him, Sengoku had already successfully entered the elevator. The pirates could only seethe in impotent rage at the sight. Initially intending to descend to the ground floor, Sengoku unexpectedly halted at the underground level. When the elevator doors opened, he was greeted by none other than Magellan. "Magellan, your arrival is fortuitous. It saves me the trouble of seeking you out. I have matters to discuss." Magellan, who had been conferring with a nearby prison guard, was taken aback to discover Sengoku also present in the elevator. "General Sengoku, how did you manage to emerge so swiftly?" Last time, Vice Admiral Garp lingered on the 6th floor for quite some time. Magellan exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment as he regarded Sengoku. Zhangguo remarked, "Once the inquiries are concluded, the truth will naturally emerge. I hope you can pardon any inconvenience caused today, Magellan." He proceeded to inform Magellan about his confrontation with Roger and the subsequent damage inflicted upon Roger's cell. Initially indifferent, Magellan's expression gradually shifted to one of concern. "Admiral Zhangguo, I must hasten to summon a physician to attend to Roger. Despite his numerous misdeeds, it is not yet time for him to meet his demise." Magellan insisted, "It's not as grave as you think. I am adept at moderating my actions. Roger will not perish. Simply instruct your subordinates to fetch a doctor to tend to his injuries." Observing the situation, Magellan cast a glance at Zhangguo before directing the nearby jailer to locate a physician for Roger's treatment, as well as to enlist an architect to repair the cell or to arrange for Roger's relocation. Subsequently, Zhangguo accompanied Magellan to his office. The Warring States General spoke directly. "Magellan, regarding my confrontation with Roger, can we keep this matter from the knowledge of others?" Magellan, gritting his teeth, replied, "The advance into the city by the Warring States General is not solely my decision, and there are many individuals from CP within the city. I can only endeavor to prevent the information from leaking, but I cannot guarantee how long we can keep it concealed." After a moment of contemplation, the Warring States General smiled and said, "Since that is the case, let us not conceal it any longer. It would be unfortunate to burden you. The higher-ups will not hold me accountable." The general then inquired, "May I ask why you are doing this?" To which I replied, "I shall reveal to you my rationale. I am eager to understand the reason behind Roger's surrender. I believe there must be a significant motive for his actions. In my attempts, I did not succeed in extracting this information. This is the essence of my endeavor." Magellan, deep in thought, responded, "According to your statement, it appears that Roger's surrender indeed harbors a hidden agenda. As you are not skilled in interrogating prisoners, leave that to me. I am certain we will compel Roger to disclose the true purpose of his capitulation." As Sengoku observed the self-assured Magellan, he remarked, "Magellan, I certainly trust in your interrogation skills. However, Roger is no ordinary individual. The CP has undoubtedly interrogated him without yielding any results. Should you attempt to interrogate him again today, it may provoke his ire. You are well aware of Roger's formidable strength. Inciting his anger brings nothing but detriment, not advantage. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to refrain from seeking out Roger." Magellan nodded solemnly. "I understand, Admiral Sengoku. That is well. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now." "You may continue with your own duties," Sengoku replied. "Understood, Admiral." Upon departing from Impel Down, Sengoku had scarcely arrived at Marineford when Crane approached him. "Sengoku, how could you behave like that foolish carp? What were you thinking?" "Never mind, I shan't dwell on it. The Fleet Admiral has returned and wishes to see you. Prepare yourself for a reprimand." Sengoku then recounted his conversation with Magellan to Crane. "Do you take me for a fool? This is hardly something within your capabilities. Forget it. If you do not wish to share, I shall not pry." "Inform me when you are ready to divulge the details," she responded. As Sengoku observed Crane's mocking expression, he could only scratch his head in embarrassment, simultaneously feeling grateful for Crane's understanding nature. The two swiftly arrived at the vacant office, which starkly contrasted with other offices, appearing entirely intact and unscathed by the ravages of battle. Upon reaching the office desk, Sengoku finally discovered evidence of the previous conflict within the empty room. Chapter 11. Reprimand. The wall behind the empty desk bore the scars of a fierce battle with the Golden Lion, now reduced to a mere blank expanse, stripped of its bricks. From Sengoku's vantage point, He could even glimpse the vast ocean behind Marineford. Upon noticing Sengoku's arrival, Crane adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "Sengoku, how could you engage in such reckless behavior, akin to that rascal carp? What were you thinking? One carp is already a headache. I do not wish to endure another incident." After delivering this admonishment, Crane fell silent, immersing himself in the documents scattered across the desk. Sengoku waited patiently. Yet Crane continued to focus intently on his work. Clearing his throat, Sengoku drew attention to himself. At last, Crane lifted his head, casting a glance at Sengoku and remarked, "Why are you still here, Sengoku? Did I not instruct you to leave? Do you desire for me to reprimand you further?" Upon hearing these words, despite internally scoffing at the notion that Kong had ever uttered such a statement, the figure from the Warring States period obediently made their way towards the door. Zhanghua initially anticipated a stern reprimand, yet was unexpectedly met with this outcome. As soon as the Warring States period arrived, a burst of laughter echoed from outside the empty office. In the Warring States period, upon looking up, one discovered it was Carp and Crane, with Carp laughing so heartily that tears streamed down his face. In a swift motion, Sengoku positioned himself behind Carp and delivered a punch, exclaiming with a smirk, "Carp, what on earth are you laughing about? You seem quite jovial, just as I am feeling rather irate. Come, let us share some amusement." Upon hearing Sengoku's voice, Carp, disregarding the impact of Sengoku's blow, immediately turned to ascertain his identity. Once confirmed, Carp attempted to suppress his laughter, yet was unable to contain himself, his efforts to stifle a chuckle appearing rather comical. As the mirth threatened to escape him, Carp instinctively covered his mouth with his hand in a futile attempt to muffle his laughter. Zhanghua showed no mercy as he forcefully pulled his hand away from Carp. Unable to contain himself, Carp burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at, Carp? Hurry up and tell me," Zhanghua demanded. However, Carp was laughing so heartily that he could barely respond, having no intention of answering Zhanghua's inquiry in the first place. He, with an icy demeanor, remarked, "Carp is mocking you." Zhanghua, in astonishment, remarked, "Little Crane, is Carp mocking me? What could possibly warrant Carp's derision?" Crane, rendered speechless, replied, "Are you still unaware? Carp has come here precisely because he is aware that you are about to be reprimanded by Marshal Kong. He could hardly resist the urge to come and mock you at the first opportunity." Little Crane lamented that she had inadvertently divulged this to Zhanghua. Carp, with a look of disbelief, gazed at Crane. "Foolish Carp," she continued, "even if I had not informed Zhanghua, it would not be long before he discovered the commotion you caused to awaken him." Zhanghua chuckled, "Kapu, how dare you mock me? I believe you've lost count of how many times you've been reprimanded by Admiral Kong. Moreover, I have not been scolded by him at all." Kapu retorted, "Zhanghua, why shouldn't I mock you? Today, you claim that Admiral Kong hasn't he reprimanded you? How can that be? Clearly, you have engaged in such conduct. Yet he refrains from chastising you. Admiral Kong is undeniably biased. In the Warring States period, he questioned, "What have I done, Carp, that Commander Kong must reprimand me?" "You have done something, indeed you have. Although I'm not entirely aware of your actions, I heard whispers that you were to be chastised by Commander Kong. So I hastened over to witness your folly. To my surprise, Commander Kong did not scold you. I made this futile trip when I could have simply returned to count my donuts." In the Warring States period, a voice lamented, "Kapu, do you truly wish to revel in my misfortune? In truth, I harbor no such desire to witness your folly. Rather, I seek to impart some wisdom upon you. After all, every time I faced reprimand from Admiral Kong, you were quick to offer your unsolicited counsel. The mere thought of using your own admonishments against you fills me with delight." As Sengoku observed Carp's foolish demeanor, he realized that Carp was lost in a reverie, envisioning a scenario where he would lecture himself. Crane, perplexed, inquired, "Sengoku, why did Admiral Kong not reprimand you? What you did this time is indeed quite serious. Logically speaking, even if Admiral Kong spared you from a scolding out of consideration for your dignity, he should not have overlooked punishing you. What punishment did the empty marshal impose upon you in the Warring States?" In silence, Sengoku cast a glance at Crane Dao and remarked, "Little Crane, why do you behave in such a manner?" However, he too was curious as to why Marshal Kong had not reprimanded him, nor imposed any form of punishment, merely advising him to avoid such errors in the future. With that, both Sengoku and Crane fell into deep contemplation. Observing their pensive state, Carp interjected, "What are you two pondering? If it eludes your understanding, then do not dwell on it. Let us proceed to have dinner." "No, it is far past the dinner hour. Let us instead indulge in a late-night snack. Last time, I treated. So it is your turn to host, Sengoku. Carp's mention of the late-night snack ignited Sengoku's ire. You, Carp. You claimed last night's late-night snack was on you. Yet when it came time to settle the bill, you declared you had no berries, leaving me to pay. And now you dare to ask me to treat again. The two then engaged in a playful scuffle, careful to pause whenever they sensed the presence of others, resuming their antics only when the coast was clear. Adopting a facade of seriousness. Ultimately, the trio ventured out for a late-night snack, inviting Zephyr along. However, Zephyr declined, stating that if he returned home late, his wife would not permit him entry. The three, recognizing this predicament, refrained from pressing Zephyr further. They indulged in their nocturnal feast until the stroke of midnight, with Sengoku ultimately footing the bill. Having overindulged, Sengoku initially paid little heed to the matter, but upon awakening from a drunken stupor the following day, he was reminded of the incident. After some reflection, he concluded that it was not worth his ire. Eventually, Sengoku devised a plan to spar with Carp. Thus, he made his way to Carp's residence, where upon arrival, he noted that Carp's decor mirrored his own, although Carp's room was brimming with an array of snacks, unlike the disarray found in his own abode. Originally, Sengoku sought to engage in a friendly spar with Garp, but nearly found himself challenged to a contest of who could consume more donuts. Ultimately, it was Sengoku's threat regarding Garp's beloved donuts that persuaded Garp to agree to the duel. The two could not unleash their full potential within Marineford, so they relocated to an uninhabited island nearby for their sparring match. Through his encounter with Garp, Sengoku realized that there was still a disparity in their strengths. Despite possessing Conqueror's Haki and the ability to utilize it in a binding manner, he found himself unable to defeat Garp. Sengoku also noted that, although Garp lacked Conqueror's Haki, his techniques were imbued with a similar essence, manifesting as dark lightning akin to the binding properties of Conqueror's Haki. The Warring States period harbors suspicions that Garp has ascended to an advanced level of mastery in the art of armament Haki. Chapter 12. Descent into the Abyss. During the Warring States period, inquiries were indeed directed towards Garp. However, he himself was at a loss regarding the enigmatic black lightning entwined with his techniques, which bore a resemblance to the Conqueror's Haki. Garp's exact words were, "What? I certainly do not possess the Conqueror's Haki. As for the black lightning accompanying my techniques, I am equally uncertain. It's simply manifested as a result of my training." Zhangguo was well aware that Garp, a rather carefree individual, was genuinely oblivious to how he had cultivated his abilities. Thus, Zhangguo refrained from further inquiries and engaged Garp in earnest combat. As their duel progressed, both warriors grew increasingly exhilarated, ultimately exerting their utmost strength. Their fierce exchange endured for 3 days and nights. With a hearty laugh, Garp warned Zhangguo to remain cautious. Suddenly, Garp executed advanced techniques of Soru and Jeppu, propelling himself into the air with a few swift steps. He then bellowed, falling from the abyss, and descended upon Zhangguo, unleashing a devastating strike imbued with a torrent of black lightning. Even in the face of peril, Sengoku did not dare to be complacent. He summoned the entirety of his three-colored Haki and concentrated it into his fist. With great force, Sengoku met Garp's impending attack head-on. In that instant, a surge of lightning erupted around Sengoku, yet unlike Garp's dark bolts, his lightning radiated a golden hue. In the blink of an eye, the assaults of both warriors clashed in midair, creating a stalemate. Ultimately, Garp's seabed drop proved superior, overpowering Sengoku's assault. The two formidable forces reshaped the uninhabited island, obliterating everything in their path, leaving it barren and marred, with a massive crater emerging in the landscape. From this chasm, torrents of water gushed forth, transforming the vast void into a great lake. Meanwhile, the orchestrators of this chaos, Sengoku and Garp, lay on the shore of the newly formed lake, both sustaining injuries and their garments tattered from the fierce battle. Exhausted, Sengoku, lying on the ground, weakly inquired, "Garp, how are you holding up? Please, do not perish." To which Garp, equally fatigued, replied, "Sengoku, I implore you, do not leave me." Following this, the two erupted into hearty laughter, their camaraderie shining through their wounds. Although the Warring States period discovered that he had sustained considerable injuries in this battle, he also realized a significant breakthrough in his own strength. This is indeed a cause for great joy. Buddha Sengoku was resolute in his belief that during their next encounter with Garp, he would undoubtedly not be inferior. The two lay on the deserted island for a while until a multitude of Marines appeared, led by none other than Zifa. As Zifa set foot on the island, he immediately sensed the presence of Sengoku and Garp. Realizing that a confrontation was unfolding between them, Zifa quickened his pace. Upon reaching the heart of the island, he was met with the sight of Sengoku and Carp, both covered in blood. Initially taken aback, he swiftly approached the two, only to discover that they were merely asleep and unharmed, which brought him great relief. He then personally summoned a medical officer to tend to them, and after confirming their well-being, he escorted them back to Marineford. Despite their lack of serious injury, Zifa ensured they were taken to the Marineford Hospital for a thorough examination. Ultimately, after verifying their condition, Zifa was able to breathe a sigh of relief. The two individuals from the Warring States period did not awaken until dusk, rousing one after the other. As the Warring States period dawned, a tender voice reached his ears. "Mr. Warring States, it is wonderful. You have finally awakened." Zhangguo propped himself up from the sickbed and gazed at the speaker, instantly recognizing his adopted son, Luo Xinandi, whom he had taken in several years prior. Observing the still wet traces of tears on Luo Xinandi's face, a myriad of memories concerning him flooded Zhangguo's mind. It became clear to Sengoku why Razanandi had not been at home during this period. It was because Razanandi was studying at the Naval Academy, residing in the dormitory there. Thus, Sengoku had not thought of his adopted son, Razanandi, during these past few days, since recollections of Razanante were suffused with a profound tenderness and felicity, which, in turn, imbued Sensuke's upon Razanante with a gentle warmth. Within his heart, Sengoku resolved that he absolutely could not allow Razanandi to meet such a tragic end. "Little Razanandi, do not worry, I am quite well. I was merely sparring with your Uncle Garp. There is no cause for concern. Mr. Sengoku, now I can rest assured. You battled with Uncle Garp for 3 days and nights, and have been unconscious for a considerable time. You must be quite famished now." In a moment of exasperation, Sengoku remarked, "Razanandi, did I not instruct you? Henceforth, refrain from addressing me as Mr. Sengoku. You have taken to calling me Uncle Carp. If others were unaware of our bond, they might assume we are mere strangers. If you are reluctant to call me father, then at least refer to me as adoptive father." Upon hearing Sengoku's words, a faint blush graced Razanandi's cheeks as she replied, "Mr. Sengoku, allow me to prepare some food for you." With that, she dashed toward the door. Just as Razanandi reached the entrance of the ward, she heard Carp bellow, "Razanandi, do prepare some food for your Uncle Carp as well." "Understood, Uncle Carp." It was then that Sengoku realized that Garp had also awakened. "Garp, when did you come to? Why was there no sound when you woke?" Garp chuckled heartily. "I awoke the moment you asked Razanandi to change his title. If it were up to me, Razanandi would have altered his address long ago." Zhangguo cast a sidelong glance at Carp and remarked, "You? Do not jest. Are you truly capable of teaching children? Do I appear to you as someone who would strike Razanandi with shoes, as you do? That rascal dragon, despite being subjected to your thrashings on numerous occasions, still refuses to heed your counsel. Even today, he has chosen not to visit you. It seems your methods of education leave much to be desired." Upon hearing Zhangguo's words, Carp found himself devoid of the inclination to retort. "Zhangguo, had you not mentioned it, I would have forgotten that dragon did not come to see me. Upon my return, I shall certainly give him a thorough lesson." As Sengoku observed the swelling chest of Garp, he instinctively knew that Luffy was in grave peril. All he could do was silently mourn for Luffy in his heart for a few fleeting seconds. Garp incessantly berated Luffy, referring to him as an unfilial son. And it was only when Razanandi entered with food that Garp finally ceased his tirade. Both men indulged heartily, relishing their meal with unabashed joy. Suddenly, an unexpected guest made an entrance. "You two fools dare to engage in such foolishness on such a significant day? I cannot fathom what you were thinking. While I can somewhat comprehend Garp's antics, I cannot grasp why you would join him in this madness. You have been acting quite erratically of late. What is driving you to commit these unusual acts? Have you recently taken some erroneous medication?" Both Sengoku and Carp were momentarily taken aback by Kong's abrupt command to cease their meal. The reason for their astonishment lay in their memories. For Kong had never addressed Sengoku in such a manner. He typically directed his remarks towards Carp. In Chapter 13, upon observing that Sengoku and Carp had halted their dining, CP0 Kong exclaimed in irritation, "What are you two doing? Hurry up and continue eating. How can you recover if you don't eat well? I have my own matters to attend to. You must focus on your nourishment. It is imperative that you both regain your strength swiftly, for there are significant tasks awaiting you tomorrow. You are to set out tonight." Seeing the situation, the two from the Warring States could only continue to eat, while Kong incessantly berated them. However, gradually, his scorn shifted focus onto Carp. Carp, unwilling to be outdone, retorted, but was swiftly countered by Kong's sharp reply. Subsequently, Kong abandoned pretense and unleashed a torrent of criticism upon Carp. Overwhelmed by the onslaught, Carp resorted to venting his frustrations through gluttony, devouring food with abandon as a means of release. Kong, undeterred by fatigue, persisted in his tirade until both had satisfied their appetites, at which point he ceased his verbal assault on Carp. Clearing his throat, he declared, "Now that you have finished your meal, it is time to address more pressing matters." The abrupt shift in Kong's demeanor left both men astonished. "Do not linger idly on the bed. Rise and prepare to receive your assignments." Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, both Sengoku and Garp swiftly rose from their sickbeds. The day after tomorrow marks Roger's execution, and the personnel from the world government have already arrived at Impel Down. "Who among you shall escort Roger to Logtown?" Garp inquired. "Is it not possible for Admiral Akina to allow us to go together? If all of us are dispatched, who will guard Marineford? Who will defend against the pirates in the New World? Who will protect Mariewa?" Observing the gravity of the matter, Garp suggested, "Perhaps it is best for Sengoku to undertake this task. I shall proceed to the New World to thwart the pirates." "Sengoku, what is your opinion?" "I am amenable to whatever course of action you choose. I shall obey Admiral Akainu's orders." "Very well, then. Sengoku, you shall escort Roger, while Garp will head to the New World. Now, do not squander any more time. Hasten to fulfill your duties." The two individuals from the Warring States period did not hesitate and directly made their way to their warships. By nightfall, they finally arrived at Advance City. Upon reaching the port of Advance City, they were met with a chorus of mockery and derision. "Admiral Sengoku, you truly are a busy individual. How is it that so many of us must wait for you alone? Whose responsibility is it that the execution cannot proceed on time?" The words came from a masked CP0 agent. An elderly man, clad in the uniform of the Warden of Advance City, remarked, "Since everyone has now gathered, I shall proceed to escort Roger onto the transport ship." Another CP0 agent interjected, "Now that Admiral Sengoku has arrived, let us not stir any trouble, Avignon. Once Roger is aboard the transport vessel, we shall hasten to Logue Town. There is still time." Humph. Avignon, upon hearing this, let out a cold snort and chose not to utter another word. Jean Gua, aware of his own shortcomings, chose not to engage in further argument. Subsequently, he noticed an old acquaintance, Magellan, escorting Roger onto the transport vessel from the advancing fortress. Jean Gua and Magellan exchanged a brief nod of acknowledgement, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Once the agents of Sengoku and CP0 boarded the transport vessel, the ship set sail. On the journey to Logue Town, Sengoku and his companions encountered no unwarranted attempts to seize the ship. Sengoku, aware of the underlying reasons, remained utterly at ease throughout the voyage. In stark contrast, the contingent of CP0 agents remained on high alert, their anxiety palpable during the entirety of the journey. In the midst of the turmoil, Sengoku had no inclination to alert the agents of CP0, even if he were to assure them that no one would attempt to hijack the ship. His words would likely fall on deaf ears. Moreover, should they successfully reach Logue Town, the CP0 agents would undoubtedly suspect that Sengoku had colluded with the members of the Roger Pirates, prompting him to refrain from inciting further conflict. This was particularly true for the CP0 operative Avignon. He was already on edge due to the pressure of executing his first mission, particularly one involving the escort of the Pirate King, Roger. The sight of Sengoku, relaxed and unperturbed, only exacerbated his frustration, especially in light of Sengoku's tardiness. Avignon approached Sengoku, who was reclining in a chair, and forcibly removed his sunglasses, declaring, "Sengoku, you hardly appear to be here to escort Roger. Rather, you seem to be on a leisurely vacation. If you wish to indulge in pleasure, why not simply return to your Navy headquarters?" With that, he crushed Sengoku's sunglasses in his hand. The surrounding sailors, witnessing this affront, were filled with indignation. Some of the younger sailors, enraged by the humiliation of Sengoku, contemplated taking action, but they were restrained by their older comrades. As the shattered sunglasses lay before him, Jean Gua remained unfazed. He then produced another pair of sunglasses from his pocket and donned them, speaking slowly. "The pair you just crushed was worth 3,000 berries. Do remember that. By the way, would you kindly step aside? You are obstructing my sunlight." With that, Jean Gua fell silent, relishing the warmth of the sun. Observing this, Avignon threw a 10,000 berry note at Jean Gua's face. He then proceeded to shatter Jean Gua's sunshade, sending it toppling to the side, and with a single punch, he obliterated the coconut that lay on the stool beside Jean Gua. "Is this 10,000 berries sufficient for your endeavors? If not, I can certainly provide you with more." With that, Avignon reached for the new pair of sunglasses that Jean Gua had just put on. as the formidable Sengoku unleashed his overwhelming conqueror's haki. He was incensed by the audacity of Avignon, who showed blatant disrespect. The entire crew aboard the transport vessel felt the oppressive aura of Sengoku's haki. Those of lesser strength were momentarily dazed by its sheer might. This phenomenon was particularly pronounced as Sengoku concentrated his haki upon Avignon. Otherwise, the weaker individuals would have succumbed to unconsciousness from its sheer force. In the confines of the prison cell aboard the ship, Roger murmured in disbelief, questioning how Sengoku had seemingly grown even stronger. "Oh, Warring States, how many secrets do you still harbor? I truly underestimated you back then." Besides Sengoku, Avignon, subjected to the formidable presence of Conqueror's haki, was forcefully brought to his knees, beads of sweat streaming down his face, his pristine white uniform almost instantly drenched. Observing this, several other CP-0 agents entered a state of combat readiness, encircling Sengoku. Meanwhile, other CP agents attempted to offer assistance, but were swiftly intercepted by the Marine soldiers. Tension escalated aboard the transport vessel, as an atmosphere of imminent conflict enveloped the scene. Surrounded by the encircling CP-0 agents, Sengoku chuckled, "You don't seriously believe that even combined, you pose a threat to me?" The lead CP-0 agent retorted, "Sengoku, what do you intend to do? Release Avignon immediately. He is one of us, a member of CP-0. You are merely a Marine, yet you dare to lay a hand on a CP-0 operative." Avignon, enduring the immense pressure, cried out, "Captain Casaveller, please, come to my rescue." Jean Gua, observing the situation, chuckled, "You still possess the strength to speak. It seems I have exerted insufficient force." With that, he intensified his suppression of Avignon, who, already kneeling on the deck, was forced down to the point of being utterly immobilized, unable even to part his lips. Chapter 14. Guernica. The other CP-0 agents, witnessing this, unleashed a barrage of humiliations upon Jean Gua. Yet, Jean Gua remained unfazed, unleashing his full might. He swiftly dispatched the first provocateur among the CP-0 agents into the sea, followed by a series of strikes that repelled the surrounding CP agents. Seeing Jean Gua engage, the remaining agents ceased holding back and commenced their assault against him. From his previous encounters, Jean Gua had gauged the strength of these CP-0 operatives. Although formidable, they paled in comparison to his own prowess. Nevertheless, he did not dare to underestimate the sheer number of opponents he faced and transformed into his formidable Buddha form. Just as the two factions' assaults were poised to collide, a CP-0 agent burst forth from the prison, directly intercepting Jean Gua's attack. The remaining CP-0 agents, upon witnessing this unexpected arrival, immediately halted their offensive. Burgess gazed in astonishment at the CP-0 agent before him, realizing that this individual could actually withstand his assault. It is worth noting that Burgess had not held back in his attack. "Who has provoked you, Admiral Burgess, to incite such fury? Speak to me, and I shall personally rectify the situation. There is no need for you to take matters into your own hands." The significance of today's mission is well understood by all of you. Should we allow internal discord to result in unforeseen consequences, both you and I shall face retribution. As Sengoku resumed his human form from the shape of the great Buddha, he reclined in a chair and chuckled. "This question ought not to be directed at me, but rather at him." Following the direction Sengoku pointed, Avignon, who had been kicked into the sea, was being rescued by another CP-0 agent. Sengoku inquired, "Did Avignon provoke you, Admiral Sengoku?" Not receiving a response, he remained unperturbed and continued, "Avignon, do enlighten us on how you managed to offend Admiral Sengoku. Be forthright, for if I find out otherwise." The CP-0 agent then recounted the events leading up to the incident. Upon finishing, the agent promptly kicked Avignon back into the sea. Casvile exclaimed, "Lord Guernica, what are you doing? Why are you attacking our own?" Avignon is a capable individual. Without hesitation, Casvile attempted to intervene, only to be met with another kick that sent Avignon plunging into the water once more. "Casvile, cease this at once. No one is to rescue Avignon without my command." "Understood, Lord Guernica." Casvile retreated, his expression one of displeasure, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury directed at Sengoku. Guernica then turned to Sengoku in the recliner and said, "Admiral Sengoku, I have already administered punishment to him. What further measures shall we take regarding the others? The events of the Warring States period have certainly escalated. As for Guernica, the situation is far from a simple conclusion. We must hasten to rescue Avignon. He has yet to compensate for the treasures he has destroyed, and we cannot allow him to perish so easily." A flicker of displeasure crossed Guernica's eyes beneath the mask as he inquired, What does the general of the warring states intend to do? Have I not made myself clear? First, we must save him. If he dies, the responsibility lies with me. I did not wish for his demise. Guernica responded in earnest. Did you not hear the general's words? Hurry and rescue Avignon. Upon Guernica's command, several CP0 agents leaped into the sea, and shortly thereafter, Avignon was brought to safety. Quickly, awaken Avignon and have him apologize to the general of the warring states. Upon being roused, Avignon's gaze immediately fell upon the general, prompting him to erupt in anger. Warring states, you are truly despicable. How dare you treat me in such a manner? Jean Guo muttered, fool. Although his voice was barely audible, those nearby could clearly hear him. Avignon, having caught wind of this remark, was about to retort when he was abruptly interrupted by Guernica's swift kick. Why haven't you yet apologized to General Jean Guo? Is the recent punishment insufficient? Or do you truly wish for your own demise? If that is indeed your desire, I shall gladly oblige. Avignon, sensing Guernica's frigid gaze, realized that refusing to apologize to Jean Guo could very well lead to his own death. Reluctantly, he uttered, General Jean Guo, I was in the wrong. Please forgive me. As the warring states was about to acquiesce and bring an end to this farce, he heard Guernica insist that Avignon apologize once more. It appeared that you were rather reluctant to express regret, and your voice was so faint. Were you apologizing to yourself? Hurry and issue another apology. I want everyone aboard the ship to hear your words. If your voice remains so quiet, I shall not grant you another opportunity. Jean Guo spoke. Let this matter rest. I accept his apology. However, Avignon seemed intent on opposing Jean Guo, interrupting him before he could finish, exclaiming loudly, General Jean Guo, it is my fault. Please, I implore your magnanimity to forgive me. He then gazed at Jean Guo with an air of arrogance. The warring states period directly disregarded him and chuckled. The apology has been concluded. I have already forgiven him. Now, we ought to discuss the matter of compensation. You are indeed aware, are you not, Lord Guernica? Avignon interjected. What compensation? Have I not already given you 10,000 burley? Your worthless possessions combined hardly amount to 10,000 burley. Silence. You have no right to speak here. Avignon cast a disheartened glance at Guernica and obediently sealed his lips. General Warring States, please enlighten us on the value of the items Avignon has damaged. Very well. He replied. This sunshade is no ordinary sunshade. It has accompanied me on my maritime ventures for decades. I invested a considerable sum for its custom creation. Observe how splendidly the burley has been allocated. Despite the years of use, this sunshade remains as pristine as ever. I shall not demand more than what I originally paid. So I will simply ask for a fraction of that amount. This sunshade, when commissioned, cost 500,000 burley. Thus, a mere 50 burley from you will suffice. Upon hearing the figure of 500,000 burley, Avignon could no longer contain himself and was on the verge of berating Warring States for his shamelessness. Claiming he was being thoroughly swindled, he insisted that such a custom piece was clearly a deception, as he perceived Warring States sunshade to be merely 100 burley item from a street vendor. Just as Avignon was about to unleash his indignation, he was quelled by Guernica's piercing glare. General Warring States, do you possess any additional claims? Indeed, I do. There is also this small table, which was custom-made alongside the sunshade. It is not as expensive, costing only 200,000 burley. Fortunately, Avignon did not damage my reclining chair, which is the most valuable piece, having cost me a staggering 3 million burley. Thus, the total amounted to 700,000 burley. General Warring States, do you have any further claims? Chapter 15. Compensate me 125,300 burley. Although Jean Guo could not see the face beneath the Guernica mask, he could distinctly perceive a change in the tone of Guernica's speech. However, Jean Guo remained indifferent to this alteration. Jean Guo said, of course. There are underground treasures that you cannot see, aren't there? I will naturally inform you once I have finished speaking, so please refrain from interrupting me, if you please. Very well, General Jean Guo. Please proceed. There is no need to elaborate on the history of these treasures. Simply state their worth in berries. Guernica's voice noticeably shifted, particularly when he uttered the word treasures. The Warring States continued, saying, this simply will not do. If I do not elucidate the true value of these treasures, you might mistakenly believe that I seek to deceive you, which is far from my character. There are only a few treasures left to discuss, one of which is a set of tea utensils that holds considerable worth. I acquired this exquisite tea set at an auction, purportedly an antique from 5 centuries ago. From the moment I laid eyes on it, I was enamored, ultimately bidding 55,000 berries for it, though the passage of time has surely enhanced its value. I shall not demand more. Let us settle on the original price of 55,000 berries. In addition to this, I possess a pair of sunglasses valued at 3,000 berries, but I shall not bother with the trifling coconut. Therefore, dear Avignon, you owe me a total of 125,300 berries. Is 125,300 berries not clear enough, Avignon? Swiftly compensate the esteemed general of the warring states, and once the matter of payment is resolved, we shall conclude this chapter. Henceforth, should any disturbances arise, rest assured that I shall intervene, unlike the leniency exhibited by the general. I also hope that your associates will refrain from instigating trouble. Warring states, removing his sunglasses and raising an eyebrow, remarked, Are you instructing me on how to act, or perhaps issuing commands? I possess no authority to command a general, nor would I dare to teach the esteemed general of warring states how to conduct affairs. Zhang Guo snorted coldly, Our navy does not relish provoking trouble like you dwellers of the shadows. Quickly settle the payment of 253,000 berries, and then be on your way. My presence on the deck suffices. Guernica cast a resentful glance, poised to erupt, yet chose to suppress his ire. After all, the payment of 253,000 berries to General Zhang Guo was non-negotiable. Avignon handed a stack of banknotes to Zhang Guo and said, Count them. I trust you will not shortchange us. Should you do so, I will certainly seek you out. Now that the payment has been settled, why are you still lingering? We shall take our leave. Once all the cipher pole agents from the Sengoku era had departed the deck, he addressed the Marines beside him, saying, Distribute these berries equally among the Marines on this vessel. Ensure it is a fair division. A Marine, looking perplexed, responded, Admiral Sengoku, you obtained these berries with considerable effort. We couldn't possibly accept them. You would be sacrificing many of your precious possessions. You wretch, Sengoku jested. What have I lost but a pair of sunglasses? They were hardly worth a belly, 50 for 2, and 1 pair is quite sufficient. As for the other trinkets, were they not gifts from you? Surely you haven't forgotten. Pray, are there more parasols aboard? Fetch me a new set if you would. At once, Admiral Sengoku. What need have you to go? The disbursement of these bellies awaits. Send another. It's hardly a labyrinth. Is it truly judicious to distribute bellies so openly, Admiral Sengoku? Might it not provoke the ire of CP0? Their ire is their privilege. Did I not just provoke them myself with no consequence? Indeed, I've seldom acquired bellies with such ease. Enough prattle. Hasten the parasols. The fleeting moments of repose must not be squandered. Aye, Admiral. Soon, the Marines aboard the transport convened on the deck to receive their bellies. And a fresh parasol was promptly provided for Sengoku, who reclined upon a chaise longue, imbibing deeply from a new coconut with evident relish. In stark contrast to the Marines' jubilation, the CP agents, particularly those of CP0, seethed with resentment. The merrier the Marines appeared, the more profound their anguish. Avignon, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, Lord Guernica, why do we indulge the Navy? Sengoku is flagrantly fleecing us. I observed several Marines bearing parasols identical to those previously seen on deck. They are mere trifles, nothing more. Guernica cast an exasperated glance at Avignon. Silence. Your perspicacity is hardly unique. It is evident that Sengoku exaggerates. However, as you initiated this imbroglio, you must concede, even if Sengoku claimed the items were worth a king's ransom. Such vexation. When have we of CP0 been subjected to such humiliation? Lord Guernica, you are more than a match for Sengoku. Why do you yield? Even as an admiral, Sengoku's authority does not extend to CP0, let alone in his current rank as a mere vice-admiral, who claims to rival Sengoku, though I parried his initial assault. I cannot guarantee I could withstand a sustained engagement. I assure you, Sengoku could dispatch us all with ease. Were I his equal, or even close, would I submit thus? Ha 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 ha. Roger's laughter echoed from within his cell, grating upon the ears of the CP0 agents. Avignon retorted with displeasure, Roger, what amuses you? Silence yourself. Ha ha ha. I merely jest at your folly. Did you believe that you, vermin from the sewers, could contend with Sengoku, a veteran of countless battles alongside me? The warring states were overly cautious. Had it been me, you would have long since perished. You scoundrel. Before Avignon could finish his words, he collapsed instantly. Upon hearing Roger's mockery, Avignon intended to teach the shackled Roger a lesson, but he did not anticipate Roger's decisive action. With a single motion, Roger broke free from his restraints, shattered the prison bars with a punch, and then obliterated Avignon's head with another strike. This transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Avignon no time to react before he met his demise. Among the surrounding CP0 agents, only Guernica managed to respond. But even he could only register the event without a chance to rescue Avignon. Even if Guernica had the opportunity, he would not intervene. After his recent encounter with the warring states, he recognized the vast chasm separating him from those formidable beings atop the ocean. He certainly would not court death. Chapter 16. Roger strikes after his lethal act. Roger nonchalantly resumed his seat. He surveyed the CP0 agents around him, now poised for battle, their abilities ready to unleash at any moment. Those armed gripped their weapons tightly, awaiting Guernica's command to charge forth. Guernica had also entered a state of readiness. Yet he dared not attack Roger. We must summon General Warring States. He is the only one aboard this vessel capable of halting Roger. Can we really call for Warring States? We just provoked him. Just mention that Roger intends to escape, and General Warring States will certainly come. Roger chuckled. Do not accuse me falsely. I have no intention of escaping. Then why did you kill Avignon? I just mentioned it. I was on the brink of death myself. Unlike Warring States, I do not overthink matters. That fellow was about to strike, and naturally, I had to retaliate. Who knew he was so weak? One punch, and he was dead. This is not my fault. Blame him for his insufficient strength. Given his character, if he were not to die by my hand today, he would inevitably perish at the hands of others. It is entirely his weakness that left me drenched in blood. Quickly, find me a place to wash up. And also repair this prison. What a disgrace this wretched jail is. The CP0 agents gazed at Roger in disbelief, and just as Guernica was at a loss. The CP0 agent who had gone to summon Warring States rushed back. Why are you the only one? Where is Admiral Sengoku? Why has he not come down? Lord Guernica. Admiral Sengoku remains above. Why does he not descend? Have you perhaps misspoken again? Did you convey to Admiral Sengoku the words I instructed you to? I assure you. Lord Guernica, I have relayed your words exactly as you instructed. Then why has Admiral Sengoku not come down? He claims that if Roger wished to escape, he would have done so long ago, and he would not still be here. As long as we meet Roger's conditions, he shall not flee. Upon hearing this, Guernica was instantly engulfed in frustration. What is Admiral Sengoku doing on the deck at this moment? He is sipping coconut juice. Ha ha ha, Sengoku truly understands me. We must hurry and prepare for my ablutions. Oh, and I too desire coconut juice. Casvile inquired, Lord Guernica, what shall we do? Guernica replied solemnly, we shall proceed as Roger has dictated, escort him to wash up, and ensure coconut juice is prepared. But, Lord Guernica, the coconuts belong to the Navy. Do you truly need to consult me over such trivial matters? Regardless of the means, you must secure the coconuts in my possession before Roger completes his ablutions. With that, Guernica led a contingent of CP0 agents, as if bracing for battle, to guard Roger during his washing. As for Avignon, the troublemaker, he garnered little attention. His corpse had been disposed of by the agents, cast into the sea. Those who concerned themselves with Avignon lamented his proclivity for chaos. Having stirred trouble on his first mission with both Sengoku and Roger, while also feeling relieved that Roger had slain him. Otherwise, embarking on future missions with Avignon might have led to their own demise. On the deck, a Marine was reporting to Sengoku regarding the events in the prison. Is it truly safe to allow Roger to wash up? I reiterate, if Roger wished to flee, he would have done so long ago. He would not still be waiting. We are nearing the East Blue, and there has been no sign of the Roger pirates. I doubt they will come to his rescue. Should any incident arise, it will be the responsibility of CP0. They should not have provoked that individual. Attend to your duties, and do not disturb me unless it is of utmost importance. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. In the midst of such relaxation from Admiral Sengoku, others dared not indulge in the same ease, remaining tense and vigilant to any occurrences upon the surface of the sea. The ensuing time passed without further antics. After completing his grooming, Roger savored a coconut juice reminiscent of Sengoku's own, and once finished, requested the CP0 personnel to confine him once more. As for Sengoku, he paid no mind to the absence of a singular coconut. By evening, the group successfully arrived at the birthplace of the Pirate King, Roger, in Fasha village. As the warship docked, a beam of yellow light shot from the shore towards the deck of the escort vessel, coalescing into the form of an elder-looking rear admiral, Borsellino. The sailors on the deck exclaimed in unison, Admiral Borsellino. Before even encountering the Pirate King, I could already sense his formidable presence. Borsellino turned to a nearby sailor and inquired, where is Admiral Sengoku? The sailor responded, Admiral Sengoku is beside the prison on the escort ship, escorting the Pirate King Roger aboard. No sooner had the sailor finished speaking than Sengoku, accompanied by a contingent of CP0, emerged onto the deck. appearing remarkably at ease in stark contrast to the vigilant stance of CP0. Sengoku, this is your hometown, Fusha Village. Now that you have returned, do you have anything to say? Roger did not respond to Sengoku's query, but instead offered a bright smile in the direction of Fusha Village. Zhangguo could only offer a rueful shake of his head in response. As soon as Zhangguo arrived on the deck, he immediately spotted Pagliasolino standing out among the crowd like a monkey amongst chickens. He then approached Pagliasolino and inquired, "Why have you come alone? Wasn't it said that you were stationed in Rogue Town alongside that fellow dragon?" As the conversation with Sengoku remained unfinished, a sudden gust of wind swept across the deck. When the calm returned, a man with a stoic expression appeared beside Borsalino. At that moment, Dragon's face was still unmarked by the immense imprint of Carp's oversized sandal. His countenance remarkably pristine. "Sengoku, I apologize for my tardiness," said the man. "You are not late at all. Your arrival is quite timely. I entrust Roger to both of you. I must patrol Rogue Town to see if there are any members of the Roger pirates lurking about," Sengoku declared. Taking off towards Rogue Town without allowing them a chance to protest, Borsalino chuckled. "Dragon, Roger is in your charge. I shall accompany Mr. Sengoku on his patrol of Rogue Town." "Dragon?" His demeanor icy, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting, Borsalino? Hurry and accompany me to escort Roger." With that, Dragon strode toward Roger's direction. Within the confines of the mouth of the dragon, both of them are so formidable, Borsalino remarked, though his body obediently followed Dragon. Roger exchanged a bewildered glance with Dragon, and as their eyes met, neither averted their gaze. However, as they continued to move, they eventually shunned each other's eyes. Throughout the journey, Roger did not attempt to flee, and a large contingent of Navy personnel efficiently escorted him to the branch prison in Rogue Town. Inside the prison, Dragon dismissed the guards and engaged in a conversation with Roger. What transpired between them remained a mystery to all. Chapter 17. Exploring Rogue Town. Upon arriving in Rogue Town, Sengoku commenced his search for locations frequented by the protagonist of the anime. Although Luffy had yet to be born, Sengoku successfully identified several significant spots, even locating the weapon shop where Zoro obtained the cursed sword, Sandai Kitetsu, and the fine blade. Yuki. At that time, the owner of the weapon shop was not Ipponmatsu, but rather his father. Through inquiries, Sengoku learned that the current proprietor was indeed Ipponmatsu's father. Notably, the Sandai Kitetsu had not yet been relegated to the pile of worthless swords priced at 50,000 berries. Instead, it was the most expensive blade in the shop. Sengoku initially intended to purchase the Sandai Kitetsu, but it appeared that Ipponmatsu's father was even more cunning, a shrewd merchant of a higher caliber. He demanded 500,000 berries for the Sandai Kitetsu, which Sengoku naturally refused to pay. When he inquired about Yuki, the man bluntly stated that it was not for sale. Disappointed and empty-handed, Sengoku began to stroll through the bustling marketplace of Rogue Town. Perhaps due to the impending execution date of Roger, the town was unusually crowded, with every restaurant overflowing, leaving Sengoku unable to find a place to dine. Ultimately, he returned to the base to finally enjoy a warm meal. During his wanderings, Sengoku did encounter some pirates, though they had disguised themselves. Nevertheless, he was able to discern their presence. Famished, Sengoku had no time to apprehend them. As he relished his meal in the base's canteen, an incongruous voice interrupted his thoughts. "Mr. Sengoku, weren't you supposed to be capturing members of the Roger Pirates? Why are you here eating? Have you apprehended anyone?" In the Warring States period, a glance revealed it was Borsalino. Sengoku slowly remarked, "I did not encounter any members of the Roger Pirates in Rogue Town. Why have you come alone? Where is that brat dragon? And what of Roger? Have you prepared dinner for him? After all, this is Roger's final meal, and it should be a sumptuous one." "Mr. Sengoku, I am unaware of Dragon's whereabouts. However, the CP0 agents have already arranged Roger's dinner, and the dishes were selected by Roger himself. I believe they have catered to his tastes adequately." "That is reassuring. Have you eaten? Would you care for a bite?" "I shall pass, Mr. Sengoku. I have already dined." In a skeptical manner, Sengoku fixed his gaze upon Borsalino and remarked, "Why, if you have already dined, do you find yourself in the cafeteria? Surely you are not here to indulge in idleness." Borsalino replied, "Mr. Sengoku, why do you regard me with such suspicion? I assure you, I am not shirking my duties. I have merely come to the cafeteria in search of a midnight snack." Sengoku retorted, "I care not whether you are indeed slacking off, should any unforeseen circumstances arise tomorrow. You are obliged to exert yourself fully and may not indulge in lethargy. Otherwise, I shall petition Admiral Kong to have you return to the Naval Academy to undergo Zephyr's rigorous training once more. After all, Zephyr has mentioned on several occasions that you are overly reliant on the powers of your devil fruit. Ah, Zephyr, ever the incessant nag, Borsalino mused. Rest assured, Mr. Sengoku. I shall exert myself to the utmost tomorrow, leaving no room for idleness. Remember your words. Within the confines of Mr. Sengoku's authority. Listening to the sarcastic tone of Admiral Borsalino, Sengoku found himself at a loss for words. It was not that there had been a shortage of individuals attempting to persuade Borsalino to adjust his manner of speaking, yet he remained obstinately unchanged. Gradually, people ceased to make such requests, for no matter how insufferable the sarcasm became, one could only grow accustomed to it. After finishing his meal, Sengoku sought a quiet place to rest, untroubled by the thought of anyone attempting to rescue Roger during his respite. This confidence stemmed not only from Sengoku's knowledge of history, but also from the understanding that the Navy's formidable presence in Logtown would make any covert rescue utterly impossible. With an admiral, several vice-admirals, and a multitude of other officers on guard, accompanied by 10 warships and additional Marines from Logtown, as well as a pair of CP-0 agents and numerous other operatives, the situation was decidedly secure. As dawn broke, Sengoku arrived outside the prison where Roger was held. A substantial assembly of soldiers had gathered, with all the vice-admirals present. Greetings were exchanged between the vice-admirals and Sengoku, who merely nodded in response. Observing the crowd, Sengoku noticed the absence of Dragon, prompting him to approach Borsalino at the center of the throng. Borsalino, have you seen that rascal Dragon? Today is of utmost importance. Where could he be? Mr. Sengoku, I cannot say where Dragon has gone. After escorting Roger yesterday, I have not laid eyes on him since. Have any of you seen Dragon? The assembled vice-admirals shook their heads in unison. Seeing this, Sengoku's voice rose in authority. Very well, the time for execution is approaching. It is time for Roger to meet his fate. We shall not concern ourselves with that rascal any longer. Everything will proceed according to plan. Understood, the Marines chorused. Just then, as Roger was being escorted out of the base by a multitude of Marines, a great crowd had gathered outside, eager to catch a glimpse of the Pirate King before his demise. The warring states, upon witnessing the situation, promptly dispatched 2 teams of Marine soldiers to maintain order. In no time, a path leading to the execution platform was cleared. All Marine soldiers stood at the ready, vigilant against any unforeseen events during this final moment. The escorting party proceeded at a measured pace, neither too fast nor too slow, perfectly attuned to the passage of time. Eventually, Roger was escorted to the square in front of the execution platform. Concealed in the shadows, the warring states recognized several familiar faces: Shanks, Buggy, Dracula Mihawk, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Crocodile, Gecko Moria, and Smoker. The warring states even spotted Dragon, who, despite donning a dark green cloak to obscure his presence, was distinctly noticeable to the keen eyes of the warring states. The warlord has already devised a strategy for dealing with these individuals. Dragon will remain indifferent, but capturing Shanks, who guides Luffy on his path to piracy, is imperative for Sengoku. However, Sengoku does not intend to execute Shanks. Rather, he will confine him within Impel Down, as Shanks has not committed any grave offenses. As for the esteemed Buggy, he too shall be incarcerated in Impel Down, while any others that can be apprehended will be seized as well. Sengoku is determined to nurture Smoker, ensuring that this Logia user does not become as feeble as he was in his previous life, incapable of defeating anyone. By introducing Smoker to Zephyr for training ahead of time, Sengoku is confident that Smoker will not fail to develop his potential. Subsequently, Sengoku devised a meticulous capture plan and instructed Borsalino to disseminate the orders. Borsalino, with a look of astonishment, remarked, within the confines of this operation, it is no surprise that Mr. Sengoku has crafted such a comprehensive plan in such a brief period. These pirates are in for a dire fate. I truly wonder how they will evade the intricate web that Mr. Sengoku has prepared for them. Chapter 18. One Piece. With a solemn expression, Sengoku gazed at Borsalino and remarked, "Cease wasting time, you rascal. If the plan fails to execute successfully, your salary for this month will be forfeited." Upon hearing the threat of a salary deduction, Borsalino did not utter his usual catchphrase. Instead, he transformed into a beam of light and vanished from Sengoku's side. Zhangguo was taken aback. He merely intended to test the degree of Borsalino's concern regarding salary. He had not anticipated that Borsalino would regard it with such significance. Zhangguo conceived a more effective method for Borsalino to carry out his tasks. As he pondered, A sinister expression crept across his face, resembling a ruthless capitalist who had just devised a scheme to exploit his employees. Upon receiving the message through his light clone, Borsalino felt a chill run down his spine. What has come over me? Is my light clone technique still insufficiently refined? Nonetheless, for the sake of my salary, I shall personally convey the instructions once more. Have you comprehended the command of the general from the warring states? Indeed. After securing the desired answers, Borsalino transformed into a beam of light and soared towards another direction. Soon, the Marines in Log Town sprang into action. Meanwhile, before the execution platform, Roger ascended the gallows alone. Upon his arrival, the crowd below was taken aback by the serene smile on Roger's face as he faced his imminent death. They were awestruck by his presence. Reflecting on his status as the Pirate King, on the platform, Roger calmly stated, "Come, let us get this over with." The executioners, upon hearing his words, were drenched in sweat. Though they felt immense tension at the prospect of executing the Pirate King, their professionalism compelled them to instinctively lift their execution blades. After a brief silence enveloped the square, a voice pierced through the atmosphere, causing the two executioners to halt their blades midair. "Hey, Pirate King, where have you hidden the treasures you've found? Surely they're in the Grand Line, right? You have obtained that legendary great treasure, the one and only One Piece, Haven to you?" The crowd gazed at Roger with anxious expressions, eagerly awaiting his response. Upon hearing this, Roger erupted into laughter. "Ha, my treasure? If you want it, you can have it." The executioners, regaining their composure, aimed their blades at Roger in unison, shouting, "No talking without permission." Yet, Roger disregarded them and continued, "If you have the courage, come and take it. Everything in this world is hidden there." As his words echoed, the executioners shouted, "Execute," and the blades pierced through Roger's body. Thus, the era of the Pirate King came to a close, yet even in death, a bold smile adorned Roger's face. Just as he was executed, the previously clear skies over Log Town began to pour rain. The sudden downpour roused the stunned onlookers, prompting many in the crowded square to flee. Numerous pirates seized the opportunity to escape, undoubtedly complicating the Marines' apprehension efforts. However, the prepared Navy remained composed despite the overwhelming number of escaping individuals, though they could only apprehend those with bounties due to insufficient manpower. News of Roger's death, along with tales of the great treasure, spread throughout the world, carried by those present in various news outlets. Reactions to Roger's demise varied. Some mourned while others celebrated. Those in sorrow were often close to Roger, like Shanks, while the jubilant outnumbered them significantly. Among the happy were common folk, Navy personnel, government officials, and even pirates. The joy of the populace in the Navy stemmed from the belief that Roger's death would usher in an era of stability, oblivious to the fact that chaos would only intensify. The pirates reveled in the demise of the looming Pirate King, as it heralded their chance to aspire to his title. As the rain unexpectedly descended from the sky, Sengoku chuckled and remarked, "Dragon, have you foreseen my plans? Utilize your abilities to disrupt the operation, Mr. Sengoku. It appears that our strategy has backfired." As Sengoku gazed at the sudden appearance of Borsalino, he inquired, "Borsalino, what brings you here? Have you abandoned your pursuit of pirates? Perhaps in anticipation of a salary deduction?" "Mr. Sengoku, I assure you, I have not been idle. Rather, you have not assigned me any tasks. I merely sought to inquire about my duties," Borsalino replied. "This recent plan has indeed backfired. First, apprehend the individual who questioned Sengoku. I suspect he is an agent of Roger's prearrangement. Capture him and hand him over to the other naval officers, and then resume your pursuit of pirates. No shirking, understood? Within the confines of the law." With that, Borsalino vanished before Sengoku's eyes. Observing this, Sengoku emerged from the shadows and made his way to the execution platform, where he instructed the two executioners to properly arrange Roger's remains. Subsequently, Sengoku set off to apprehend Shanks, a primary target of his attention, having dispatched 3 vice admirals to monitor him closely. However, upon locating the trio, Sengoku discovered that they had lost track of their quarry. Admiral Sengoku expressed his displeasure, exclaiming, "How could you 3 vice admirals allow a mere pair of intern crew members from the Roger Pirates to escape?" One of the vice admirals, filled with shame, replied, "Admiral Sengoku, we were on the verge of apprehending Shanks when unexpectedly, Buggy intervened and rescued him. After that, we were utterly unable to locate them." In the midst of the tumultuous era of the warring states, one cannot help but reflect upon the illusory nature of the fragmented abilities akin to that of the false fruit user. while simultaneously acknowledging the true essence of the fortunate fruit user. It is perhaps unfair to cast blame upon those three individuals any longer. You shall pursue the capture of other pirates. With these words, Sengoku hastened towards the port. Upon his arrival, he discovered that Admiral Borsellino had already apprehended a multitude of pirates, leaving their vessels in ruins, stripped of their means of escape. The pirates fiercely resisted the onslaught of the navy, fully aware that their only chance of survival lay in vanquishing their adversaries. Borsellino was the first to sense Sengoku's approach, hastening his attacks out of fear that Sengoku might dock his pay. As Sengoku entered the battlefield, the pirates quickly recognized the formidable figure of the Marine Admiral. Sengoku the Buddha. Everyone, flee at once. The title of Sengoku proved to be quite effective, as many pirates began to flee, while others stood frozen in fear. With Sengoku's presence, the morale of the navy surged, and they swiftly apprehended the pirates at the port. However, upon completing the arrests, Sengoku realized that none of the key pirates had been captured. Chapter 19. Smoker observing the unfamiliar pirates. Sengoku lost interest in wasting more time at this port and promptly made his way to another one. Yet, upon arriving at several other ports, he found that most of the pirates had also escaped, with only a handful being caught by the navy. Although Sengoku moved swiftly, the journey consumed considerable time, and he came to understand that capturing those elusive pirates was no longer feasible. Thus, Sengoku began his search for Smoker. With the assistance of the navy, he finally located Smoker, who, despite the chaos in Log Town, remained unfazed and played nonchalantly in the streets at the tender age of 12. Zhangguo looked at Smoker, who wore an expression of displeasure, and remarked with a smile, "Young lad, the streets are in such disarray. Why aren't you heading home? Have you perhaps lost your way? Would you like me to escort you back? Old fool, refrain from speaking to me in that manner. I am not a child." Smoker retorted with a hint of anger. Although Smoker had vented his frustrations, the surrounding Marines were taken aback by his words, fearful of inciting Zhangguo's wrath. Even Zhangguo himself was momentarily stunned by the audacity of Smoker's remarks. Burgess did not anticipate that Smoker, at such a tender age, would already exhibit such a rebellious demeanor. After a moment's pause, a nearby Marine remarked, "You insolent brat, how dare you speak to Admiral Sengoku in such a manner? Apologize to him at once." Smoker, with an air of defiance, turned his head away and retorted, "I refuse to apologize to that old geezer." The Marine could only look on in embarrassment at Admiral Sengoku. In the Warring States period, one waved his hand dismissively and squatted down to gaze at Smoker, saying, "If you do not wish to apologize, then do not. What is your name? How old are you this year? Why should I disclose that to you?" As Sengoku observed the situation, he chuckled, "I believe your reluctance to inform me stems not from a desire to withhold information, but rather from fear." Upon hearing Sengoku's remark, Smoker found himself the focus of amused glances from the surrounding Marines, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Smoker exclaimed, "Who says I am afraid? My name is Smoker, and I am 12 years old." Smoker took pride in his name. At 12, he was eligible to become a Marine. However, the moment Sengoku inquired about his interest in joining the Marines, the joy that had previously graced Smoker's expression dissipated entirely. Sengoku observed Smoker without disturbing him, allowing the young man ample time to ponder his situation. Meanwhile, the surrounding Marines scrutinized Smoker with discerning eyes, eager to uncover what remarkable qualities he possessed that warranted Sengoku's invitation to join the Navy. However, after a prolonged examination, they discerned nothing extraordinary about him, save for his audacious character. After all, how many dared to rebuke a fleet admiral at the tender age of 12? "Smoker, Smoker, where are you? Why haven't you returned home?" Several voices called out, jolting Smoker from his contemplation. "That old geezer is here because my mom and dad are looking for me. I must take my leave," he replied, darting towards the anxious couple. A few Marines attempted to intercept him, but were promptly halted by Sengoku's command. Upon seeing Smoker, the woman rushed forward and enveloped him in a tight embrace, her earlier anxiety transforming into relief, while the man's expression shifted from worry to sternness. After a brief exchange among the family, the father guided Smoker and his wife towards Sengoku. "Thank you, esteemed Navy officers," Smoker's father expressed gratefully. "We are immensely relieved to have you here. Otherwise, our son could have encountered a grave mishap." Smoker's mother chimed in, echoing her husband's gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed Navy officers," though Smoker initially contemplated retorting. A glance at his father's serious demeanor prompted him to silence his objections. Instead, he playfully made a face at Sengoku. But as Sengoku remarked, there is no need for gratitude. It is our Navy's duty to safeguard the safety of the populace. However, you two as parents have been somewhat remiss. In a situation like today, allowing your 12-year-old child to wander freely is quite reckless. As you mentioned, should an accident occur, it would be too late for regrets. Smoker's father nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Indeed, as parents, we have been negligent. Yet, Smoker is quite the mischievous child. I have been preoccupied with family business, which has left me unable to supervise him. He causes quite a ruckus in Lowdown daily. I have heard that the Navy has extended an invitation for Smoker to join. Is that true?" "It is true," Sengoku affirmed. "I also have intentions for Smoker to enlist in the Navy. I had initially planned for him to join once he turns 18. I thought the Navy only recruited individuals over 18. Can a mere 12-year-old truly enlist?" An attentive Navy officer interjected, "This is Admiral Sengoku of our Navy. If he states that your child can join, you can take his word for it." Upon hearing Sengoku's esteemed title, Smoker's father was filled with excitement, exclaiming, "So it is Admiral Sengoku. My apologies for my ignorance." Observing his father's humble demeanor, Smoker, who had previously been inclined to join the Navy, felt a surge of rebellion and shouted, "Old man, do not presume to decide for me. I have not agreed to join the Navy, and you cannot consent on my behalf. If you wish to join, then do so yourself. I refuse to go." Hearing her son's defiance, Smoker's mother could no longer contain herself, tearfully interjecting, "Smoker is only 12 years old. He is far too young. The Navy faces danger daily. Should we not wait until he is 18 to enlist?" Smoker's father swiftly countered, "At 12, do you see the mischief Smoker engages in? If he continues down this path, he will inevitably cause great trouble, just as he did today. Other 12-year-olds behave obediently at home. Rather than let Smoker continue his reckless ways, it would be better for him to join the Navy, where they can instill some discipline in him. Perhaps he might even become more compliant." However, Smoker's mother lamented, "If Smoker truly becomes a Navy member, our chances of seeing him will diminish." Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Smoker's father, wishing to say more, was abruptly interrupted by Sengoku. "Gentlemen, the Navy does not compel anyone to enlist, particularly in such a unique case. If Smoker himself is unwilling, I will not permit him to join. Therefore, I suggest you return home to discuss this matter further. I will remain in Lowtown for the next few days. Should Smoker agree, he is welcome to find me at the base." Chapter 20. The Smoke Fruit. Seeing the situation, Smoker's father's expression changed. "Admiral Sengoku, enough of this discussion. Return home and deliberate on it. While most pirates have been apprehended, some still roam free. For your safety, I shall dispatch a squad of Marines to escort you home." With that, Sengoku signaled to a nearby Marine, who immediately interrupted Smoker's father before he could speak further. "This way, please." Smoker's father, recognizing the futility, resignedly followed the Marine toward their home. As Sengoku gazed in the direction where the Smoker family had departed, his mouth suddenly fell agape, for he beheld an astonishing sight. In the Warring States period, Smoker witnessed his mother extending a bag filled with fruit towards him. Without even taking a moment to observe the appearance of the fruit, the unfortunate child promptly placed it into his mouth. As Sengoku observed the fruit that Smoker was about to bite into, he distinctly recognized it as a devil fruit. Its pristine white skin, adorned with smoke-like patterns, assured Sengoku that this fruit was not merely a devil fruit, but rather a Logia type, specifically the smoke fruit. Shortly thereafter, Sengoku heard Smoker exclaim, "This tastes terrible. Mom, did you buy a rotten apple? It's truly awful. Impossible. I carefully selected each of these apples. There's no way any could be spoiled. Let me see." Smoker's mother insisted as she reached for the devil fruit in her son's hand. "This isn't an apple one bought. What kind of fruit is this? I've never purchased anything like it. This is a devil fruit." The sudden appearance of Sengoku startled Smoker's family. Smoker, the first to recover from the shock, queried in confusion, "A devil fruit? What is that?" The devil fruit is often referred to as the treasure of the sea, also known as the incarnation of the sea devil. Even the least expensive devil fruit holds a market value of at least 100 million berries. Consuming a devil fruit grants one various extraordinary abilities, though the extent of these powers ultimately depends on the inherent strength of the user. Devil fruits are categorized into three main types: Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia, with Logia being the rarest, eclipsed only by the mythical Zoan within the Zoan category. Despite the numerous advantages of consuming a devil fruit, there are significant drawbacks. Individuals who partake in such fruits become land dwellers, losing their strength upon contact with seawater. Moreover, for those unfamiliar with the devil fruit encyclopedia, Consuming a devil fruit entails a gamble. The fruit may be beneficial, but it could equally prove to be utterly useless or even detrimental. Another unfortunate aspect is that all who have tasted a devil fruit unanimously agree it is the most unpalatable food they have ever encountered. In summary, while the benefits of the devil fruit outweigh the disadvantages, one can only consume a single fruit. Ingesting a second will inevitably result in death. Historically, no one has survived after consuming 2 devil fruits. Upon hearing about the extraordinary nature of devil fruits, Smoker's eyes gleamed with excitement. With palpable enthusiasm, he inquired, "What kind of devil fruit did I just eat? Is it powerful?" The renowned Admiral Sengoku chuckled, observing, "Little Smoker is fortunate. He has consumed a formidable devil fruit. The smoke fruit of the Logia type. You have now transformed into a being of smoke, capable of morphing any part of your body into vapor. To give it a try." Prompted by Sengoku's words, Smoker eagerly attempted to convert his hand into smoke, and soon enough, his hand transformed into a wispy white mist. The surrounding Marines gazed at Smoker with envious expressions, admiring his stroke of luck. One Marine remarked slowly, "Indeed, the great Admiral Sengoku is right. It seems our Navy has gained yet another wielder of a Logia ability." Upon witnessing his hand become smoke, Smoker's playful spirit surged, and he swiftly enveloped his entire body in vapor, charging towards Sengoku, eager to tease the esteemed Admiral. Upon witnessing the scene, Warring States remained unperturbed, merely observing as his right hand whirled with fervor. Soon, a vortex materialized before him, drawing in the smoke-like form of Smoker. Gradually, the swirling maelstrom became suffused with a brilliant white hue. As the time approached, Sengoku ceased the rotation of his right hand, causing the swirling vortex to dissipate. Smoker transformed back into his human form, and Sengoku swiftly caught him before he could fall, gently placing him on the ground. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Upon landing, Smoker felt as if the world was spinning around him, and he immediately knelt down, succumbing to nausea. Observing her son in distress, Smoker's mother hurried to his side, tenderly patting his back in an attempt to provide some comfort. Sengoku observed, "Do not worry, Smoker is fine. He is merely a bit dizzy. I was careful in my approach. A brief expulsion will suffice." Suddenly, a voice interrupted. "Commander Sengoku, the remaining smoke fruit has been stolen." It was Smoker's father who spoke. It turned out that as Smoker's mother rushed to her son's side, she inadvertently dropped the remaining smoke fruit that Smoker had consumed. Seizing the opportunity, a pirate lurking nearby snatched away the discarded fruit. Certainly, Sengoku took note of that individual. Yet he did not regard the pirate as capable of significant deeds, now that he had seized the remaining smoke fruit. Sengoku was even more convinced that this pirate was no formidable adversary. There was no need for concern. The remaining smoke fruits had lost their potency. For the devil fruit only affects the first consumer. The remaining fruits had transformed into unpalatable fare. Upon hearing Sengoku's remarks, Smoker's parents breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, Sengoku instructed several nearby Marines, "You may send a few of your number to apprehend that fool." After a few Marines departed, Smoker finished expelling the smoke. In the Warring States period, one remarked, "Surely you do not believe that transforming into smoke renders you invincible. In the future, refrain from carelessly adopting a smoky guise to assail others. Not everyone will be as benevolent as I am." Smoker, unusually, nodded in agreement. The Warring States continued, "All right. Time is of the essence. You should hasten back and reflect deeply on this matter. I await your news." Following this, he proceeded towards the branch at Rogtown. Upon arriving at Rogtown, he observed a group of admirals anxiously pacing at the entrance. Upon catching sight of the general's figure, they immediately rushed towards him with great urgency. "General Warring States, you have finally arrived. Commander Kong wishes to speak with you." Admiral Sengoku nodded, acknowledging the information. "I understand. What of Porcelino? Why have I not seen him?" "Porcelino has come in search of you, Admiral Sengoku." Subsequently, Sengoku informed several vice admirals about Smoker's situation. Upon hearing that Sengoku had located a user of the Logia-type devil fruit, the vice admirals expressed their astonishment. Without prompting from Sengoku, they eagerly volunteered to protect Smoker and his family. Chapter 21 also brings forth good news. Zhangguo, of course, readily agreed. After bidding farewell to the generals, Zhangguo followed the commander of the Rogatown base into his office and dialed the empty telephone book. The ringing ceased, giving way to silence. "Hello? Is this Zhangguo?" "Yes, Marshal Kong, this is Zhangguo. What matters require your attention? Have you forgotten to report to me?" "Marshal Kong, It is not my fault that I have not reported in a timely manner. I have been occupied until now, returning only to the base. But it was merely the execution of Roger. You need not attend to it personally. What could have kept you so busy? Did something unexpected occur during the execution? Quickly, tell me what happened. Well, should I? Enough of the preamble, just speak. Zhangguo then relayed Roger's words to Kong, who fell into a pensive silence upon hearing them. In the presence of Admiral Kong, Sengoku remarked, "The incident involving the Admiral has already transpired, and it is undoubtedly beyond our capacity to alter it. Yet, allow me to share some favorable news with you. Why has this news not been disseminated, Sengoku? What do you think? Today, journalists from around the world have converged upon Logetown. I fear that by tomorrow morning, various news outlets will be reporting the story, and within a week, it will be common knowledge globally. Moreover, with eyewitnesses spreading the word, the pace of information dissemination will exceed our expectations. We have managed to apprehend a significant number of pirates. Otherwise, the spread of news would have escalated even more rapidly. Regardless, I have exerted my utmost effort to delay the circulation of this information, and you at the upper echelons must hasten to devise a countermeasure. There is also some unfortunate news to convey. Dragon has gone missing. Dragon is missing? How could a living man simply vanish? With his abilities, there should be no one in the East Blue capable of subduing him silently under your watch. According to Borsellino, the last time he saw Dragon, he was conversing with Roger, and since then, Dragon has not been seen again. Hence, I wish for Admiral Kong to investigate Dragon's whereabouts. If he were present today, we could have undoubtedly captured more pirates. Very well, I understand. However, Admiral Kong, I must inform you that not all news is bleak. I have some good news to share. Would you care to hear it? What good news could you possibly have for me? Since you do not wish to hear it, I shall remain silent. When did I say I did not want to hear it? Do not be coy. Speak quickly. I have discovered a young man with the abilities of a Logia-type devil fruit in Logetown. I am in the process of inviting him to join our navy, and he, along with his family, has a favorable impression of us, so he will likely accept my invitation. However, there is a complication. This young man is only 12 years old. Our navy typically recruits only those over 18. What a trivial matter. Let him, like Rosinante, attend the academy at headquarters for now. If his family is willing to relocate, we shall arrange accommodations and employment for them. Even if they choose not to, I will ensure that a nearby branch provides protection for his family. That is splendid. Upon my return to headquarters, our navy will gain an adept Logia user. You have been rambling. Yet you have yet to reveal the nature of this young man's devil fruit. It is the smokesmock fruit. The smokesmock fruit, you say? A delightful bit of news amid all this misfortune. Bring the young man back as soon as possible. I shall take my leave for now. Despite Kong's lack of verbal acknowledgement, Sengoku could unmistakably sense the disappointment in his tone. There is little to elaborate on regarding the Warring States period. Having concluded his conversation with Kong, Sengoku proceeded to the mess hall for a meal. Upon arriving, he observed Borsellino engrossed in a bowl of ramen. Zhangguo, upon receiving a bowl of ramen, took his first bite and found the chef's culinary skills commendable. This discovery led him to indulge in several more bowls, significantly prolonging his stay in the cafeteria. Just as he was about to savor his fourth bowl, a vice admiral rushed in, his demeanor a blend of anxiety and excitement. General Zhangguo, Smoker's child has arrived at the base, eager to join our navy. Oh, why the sudden visit at this hour? What time is it? Originally, Smoker's father had planned to meet you tomorrow morning, but his child could hardly wait. Determined to become a seaman, he set off immediately to seek you out. I came ahead to inform you. Admiral Sengoku nodded and remarked, I understand. Since Smoker has chosen to join our navy, we shall return to headquarters tomorrow. On their way back, Admiral Borsellino, while reluctantly slurping his ramen, replied, Mr. Sengoku, why must I take on the role of a minner? You are here. After all, I wouldn't dare instruct under your watch. Sengoku retorted, enough of this chatter. I have instructed you to guide him. For both of you are wielders of the Logia-type abilities. Your teachings will undoubtedly surpass mine. Borsellino sighed. Very well, but once we reach headquarters, I shall cease my tutelage. I have no inclination to teach a child. Zhangguo cast a disdainful glance at Borsellino before finishing the last sip of his ramen broth and remarked, You needn't say that, even if you beg me later. I will not permit you to instruct Smoker. I fear our navy might produce another individual akin to you. Upon hearing Zhangguo's words, Borsellino, who had endured a day's worth of threats regarding his salary, could no longer contain himself. What do you mean by someone like me? What is wrong with being someone like me? Clarify your words. In the Warring States period, instead of seeking out the inept and furious Porsano, he directly followed the vice admiral in preparation to meet Smog. Zhang Guo retorted without turning back, "What manner of person are you that you still inquire? You ought to know yourself." Upon hearing Zhang Guo's words, Pagliusolino instantly felt deflated. After all, it is not lies that wound, but the truth that cuts like a sharp blade. As Sengoku entered the conference room, the voice of Smoker resonated within, and soon after, Smoker, accompanied by his parents and several vice admirals who had come to protect him, made their entrance. Smoker was the first to speak, exclaiming, "Stinky old. No. I mean, General Sengoku, I wish to join the Navy and become an outstanding Marine." Upon hearing Smoker utter the word stinky, the expressions of those present in the room shifted dramatically. Smoker's father raised his right hand high, poised to strike Smoker on the head, but fortunately, Smoker corrected himself just in time, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. However, his father's hand could not be retracted, and it still came down lightly upon Smoker's head. Chapter 22. The mischievous Smoker feeling quite disgruntled from the light smack, Smoker protested, "Father, why did you hit me? I adhered to your instructions, didn't I? I have shown him enough respect. I didn't even call him an old coot." Upon hearing this, the faces of those in the conference room fell, and Smoker's father swiftly retaliated, delivering several firm slaps to Smoker. These strikes were decidedly more forceful than the previous one. Realizing his father was serious, Smoker decided not to remain a stationary target and began to flee within the conference room. Although Smoker's physique might be somewhat superior to that of his peers, he was no match for an adult, and soon enough, he found himself being pursued and struck by his FA. Seeing the situation, Sengoku understood it was time to put an end to this farce. With a smile, he remarked, "There is no cause for concern. It is better for children to be lively. A dull demeanor hardly befits their youth. Now, let us discuss Smoker's enlistment in the Navy. Do you all consent to Smoker joining the Navy?" Both Smoker's parents and Smoker himself nodded in agreement. "Very well. Since you have all agreed and Smoker himself wishes to join, we shall not oppose it. However, considering Smoker's tender age, we cannot allow him to engage in combat with pirates just yet. Thus, after consultation with the headquarters, we have decided that Smoker will first attend the lower academy at headquarters for a few years. Once his strength and age have sufficiently matured, he will be ready to participate in battles. Naturally, during his time at the academy, he will be regarded merely as a preparatory sailor and will not hold the title of a genuine sailor. His rank will remain that of a mere recruit." Noticing a change in expression on Smoker's father's face, Sengoku continued, "However, you need not worry about Smoker wasting time at the academy. He will acquire far more knowledge there. There is no need to fret about his rank advancement either. As long as Smoker performs exceptionally at the academy, his ascent through the ranks will far surpass your expectations. Many of the officers present here have spent time studying at the headquarters academy, and those who graduate successfully become the backbone of our Navy. Moreover, Admiral Zifa frequently visits the academy to impart knowledge, and some of our finest rear admirals are his disciples. With sufficient effort, Smoker too may have the opportunity to become one of Admiral Zifa's pupils. Most importantly, the academy provides a much safer environment than direct combat, allowing Smoker ample time to develop. After all, even the most gifted genius remains merely a genius if they do not grow, and cannot be deemed a true powerhouse. What are your thoughts?" Smoker found himself bewildered by Sengoku's words, unable to grasp their full meaning, while Smoker's mother turned to his father. Smoker's father smiled and said, "We will follow Admiral Sengoku's arrangements. We have faith in his judgment." Admiral Sengoku smiled with satisfaction and remarked, "By the way, regarding your circumstances, I am uncertain how long Smoker will be studying at the headquarters academy. Even during breaks, they are unlikely to last long. Thus, it is improbable that Smoker will have the opportunity to return to Logtown during his time at the academy. Moreover, our Navy cannot specifically assign personnel to escort you to Marineford. Even if we did, safety cannot be guaranteed, as the pirates of the Grand Line are far more ruthless than those of the Four Seas. They are known to actively attack Navy vessels." Smoker's father's expression changed dramatically as he responded, "How can this be, Admiral Sengoku? Wasn't the Pirate King Roger executed? How can any pirate still be so audacious? There are numerous pirates in these waters whose strength rivals that of Roger. They will not hesitate simply because the Pirate King has perished. Rather, they will become even more fervent in vying for his title. However, you need not worry. We have devised a proposal that would allow you to meet Smoker. Contingent upon your agreement, of course. Please, Admiral Sengoku, do share." Our proposal is to have you accompany us to Marineford, where we will arrange accommodations and employment for you. This way, you will have the chance to see Smoker during his breaks. Of course, should you choose not to join us. We will ensure that the Marines in Logtown guarantee your safety. However, if that is the case, you will not see Smoker for several years. Smoker's mother clearly favored the first option, but was stopped by Smoker's father. Admiral Sengoku, we choose the second option. Smoker is now a young adult, and we should nurture his independence. I am confident that he will adapt well to life at the academy, and we can maintain contact through the transponder snail. We have lived in Logtown for generations. We are accustomed to life here. Upon hearing his father's praise, Smoker, oblivious and cheerful, exclaimed, "Father is right. My Smoker will dominate the shopping district of Logtown, and I am sure he will excel at that academy too." While Smoker boasted, his mother shed a tear, quickly wiping it away. The attention of everyone in the conference room was drawn to Smoker, with only Sengoku noticing his mother discreetly drying her eyes. Zhanghua said, "Since you have chosen the second option, I shall respect your decision. We will depart from Rogtown to Marinefando tomorrow at noon. We will not disturb you for the remainder of the time. Please cherish your moments together as a family." Upon hearing this, Smoker's mother could not contain her tears and exclaimed, "General Zhanghua, did you not say that you would remain in Rogtown for a few more days? Why must you leave tomorrow?" In a moment of palpable awkwardness, Sengoku found himself at a loss for words. He could not simply confess that it was due to Smoker's premature visit that he would be departing the following day. Just as the tension mounted, Smoker's father interjected, asserting that the esteemed General Sengoku must indeed have pressing matters that necessitated his early departure. He expressed gratitude that they had heeded Smoker's suggestion to arrive early, for otherwise, it was possible that Smoker might not have secured a place in the Navy at all. Chapter 23, Moderation and Emotion. Moreover, why are you crying? He continued. It is not as if Smoker is lost to us forever. Did not General Sengoku say? He will merely be studying at the academy for a few years. Once Smoker graduates, we shall undoubtedly see him again. If you miss him, simply use a transponder snail to reach out. Seeing his mother in tears, Smoker felt a surge of anxiety. He immediately embraced her, exclaiming, "Mother, I promise I will contact you every day while at the academy. I will train diligently and strive to graduate as soon as possible, so I can see you sooner. Please, do not cry anymore. If you do, I shall abandon my aspirations of becoming a Marine and stay by your side forever." Upon hearing Smoker's earnest words, his mother wiped away her tears and held him tightly, her voice quivering with emotion. "Oh, my dear child, how could you accompany me for a lifetime? You have your own life to lead. While at the Marine Academy in Marineford, do not overexert yourself. It is perfectly fine for me to see you a little later. Just promise me you will not tire yourself out." The profundity of the reunion between Smoker and his mother resonated deeply with Sengoku and the others present. Shortly thereafter, Smoker's mother, realizing her indiscretion, bid farewell to Sengoku and his company, returning to her abode. Subsequently, Sengoku turned his attention to the assembled vice admirals, inquiring as to the whereabouts of the CP0 agents. "Where are the operatives of CP0? I haven't observed their presence within the base. Have they perhaps returned to Marigios?" Sengoku, the admiral, was informed that the CP0 agents, along with other Cypher Pole operatives, had departed immediately following the execution of Roger. Had they remained, not a single pirate would have escaped from Logtown. Observing the officer's righteous indignation, Sengoku, after allowing them to vent their frustrations, interjected, "Enough. You are no longer raw recruits. Confine such discourse to these premises, lest it reach the ears of CP agents, whose intelligence capabilities are formidable. The consequences could be dire." As silence descended upon the officers, Sengoku continued, "Return to your duties and take some rest. We shall return to headquarters tomorrow." Upon hearing Sengoku's directive, the officers bid him farewell and departed the conference room. The following day, at midday, at the naval port in Logtown, Smoker was in the midst of bidding farewell to his kin. Accompanying Smoker's parents were other members of his family, spanning a wide range of ages. Zhanghua is filled with suspicion that Smoker's father has summoned all his relatives who could be called upon. Smoker is approaching Zhanghua, burdened by an enormous backpack. As Sengoku observed the considerable parcel behind Smoker, juxtaposed against his diminutive frame, an incongruous sight unfolded. Sengoku chuckled, "Would you like me to assist you with that?" Smoker, with a hint of pride, retorted, "No need. This modest weight is something I can manage on my own." Undeterred by the rejection, Sengoku inquired further, "What has your family prepared for you to necessitate such a large package?" At the academy, there is no shortage of supplies. You could have come empty-handed. Smoker sighed. I have no idea what my mother packed for me. It was this size when she handed it over. It's quite bothersome. Jean Guo observed the insincere Smoker, shaking his head. Although Smoker voiced his complaints, the smile on his face betrayed his true feelings. The Warring States, observing the situation, chuckled and said, if you wish to bear it alone, then do so. Come aboard the warship with me. As the two figures from the Warring States period were engaged in conversation about the naval vessel, a voice reverberated through the air. Admiral Sengoku. To what do I owe the pleasure of your presence aboard my warship? And might I inquire as to the identity of your young companion? I presume this child is the individual possessing the powers of the smoke fruit. In the midst of the Warring States, Sengoku addressed Admiral Borsalino. Borsalino, cease your trivial chatter. Are you still unaware of the purpose of my visit? Do not forget the promise you made to me yesterday, on the journey to Marineford. Smoker has imparted valuable lessons to you. I expect you to take it seriously. After speaking with Borsalino, Sengoku turned to Smoker and instructed, Smoker, during this period, you should diligently learn from Admiral Borsalino. Smoker, with a look of disdain, retorted, what could I possibly learn from this old man? He appears older than you. Yet his rank does not surpass yours. What wisdom could he offer? I refuse to be taught by him. As Sengoku observed the visibly displeased Admiral Borsalino, he stifled a chuckle and remarked with utmost seriousness, Smoker, do not utter such nonsense. Admiral Borsalino is significantly younger than I am. If his prowess is deemed insufficient to instruct you, then surely no one in this world is qualified to do so. What else more? Admiral Borsalino is a master of the Logia-type abilities. He possesses the knowledge to teach you what others cannot. It took considerable effort to arrange for him to mentor you, and now you have managed to offend him. He was already reluctant to teach you, and now, regrettably, I cannot compel him to continue. You must sincerely apologize to Admiral Borsalino. Upon hearing Sengoku mention that Borsalino was also a Logia-type user, Smoker's eyes lit up with understanding, and he hurriedly approached Borsalino, saying, Admiral Borsalino, I sincerely apologize for my earlier ignorance. Please do not hold it against me. Borsalino, displaying his signature smile, replied, while I may not possess the same magnanimity as Mr. Sengoku, I shall not cast blame upon you for a mere utterance. Rest assured, I will devote myself to your training in the days to come. Wonderful. Admiral Borsalino, I shall first stow my belongings, and then we shall commence our training forthwith. As Sengoku distinctly perceived the weight in Borsalino's tone when he uttered the words to teach, he realized that trouble awaited Smoker in the coming days. The naive Smoker, unaware of the implications, remained oblivious. However, Sengoku, understanding the gravity of the situation, cast a concerned glance at Borsalino and warned, you must exercise restraint. He is still but a 12-year-old child. Borsalino reassured him, rest assured, Mr. Sengoku, I shall certainly be mindful. Yet, Sengoku was far from convinced by Borsalino's expression. Then I shall refrain from interrupting your training, he declared, before gracefully leaping to another warship using his moonwalk technique. In the ensuing days, Sengoku was subjected to the daily sounds of Smoker's anguished cries. Borsalino employed the most rigorous training methods he knew, rendering concepts such as sea stone and the sinking sea package mere child's play. Each time Smoker's wails echoed, Sengoku felt immense relief at his decision to switch ships, while simultaneously lamenting Borsalino's apparent disregard for his advice. Initially, Sengoku had grumbled about Borsalino's harshness, but as he grew accustomed to Smoker's cries, he found himself resigned to it, merely hoping that Borsalino retained some semblance of compassion and did not push Smoker to his limits. Chapter 24. The office. Sengoku found it perplexing that during the past 2 days of sailing, there had been no news reports regarding Roger's declaration of One Piece. Just as he was nearing Marineford, Sengoku received a call from Akainu. Hello, Sengoku, where are you? Admiral Akainu. I am almost at Marineford, approximately 10 minutes away. Do you have any tasks for me? To be brief, despite the world government's efforts to suppress news of Roger's proclamation of One Piece, some newspapers have feigned compliance while secretly publishing reports. Consequently, the pirate population and ambitious individuals around the globe are in an uproar. Data from various branches indicate a continual and accelerating increase in pirate numbers. Our plans have not only failed to take effect but have instead backfired, with pirates proclaiming that the era of piracy has begun. As General Jean Guodao uttered those words, I had already anticipated the possibility of such events occurring. Commander Kong, do you seek my assistance for a particular task? Not at the moment. Upon your return to headquarters, refrain from leaving without permission. Currently, both Carp and Zephyr are absent from the base. Your sole responsibility now is to safeguard the headquarters diligently. As the gaze of Sengoku narrowed, he inquired, "Are you implying that our headquarters is devoid of any supreme combat power for defense? Marshal Kong, you truly exhibit remarkable audacity. Are you not concerned about the potential assault from pirate crews? Where have you dispatched Carp and Zephyr? I have, of course, anticipated your return to headquarters before embarking on my journey. My destination was Mariehua, and regardless of any unforeseen circumstances at headquarters, I could hasten my arrival with utmost speed. The pirates across the four seas pose little threat at present. I have merely assigned a few brigadiers and vice-admirals to patrol the waters. Carp and Zephyr have been dispatched to the New World to prevent any disturbances from the pirate factions there. Enough of this discourse. If there is nothing further, I shall terminate our conversation. Wait a moment, Marshal Kong. I have another matter to discuss with you. Speak swiftly and refrain from rambling. You mentioned that newspapers from around the world have received news regarding Roger. Why have I not encountered any news during these past few days aboard the warship? You would not have incited my ire had you not brought this up. Those news agencies have conspired to withhold their reports from the Navy and the world government, resulting in your lack of access to any newspapers. However, rest assured, such occurrences will not transpire in the future. The elders have dispatched individuals to address those agencies. I understand. I have arrived at headquarters and shall not impose further on you, Marshal Kong. I will take my leave. With that, Sengoku terminated the call. Shortly thereafter, several warships docked at the port of Marineford. As Sengoku descended from the vessel, he encountered the rather unsavory figure of Borsalino, who was stepping off the ship, followed closely by Smoker. However, Smoker now appeared as a markedly different individual compared to his time in Logetown. He bore the weight of experience. Yet his eyes gleamed with determination, and his demeanor had transformed from that of a mere delinquent to that of a seasoned fighter. It was evident that despite the arduous training, Smoker had significantly enhanced his strength. As Sengoku reflected on these changes, Borsalino approached him with a smile, saying, "Mr. Sengoku, since you have arrived at headquarters, I shall entrust this young lad to your capable hands." In response, Sengoku cleared his throat and remarked, initially, "You needn't concern yourself with this matter upon your arrival at headquarters. However, the situation has changed. I now have an abundance of documents awaiting my attention." Borsalino, visibly displeased, interjected, "Hold on, Mr. Sengoku. You are not yet the fleet admiral. What pressing documents could possibly require your attention?" In reply, Sengoku relayed the content of his conversation with Kong to Borsalino, his expression reflecting his irritation. "Do you think I am eager to deal with these documents? If it weren't for Fleet Admiral Kong's request, I would not be undertaking this task. After so many days of relentless work, I too yearn for a respite. Rest assured, I am not asking you to continue training Smoker, nor would I dare to let you do so. If you were to persist, Smoker would surely be exhausted beyond measure. All you need to do is escort Smoker to the academy and assist him with his enrollment. You need not concern yourself with anything else." Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Borsalino's demeanor softened considerably. He promptly seized Smoker and transformed into a streak of yellow light, vanishing before Sengoku's eyes. Subsequently, Sengoku made his way to Marineford. Though less than 2 weeks had passed since the fortress's destruction, it had already undergone significant restoration. Furthermore, the new fortress was even more imposing than its predecessor. As soon as Zhang stepped into the fortress, a group of scholars approached him. The sudden appearance of the civil officials startled the general of the warring states, who exclaimed, "What are you fellows doing blocking my path?" One of the officials responded first, "General of the warring states, we are not obstructing your way. Rather, we have come to request your assistance in attending to some documents." Sengoku questioned, "Process documents? What documents are to be handled? Isn't Admiral Akainu merely at Mariehua? He will return, so why should I take care of anything? I am not an admiral at present." He decided to proceed through the bureaucrats towards his office. However, the following words from the officials caused him to halt abruptly. "General Sengoku, these documents are precisely what Admiral Akainu has just instructed us to bring to you. He also informed us that you will soon be entering the fortress, and we are to intercept you at the entrance." Zhang Guo, with a tinge of bitterness, inquired, "Where's my office? Please take me there promptly and ensure that all the documents requiring my attention are moved into my office." The general's aide replied, "Your office remains in its original location, and we have already transferred all the documents you need to address into your office. We have other matters to attend to, so we shall not disturb you further." With that, the officials dispersed like birds, vanishing from Zhang Guo's sight. Zhang Guo swiftly located his office, guided by the recollections of its position. Casting a glance at the two Marines stationed outside, he proceeded directly into the office. The decor within was exceedingly simple. A colossal naval flag adorned one wall, while a plaque inscribed with the phrase "Justice reigning over the world" hung prominently. The furnishings included a sofa, an office desk, and a chair, with the exception of the plaque, which bore signs of age, while the other items were new. Despite the minimalist design, the atmosphere was remarkably inviting, particularly the balcony that offered a splendid view of the sea. The Warring States period was indeed captivating. However, the mountains of documents piled upon the desks of the statesmen caused them considerable distress. Chapter 25, The Most Exceptional Disciple. In the depths of his mind, Sengoku silently lamented why he had informed Borsalino at the port that he needed to attend to paperwork, when surely other excuses would have sufficed. Now, confronted with an overwhelming mountain of documents, he found himself obliged to tackle the very task he had initially sought to evade. In his eagerness for respite, Sengoku had no time for further self-reproach. He promptly approached his desk, drew out the chair, and began to sift through the papers. Before long, Sengoku had managed a preliminary review of the documents, only to discover that the majority were not of pressing urgency. The truly urgent matters were few and far between. Thus, he meticulously separated the files into those requiring immediate attention and those that could await his perusal. In no time, Sengoku had organized the documents effectively. Just then, Borsalino entered Sengoku's office. In the Warring States period, Zhangguo inquired, "Borsalino, what brings you here?" Borsalino replied, "Mr. Zhangguo, I have successfully settled that child smoker, and I came to report to you. I understand you are quite busy, so I shall take my leave now." As soon as Sengoku perceived the situation, he immediately spoke up. "Wait a moment, Borsalino." Just as Borsalino was about to push the door open, he paused and replied with a smile. "Is there something else you wish to instruct me on, Mr. Sengoku?" In the midst of the conversation, Sengoku remarked, "Borsalino, your performance during this mission has been commendable, and I am quite satisfied. Thus, I have decided to assign you additional responsibilities." Borsalino, feeling somewhat resigned, took a seat on the sofa and replied, "Mr. Sengoku, there is no need for circumlocution. Simply inform me of where I am to undertake the task." Sengoku then countered, "Who said I was sending you on a mission?" To which Borsalino inquired, "Then, Mr. Sengoku, what is it that you require of me?" Zhangguo smiled as he gestured towards the documents on the table. Borsalino, with a look of sheer terror, exclaimed, "Mr. Zhangguo, surely you jest. You cannot be serious about assigning me to handle those documents. Setting aside my ability to manage such matters, I am not even qualified to do so." In a stern tone, Sengoku reprimanded, "Who says that Borsalino is unqualified to handle documents? I assert that you are, and do not belittle yourself too much. With just a little time, you could be promoted to admiral. This opportunity to manage documents will allow you to acclimate to the responsibilities of an admiral. Now that it is just the two of us, feel free to ask me about anything you do not understand. When the time comes for your promotion, it would be quite embarrassing if you are an admiral yet lack the ability to manage paperwork." At only 34 years of age, Borsalino had not completely lost his ambition and found himself swayed by Sengoku's words. "Mr. Sengoku, I am only 34. It is still too early for me to be promoted to admiral. I have ample time to learn how to handle documents. When I execute missions in the future, I will manage the paperwork myself without relying on my adjutant. What of being 34? Your mentor, Zephyr, was not even 38 when he became an admiral. As Zephyr's most outstanding disciple, you are certainly capable of surpassing him and breaking the age barrier for promotion. Perhaps you could even achieve the rank of admiral by 35. But then you will have no time to learn. The documents handled by a vice admiral and those managed by an admiral are entirely different." Borsalino's concern did not lie with the promotion itself, but rather with Sengoku's assertion that he was Zephyr's most exceptional disciple. "Mr. Sengoku, did Master Zephyr truly say that I am his best disciple?" Subsequently, Borsalino, with a melancholic expression, continued, "Mr. Sengoku, you must be deceiving me. Master Zephyr always scolds me when he sees me. How could he possibly claim that I am his most outstanding disciple? He would more likely say that Akainu and Kazan are his finest disciples." Zhangguo gazed at the downcast Borsalino, feeling a twinge of anxiety. In his recollections, Borsalino had never worn such an expression. Jean's heart raced as he declared, "Zfa, it is you who asserted that the disciples you have nurtured are the most exceptional." "I am merely echoing your words. In the Warring States period, I approached Borsalino and said, 'How could I possibly deceive you? Zephyr himself has proclaimed you to be his most exceptional disciple. If you harbor any doubts, you may inquire directly with Zephyr. Did Teacher Zephyr truly say that? Then why does he reprimand me every time we meet? As Sengoku gazed at the innocent and perplexed expression of Borsalino, he reassured himself, of course it is true. Isn't Zephyr's admonition always the same? He advises you not to rely excessively on the powers of the devil fruit and emphasizes the importance of honing your own abilities. Observing Borsalino's nod, Sengoku continued, exactly. Though Zephyr appears to scold you, his underlying concern for your well-being is evident. He cannot outright express his worry for your safety in such sentimental terms. Such words are beyond Zephyr's capacity to utter. Moreover, his reprimands hold merit. Despite the formidable strength granted by your devil fruit, one must not overlook your inherent talents. After all, the powers of the devil fruit are not invincible and can indeed be countered. Zephyr has likely reiterated this to you on numerous occasions, and I shall refrain from being overly verbose on the matter. I shall certainly strive to cultivate my own strength rather than lean solely on the power of the devil fruit. Upon witnessing Borsalino's choked response, Sengoku gently patted his shoulder and inquired, "Shall we tackle some paperwork together?" After Sengoku's heartfelt encouragement, Borsalino readily agreed to assist him with the tasks at hand. Initially, Sengoku was quite pleased to have a helping hand. He patiently guided Borsalino through the intricacies of the paperwork. However, as time passed, Sengoku's feelings grew increasingly complex. He realized that, contrary to his expectations, the pace of their work had slowed dramatically with Borsalino's assistance. At first, Sengoku assumed Borsalino was merely feigning ignorance to shirk responsibility and indulge in idleness, not realizing that he had never before engaged in such paperwork. The Warring States period can truly be described as a fresh beginning for instruction. Fortunately, Borsalino is not overly foolish. His eagerness to learn allowed him to gradually acclimate. However, despite Borsalino's formidable talent, he could not expedite the processing of documents on his first day. Consequently, what could have been completed by lunchtime was only finalized by the time dinner was served. As Sengoku stifled a yawn, he remarked, "Borsalino, it is getting late. Let us retire for the evening and attend to these documents tomorrow." Borsalino nodded in agreement and accompanied Sengoku as they departed from the fortress. Just as they exited, Sengoku heard the rumbling of Borsalino's stomach nearby. Zhangwa suddenly recalled that he had not dined that evening. Although the soldiers outside the door had invited him and his companion to partake in dinner, they declined the offer. The Warring States period could not quite fathom why he had declined to partake in dinner at that time. Perhaps he was simply overwhelmed with paperwork. Chapter 26. A Fresh Perspective. In the Warring States period, Zhangwa smiled and said, "Polyasolino, I invite you to have a midnight snack." Polyasolino replied, "Mr. Zhangwa, I cannot allow you to treat me. You have been of such great assistance to me today, so let me treat you instead." As Sengoku observed the earnest expression on Borsalino's face, he did not decline the invitation and accompanied him to their usual late-night eatery, indulging in some refreshments before returning home to rest. The following morning, upon arriving at his office, Sengoku discovered someone diligently attending to paperwork. Upon closer inspection, he was surprised to find it was Borsalino. Not wishing to disturb his concentration, Sengoku too immersed himself in the tasks at hand. Thus, days passed in a repetitive yet fulfilling manner. With Borsalino's assistance, the duo successfully completed the paperwork. It must be noted that Borsalino exhibited remarkable potential as a diligent worker. Although his speed was not yet on par with Sengoku's, it had already reached a level comparable to that of the clerks within the fortress after just a few days of practice. Upon finishing the final document, Sengoku intended to treat Borsalino to a hearty meal. However, Borsalino insisted on treating Sengoku instead. Ultimately, Sengoku managed to persuade him otherwise. As the two engaged in lively discussion about where to dine, they made their way toward the fortress's exterior, only to encounter Sora and Zephyr, who were heading in their direction. Sora, noticing the cheerful camaraderie between Sengoku and Borsalino, inquired with curiosity, "Sengoku, when did your relationship with Borsalino become so amicable? Have you managed to complete the documents I entrusted to you? What business do you have if not attending to your paperwork?" In the Warring States period, the two individuals finally recognized Kong and Zifa, exchanging greetings with one another. "Marshal Kong, the documents you entrusted to me have been processed, thanks to the assistance of Borsalino. Otherwise, I would not have been able to complete them so swiftly. I am currently preparing to take Borsalino out for a meal as a token of gratitude. Would you, Marshal Kong and Zifa, care to join us?" Both Kong and Zifa looked at Borsalino with astonishment, their expressions reflecting disbelief. As Sengoku spoke, he exclaimed, Hey, What kind of gaze is that? Do not underestimate Borsellino. Zifa, realizing that his expression was excessive, cleared his throat and said, Ahem, Sengoku. Has Borsellino truly assisted you with the paperwork? It's not that I doubt you, but while I can believe that Borsellino has captured some notorious pirate, I find it hard to fathom how he could excel in clerical tasks. There's nothing he cannot accomplish. I am the finest example of that. Sengoku retorted. You merely failed to recognize Borsellino's potential at the time. I simply offered him a few pointers, and now Borsellino's handling of documents is on par with any other clerk. His handwriting on those papers serves as the most compelling evidence. You still do not fully comprehend your disciple, Zifa. One must not be excessively stern with their most exceptional pupil. It is crucial to also nurture their emotional well-being. Kong interjected, Sengoku, you are digressing. How could we possibly doubt your words? Let us set aside this matter for now. As for the invitation to dine, we shall postpone it. There are pressing matters that require our attention in a meeting. Please accompany Borsellino. The others should have already arrived in the conference room. Zhangguo nodded and followed suit. Upon arriving at the conference room, he discovered that it was indeed already filled to capacity. Carp and Crane were prominently seated at the head of the table. While Zhangguo recognized some of the officers, many others he could only recall by their faces, needing to rely on his memory to remember their names. Clearly, those gathered in this conference room were all high-ranking officials and significant figures of the Navy. As Zhangguo settled into his seat, Garp winked suggestively at him. As Sengoku was about to respond to Carp, he was interrupted by a sharp reprimand from Sora. Carp, cease your playful gestures. The meeting is about to commence. Carp regained his composure, casting an awkward glance at Sora. The other officers appeared unfazed by such antics, clearly accustomed to the eccentricities of their colleagues. With Sora declaring the meeting officially opened, he proceeded to address the issue at hand, the remarks made by Roger during his execution, which had precipitated a significant surge in pirate activity across the seas, thereby exponentially increasing the pressure on our various branches. In retrospect, it was evident that our devised plans had culminated in failure. However, we cannot remain indifferent to this situation. We must formulate a strategy to counteract these developments. I encourage everyone to share their thoughts. Through collective brainstorming, we may yet discover an effective solution. Following Sora's words, the officers began to engage in discussion. The closest to Sora, Sengoku and his companions remained silent, with Zifa and Carp unable to conjure any viable solutions, while Tsuru contemplated the matter with earnest focus. The Warring States period prompts a contemplation of the discourse surrounding it, reminiscent of the historical knowledge I possessed prior to my transcendence. It swiftly becomes apparent that the conclusion drawn from this assembly is the establishment of the 7 warlords of the sea, a strategic initiative aimed at counterbalancing the burgeoning presence of pirates. The initial thought of Sengoku was to oppose this policy. However, he soon recognized its feasibility, and his mind began to awaken with possibilities. After careful contemplation, Sengoku listened to the conclusions drawn by other officers, which primarily revolved around conscription. Sengoku, whispered Carp. Have you devised a solution? Zhangguo chuckled. Of course I have thought of that. It is hardly a challenging question. By the way, Carp, do you know the whereabouts of that fellow dragon from your family? Carp, appearing bewildered, looked at Zhangguo and replied with confusion, Isn't Dragon in the conference room? Why are you asking this? Has that guy done something peculiar again? Sengoku gazed at Carp, the inept father, in silence, which only intensified his resolve to bring Ace and Luffy to the headquarters for training. Carp, it seems you have little concern for Dragon. Is he even present in the conference room? If he were, would I bother asking you? Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Carp sprang to his feet, his excitement palpable, and glanced towards Dragon's seat, only to find it conspicuously vacant. With a look of astonishment, Carp exclaimed, Where has Dragon gone, Sengoku? Was he not supposed to accompany you on the mission to execute Roger? Both Borsellino and you have returned, yet where could that rascal Dragon be? In a moment of exasperation, Zhangguo cast a glance at Carp and remarked, Carp, do keep your voice down. I too wish to ascertain the whereabouts of the dragon. Otherwise, I would not have inquired about it. The two conversing individuals seemed oblivious to the fact that the entire assembly in the conference room was now fixated upon them, having been drawn to their exchange by Carp's sudden rise and his previous loud proclamation. Suddenly, Sengoku noticed the abrupt silence that enveloped the conference room. Sora, with a forced smile that did not reach his eyes, regarded the two men, Sengoku and Garp. You two appear to have engaged in a fervent discussion. Surely, you have devised a solution. Why not share it with everyone? Chapter 27. Enlistment indeed. Marshal Sengoku had conceived not just one, but multiple solutions. Under Sora's penetrating gaze, Garp hastily divulged the details of their strategic discussions. The warring states cast a silent glance at Garp, then rose to speak. I have indeed contemplated a solution. Yet its feasibility remains uncertain. Let us dispense with unnecessary chatter. If there is a remedy, speak forth without delay. Observing the grave expression on the face of the warring states, Garp refrained from further comment and proceeded to outline his plan. I too have listened to your discussions, and the consensus gravitates towards conscription. Indeed, conscription appears to be the most viable solution. My initial thought was also to pursue this path. However, I surmised that the higher echelons of the world government would not permit an increase in our naval forces. They are unlikely to allow our navy to grow stronger, especially considering that the seas seem far more tranquil than in years past. After all, both the Rocks pirates and the Roger pirates have been vanquished, and no pirate faction currently poses a threat to the world government. Nonetheless, I perceive that the seas are at their most perilous now. While it is true that the Rocks pirates and the Roger pirates have fallen, their captains may have perished, yet their crew members remain alive. Take, for instance, the Whitebeard pirates and Wang Ji. The might of Whitebeard is not to be underestimated. Who among us dares to claim certainty in a confrontation against him? I certainly lack that capability. Garp interjected at an opportune moment. Indeed, Newgate's strength is formidable, particularly due to his Tremor fruit, which possesses the power to wreak catastrophic destruction, something our navy has yet to replicate. As warring states and Garp spoke, the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense. Garp, silence yourself. Who allowed you to interrupt warring states? Do not dare to interject again. Should you do so, I shall have you expelled. Warring states, please continue. Zhanghua nodded. Regarding Wang Ji, although he lacks the strength and ambition of Rocks, he has taken control of Rock's former territory, Hive Island. Hive Island is home to ruthless pirate crews, and I would not be surprised if the Rocks pirates were to resurrect at any moment. In general, the seas today are far more perilous than before, with all pirates becoming increasingly frantic in their pursuit of the elusive One Piece. In light of the growing number of pirates, conscription is indeed our best option. However, you need not concern yourself with the matter of conscription, as I have already discussed it with the Gorosei, only to be met with their refusal. They stated that no support would be provided to us. Thus, any costs incurred for conscription would have to be borne by our navy alone. You should understand that our navy simply cannot afford such a large number of recruits. The warring states should refrain from discussing conscription any further. Let us explore alternative methods. Upon receiving an unequivocal answer, the atmosphere within the conference room grew increasingly somber. Zhanghua, with a smile, remarked that the recruitment of soldiers by General Kong is indeed feasible. Even without the financial support of the world government, we still possess means to sustain the newly enlisted naval personnel. Kong's eyes brightened as he inquired about Zhanghua's plan, urging him to share it promptly. Is the absence of funds the reason we cannot recruit? If we lack currency, we can simply generate it. While earning money might pose a challenge for others, it is a trivial task for our navy, which has branches throughout the world. The wealth we accumulate could potentially double our naval forces. Allow me to present a couple of methods for generating income. First, we should establish a profit-generating entity, perhaps named the Navy Corporation. The subsequent strategy one proposed involves the realm of express delivery. Express delivery? The assembly voiced their confusion in unison, clearly unfamiliar with the concept. As the name suggests, express delivery entails the swift transportation of goods. For instance, consider an individual situated in the North Sea desiring to acquire a specialty from the East Sea. Not only must they traverse the treacherous waters, contending with perilous pirates, but it is also an endeavor fraught with time, effort, and risk to life. Now, imagine if a company emerged, offering to procure that specialty from the East Sea for a modest sum of currency. Would this individual not willingly part with a few coins for such a service? The answer is undoubtedly affirmative. While they might hesitate to trust a competing firm, our Navy's established reputation would inspire confidence in our services. In the era of the warring states, the concept of express delivery was quickly grasped by the astute. Yet there were those who remained perplexed, such as Garp, who looked on in bewilderment. It was Tsuru who first spoke up, saying, "What you propose, Sengoku, regarding express delivery is indeed commendable. Regardless of transportation, space, or labor costs, we need not incur any additional expenses. However, you just mentioned that the fee for each delivery is not substantial. How, then, do we intend to generate revenue?" Admiral Sengoku chuckled. "You seem to have missed the point. Crane, If I were to acquire more berries, it naturally implies that the items shipped would be fewer. However, if each delivery costs only 100 berries, or even just a few dozen, one must consider the sheer volume of deliveries required for a single kingdom. The accumulated berries would be staggering. Furthermore, the cost of delivery is intrinsically linked to the distance and the perilous nature of the destination. Should someone wish to send a package to a hazardous locale, the cost would certainly exceed mere hundreds of berries, soaring into the hundreds of thousands or even millions. Thus, the potential for profit in this delivery venture is self-evident. In truth, only our Navy possesses this unique advantage. Others may aspire to replicate it, but they will find it impossible. Crane's eyes lit up. Admiral Sengoku, your plan is indeed feasible, but we may find ourselves lacking in manpower and naval vessels. We will require a substantial recruitment drive, and the profits generated by the courier service would sufficiently cover the costs of our enlistment efforts. The plan holds promise, yet once our enterprise is established, it is inevitable that the world government will seek to intervene, demanding a share of the profits. Have you considered that? Sengoku chuckled. Of course, I have considered this. Even if the world government wishes to intervene, they must have the means to do so. Their CP agents are not numerous enough. Each year, with Admiral Kong providing a certain sum of berries to the Gorosei, I am confident that they will refrain from interference. As for the amount of berries, that is entirely within our control. Even if they deploy CP0 to investigate, I assure you, they will uncover nothing. Moreover, the methods I have devised for generating berries are not limited to just this. I will meticulously implement each one, but for now, our priority is to establish the courier company. Once that is operational, the other revenue-generating strategies will follow seamlessly. Chapter 28. The 7 Warlords of the Sea. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, the atmosphere in the conference room noticeably lightened, with Garp breaking into a smile. Although Garp could not comprehend Sengoku's plan, he recognized that it would indeed generate berries, which would allow the Navy to recruit more personnel. Kong remarked, now that we have conceived a solution to this challenging issue, let us move on to the next agenda item, which is titled the 7 Warlords of the Sea Plan. Despite having found a resolution, Sengoku felt an internal sigh of resignation. The specifics of the 7 Warlords of the Sea Plan entail our Navy selecting 7 formidable pirates to assist us in restraining other pirate factions. In return, we shall grant them certain plundering rights, allowing them to pillage without interference from the Navy. Upon hearing this proposal, the attendees erupted in uproar. Both the hawkish and dovish factions of the Navy vehemently opposed the plan, with Zifa expressing the most intense dissent. Silence, everyone. I understand the widespread opposition to this initiative, and I share your sentiments. However, this plan was not devised by me, but rather by the Gorosei. My objections, while heartfelt, hold no weight. The 7 Warlords of the Sea Plan must be executed, and it is imperative that our Navy carries it out swiftly and without delay. Before Kong could finish his statement, the atmosphere in the conference room grew heavy with tension. In the Warring States period, the General Kong inquired, is it true that the Warlords of the Sea Plan will be executed by us? Indeed, it is true, came the reply. Who better than our Navy to comprehend the intricacies of piracy? The Warlords of the Sea Plan is undoubtedly within our naval purview. That brings me great comfort. Since this Warlords of the Sea Plan is to be executed by our Navy, its feasibility increases significantly. We can select those pirates who harbor noble intentions to become Warlords of the Sea. We are well aware of their plight. Most of them have turned to piracy out of necessity. Yet, as the Navy, we find ourselves powerless to assist them. This Warlords of the Sea Plan presents a timely opportunity to aid those righteous pirates. I believe we are all astute individuals, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. As Sengoku concluded his remarks, the expressions of several officers brightened considerably, for their status afforded them an understanding of the darkness within the world government. They recognized that some of the actions taken by pirates were more just than their own. However, one officer's countenance remained particularly grim. Although he acknowledged the veracity of Sengoku's words, he harbored a profound enmity towards pirates, rendering the notion of collaborating with them utterly unacceptable. Yet, he refrained from voicing any dissent against Sengoku, as his discomfort was merely internal. He was not lacking in intelligence and had no desire to ally with those vicious and malevolent pirates. Buddha glanced around the conference room, observing the reactions of those present, and continued, of course, even if we have potential candidates in mind, we cannot proactively invite them without presenting any conditions. To become a warlord of the sea, they must fulfill certain criteria, such as eliminating a requisite number of pirates as a demonstration of their loyalty. After deliberation, it was decided that when we extend an invitation to the selected pirates, should they agree to become warlords of the sea, They must first slay 100 bountied pirates to earn the Navy's recognition and truly assume the title of warlord. Is there any other matter that requires discussion? If not, we shall adjourn. Just as the others were preparing to depart, Buddha stood up once more. Admiral Kong, I have a topic I wish to address. Kong looked at Buddha with a puzzled expression. As the warring states gazed into the void, he bestowed upon it a benevolent smile. The void, caught off guard by warring state's smile, awkwardly sipped his tea and, after a couple of coughs, remarked, Warring states, if you have a topic to discuss, please do so swiftly. Everyone has yet to dine, so kindly conclude your thoughts so we may all partake in our evening meal. Admiral Sengoku chuckled and reassured, Rest assured, Commander Kong. I shall be concise. The matter I wish to address is quite straightforward, the elevation of the ranks of our Marines. We are on the cusp of a new recruitment drive, and with a significant influx of new soldiers into our Navy. The promotions that were previously unattainable can now be realized. Take, for instance, the position of Admiral. There are but 2 of us, myself and Zephyr, which is exceedingly insufficient. We are utterly overwhelmed. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Kong was so taken aback that he spat out the tea he had just sipped. In the presence of Sengoku, Kong inquired, What seems to be troubling you? If anything I have just said is inappropriate, feel free to express it openly. Kong hastily replied, I find no fault in your words. I merely choked on some water moments ago. Please continue. Having lived for such an extended period, Kong was far too astute to oppose this matter. Then I shall proceed. Elevating everyone's military rank undoubtedly bears benefits. However, such advancements cannot be granted frivolously. The number of individuals receiving promotions this time will certainly be substantial. The greater the number, the more stringent the criteria for elevation must be. Promoting a new admiral is out of the question. As there is currently no one in our Navy whose merits and capabilities rival those of myself or Zephyr, save for that rascal Garp. Should we hastily promote a vice admiral to admiral, it would surely incite considerable dissent. Thus, I propose establishing a rank of admiral-in-waiting between the admiral and vice admiral tiers, selecting exemplary vice admirals to test their mettle. After several years of evaluation, we may identify a new admiral from among them. When the time comes to appoint a new admiral, it will not only benefit those who ascend to the rank, but also serve as a testament to our Navy's strength on the global stage, significantly enhancing our prestige. That concludes my proposal. Feel free to offer your critiques. Naturally, there was no opposition to Sengoku's suggestion, and Kong's proposal was smoothly approved. Now that this proposal has been ratified, it is time to see who will volunteer. All those currently serving are eligible to enlist. However, should anyone feel their own abilities insufficient, they may recommend capable sailors under their command. This time, we shall not consider seniority or past achievements, but solely focus on true capability. The registration period will last 3 months, after which a competition will be held at headquarters. Those who perform outstandingly will be awarded the rank of Admiral-in-Waiting and conferred the title of Admiral. As soon as Admiral Sengoku finished speaking, numerous vice admirals expressed their eagerness to enlist, each brimming with confidence in their own abilities. Only a small fraction recommended the sailors under their command. Following the conclusion of the meeting, Sengoku, Garp, Tsuru, along with Kazan and Pausalino, walked together. Sengoku glanced back at the figures of Borsalino and Kazan, and called out to the hooded Sakazuki, who was preparing to depart, Hey, Sakazuki, are you joining us for dinner? Chapter 29, the Admiral Candidate Sakazuki halted. His voice tinged with confusion as he inquired, Mr. Sengoku, are you calling for me? Who else would I be calling? Look at Borsalino and Kazan. They're accompanying us. What would it say about you if you chose not to join? You 3 are undoubtedly the most exceptional disciples of Zephyr. Would you dare to decline an invitation from your master? ISNT that right, Zephyr? Zephyr, momentarily taken aback, nodded in agreement. Seeing the situation, Sakazuki had no choice but to silently follow Sengoku and the others. It was then that Garp noticed Kazan and Borsalino trailing behind him. Before long, the group arrived at a restaurant. Once the dishes were served, Zephyr was the first to speak. I truly cannot fathom the reasoning of those higher-ups, allowing us, the Navy, to collaborate with pirates. What do they perceive us as? With that, Zephyr furiously downed a large bottle of beer. The warring states remarked, The events have transpired and cannot be altered. Let us refrain from dwelling on these disheartening matters. Instead, let us discuss the prospects of the candidates for the position of Admiral. Zephyr, I hold great faith in your most exceptional disciple. I believe they certainly possess the potential to become candidates for Admiral, particularly Borsalino. As soon as the words of Sengoku were uttered, An immediate silence enveloped the room, leaving only the sound of carps eating to be heard. Crane inquired with curiosity, "Sengoku, when did you forge such a close relationship with Borsalino?" In the midst of their discourse, Sengoku remarked, "Previously, I viewed Borsalino through a tinted lens, but after this period of acquaintance, I have come to comprehend his true nature. And naturally, my demeanor towards him has transformed. My earlier perception of Borsalino was influenced by Zephyr." Zephyr, taken aback, queried, "Why do you blame me?" Sengoku continued, "Is it not due to your incessant critiques of Borsalino, claiming he prioritizes his fruit abilities over his inherent strength? It was your frequent assertions that led me to believe Borsalino was an unreliable individual." Zephyr appeared bewildered and asked, "Did Sengoku truly make such statements about Borsalino's reliance on his fruit abilities?" "Indeed, he did." The others in the conference room chimed in unison. Zephyr then turned to Carp, questioning, "Carp, I should not have mentioned this to you in private, correct?" Carp chuckled, "You certainly have not spoken to me alone about it." "Then why did you say it?" Zephyr pressed. Carp replied with a grin, "I merely echoed what others had said." With that, Carp burst into laughter. Seeing this, Zephyr chose not to engage further with Carp. "I do indeed often comment on Borsalino's excessive dependence on his fruit abilities, yet these observations are grounded in truth. My intentions are solely for Borsalino's benefit." Jean Gua, keenly aware of the need to unveil his own falsehoods, swiftly interjected, "Zifa, I recognize your concern for Borsalino. You fear that if he becomes the target of others, his devil fruit abilities may become ineffective, putting him in peril. This reminds me of my previous encounters with pirates who mistakenly believed that their strength solely stemmed from the powers of the Buddha fruit, only to be thwarted by a mere sea stone. However, what they failed to comprehend is that I, Jean Gua, did not ascend to the rank of admiral solely through the capabilities of a devil fruit." He, with a gentle tap of his chopsticks, interrupted, "Jean Gua, let us not digress. We are not here to listen to your self-aggrandizement." Jean Gua flushed slightly, feeling a bit awkward, and continued, "Although Zafa, your intentions are for Borsalino's benefit, it is not appropriate to speak of him in such a manner continuously. It might lead one to believe that your relationship with Borsalino has soured. If it weren't for me, Borsalino might even think that you hold a dislike for him. However, this predicament is not solely Zafa's fault. Borsalino, you two share a part of the responsibility. I have already addressed your issues, so I shall refrain from reiterating them. It is imperative that you make the necessary corrections. Rest assured, Mr. Jean Gua, I shall certainly remember the teachings of Master Zafa and yourself, and I will place greater emphasis on my own strength in the future." Both Jean Gua and Zafa nodded in appreciation upon hearing Borsalino's words. Crane remarked, "The position of candidate for the Admiral will undoubtedly attract fierce competition. You three must exert yourselves. Do not presume that possessing the natural type devil fruits renders you invincible. This period demands diligent training. Do not bring disgrace to Zafa. If none of you secure the position of candidate for Admiral, it would be a considerable embarrassment for him. We will ensure that such a situation does not occur." Borsalino and the others exclaimed in unison. Zafa concurred, stating, "Crane is correct. Although I have no desire to contend for anything, should none of you achieve the status of candidate for Admiral, I shall ensure you relive the rigors of academy life." In response to their teacher's admonition, Borsalino and his companions offered repeated assurances. At this moment, Sengoku interjected, "By the way, speaking of those possessing nature-based abilities, I recently discovered a natural ability user in Roger's hometown, Logetown. The child, who is merely 12 years of age, is currently studying at the academy in our headquarters. Zephyr, I trust you will take special care in mentoring this young one." Zephyr let out a cold snort and replied, "Sengoku, you seem to be haphazardly inserting students into the academy once again." Jean Gua, upon hearing these words, was displeased. "Zifa, what do you mean by that? If you are unwilling to teach this child, I shall personally arrange for his withdrawal from the academy and take it upon myself to instruct him. I refuse to believe that my disciple would be inferior to one taught by you." Zifa, "Humph. Zifa, what do you mean by humph? Do you think I am afraid?" "Humph. It simply means humph. What else could it mean?" "You." Crane thundered, "You two rascals can bicker all you want, but today, with the younger generation present, is this how you conduct yourselves as leaders and teachers?" Crane's words proved effective, and the two who had been arguing fell silent in an instant. Observing that Jean Gua and Zifa had ceased their quarrel, Crane continued, "Jean Gua, what kind of natural-type devil fruit has that child consumed?" "It is the smoke fruit. Although the destructive power of the smoke fruit may not compare to that of their 3 devil fruits, its potential is indeed formidable when properly developed. While it may not be on par with theirs, it is still a natural type devil fruit, and with diligent training, we could gain another formidable ally for the Navy. This child possesses not only the abilities of a natural type, but his personality also resembles that of Carp. The moment I laid eyes on him, even before he consumed the smoke fruit, I was drawn to him because of his character akin to Carp. I wish for him to join the Navy. Like Carp? Like Vice Admiral Carp? Like me? Faced with the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Jean-Gua recounted the tale of Smoker, while Paulusolino shared his own experiences with the young man. Upon hearing about Smoker's exploits, images of Carp consuming the smoke fruit danced in their minds. Chapter 30. The mongoose Carp chuckled heartily. This young lad indeed resembles my antics. The others chose to ignore Carp's boast. Akiji suggested, "Shall we pay a visit to this young Mr. Carp?" As soon as Akiji voiced this, the others expressed a keen interest in meeting Smoker. Nods of agreement were exchanged, and they fell silent, turning their attention to their meal. Before long, an entire table of food was consumed by the group, with Jean-Gua naturally being the one to pay the bill. Soon, they arrived at the headquarters academy. Under the guidance of Jean-Gua and Paulusolino, they quickly located Smoker, observing him from the shadows. Smoker was provocatively challenging a group of students 4 to 5 years his senior. One-on-one? Why not take on all of you at once? You're all grown up, so your strength must be lacking. Once I defeat you, I shall be the strongest in the academy. I have a late-night snack to attend to, so let's not waste time. Smoker, do not think that just because you are a natural type user, you can act so arrogantly. I can handle you alone. With that, the student charged at Smoker, who effortlessly transformed into smoke and evaded the attack. The two quickly became embroiled in a fierce battle. Despite having undergone a few days of training under the powerful Paulusolino, Smoker's age, combat skills, and experience proved to be an insurmountable gap. He was soon overwhelmed by the older student. Even when pressed, Smoker did not feign weakness. He transformed into smoke to evade the relentless attacks from his opponent. As the war state observed the two individuals engaged in a tumultuous bout, he remarked, "It appears that your teachings have borne fruit, Paulusolino. It has been less than a week since Smoker consumed the smoke fruit, and he has already mastered elemental control to such a degree. Your contributions are indeed invaluable." Paulusolino chuckled. "Smoker possesses remarkable talent. I can't claim to have taught him much." Zephyr interjected sternly, "You should acknowledge your prowess in teaching. Failing to do so would only display your hypocrisy, Paulusolino." The instructor's words rang true. The student had exhausted all his efforts yet failed to land a single blow on Smoker. With an air of arrogance, Smoker declared, "I told you. You're no match for me. Now do you believe it? I'm in a hurry, so why not all of you join in?" The onlooking students had long harbored discontent towards Smoker. "Brother Squirrel, shall we take action?" one suggested. "Indeed, we must. Smoker's arrogance is unbearable, and if this continues, we shall lose the dignity of our senior class." Squirrel, acknowledging the urgency of the situation, called for calm. "Listen carefully, we must confront him. We cannot allow Smoker to trample upon the authority of our senior students. However, we cannot all charge in at once, for that would merely play into Smoker's cunning plan. If we all engage, we would truly disgrace ourselves, and it would be our own doing." Upon hearing Squirrel's words, those who had previously advocated for a group attack were suddenly struck with cold sweat. How can Smoker be so cunning at just 12 years old? One murmured, "If we fall for his scheme, we shall be the ones in the wrong." The dialogue among Squirrel and his peers was loud and unreserved, and Smoker, of course, overheard them. Upon hearing Squirrel's analysis, he found himself bewildered. Who am I, and where am I? Was that plan truly conceived by me? Yet, it is indeed a clever strategy. How astute of me to have devised such a plan unknowingly. However, in the midst of his self-satisfaction, Smoker's control over elemental transformation faltered, and he was abruptly jolted back to reality by a surge of pain. Realizing his oversight, he noted that his opponent seemed unaware that he had been hit. To preserve his pride, Smoker chose not to reveal his predicament. Squirrel, observing the heated exchanges, felt a headache coming on. "Enough of this bickering. I have devised a solution. I shall face Smoker alone. By defeating him, I can restore some dignity to our senior class." "But what if you are not a match for him?" someone queried. "That's not what I meant to imply. Don't misinterpret my words." Squirrel, unwilling to engage further, picked up a wooden training sword and approached Smoker. "Smoker, I am Squirrel. I propose a duel. Do you require a moment to rest?" Smoker, still brimming with arrogance, retorted, "Rest? I need no rest. With just you, why would I need to rest? I've made it clear that I'm pressed for time. How long must I wait for you to gather your numbers?" In response to Smoker's bravado, Squirrel, unfazed, smiled and said, "You need not defeat anyone else. Simply best me, and the others will acknowledge you as the leader of our academy. Is that a promise? If I defeat you, and they refuse to acknowledge it, will my efforts be in vain?" Smoker responded, his words inciting a wave of outrage among the students, some even resorting to foul language. Had it not been for Squirrel's earlier remarks, they might have engaged him physically. Smoker, noticing their reaction, chuckled. "Who would have thought you could be so persuasive? Very well, let us have our duel. I declare the match to commence." As soon as Smoker finished speaking, he transformed into a cloud of white smoke, lunging towards Squirrel. In response, Squirrel brandished his training sword and attacked the elemental Smoker. Squirrel's strikes were rapid, displaying a remarkable swordsmanship that, while not reaching the level of a sword master, showcased his significant talent. However, no matter how swift his attacks were, they posed no threat to Smoker's elemental form. Smoker initially intended to counterattack but found evading Squirrel's relentless strikes exhausting, leaving him no energy to retaliate. As time progressed, Smoker began to tire. Although his elemental form was impervious to harm, the constant disruption and reformation of his smoke consumed considerable stamina, particularly under Squirrel's high-frequency assaults. Smoker grew increasingly desperate and sought to evade Squirrel's advances to conserve energy. Yet, unbeknownst to Smoker, his evasion only fueled Squirrel's determination. Squirrel recognized the effectiveness of his strikes and relentlessly pursued Smoker, denying him any chance of escape. Realizing he could not evade Squirrel's attacks on the ground, Smoker attempted to take to the air, but Squirrel utilized his moonwalk technique to follow suit. Faced with Squirrel's mastery of the six forms, Smoker found himself cornered. In a last-ditch effort to negotiate, he whispered, "Squirrel, let us call it a draw for now. We can resume our fight in a couple of days." However, Squirrel paid him no heed. His assaults intensified in response to Smoker's capitulation. Observing from a distance, Carp remarked, "That kid is about to lose. There's no further entertainment in this. Let us depart." The others nodded and turned to leave. In the Warring States period, Zephyr remarked, "That weasel you trained has shown considerable promise. Not only has he attained a certain proficiency in the swordsmanship, but he has also mastered the six forms with remarkable skill. And his temperament is commendable. He is indeed a fine candidate for leading troops." To which Carp agreed, "Indeed, he is quite impressive." Zephyr, however, responded nonchalantly, "Impressive, you say? If that weasel were not so easily distracted by the swordsmanship, he would have already mastered the Busashoka haki. Would he still resort to such clumsy methods of attack after mastering it? He has not even utilized a single one of the strategies I taught them to counter ability users before mastering haki. It is only because Smoker is young and somewhat dim-witted that he fell victim to such tactics. Employing those methods against anyone else would be tantamount to courting death. When I return to the academy for my next lesson, I shall certainly give those lads a thorough lesson." Carp interjected, "Where has Smoker shown any foolishness? I find him quite capable." The rest of the group was left bewildered by Carp's peculiar reasoning, further convinced that Smoker was indeed resembling Carp. Subsequently, they dispersed towards their respective lodgings. After the departure of the Warring States group, the Flying Squirrel triumphed over Smoker. Initially, Smoker could have held on a bit longer, but upon realizing that the Flying Squirrel was ignoring him, he understood that defeat was inevitable. Smoker's nature was not one to sit idly by. Therefore, he sought an opportunity to launch a counterattack against the Flying Squirrel. Soon enough, he found a chance to strike. Unaware that the opening he perceived was a trap purposely laid out for him by the Flying Squirrel, just as Smoker emerged from his elemental form to attack, he was met with the barrel of the Flying Squirrel's gun pressed to his forehead. Feeling the imminent threat of death, Smoker instinctively attempted to evade the attack. The Flying Squirrel, however, was measured in his approach, opting not to shoot. Instead, he swiftly landed a blow with his sword upon Smoker's rear. This sudden strike evoked memories of the bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat his father had prepared for him back in Log Town, causing Smoker's face to flush crimson. "I concede this round, but next time, victory shall be mine." With that resolute declaration, Smoker transformed into smoke and fled. The upperclassmen cheered at the sight, soon descending into mockery of Smoker's overreach. But their jeers were quickly quelled by the Flying Squirrel. "We cannot act as recklessly as that young lad. He is merely 12 years old, and we are several years his senior. Triumphing over him would be no honor. Moreover, the hour grows late, and tomorrow General Zephyr will be here for class. We should return to rest." With Smoker long gone and the time indeed pressing, The students obediently made their way back to the dormitories, though they continued to praise the flying squirrel along the way. The following morning, in a training classroom at the headquarters, Zifo was reprimanding the students below him, the majority of whom had been provoked by Smoker the day before. You lot are in your 20s, yet you've been bested by a 12-year-old who just joined. You've lost all semblance of dignity as upperclassmen the moment he challenged you. Had it not been for the flying squirrel, you would have truly shamed yourselves. Nevertheless, flying squirrel, do not take this as praise. With your combat experience and prowess, dealing with a child like Smoker should not have required any extraordinary effort. One student murmured softly, but Smoker is a natural-type devil fruit user. Though the voice was barely above a whisper, Zifa's keen hearing caught it without fail. He scoffed, I know you are unconvinced, thinking that Smoker only dared to confront you because of his smoke fruit powers, and that he merely got lucky. However, having the smoke fruit is part of his strength. Luck is also a facet of power. If you cannot accept this now, what will you do once you leave the academy and encounter other natural-type users? When faced with a pirate, do you believe they will relinquish their fight because you deem it unfair? Absolutely not. I have previously informed you of the weaknesses of devil fruits. When battling a devil fruit user, you must fully exploit their vulnerabilities. Natural-type users are also devil fruit users and possess weaknesses. Yet, through yesterday's skirmish, it seems you have forgotten everything I taught you about countering devil fruit users. Today's training will be doubled. You are not permitted to eat until it is completed. The students hung their heads in shame, silenced by Zifa's words, and immediately set to their training. Thus, a month passed. During this time, Sengoku and Tsuru were primarily occupied with establishing the express delivery company, a necessary step before initiating recruitment. Numerous events unfolded in this month, notably the incidents surrounding the warlords of the sea. Carp had even approached Whitebeard with an invitation to join the warlords, which was met with a firm refusal. Whitebeard expressed his disdain for serving the world government, a sentiment shared by many pirates, though there were others who sought to leverage the Navy's power, resulting in a frenzied attempt to eliminate rival pirates in hopes of becoming warlords themselves. The seas grew increasingly chaotic, with many pirates proactively seeking out Marineford to express their desire to join the warlords, most of whom were swiftly captured by the Marines stationed at the headquarters. This caused quite a stir, as many pirates felt the Marines were using the warlords to incite them into self-destruction, while they were already prone to infighting. The feeling of being duped by the Marines was particularly disheartening. Chapter 32, The Express Delivery Company. In a flurry, many pirates sought explanations from the Marines. Yet the Navy remained indifferent to their pleas. The timid pirates could only grit their teeth and swallow their grievances, while the more aggressive ones resorted to attacking various Marine branches. In an instant, the Marines found themselves inundated with work. Even Sengoku, busy with the express delivery company, had to intervene on several occasions. These interventions were primarily against pirate crews raiding the Sabaody archipelago, and as the station admiral, Sengoku had no choice but to take action. Ultimately, the uproar was quelled when a pirate successfully became one of the warlords, announcing that to be recognized as a warlord, one must first receive an invitation from the Navy and then meet the stipulated requirements. As for the pirates previously captured by the Marines, they lacked the qualifications to become warlords, which was why they were detained. Following this declaration, the pirates ceased their attacks on the Marine branches, ushering in a brief period of peace upon the seas. The first to be recognized as a warlord was the Desert King, Crocodile. Crocodile was not invited by Sengoku, rather, it was Carp who encountered him while seeking Whitebeard. After a brief skirmish between Carp and Crocodile, Carp, victorious, offered Crocodile a place among the warlords. Taken aback by the invitation, Crocodile considered Carp's willingness to engage in future sparring sessions. Naturally, Carp would not oppose such an arrangement. Once he received Carp's consent, Crocodile set about hunting down other pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million berries, for he deemed anything less unworthy of his attention. After successfully collecting a sufficient number of pirate heads, Crocodile made his way to Marineford. During the Warring States period, when Sengoku learned that Crocodile had been invited by Carp to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he was taken aback. After inquiring with Carp, Sengoku found himself at a loss for words. Following a stern warning to Crocodile, Sengoku ultimately permitted him to become the inaugural warlord of the sea. Initially, Sengoku's intention was to appoint Dragon and Fisher Tiger as warlords. However, after numerous attempts to contact them, he was unable to establish communication. With Dragon proving elusive, Sengoku chose not to pursue the matter further and urged Carp to reach out. Yet, upon discovering that there were no records of Fisher Tiger within the Navy's archives, Sengoku felt a surge of elation. This was due to the fact that Fisher Tiger surpassed Jinbei in strength. Having been the first leader of Fishman Street and a celebrated hero of the Fishman race, renowned for rescuing thousands of slaves in Mariehua, these accomplishments underscored Fisher Tiger's formidable power and esteemed reputation among the Fishman community. Securing his allegiance would likely lead the entire Fishman race to gravitate towards the Navy, facilitating the formation of a Fishman battalion. More importantly, Fisher Tiger had not yet been disillusioned by humanity. Thus, the opportunity to ally with him was ripe. Sengoku planned to resolve matters concerning the logistics company before promptly journeying to Fishman Island in search of Fisher Tiger, not for the allure of mermaids, but for a strategic alliance. After a month of diligent work, the logistics company's framework was nearly complete, and the necessary personnel had been trained, with operations anticipated to commence in another month. On a particular day, while Sengoku was engrossed in logistics matters with Crane, a Marine burst in, exclaiming, "Admiral Sengoku, Marshal Kong requests your presence immediately in his office, and he insists that Vice Admiral Crane accompany you." Though interrupted and somewhat irked, Sengoku refrained from venting his frustration on the messenger. Exchanging a glance with Crane, they swiftly delegated their tasks and hurried to Marshal Kong's office. In no time, Sengoku and Crane arrived at Kong's office. Upon their entrance, Kong adopted a serious demeanor and inquired, "Sengoku, Crane, how is the logistics company matter progressing? Can Sengoku depart now?" Crane replied, "The foundation of the courier company has been established. What remains are merely less significant tasks. In another month, our naval courier company will commence operations, and Sengoku is free to leave." The reason why Sengoku is still monitoring the preparations of the courier company is entirely due to concerns over others mishandling the situation. However, after these few days without Sengoku's intervention, the handling of documents by others has proceeded without error, which attests to the efficacy of our prior training efforts. Henceforth, I shall oversee matters alone. Should any tasks arise, Sengoku is free to mobilize as he sees fit. Marshal Kong expressed his satisfaction, saying, "Both of you have performed commendably. There is indeed an important task that requires Sengoku's involvement. I summoned you to inquire about the status of the courier company. Should Sengoku be unable to depart, I shall take matters into my own hands." "Marshal Kong, you are the commander of our navy. How can you act so recklessly?" they implored. "Please, tell us what the task entails." This month has been exhausting for Sengoku with the affairs of the courier company, and he has been eagerly anticipating a task that requires his expertise. After such a prolonged wait without any assignments, Sengoku felt a surge of frustration, but today, at last, an opportunity had arisen, igniting a sense of excitement within him. The task at hand pertains to Douglas Bullet, the Devil's Heir from the former Roger Pirates. Your mission is to capture Douglas Bullet and bring him to Impel Down. To mitigate unnecessary losses, you, along with Carp and Zifa, must execute this operation with minimal cost. Initially, I had no intention of pursuing him, but upon learning of Sengoku's supposed demise, Bullet has begun to wreak havoc, becoming increasingly audacious, even daring to assault our naval vessels. Reports indicate that he even plans to attack the G1 branch. To prevent any destruction at G1, you must apprehend Bullet before he strikes. I have already designated the location for Bullet's capture, a deserted island along his inevitable route. This location is optimal for neutralizing Bullet, considering the destructive power of his combined devil fruit abilities. Engaging him on an uninhabited island will weaken his strength, making him easier to confront. Zhangguo nodded and said, "I understand, Commander Kong. Should I set off at once?" Chapter 33, Barrett. I have already dispatched the directional markers to the navigator aboard your warship. Once you arrive on the ship, you will be able to depart. Carp and Zephyr are also en route to the ambush site. Without uttering a word, Zhangguo departed from the vacant office and made his way to his warship. Upon arriving, he discovered that the vessel was already filled with Marines, and prominently among them stood Palusalino. As soon as the warring state stepped aboard the warship, it set sail. Zhangguo approached Palusalino and inquired, "Did the empty commander send you?" "Indeed, Mr. Zhangguo. Upon meeting Barrett, I shall first allow you to confront him, so I may witness your true prowess. Barrett is a formidable adversary, capable of matching the Dark King Rayleigh in combat, making him a worthy opponent for you. Within the confines of Kawa, he is truly a terrifying rival." The Admiral Sengoku cast a silent glance at Palusalino, whose words spoke of terror, yet whose eyes ignited with a fierce battle spirit. Subsequently, Sengoku sought refuge in a room to rest. For an entire month, he had been residing in the office of the courier company, enduring sleepless nights. In preparation for the impending battle, it was imperative for Sengoku to maintain his peak condition. After a day and night of rest, Sengoku awoke, and his first instinct was to replenish his strength with a meal. Having slept for a full day and night, his appetite had notably increased, and he feasted for 2 continuous hours. Just as he finished his meal, Sengoku noticed that the warships had come to a halt. Peering into the distance, he observed numerous vessels anchored near a desolate island, thus realizing that they had arrived at the ambush site. Upon arriving on the desolate island, Sengoku was confronted by a multitude of naval soldiers, which caused his expression to darken considerably. Soon, he located Zephyr and Garp, and before Garp could utter a greeting, Sengoku inquired sharply, "Who dispatched these naval soldiers? Is it truly necessary to deploy so many against a solitary adversary like Barrett? Furthermore, does the quantity of your forces hold any significance in tracking down Barrett and his devil fruit powers? The presence of these soldiers, armed as they are, may inadvertently enhance Barrett's capabilities. You must promptly order these soldiers to depart the island, taking their weapons and ships with them. I cannot afford to be left without a vessel for our return." A nearby rear admiral, witnessing Sengoku's fury, hurriedly responded, "Admiral Sengoku, I shall immediately relocate all naval personnel from the island." As Sengoku observed the vice admiral hastily departing, he recognized him as the commander of the G1 branch. Noting the man's impending retirement age, Sengoku refrained from further reproach. However, once the situation with Barrett was resolved, Sengoku was determined to propose a change in leadership for the G1 branch. After all, the G1 branch was the Navy's largest outpost in the New World, and entrusting it to someone of dubious capability left Sengoku feeling uneasy. "Who has wronged you, Sengoku, to provoke such ire?" Garp inquired, his face adorned with a cheerful smile as he indulged in a donut. In a swift motion, Sengoku snatched the remaining half-bag of donuts from Garp's hands and unceremoniously poured them all into his mouth. "Ah, Sengoku, my donuts." After swallowing the last bite of his donut, the Warring States disregarded Garp, who was beside him demanding compensation for the treat. He then questioned, "You two fellows as well. That guy may be oblivious to Barrett's fruit abilities, but you have both faced Barrett. Are you truly unaware of his powers?" Zephyr, appearing quite embarrassed, replied, "Garp and I arrived first. We had no idea he had brought along so many Marines." Sengoku waved his hand and said, "Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Where is Barrett now?" Kazan interjected, "According to the intelligence, Mr. Sengoku, Barrett will arrive at this deserted island in about an hour." At this moment, the Warring States realized that not only Kazan but also Sararsky was present. "With an hour to spare, there is still ample time. Let us devise a battle plan. In my opinion, why bother with a battle plan? We should strike directly. With the 3 of us here, we need not fear just Barrett alone, nor even the formidable Roger pirates at their peak." In the midst of a heated discussion, Sengoku admonished Garp, "Garp, cease your complaints. You are not tasked with devising a battle strategy. Just listen attentively. With the presence of the 3 of you, we shall focus on surrounding Barrett. You 3 will serve as the primary assault force, while we will provide support from the sidelines, allowing us to witness the prowess of our Navy's future 3 admirals." Sengoku's decision to appoint them as the main attackers raised concerns. However, he reassured, "There is nothing amiss. Their strength is ample to confront an adversary of this caliber, and with our support, you need not worry for their safety." Zephyr, though reluctant, interjected, "I am not concerned for their safety. Rather, I fear that they may struggle to subdue Barrett in a timely manner. Should any unforeseen circumstances hinder their ability to fulfill Admiral Kong's mission, our Navy would face a significant disgrace, especially considering our elite forces have mobilized in full." Zephyr's words struck a chord with me, for there indeed exists the possibility of unforeseen events. If the remaining members of the Roger Pirates intervened to rescue Barrett, we would be in dire straits. With 3 hours remaining until sunset, it is imperative that you capture Barrett before the sun descends. Once the sun sets, we will engage, which effectively grants you only 2 hours to deal with Barrett. Upon uttering this, Sengoku pointed towards the sun. Zephyr's expression darkened instantly upon hearing Sengoku's declaration. The 2-hour limit on their engagement, coupled with the restriction against killing Barrett, placed them in a precarious position. Before Sengoku could speak, Kazan interjected, "Teacher Zephyr, you must have faith in our trio's abilities. Although our adversaries are former members of the Roger Pirates, we are not to be underestimated." Upon hearing Kazan's words, Zephyr glanced at his 3 spirited disciples and realized that his concern had led to a moment of recklessness. There was no need for him to apologize for his previous relationship with Sengoku. Thus, Zephyr awkwardly remarked, I shall see how the Marines on the island are faring in their evacuation. With that, Zephyr vanished from their sight as if fleeing. Zhang Gua, observing the situation, chuckled. Your teacher is in such disarray solely due to his care for you. It is indeed the first time I have encountered such a version of ZFA after working alongside him for many years. When you engage in battle with Barrett later, ensure that you perform splendidly, as a means to uphold your teacher's honor. Understood, Mr. Zhanghua. The three responded in unison. Sengoku nodded in satisfaction, filled with anticipation for the upcoming events, as he wished to witness the prowess of the three major admirals still holding the rank of vice admiral, regardless of their performance. Sengoku would undoubtedly critique them, urging them to train with greater diligence, for it was only through such efforts that their strength could be fortified in the future. In Chapter 34, Bullet Form, if their performance were remarkably exceptional, such as successfully apprehending Barrett, Sengoku could still point out that their teamwork lacked cohesion, encouraging them to cultivate a deeper combat synergy. This would not only enhance their camaraderie but also prevent the recurrence of the previous historical debacle during the Marineford War, where Akainu found himself isolated and overwhelmed. An hour swiftly elapsed, and soon a grand vessel emerged upon the horizon, its bow graced by a robust man clad in a black military uniform adorned with various medals, his striking yellow hair catching the eye. In the Warring States period, Jiang Zhuang proclaimed, Barrett has made his appearance. It is now your turn to act. Upon hearing this, Kazan and his companions exchanged no further words and swiftly advanced towards Barrett, with Polyusolino being the fastest among them. Just as Polyusolino's strike was about to reach Barrett, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Surrounding Barrett's vessel were dozens of warships relentlessly bombarding it. Observing this, Kazan and his companions retreated. Who has initiated the demon-slaying decree? The first instinct of Sengoku was to glance towards Zephyr and Carp, for among those present, only the three of them possessed the authority to invoke the Demon Slayer Order. Such a magnitude of bombardment could solely be executed through the Demon Slayer Order. Upon witnessing this, both Zephyr and Carp's expressions shifted as they looked at Sengoku, shaking their heads in unison to indicate that it was not they who had initiated it. In the midst of the warring states, confusion began to arise. If it was not the three of them who initiated the demon-slaying order, then who could have possibly been behind it? While the warring states pondered this perplexity, Barrett soared forth directly from the epicenter of the bombardment, charging towards the warships that had enacted the demon-slaying order. The tattered state of Barrett's attire indicated that he too had sustained considerable injuries. As the situation unfolded, the warring states immediately dispatched Kazan and two others to intervene. However, the distance proved insurmountable. By the time the swiftest of them, Borisolino, arrived, Barrett had already obliterated a naval vessel. Unrelenting after destroying the first ship, Barrett prepared to annihilate another. The Marines aboard attempted to thwart him, but before they could launch their counterattack, Barrett unleashed a terrifying wave of his Conqueror's Haki, rendering them unconscious. Those who withstood the initial onslaught were still no match for Barrett's overwhelming might. Just as Barrett aimed to demolish the ship beneath him, a flash of light struck his hand, halting his advance. Borisolino's kick sent Barrett staggering back several paces, yet he remained unfazed. Observing the scene, Borisolino remarked, Within the confines of Kawa, you are indeed worthy of your former affiliation with the Roger Pirates, able to withstand our long-range light-speed kicks with such ease. In response, Barrett roared, Your strength is commendable, Marine, and you may be a worthy adversary, but you are not my equal. Like that fellow from years past. You wield a Logia power. His was sand, yours is light. And remember, I am no longer a crew member of that deceased Roger. I am Douglas Barrett. And I shall surpass Roger in due time. As Borisolino finished speaking, Kazan and Sakazuki arrived on the ship. Oh, three of you? Excellent. I was just lamenting the monotony of fighting alone. I hope you can make this battle more exhilarating. With that, he charged at them. Barrett intended to prioritize Borisolino, but his speed was blinding, and Barrett found himself restrained by Kazan and Sakazuki, unable to catch up. Thus, he shifted his focus and lunged towards Sakazuki. Unyielding, Sakazuki countered Barrett's assault with a fiery barrage, launching a fist-sized magma projectile at him, followed by a direct charge with his sword. Barrett easily dodged the magma blast, but their fist and blade collided, revealing Barrett's superior strength. Yet, Sakazuki was not alone. Kazan seized the opportunity to strike with a dual-pointed spear, while Borisolino unleashed a laser beam at Barrett. Outnumbered, Barrett refused to take these attacks head-on, transforming into his devil form and teleporting before Kazan. With a powerful punch, he sent Kazan crashing into the ocean, whereupon Kazan instantly froze the surrounding waters into a sheet of ice. Not deterred, Barrett leapt onto the icy surface, intent on dispatching Kazan first. Though no match for Barrett, Kazan was determined to hold his ground until Sakazuki arrived for assistance. Soon, the four were embroiled in a chaotic melee, the battlefield shifting as frost, magma, and lasers erupted in a cacophony of explosions. Their battle raged for over an hour, shifting from the ocean to a deserted island. After a powerful strike, the four distanced themselves, all bearing injuries, though Barrett appeared significantly worse for wear. Rather than fear, he felt exhilaration. Your strength is impressive. I underestimated you. But why do you hold back in our fight? Do you believe I am unworthy of your full power? Or do you have other reasons for your restraint? Regardless, I will ensure you unleash your full potential, though you may choose to reserve it at the cost of your lives. Bullet form, Barrett declared with a maniacal laugh, his conqueror's haki radiating freely. The vessels he had previously encountered began to disintegrate, their essence coalescing into blue matter around him. The three, aware of the impending threat, would not allow him to complete his transformation unchallenged and unleash their most powerful techniques: Raging Pigeon, Hellhound, Lightspeed Kick, a colossal ice bird, a gigantic magma hound, and a blinding laser converged upon Barrett. Reacting swiftly, Barrett manipulated the surrounding blue matter for defense, resulting in a colossal explosion and a surge of steam. As the vapor dissipated, Barrett emerged, charging at the trio. Fortunately, their heightened alertness allowed them to evade his onslaught through elemental transformation. Once they regained their footing, they beheld Barrett, now towering several times his original size. He was nearly unrecognizable, although their previous attacks had failed to prevent Barrett from transforming. The transformation left him with only one arm, a testament to the damage inflicted by their strikes. The four engaged once more, and their conflict persisted until the sun dipped below the horizon, showing no signs of abating. As Sengoku glanced at Zifa and Carp, he remarked with a smile, "The sun has set. It is time for us to take action. Let us swiftly capture Barrett, so we may inquire who issued the demon-slaying order. We must act before circumstances change." Before Zifa could finish his words, Carp dashed forward, prompting Sengoku and Zifa to quickly follow suit. Soon, the trio swiftly approached Barrett's vicinity. Zifa shouted at Kazan and the other three, "You three, step aside." The trio, upon noticing the sky had turned completely dark, promptly transformed and retreated into the distance. Observing Kazan and the others fleeing, Barrett, not being a fool, assumed that his own strength had compelled him to retreat. Thus, he too prepared to escape. However, before he could make his move, three figures appeared before him, each delivering a punch aimed at him. Though these punches appeared ordinary, the haki they bore was far superior to any he had cultivated. Barrett realized he could not withstand this assault, and with no hope of fleeing, he summoned the remnants of his haki for defense. Upon channeling his haki, the severely damaged bullet-shaped robot appeared somewhat more resilient against Kazan and the others. Yet, such a level of defense was utterly inadequate before Sengoku and his companions. As their fists made contact with the robot, it emitted a sound akin to shattering porcelain. And soon, it crumbled into tiny fragments. Barrett, who had been inside the robot, fell to the ground. As Sengoku gazed solemnly at the fallen Barrett, he declared, "Barrett, you have been apprehended." With great difficulty, Barrett managed to rise, casting a glance at Sengoku and his companions, only to collapse once more. He murmured, "The Navy truly holds me in high regard. Capturing Roger seems to require no more than this level of arrangement." Having uttered these words, Barrett succumbed to unconsciousness. Subsequently, Sengoku instructed Kazan and the others to confine Barrett using the purest form of sea stone. In the conference room, several individuals from the war period were engaged in a conversation with Kong. Had the mission been accomplished? Were they successful in capturing that fellow, Barrett? Indeed. We have fulfilled our mission, and Barrett has been taken to impel down. However, there is something we wish to inquire of Commander Kong. Speak directly. As Kong's tone was notably cheerful, was the demon-slaying order issued by you today for Barrett's capture? The demon-slaying order? What demon-slaying order? I did not initiate any such order. With the three of you present, why would I need to issue a demon-slaying order? Furthermore, what magnitude of demon-slaying order would be necessary to utterly obliterate Barrett in a single bombardment? Was it Carp and Zephyr who initiated the demon-slaying order? Commander Kong, I did not. Neither did I. Zephyr, Carp, you are present as well. We did not issue any demon-slaying order, which means that no one in our Navy is qualified to initiate such a command. Please hold on. I will inquire further. With that, Kong disconnected the snail phone. and the conference room fell into a profound silence. "Admiral, it is dire." Suddenly, a Marine burst into the room. Sengoku, observing the flustered Marine, furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is amiss? Are the pirates coming to rescue Barrett?" The Marine replied, "Admiral Sengoku, we have indeed detected the presence of pirates in the distance. Yet they appear disinterested in rescuing Barrett. They remain idle, as if spectating the scene, with some even indulging in festivities. However, the CP agents have come to demand Barrett from us." Upon hearing the Marine's words, the expressions of those in the conference room soured considerably. These troublesome individuals. Carp, take Poliusolino and the two others to eradicate those pirates. We lack the resources for apprehension. If they wish to spectate, let them do so to their heart's content. Zephyr, return and confront those CP agents. I am eager to discover who dares to be so audacious as to demand a prisoner from us. With that, Sengoku seized the transponder snail and proceeded alongside the Marine to locate the CP0 agents. The others, witnessing this, complied with Sengoku's directives and departed the conference room. As soon as Zhangguo arrived outside the conference room, he beheld a group of agents clad in black suits standing on the deck. Before he could utter a word, a member of the CP swiftly approached him, grasped his hand, and exclaimed with a smile, "Ah, it is General Zhangguo. It has been quite a while since we last met." Zhangguo carefully scrutinized the individual before him and noted his exceedingly unsavory appearance. It then dawned upon Zhangguo that this man was Spandam, the commander of CP9. Recalling Spandam brought to mind a favor he owed him from several years prior, during which he had bestowed upon Spandam a golden din mushy capable of initiating the demon extermination order. With this realization, Zhangguo understood who had instigated the recent decree. The burdens left by his predecessor must ultimately be settled by himself. In a calm demeanor, Zhangguo freed himself from Spandan's grasp and inquired, "Spandane, what brings you here? Was it you who initiated the recent demon-slaying decree?" "Indeed. It was I who set forth the demon-slaying order, and I did so using the golden telephone insect you provided, esteemed General of Zhangguo. My preemptive preparations for the decree must have been of great assistance to you." With that, Spandane proudly produced the golden telephone insect as a display of his accomplishment. As Sengoku swiftly evaded the golden telephone bug, he tucked it away. Spandam, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Sengoku, what are you doing?" To which Sengoku retorted, "Silence and follow me." With that, Sengoku, accompanied by Zephyr, proceeded towards the conference room. Left with no choice, Spandam led his subordinates in tow. However, upon reaching the entrance of the conference room, several Marines obstructed the path of the other CP9 agents. Enraged, Spandam shouted, "What is the meaning of this? Who gave you the audacity to block my way?" The Marines, standing firm and composed, replied, "It is the admirals who have granted us this authority. Only you are permitted to enter the conference room, while all others are forbidden." As the Marines spoke, the air was filled with the distant sound of explosions echoing from the nearby seas, startling Spandam. The Marines, witnessing his fright, cast scornful glances in his direction. The realization that he was being mocked by mere privates ignited a surge of indignation within Spandam. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. This was Sengoku's warship, not a place for his tantrums. Chapter 36. Spandam with no outlet for his fury. Spandam turned to his agents, berating them. "Are your ears deaf? Did you not hear the explosions? Hurry and investigate the situation." "Yes, Commander Spandam," they replied. Casting a disdainful glance at the Marines outside the conference room, Spandam strode inside. Was it really necessary to investigate? It was evident that Admiral Garp was engaged in the extermination of those pirates. Regrettably, they had been assigned to guard the conference room. Otherwise, joining Admiral Garp would have surely led to commendations and perhaps even a promotion in rank. The voices of two Marines, though quiet, reached Spandam's ears, further fueling his ire and harboring resentment towards them. Before entering the conference room, Spandam wore a grim expression, but upon crossing the threshold, he executed a dramatic transformation akin to a Sichuan opera face-changing act, his scowling visage instantly blooming into a radiant smile. As Zhangguo noticed Spandane entering, he gestured for him to take a seat. To Zhangguo's surprise, Spandane seized the opportunity and promptly chose the chair closest to him to sit down. In the Warring States period, there was little of significance to note. At that moment, Spandane was the first to speak, inquiring, "General of the Warring States, why did you take back the golden telephone bug that was sent to me?" The Warring States expressed their discontent. "You have already utilized it. Naturally, I must reclaim it. Are you aware that the demon-slaying decree you enacted has caused a great calamity?" Spandane visibly panicked for a moment. then responded with a laugh. How has the demon-slaying decree I initiated caused such a disaster, esteemed general of the warring states? Although I did not completely deplete Barrett's energy, it certainly served a purpose. In the end, was I not able to capture that madman, Barrett? One could hardly say I have brought about a catastrophe. The Marine Admiral Sengoku gazed at Spandam with a look of incredulity, as if perceiving him to be utterly foolish. It appears that you remain oblivious to the calamity you have wrought. Allow me to graciously enlighten you. The foremost transgression you have committed is the indiscriminate issuance of the demon-slaying order, which has disrupted our naval operations and indirectly led to Barrett's near escape. Spandam, you ought to recall the conditions under which I bestowed upon you the golden transponder snail. You were explicitly instructed that before invoking the demon-slaying order, you must notify me to prevent interference with the Navy's standard operations, thus facilitating troop mobilization. If you are indeed cognizant of this, why then did you suddenly activate the demon-slaying order? Moreover, our headquarters received no notification regarding its initiation. Were it not for your revelation, we would still be in the dark regarding who instigated the demon-slaying order. Currently, the Air Marshal is diligently seeking to identify the perpetrator. Furthermore, from whence did the naval vessels you commanded originate? They were summoned by me from various branches of the New World using the golden transponder snail. In the face of Sengoku's inquiries, Spandam, without hesitation, divulged this information. However, upon uttering it, he immediately regretted his words. This constitutes yet another charge against you, Spandam. Consider, if the elders were to discover that a mere commander of CP9 has the audacity to mobilize a naval fleet comparable to the demon-slaying order at will, how do you suppose they would perceive you? Do you not think they would harbor suspicions regarding your loyalty to the world government? Might they not initiate an investigation into your activities? Are you prepared to endure such scrutiny? Every word spoken by Sengoku pierced Spandam like a razor-sharp sword. Spandam was now drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware that mobilizing the Navy was indeed a violation of protocol, especially to such an extensive extent. If the 5 elders were to discover his actions, his fate would be dire. Even if they did not believe he would betray the world government, they would inevitably harbor suspicions and initiate an investigation. Spandam understood that he could not withstand scrutiny. Should an investigation take place, he might not face death. Yet he would certainly suffer grievously, losing his current status in the process. After contemplating the gravity of his situation, Spandam clung desperately to Sengoku's leg, pleading, General Sengoku, you must save me. I, Spandam, am unwaveringly loyal to the world government and harbor no treacherous intentions. Although my interference has complicated this operation, the mission was ultimately completed thanks to your efforts. Moreover, the intelligence for this task was provided by our CP9. Without our information, you would not have apprehended Barrett. In the Warring States period, gazing at Spandam, who clung to his leg, tears streaming down his face and snot threatening to stain his trousers, I advised, Spandam, you are the commander-in-chief of CP9. What are you doing in such a state? If others were to see you, it would be utterly humiliating. You must get up at once. Enduring embarrassment is far better than facing death directly. Besides, there is no one else who will enter the conference room. You have all instructed the Marine Guards outside to prevent any unauthorized personnel from entering. I assure you, I will not lose any dignity. If you, the great general of the Warring States, do not come to my aid, I shall remain unmoved. As the Warring States listened to the rogue remarks of Spandam, they couldn't help but shake their heads in resignation at the helplessness of the Marine soldiers outside. As the Warring States prepared to continue persuading Spandam to rise, they were suddenly interrupted by the abrupt opening of the conference room door. In the Warring States period, one could only perceive that Spandam had utilized a swift motion, rising rapidly from beside the Warring States and taking a seat, even wiping away the traces of tears and mucus from his face. Burgess gazed at Spandam with a look of astonishment. None of the pirates from the Warring States period could withstand even a single blow from me. Upon realizing that the newcomer was Carp, Spandam attempted to feign despair, hoping to cling to the legs of the Warring States. However, having kept a vigilant eye on Spandam, the Warring States would not allow him to grasp his legs and smear his snot onto his trousers, to safeguard his attire from defilement. The Warring States unleashed his conqueror's hockey, singularly targeting Spandam just as he was about to rise, compelling him to settle back into his seat. The Warring States turned to the visibly terrified Spandam and said, do not be overly agitated. I have not declared that I shall not save you. This situation is not devoid of opportunities for redemption. Calm yourself for the moment, and I shall reveal to you the solution shortly. Having addressed Spandam, the Warring States then shifted his gaze towards Carp. Why have you returned alone? Where are the trio of Bolisolino? He inquired. The battle has not yet concluded, and thus they are unable to return. They are currently engaged in subduing the remaining pirates. Both Zhangguo and Zfa gazed at Carp with incredulous expressions. Carp, noticing their looks, questioned, "Why do you regard me in such a manner? I have successfully sunk those pirate vessels and vanquished their captains. It is only now that I have returned. The remaining pirates can be effortlessly dealt with by any one of Kazan and his two companions. With all three of them present, there is little chance of unforeseen complications. Surely, my actions this time have been commendable, haven't they?" Hee. Chapter 37. Human sentiment in the Warring States period. Carp indeed performed admirably this time, and having nothing further to attend to, he refrained from speaking about Carp any longer. It was then that Carp noticed Spandam, who appeared utterly astonished, and exclaimed, "Spandam, what on earth are you doing here? Surely, you do not intend to compete with us for the CP agent Barrett, do you?" Spandam replied awkwardly, "Admiral Carp." In the Warring States period, someone came to Spandam's aid, stating, "Spandam, resolving this matter is quite simple. We merely need to refrain from reporting it. If we choose not to report it, the five elders will naturally overlook these trivialities. However, why should we assist someone who seeks to claim credit for themselves?" After Sengoku's remarks, Zephyr and Carp turned their scrutinizing gazes upon Spandam, who found himself unnerved under the intense scrutiny of the three highest powers of the Navy. After a moment of hesitation, Spandam, feeling the weight of their stares, managed to speak under pressure. "As long as you, Admiral Sengoku, do not report this matter, I shall owe you a favor." However, he immediately corrected himself. "No, I owe not only Admiral Sengoku a favor, but also one to Admiral Zephyr and Vice Admiral Carp." He continued, "I am aware of your formidable strengths, yet there may come a time when you will require my assistance. After all, while we CP9 may not boast of many things, our intelligence capabilities are unparalleled, even surpassing those of CP0. Just as Zephyr was about to decline, Sengoku's piercing gaze halted him. In the midst of the discourse, Sengoku remarked, "It appears that you, Spandam, have yet to grasp the gravity of this situation. Should we fail to report this matter to Admiral Kong, your proposition may seem acceptable. However, the current circumstances render it insufficient, and time is not on your side. If Admiral Kong informs the five elders, you will find yourself with nothing. You must ponder your words carefully before speaking further." Spandam, gritting his teeth, retorted, "Sengoku, pray tell. What precisely do you wish for me to do in order to keep this matter under wraps? My demands are quite simple. Let us proceed based on the debts you owe. However, one favor will not suffice. You must owe each of us 3 favors, and additionally, owe Admiral Kong 6 favors. That does not seem overly burdensome," he continued. "After all, we are taking risks to conceal this matter for you, and we too shall face reprimand from Admiral Kong. Moreover, I must remind you that the golden phone was a gift from me." Sengoku, acknowledging the gravity of the request, replied, "I will acquiesce to your demands." Spandam, almost immediately upon hearing Sengoku's words, consented, recognizing that conceding to Sengoku's terms would merely cost him some resources. Resources could be replenished. But if the 5 elders were to become aware of this situation, he would lose everything, perhaps even his very life. Furthermore, individuals of Sengoku's stature might never require such debts throughout their lifetime. 1 favor is no different from 3. Yet, what transpired next left Spandam utterly astounded. In the midst of the conversation, Sengoku remarked, "Since Spandam has already acquiesced, might you first fulfill a singular request for the 3 of us? Assist us in procuring 1 devil fruit each. The rarity of the fruits shall signify your sincerity. Each fruit you locate will absolve 1 favor." He continued, "I assume that finding a devil fruit should pose no challenge for you individuals from CP9, correct?" With gritted teeth, Spandam responded, "Indeed, it is not a formidable task. I shall expedite the search for the 3 of you." Once the matter was settled, Sengoku suggested, "Now we ought to confer with Admiral Akainu. Without further ado, you may commence your search for the devil fruits. The swifter your discovery, the greater your displayed earnestness." Spandam offered a wry smile, saying, "Then I shall not impose upon you any longer." With that, he departed without delay. Upon the closing of the door, Zifa immediately inquired, "Sengoku, are you truly intent on concealing this matter from that fellow? Should this information reach our superiors, not only would Spandam face dire consequences, but the Navy would also endure repercussions. The operations of the courier service must not falter due to this incident. With CP9's assistance, the courier service shall flourish more rapidly. This is the optimal choice for maximizing benefits." I believe Admiral Akainu would concur with my assessment. After a moment of contemplation, Zephyr pressed, then Sengoku. What purpose does it serve to have Spandam seek the devil fruits? Have you not already consumed one yourself? Zhangguo cast a sidelong glance at Zephyr and remarked, The devil fruit holds no value for me, yet it is indeed beneficial for Razanandi Inzi. It is high time for Long to consider marriage and procreation, consequently. Karp's grandson will inevitably have a need for the devil fruit. Now do you comprehend my intentions regarding the devil fruit? Upon hearing Zhangguo's words, Zephyr fell into silence. Karp, however, remained carefree and responded, Zhangguo, how could you possibly know that I would have a grandson? Sengoku directly ignored Karp. BRBRR. Hey, Sengoku. I have discovered who initiated this demon-slaying order. Admiral Kong, we are already aware. You know? How did you find out? It took me a long time to uncover this. Afterward, Zhangguo recounted the events to Kong. Zhangguo, you did well. I could not conceive of a better approach. With Spandan's assistance, our naval operations will be significantly more efficient. However, Zhangguo, you have been rather negligent in handing over the demon-slaying order's phone worm to an imbecile like Spandane. Marshal Kong, do you think I desired to give Spandane the golden phone worm? You are well aware of my reasons for needing the golden phone worm for the demon-slaying order. Ahem. Now that Barrett has been captured, it's best for all of you to return to headquarters. Kong awkwardly cleared his throat. At that moment, Karp expressed his discontent. Marshal Kong, we have gone without leave for quite some time. It is high time we were granted a respite. Sengoku nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, we, the esteemed Marshal Kong, truly require a respite. Otherwise, we remain uncertain about when our next break may occur. Zephyr, keen on taking a leave, opened his mouth to speak, but Kong interjected. Karp's antics are one matter, but Sengoku, how could you join in this folly? If you wish for a holiday, must I not desire one as well? You three may only take turns. Simultaneous leaves are strictly prohibited. As for who shall take leave first, you may deliberate amongst yourselves, and I shall not interfere. Decide swiftly who shall go first, and the other two must return promptly. With that, Kong abruptly severed the connection. Observing the charged atmosphere between Sengoku and Karp, Zephyr was the first to speak. As my wife and children reside at headquarters, I shall not contest this matter with you. I shall take my leave last. In the midst of the situation, Zhangguo hastily remarked, Kapu, you have always taken the most vacations in the past. It is only fair that I take my leave this time. You need not refuse, for upon my return, I shall undoubtedly bring you some delectable treats. I assure you, you will be thoroughly satisfied. If that is not enough, I shall add 100 packets of donuts and 100 packets of senbei. Chapter 38. Fishman Island, can you possibly consume all of that? At most, I shall allow you 20 packets. Anything beyond that is non-negotiable. Kapu, with a pained expression, conceded. Very well, 20 packets it shall be, but I require 20 different flavors of donuts. Agreed. Zephyr interjected. Since you have settled your arrangements, let us part ways for now. Kapu, quickly accompany me back to headquarters. After Sengoku sent off Karp and the others, he ordered the warships to set sail towards the fishmen. Suddenly, a humanoid figure of golden light materialized on the deck of Sengoku's warship. In the tumultuous era of the warring states, Sengoku questioned, How did you come aboard my warship? Borsellino? Those pirates have already been eradicated. Borsellino responded with a smile. Indeed, Mr. Sengoku, the task has been accomplished. Those who deserve to be eliminated have been. And those who needed to be captured have been apprehended. Since the mission is complete, why are you not returning to headquarters with Zephyr? Mr. Sengoku, I am currently on vacation. I heard from Teacher Zephyr that you are also on leave. May I request a ride with you? Of course, I can take you. But I cannot guarantee it is on my way. I am headed to Fishman Island. Is that convenient? If it is not on the way, then you should depart quickly. How could it not be on the way? It's entirely up to you. With that, he proceeded to the ship's mess hall for a meal. After a day of sailing, Sengoku's warship finally reached Fishman Island. Upon entering, Sengoku immediately observed the island in disarray, with numerous vessels docked. The flags of these ships unmistakably indicated they belonged to pirates. Before Sengoku could utter a word, Borsellino coldly interjected, Within the confines of Kawar, Mr. Sengoku, shall we take action? Need you even ask? We must act. It is our duty as the Navy to confront pirates. In the future, I hope you will refrain from posing such foolish questions. Your admonition is duly noted, Mr. Sengoku. Your speed is remarkable. Go and protect the royal family of the Fishman Kingdom. Yes, Mr. Sengoku. As Borsellino swiftly departed, Sengoku led the sailors from the warship into the fray. As they delved deeper, Sengoku witnessed the pirates capturing members of the Fishman tribe, while the royal army of the Fishman kingdom valiantly resisted. However, the sheer number of pirates was overwhelming, rendering the royal army's numbers woefully insufficient. Upon observing the situation, Sengoku promptly commanded the subordinate marines to liberate the captured fishmen. Subsequently, he accelerated his advance toward the epicenter of the conflict. En route, Sengoku expediently dispatched numerous pirates. Reaching the heart of the battle, Sengoku discerned that Borsalino was effortlessly dominating the fray, suggesting a lack of formidable adversaries among the pirates, with the highest bounty likely not exceeding 500 million berries. Consequently, Sengoku adopted a merciless approach, transforming into his Daibutsu form and initiating an assault upon the assembled pirates. As soon as the warring states transformed, a pirate recognized him immediately. "Everyone flee, it's the Buddha of warring states." Upon hearing the name, most pirates hurriedly retreated, allowing the marine soldiers and the forces of the Fishman kingdom to pursue them. However, there were a few audacious pirates who charged towards warring states. "Warring states, your head will be mine. Taking down this former rival of the Pirate King is merely the first step towards my ascension as the new Pirate King. Warring States belongs to me. By slaying Warring States, I am certain to gain fame. No one dare contest with me. Warring States is mine." Several pirates swiftly advanced from the crowd towards Warring States. Among them were those with extraordinary powers. As Sengoku cast a glance, he unleashed a radiant wave of light towards the pirates charging at him. The formidable wave struck the assailants, causing them to cough up blood and subsequently lose consciousness. "Everyone, flee," cried one of the pirates. "The captain has been effortlessly defeated by Sengoku. If we do not escape now, we shall meet our demise." Without the need for further urging, the other pirates had already accelerated their retreat the moment Sengoku made his move. In the midst of the conflict, Sengoku unleashed several well-aimed strikes against the fleeing pirates, subsequently reverting to his human form. Kawa, indeed, stands in awe of Sengoku. These pirates, with bounties reaching into the hundreds of millions, pale in comparison to the formidable presence of Mr. Sengoku. One need not even inquire as to the identity of the speaker. Merely by the tone of his voice, one could discern that it was Admiral Borsalino. "Admiral, you have entrusted me with the protection of the royal family of Fishman Island. How have I fared in this duty? Rest assured, Admiral, the royal family is exceedingly safe. The Fishmen possess formidable warriors, even without our assistance. I believe they could repel the pirates on their own. Since the royal family of Fishman Island is unharmed, do not grow complacent. Quickly attend to the remaining pirates and ensure they do not threaten the citizens of the Fishmen." Yes, Admiral. I shall attend to it at once. It seems that even during my leave, I remain burdened with work. It appears that accompanying Admiral Sengoku is not the most favorable choice. After venting his frustrations, Borsalino set off in pursuit of the fleeing pirates. Once he departed, Sengoku surveyed the battlefield and was astonished to find that it was situated right outside the Dragon Palace of Fishman Island. At that moment, a fishman, wielding a trident and towering several times above an ordinary fishman, approached. "Thank you, Admiral Sengoku, for assisting us in resolving the pirate threat to Fishman Island." Zhonghua turned to the speaker and recognized him as the king of the Fishman Kingdom, the illustrious knight Neptune. "Eliminating pirates is our duty as the Navy. There is no need for gratitude," he stated resolutely. At that moment, a petite and beautiful fishwoman emerged from behind Neptune. Smiling as she spoke, expressions of gratitude are indeed necessary. While the defeat of pirates may not hold great significance for General Zhonghua, it is of utmost importance to us on Fishman Island. Thus, we must extend our heartfelt thanks to General Zhonghua. However, is this an appropriate venue for conversation? If you permit, I would like to invite General Zhonghua and the esteemed Navy to the Dragon Palace, where we can properly host you and express our gratitude." Neptune interjected, "General Zhonghua, this is my wife, Oki. She speaks truthfully. Please accompany us to the Dragon Palace, where we shall extend our warmest hospitality." Admiral Sengoku remarked, "Since it is Princess Otoheim who extends the invitation, I cannot possibly decline. Coincidentally, I have a matter to discuss with you, Neptune, during my visit to Fishman Island. Please lead the way, Admiral Sengoku." As he ventured deeper into Fishman Island, Sengoku found himself enchanted by its breathtaking scenery. Despite having lived through an era of information explosion and having witnessed countless stunning vistas, both in reality and through manga and anime, nothing could compare to the awe he felt in person. The beauty of the Ryugu Palace, in particular, surpassed all that he had ever seen, outshining even the most magnificent sights depicted in illustrations. Fleet Admiral Sengoku was conveyed with alacrity in the Ryugu Kingdom's exclusive hippocampus-drawn carriage, swiftly arriving at the palace's reception hall. Upon their arrival, Queen Otoheim promptly directed the attendants to prepare victuals to receive Sengoku. Chapter 39. Fisher Tiger. Through this simple gesture, Sengoku discerned that the true sovereign of the Fishman Kingdom was, in fact, Queen Otoheim, rather than Neptune, who was henpecked. The thought of a henpecked husband reminded Sengoku of Zephyr. At that moment, Sengoku felt profoundly grateful that his predecessor had remained unwed. Had he possessed a wife, Sengoku would have been at a loss as to how to interact with a spouse both familiar and foreign to him. The warring states probably believed they could evade their fate. What has happened to the general of the warring states? The voice of Princess Iji brought the distracted warring states back to reality. Zhonghua exclaimed, "I am utterly captivated by the breathtaking beauty of Dragon Palace City. Although I have previously visited Fishman Island, I have never before set foot in Dragon Palace City. Witnessing such exquisite scenery for the first time is indeed awe-inspiring." "Thank you for your kind words, General Zhonghua," Neptune replied with enthusiasm. "If you appreciate it so much, I warmly invite you to stay with us in Dragon Palace City for a few more days." Sengoku waved his hand, expressing gratitude to Neptune for his kind intentions. "Although the scenery is indeed splendid, I have come here on personal matters. Once I have concluded my affairs, I shall take my leave from Fishman Island. I hope to return during my next holiday, and I trust that you and your spouse will not turn me away." How could we possibly refuse the esteemed General Sengoku? The general of the warring states is always welcome, and we shall extend the highest courtesy upon your arrival. Princess Yihim remarked with a smile, "Since the general of the warring states is pressed for time, let us not waste any further moments. Please, share your personal matters. If there is any way we can assist, we shall do our utmost to support you." Neptune concurred. "It is entirely my fault. Please, do not delay in speaking, for we cannot allow your affairs to be hindered." Zhonghua smiled and said, "In truth, while it may be regarded as a personal matter, it is not entirely so. Are you familiar with the 7 warlords of the sea?" "Of course we are aware of the 7 warlords of the sea. The news has been quite rampant of late," came the response. "Although our Fishman Island suffers from a lack of information, such significant events do not escape our notice. Since you are informed, I need not elaborate further. My purpose for visiting Fishman Island is to seek a candidate for the 7 warlords of the sea, and I have already identified the individual I require. I have come to request your assistance in locating this fishman." Otoheim's expression turned grave as she replied, "I am uncertain whom you seek, Admiral Zhonghua. While many among our Fishman tribe have taken to piracy, our Fishman Kingdom bears no association with those who have embraced that path. Should you wish for us to aid you in locating a pirate of our kind, we can assist if he is present on Fishman Island. However, if he resides elsewhere, our capabilities to assist will be limited." In the midst of the conversation, Sengoku remarked, "Lady Otoheim, I have not indicated that I am in search of a pirate. Rather, I seek an adventurer." "An adventurer?" "Indeed, an adventurer. Specifically, one named Fisher Tiger. However, Commander Sengoku, as far as I understand, isn't it a requirement for the warlords of the sea to be pirates? The Navy has never claimed that only pirates can attain the status of warlords of the sea. My intention in establishing the warlords was to counter the era of great pirates brought about by Roger. Ever since Roger revealed the existence of One Piece, the number of pirates on the seas has surged dramatically, increasing the pressure on our Navy. Thus, the world government permitted us to form the warlords of the sea. We invite individuals to become warlords not only based on their strength but also considering their character and integrity. Even the most powerful of bloodthirsty pirates shall not be granted the opportunity to cleanse their reputation through this title. I have long heard of the adventurer who unified Fishman Street. Fisher Tiger is not only immensely powerful, but also possesses a commendable character and bears no animosity towards humanity. Hence, I wish to extend an invitation to him." Neptune and Otoheim, upon hearing Sengoku's words, displayed expressions of excitement. Once she had composed herself, Otoheim replied, "Commander Sengoku, we are indeed familiar with Tiger. We know him well. As you have articulated, he is not only extraordinarily strong, but also remarkably kind-hearted. Although we share a close bond with Tiger, this matter must be addressed directly between him and you, Commander Sengoku. We cannot make decisions on his behalf," Zhonghua remarked. "Such significant matters should naturally be discussed in person. I wonder if Fisher Tiger is currently at Fishman Island, and whether you can establish contact with him. If you can, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in reaching out to him." Neptune replied with a smile, "Admiral Zhonghua, Your timing is indeed fortuitous. Tiger has recently been at Fishman Island. He even assisted us during a recent confrontation with pirates, leading the people of Fishman Street to our aid. I shall send someone to summon Tiger, or perhaps I should go myself." With that, Neptune departed without affording Zhangguo the opportunity to decline. The king of the warring states chuckled awkwardly, remarking on the monarch's exuberant enthusiasm. E.G. also offered an embarrassed smile in response. In order to alleviate the awkwardness, Sengoku inquired, "Princess Oki, could you recount the matters concerning Fisher Tiger to me? I wish to gain a deeper understanding of him." Princess Oki replied with a smile, "Of course. But I am not fully aware of all of Tiger's experiences. I can only share what I know." Subsequently, she recounted significant events from Tiger's time on Fishman Island, as well as notable adventures he had shared. After listening to Tiger's accounts, Sengoku's resolve to appoint Tiger as one of the 7 warlords of the sea solidified further. He even contemplated the possibility of having Tiger join the Navy, yet he recalled the constraints within the military. Nevertheless, serving as a warlord would allow Tiger to pursue justice without such limitations. It was not long before Neptune returned, accompanied by a tall, blood-red-skinned fishman, followed by 2 others. One thin and one stout, with poor Salino in tow. As the Warring States rose from his seat, Neptune smiled and introduced, "Warring States General, this is the individual you seek. Fisher Tiger. These 2 are Tiger's loyal subordinates, Jinbei and Arlong. Tiger is indeed the one destined to become a member of the 7 warlords of the sea." As the Warring States and Tage exchanged greetings, the food was perfectly prepared. Under the gracious hospitality of Princess E.G., everyone took their seats. E.G. inquired, "General Warring States, shall we indulge in our meal first, or engage in conversation?" As Sengoku remarked, "Now that the individuals have been located, I shall not rush. They have recently engaged in battle. Let us partake in a hearty meal before further discussions." Neptune then suggested, "Let us dine first, esteemed General Sengoku and Vice Admiral Borsalino, and do savor the exquisite delicacies our Fishman Island has to offer." Upon Neptune's invitation, the gathering commenced their meal. Having recently endured a fierce conflict, everyone indulged heartily, save for Princess Shirahoshi, who consumed but a modest portion. The table was laden with an abundance of food, enough to satisfy all. Chapter 40. The advantages of becoming a warlord of the sea. Once they were well fed and refreshed, the group reconvened in the conference room. Tiger inquired with curiosity, "General Sengoku, may I ask why you have extended an invitation for me to join the warlords of the sea? This appears to be our first encounter in the Warring States period." The speaker remarked, "Indeed, this is our first encounter. However, I have long been acquainted with your illustrious exploits. Upon learning of the 7 warlords of the sea initiative, you were the first person who came to my mind." A long, perplexed voice interjected, "I am aware of the 7 warlords of the sea. But is it not said that only pirates can attain such a title? My elder brother is certainly no pirate." Another voice, that of Jinbei, firmly asserted, "A long. Silence yourself. This is not a place for idle chatter." "Indeed, it is Jinbei." As Sengoku observed the lively exchange between the 2, a faint smile graced his lips. Just as he was about to elucidate the situation, he heard Yahim speak up, "Neptune, you haven't clarified matters with Tiger." Neptune replied with a chuckle, "It's my fault. I failed to explain it to Tiger properly. Allow me to reiterate the message." He then recounted Sengoku's words verbatim. Upon hearing Neptune's account, not only did Tiger and his companions fall silent, but even Borsalino was rendered speechless, unaware that the 7 warlords of the sea could include non-pirates. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tiger addressed Sengoku, "Admiral Sengoku, I apologize, but I have no desire to become one of the 7 warlords. I am not a pirate, nor do I require the plundering license that comes with it. I simply wish to adventure freely." With that, Tiger prepared to rise and depart. The others, witnessing Tiger's resolute rejection of Sengoku, felt a wave of anxiety wash over them, fearful of incurring Sengoku's wrath. They had only heard tales of his legendary prowess. Today, they had witnessed his formidable strength firsthand. As Sengoku spoke, he calmly reassured Mr. Tiger, "Do not be in haste. I have yet to expound upon the advantages of joining the 7 warlords of the sea." He was well aware that Mr. Tiger did not require a piracy license. Thus his benefits differed significantly from those of the other former pirates within the ranks of the warlords. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Mr. Tiger, who was preparing to depart, took his seat once more, eager to hear how Sengoku would persuade him. Sengoku, perceptive to Mr. Tiger's subtle movements, continued with a smile. "Becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea is replete with advantages. Not only will your freedom remain intact, but you will also receive assistance in your adventures. Once you become a warlord, you will have the privilege of boarding our Navy ships that will during your escapades. Furthermore, we can extend financial support to you. For your adventures will undoubtedly require a significant amount of belly. Wherever you venture, you will invariably encounter nefarious pirates. While you might occasionally exchange captured pirates for bounties, such instances are rare. However, Sengoku elaborated, upon your induction as a warlord, once you vanquish a pirate, you can contact us via Den Mushi. Our Navy will then dispatch personnel to apprehend the defeated pirates, ensuring you receive your due bounty, even if you are not present to oversee the transport. As long as the pirates are secured, the bounty will naturally be credited to your account. Moreover, he continued, becoming a warlord will expand your horizons for adventure. We will provide you with cutting-edge technological products to facilitate your endeavors. These benefits extend not only to you, but also to your people, the fishmen. I have heard of your aspirations to improve relations between fishmen and humans, which is partly why you rescue civilians during your adventures. However, have you considered the limited impact of your efforts? By becoming a warlord, the Navy will publicize your deeds, and the world will swiftly learn that fishmen are not merely the violent beings they are reputed to be. A single day of our promotion could eclipse the results of your 20 years of toil. You are well aware of the truth in my words, given your frequent adventures. The advantages for your people do not end here, either. Due to the events surrounding One Piece, your homeland, Fishman Island, has likely suffered an increase in pirate raids. Upon becoming a warlord, I can propose establishing a branch on Fishman Island, which would greatly enhance the security of its inhabitants. Additionally, your heroic deeds, once publicized by our Navy, could elevate your kingdom's chances of becoming a member of the world government. With our support, the Fishman Kingdom could indeed achieve this status and even participate in global conferences. Consequently, your people's standing would rise, and the threat of pirates plundering Fishman Island would be significantly diminished. In fact, it is possible that slave traders would cease to target your people altogether. Having outlined so many advantages, I must also convey your obligations as a warlord. Your duty is quite simple. Do not oppose our Navy. Should you encounter our forces apprehending pirates during your adventures, you must assist us. However, given the vast number of our personnel, there may be a few rogues among us. If you happen upon such individuals, refrain from taking their lives. Instead, contact our headquarters, and the judges of Judicial Island will address those miscreants. Of course, if their crimes are intolerable, you may eliminate them, but ensure that no one else witnesses this act, as indiscriminately slaying Navy personnel would reflect poorly upon you. Lastly, you must respond to our summons when we require your assistance against formidable pirates, though such instances should be rare. I have spoken at length now. I urge you to consider this carefully. However, do so promptly, as we must soon depart. After delivering his discourse, Sengoku, feeling parched, took a hearty sip of water. The individuals in the meeting room were left astonished by Sengoku's words. Admiral Borisellino was left dumbfounded, unaware of the benefits of becoming a warlord. Both Otoheim and Mr. Tiger were immensely excited. Sengoku had articulated the very ambitions they wished to achieve, aspirations they believed would require generations of effort. Yet, Sengoku assured them that all could be effortlessly realized if Mr. Tiger became a warlord, igniting their excitement. Mr. Tiger exclaimed, "Admiral Sengoku, I am willing to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea." As Sengoku, with an expression of anticipated understanding, remarked, "Do not merely heed the advantages I have outlined. Have you truly grasped the obligations I have articulated? Will you consent to the duties I have presented?" Chapter 41. The Whitebeard Pirates. How could that be? I have acknowledged all those obligations without exception. Observing the excitement radiating from Tiger, Sengoku continued, "You should be well aware of the prerequisites for becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea. There is no need for me to elaborate further. Simply bring the heads of the pirates to our headquarters when the time comes." "Ah, but I have yet to assess your strength," Sengoku added. "Borsellino, please evaluate Tiger's capabilities. It would be unfortunate if anyone were to claim that Tiger's strength is inadequate for the title of warlord." Borsellino, upon hearing Sengoku's command, was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond, as he had already been inundated with an overwhelming amount of shocking information that day. Kizaru, lost in reverie, was jolted back to reality by Sengoku's sharp rap on the table, a clear expression of his displeasure. Startled, Kizaru exclaimed, "Sengoku-sensei, what's the matter?" Zhanghua, his face marked by frustration, reiterated his previous statement. After listening to Zhanghua's words, Borisellino swiftly declined. There was no need for a contest among the generals. I had already witnessed Mr. Tiger's formidable strength when dealing with the pirates. I believe Mr. Tiger's prowess is on par with that of Crocodile, and he is entirely worthy of being one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Should anyone dare to challenge Mr. Tiger, let them seek him out themselves. I am confident that Mr. Tiger will ensure they fully comprehend his capabilities. As Sengoku observed the mutual salutation exchange between Kizaru and Porcelino, he chuckled and remarked, "Since Porcelino has stated such, there is no need for a contest. When the time comes, simply bring the head of the pirate to headquarters, and you shall be granted the title of one of the 7 warlords of the sea. I trust this request shall pose no difficulty for you. Rest assured, Admiral Sengoku, I shall endeavor to fulfill this requirement promptly. However, if I may inquire, when will the benefits you just mentioned commence?" After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku remarked, "The advantages for yourself began the instant you became one of the 7 warlords of the sea. However, the benefits for your fishman race cannot be altered merely by desire. Such change necessitates both the passage of time and the collective effort of your people. After all, no matter how fervently we, the Navy, advocate for the kindness and peace-loving nature of your race, it will amount to nothing if you do not cooperate." Princess Otoheim replied passionately, "General Sengoku, rest assured that our fishman race will wholeheartedly collaborate with your Navy. Whether it is to improve the relationship between fishmen and humans or to join the world government as a member nation. These have always been the aspirations of the residents of Fishman Island. We no longer wish to be treated as rare slaves, captured at will. We desire to live under the sun like other races. In summary, we will exert every effort to advance these matters, and with your Navy's assistance, I believe the day when we fishmen can live freely in the sunlight is not far off." The warring states expressed, "I too believe that day is not far off. I wish to propose a request that I hope King Neptune and Princess Otoheim will grant." King Neptune responded with a hearty demeanor, "General Warring States, please speak plainly. We shall undoubtedly exert ourselves to fulfill your request. In the face of this era of formidable pirates, our Navy contends not only with the likes of the 7 warlords of the sea, but our primary objective is conscription. I wish to recruit on Fishman Island. Although we have had a few fishmen in our Navy, their numbers have been woefully inadequate. I intend to petition Admiral Kong to establish an underwater division comprised of fishmen. For with their ability to thrive in the depths, our power to eradicate pirates will become significantly enhanced. Of course, should you harbor doubts, we can commence a pilot program on Fishman Island, where the fishmen will serve within their own territory." The mention of the warring states cast a pall over the atmosphere of the reception room, causing Along's expression to darken considerably, just as the ambience grew increasingly awkward. A soldier from the king's army burst into the chamber. "Your Majesty, trouble is at hand. Another band of pirates has infiltrated our domain, and this time they are far more formidable than the previous ones." In the presence of Sengoku, he urged everyone to contemplate their decisions carefully before providing him with their responses. "We must first address the newly arrived pirates. Porcelino, please investigate the situation." "Yes, Mr. Sengoku, I shall proceed immediately." "How unfortunate that my long-awaited leave has been so abruptly interrupted. Cease your complaining and hurry along." After Sengoku departed, Tiger, along with Jinbei and Arlong, followed suit. "You all heard Sengoku's words. What are your thoughts?" Tiger inquired. "Brother Tiger, I believe humanity is inherently untrustworthy, yet the warlords of the sea may be worth considering." Arlong replied, "Oh, what leads you to such a conclusion, Arlong?" "Brother, even if Sengoku and his ilk deceive us and fail to uphold their promises, we too are not bound to fulfill our obligations. Thus, should Sengoku be deceitful, we would suffer no loss." Arlong's reasoning held some merit. Perhaps Sengoku's claims were indeed truthful. However, Sengoku remained merely a vice-admiral, subject to the authority of the admiral and the world government. Many matters were beyond his decision-making power. "Jinbei, what is your perspective?" "Brother Tiger, I perceive Sengoku as distinct from previous humans. I believe his words to be sincere. Elaborate on your reasoning." "Honestly, I cannot articulate why, but my heart assures me that Sengoku speaks the truth." "Haha, your heart guides you, does it?" "Quite remarkable. My heart resonates similarly. For the future of our Fishman tribe, I feel compelled to take a chance. However, I cannot support our people becoming Marines, though I shall neither oppose it." Upon reaching the docking area, Borsalino spotted a pirate flag, prompting him to flee back in the direction from whence he came. As Sengoku gazed at the approaching Borsalino with a puzzled expression, he inquired, "Borsalino, why have you returned? Did I not instruct you to confront those pirates?" "Mr. Sengoku, let us converse while we proceed." Borsalino replied, Observing this, the speed of the Zonic Kingdom increased slightly. Quickly, explain what transpired. The pirate crew that has arrived is purportedly the Whitebeard pirates. However, they have not harmed the residents of Fishman Island, and I am uncertain whether we should engage. Your judgment is sound. We must not take action here. Newgate's powers could obliterate Fishman Island, and in such an event, none of us would survive in the depths of the ocean. With that, Sengoku fell silent, accelerating to his utmost speed. In the original historical narrative envisioned by Sengoku, Whitebeard had provided sanctuary to Fishman Island, shielding it from the ravages of the Great Pirate Era. However, the course of history has since been altered by Sengoku, who remains uncertain whether Whitebeard will take action. Nevertheless, Sengoku harbors the hope that he will refrain from doing so. Chapter 42. The Conqueror's Haki. Upon Sengoku's arrival at the port to retrieve the ship, he discovered that the pirates of the Whitebeard pirate crew were already engaged in battle. Yet, they were not clashing with his own marine forces, but rather with pirates from other crews. The Warring States period swiftly discovered the prominently distinctive figure of the white-bearded man. Admiral Sengoku commanded the other marine forces to refrain from indiscriminately attacking the members of the Whitebeard pirates. However, any other pirate crews could be freely assaulted if they ventured too close. The Whitebeard pirates stood as the most formidable crew upon the seas, rendering other pirate factions mere trifles in comparison. In a remarkably brief span, they dispatched those rival pirates, albeit with a brutality far exceeding that of the Navy's methods, leaving not a single survivor among them. Whitebeard, wielding his formidable weapon, the Yoru, gazed at Sengoku and inquired, "Sengoku, what brings you to Fishman Island?" In the midst of the tension, Sengoku scoffed, questioning when Whitebeard's pirates had gained authority over the whereabouts of the Marines. "Do I need to report to you about my movements? Yet here you are, arriving at Fishman Island without cause. Are you not akin to those pirates who enslaved the Fishman race? If so, your calculations are gravely mistaken. As long as I, Sengoku, stand here, not a single Fishman civilian shall be taken by your crew." A man with a pineapple-shaped hairstyle retorted, "Sengoku, cease your baseless accusations. The Whitebeard pirates merely traverse Fishman Island on our return to the New World. We do not engage in the enslavement of any race." With a thunderous laugh, Whitebeard continued, "Ah, Sengoku, you still delight in your cunning schemes. However, I wonder if your strength has waned as much as your preparations suggest." With that declaration, Whitebeard brandished his weapon, charging fiercely towards Sengoku. The Warring States calmly remarked, "There's no need for your concern, Whitebeard." Following this, the Warring States transformed into his Buddha form and charged towards Whitebeard. In response, Marco and Borsellino urged those nearby to maintain their distance from both the Warring States and the two combatants. As Sengoku beheld the formidable conqueror's haki enveloping Whitebeard, he inwardly cursed the latter for his reckless behavior. In response, Sengoku too summoned the conqueror's haki to envelop his own fist. The resulting clash between the fists infused with Conqueror's haki and the shockwave of power created an air of palpable tension. The moment these two formidable forces collided, the very fabric of the heavens seemed to shift, and the violent gusts generated from the impact sent weaker marines and pirates alike tumbling through the air. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Tiger and his companions were utterly astounded by the sheer magnitude of the confrontation. Arlong, with a slow and deliberate tone, remarked, "Brother Tiger, Brother Jinbei. Did you see? Their blades and fists never truly collided. Rather, they clashed from a distance. What manner of attack is this?" Jinbei, equally perplexed, turned his gaze towards Tiger. Tiger murmured, "Admiral Sengoku and Whitebeard truly embody the pinnacle of strength upon these seas. If my conjecture is accurate, their assault employs the Conqueror's haki." Paulusolino cast a surprised glance at Tiger and remarked, "You are indeed a worthy choice of Mr. Sengoku. You possess knowledge of the Conqueror's haki. It is rare in these waters, let alone in the isolated Fishman Island." Tiger, displaying humility, replied, "I merely heard tales of the Conqueror's haki during my oceanic adventures. The specifics elude me. Surely, Admiral Paulusolino is well versed in this. Could you enlighten us?" "Very well," Paulusolino acquiesced, "since there is little else to occupy us. I shall expound upon the Conqueror's haki. You should know that those who possess the Conqueror's haki are exceedingly few, and even fewer manage to master it to the point of enveloping it. The disparity in power between those who have not attained this advanced state and those who have is monumental." Sengoku felt that the pressure exerted by Whitebeard was even more formidable than that imposed by Garb. He was uncertain whether this was due to the Conqueror's haki or the powers of the Devil Fruit. Although he was somewhat weaker than Whitebeard, Sengoku still harbored the determination to perish alongside him. With this thought in mind, Sengoku's demeanor grew increasingly fierce. Observing this, Whitebeard exclaimed, "Sengoku, have you lost your mind? How can you act so recklessly? Look around you. Are you not concerned about destroying Fishman Island? If you seek death, I have no intention of following suit. Cease this madness at once." Upon observing the colossal bubble enveloping Fishman Island, the warriors of the Warring States period were taken aback, causing them to cease their actions. The Sengoku retorted with irritation, "Newgate, have you truly succumbed to the fear of death? It seems you have indeed found what you call family, rendering you feeble. Moreover, were you not the one to strike first? What right do you have to criticize me?" Whitebeard, unfazed by Sengoku's reproach, chuckled and replied, "Is it not true that Roger has perished? The last time Garb sought me out, we did not engage in sparring. I merely felt an urge to test my skills against you, though I assure you, I did not unleash my full strength just now. It was you who went all out." Sengoku interjected, "Do not feign modesty, Newgate. You are not the type to hold back. Your recent assault was clearly intended to end my life. If there is nothing else, quickly take your sons and depart. You, a solitary man, cannot comprehend the benefits of camaraderie." Hearing Whitebeard's audacious remarks, Sengoku found himself almost amused, nearly revealing that it would be a wayward child he had raised who would ultimately bring about Whitebeard's demise. However, he restrained himself, knowing that even if he spoke the truth, Whitebeard would not believe him, instead perceiving it as an affront to his sons, potentially leading to further confrontation. In the tumultuous era of the Warring States, one realizes that he is no match for the formidable Whitebeard. He possesses no inclination for self-abasement. 5 years hence, when the system awakens, he shall wield its power to discipline Whitebeard at his leisure. Who is truly isolated, Newgate? Just as you have the capacity to adopt a son, so too can I. If there is not of significance to discuss, take your son and depart swiftly. By the way, your Whitebeard pirates currently stand as the most powerful pirate crew in these waters. Perhaps you should impose some restraint upon the rival crews surrounding you. That is a matter for your navy, not mine." Throughout their exchange, neither party ceased their combat, leading onlookers to perceive an ongoing clash. "Pray, enlighten me on your true intentions for visiting Fishman Island. Hasn't T. Marco already stated our purpose? We merely passed through, having observed pirates attempting to pillage the island. My son, too, has ties to the fishmen. Upon reaching his homeland, I shall not permit others to ravage it." In the midst of the crowd observing the Whitebeard pirates, Sengoku notably spotted a merman. This reminded him that the Whitebeard pirates even had a merman captain. Coupled with the historical context, Sengoku was now entirely convinced of Whitebeard's assertions. Since the pirates had been dealt with, it would be prudent for them to depart swiftly, as their presence would only incite panic among the residents of Fishman Island. Chapter 43. The banquet. Whitebeard countered, "That cannot be the case, Sengoku. After such a monumental battle, I must host a grand banquet to celebrate. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." In a rather irritable tone, Sengoku remarked, "What can we do if this continues? Can I and Whitebeard still destroy Fishman Island without any restraint? For now, there's no need to concern ourselves with the Whitebeard pirates. Their crew poses no threat to the residents of Fishman Island. They are merely passing through, and with the Marines monitoring them, all shall be well." Tiger gazed at Sengoku with uncertainty. Could the words of a pirate general truly be trusted? However, it was known that Newgate was not a man prone to deceit, and his ship carried members of the Fishman race. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire with them. There are certainly familiar faces among them. Sengoku continued, "Moreover, I shall remain vigilant over the Whitebeard pirates until their departure. You need not worry about any harm they might bring to Fishman Island. However, I cannot leave this place at present, so I must ask you to convey my apologies to King Neptune and Odoheim. I am unable to bid them farewell." With that, Sengoku proceeded toward his warship, followed closely by Borsalino. Seeing this, Tiger and his companions hurried to Mermaid Cove to report these developments to Neptune and Odoheim. As time passed, the hour for dinner approached when suddenly, the door to Sengoku's office swung open, revealing Borsalino. He pointed at the various delicacies and snacks brought by the Marines, perplexed. "General Sengoku, what is the meaning of this? Are you not capable of seeing that I am counting the specialties I purchased? Had you left earlier, you could have gathered them all by now instead of lingering to observe the Whitebeard pirates." Did you glean anything from your observations? There has been no unusual activity from them? Borsalino responded with an awkward expression. There has been no unusual activity. The officers of the Whitebeard pirates are merely enjoying themselves, while the other pirates are preoccupied with preparations for a feast. Upon hearing the mention of a feast, Sengoku's eyes brightened. Our Marines are not the guardians of the Whitebeard pirates. If they are hosting a banquet, so shall we. However, we shall forego the alcoholic beverages. No objections arose regarding the banquet. Through the diligent efforts of the Marines, a grander feast than that of the Whitebeard pirates was arranged, albeit with the slight disappointment of lacking wine. Just as Sengoku was savoring the meal, Neptune and his entourage arrived. Neptune, your timing is impeccable. You entertained us at noon, and now you must sample the culinary offerings of our navy, Sengoku exclaimed, pulling Neptune and his group closer. Princess Otoheim interjected, General Sengoku, we have not come to partake in the banquet, but rather to inform you that the Fishman Kingdom has agreed to your navy's recruitment of our people. However, we have conditions. Ah, splendid. Discussing matters shall not hinder your enjoyment of the feast. It would be a waste to let all this food go uneaten. Let us converse whilst we dine. Please, share your conditions. Hearing Sengoku's invitation, all but Princess Otoheim began to indulge in the meal. Our requirements are quite simple, and there are only two, the princess stated. First, during recruitment, no one shall be conscripted forcefully. Enlistment must be voluntary, and only those who wish to serve in the Marines may do so. Compulsion is unacceptable. Secondly, should any of our fishman kin join the Marines, they must be treated equally without any discrimination or special treatment. They should be regarded as ordinary Marines. The earlier proposal to establish a branch solely for fishmen on our island is no longer necessary. A standard distribution will suffice, and the Fishman Kingdom will raise no objections. Zhanghua chuckled. What could Princess Iji possibly be asking for? It turns out these are her requests. I can assure you, there is no need to consult Marshal Kong. We will certainly not resort to forced conscription. Moreover, we shall treat everyone equally. Our navy is a legitimate entity, and we shall not engage in any frivolous matters. However, we do have certain requirements for enlistment, as we are indeed a formal organization. If there are any specific demands, General Zhanghua, please feel free to articulate them directly. In the presence of Admiral Sengoku, a few recruitment flyers were handed out to everyone, each receiving a copy. The requirements and benefits of enlisting in the Navy were outlined within these documents, which were promptly read aloud by Oihan. The first enlistment requirement stated, to become a sailor, one must possess a sense of justice. The second requirement stipulated a minimum age of 18, and the 20th requirement declared, those with a criminal history need not apply. Only criminal records documented within the Navy are considered valid. Tiger chuckled and remarked, Admiral Sengoku, your enlistment criteria are quite reasonable. I believe that those aspiring to be sailors will undoubtedly agree with these stipulations. He added, do not merely focus on the requirements. Consider the advantages as well. Tiger continued, Advantage 1, competitive salary and excellent benefits, with guaranteed retirement. Advantage 2, ample opportunities for advancement, with a transparent promotion process. Advantage 3. Advantage 50, guidance from esteemed admirals. Upon reviewing these benefits, Admiral Sengoku jested, after seeing these conditions, I too am tempted to enlist as a sailor. Laughter ensued, and Sengoku added, but you are destined to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, so let us not jest. King Neptune and Princess Oiheim chimed in unison. Excellent. Following this, King Neptune remarked, Admiral Sengoku, you might as well conduct a recruitment drive now. I believe many of my citizens would be eager to join the Navy. The Warring States period declined with a gesture of refusal, stating, it is still too late at this hour. Let us discuss this another time. The General of the Warring States expressed that recruitment could take place tomorrow, and we are willing to assist you in this endeavor. Zhanghua turned to the speaking Lady Yahim and said, it seems I shall trouble you tomorrow. The ensuing banquet was filled with merriment. Once everyone had indulged and satisfied their appetites, they began to disperse. In a secluded area, Zhanghua and Whitebeard were enjoying a hearty drink together. Glug, glug, glug. Zhanghua, you must have ulterior motives for wanting Fisher Tiger to join the 7 warlords of the sea. Whitebeard remarked. Indeed, that is not the sole reason. But I cannot disclose my intentions to you. I have no desire to pry. We've had enough to drink. You ought to reveal the reason for my invitation. Chapter 44. Roger's wife and child. What purpose could I have for seeking you out, other than the simple desire to share a drink? Zhanghua replied. Seeing this, Whitebeard immediately stood up, declaring, if you won't speak, Then I shall take my leave. Do not go. I will tell you now. The matter I wish to discuss pertains to Roger. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard took his seat once more. What do you know about Roger? If you possess information, I am certain I am already aware of it. If Carp were to claim he knows something I do not about Roger, I might entertain that notion. But your words I shall dismiss. Should you doubt me, feel free to leave. I will not stop you. Do not employ such provocations. You are overthinking it. I am not trying to provoke you. If you truly wish to leave, then do so. Enough of the banter. Speak swiftly. Very well. I shall exercise patience and refrain from stooping to your level. Are you aware that Roger's wife is with child? What? Roger's wife is pregnant? Whitebeard's voice boomed, causing Zhangguo to wince at the volume. Newgate, must you announce Roger's wife's situation to all of Fishman Island? Upon hearing this, Whitebeard anxiously scanned the surroundings, fearful of eavesdroppers. Stop looking. There is no one here. In a hushed tone, Whitebeard asked, Zhangguo, is what you say true? Is Roger's wife truly pregnant? I had no knowledge of Roger even having a wife, let alone that she is with child. How did you come to know this? Roger's relationship with you is not so close that he would confide such matters. In the Warring States period, he remarked, Newgate, you have guessed correctly. This matter was indeed not conveyed to me personally by Roger. Rather, it was relayed by Garp. Could it be that Garp informed you? No, that cannot be. Given Garp's character, he would never divulge such information to others. How did you come to know about the Warring States? The means of my knowledge is of little consequence. What matters now is that the world government has ascertained that Roger has a wife, and they are also aware of her pregnancy. However, the specifics of Roger's wife's identity remain elusive to the authorities, who only know her place of origin. As for how the world government acquired this information, it is unnecessary for you to inquire, for it certainly did not come from me or Garp. Ultimately, the rulers of this world are the world government, and they possess the capability to ascertain Roger's whereabouts. After a moment of silence, Whitebeard spoke solemnly. You need not elaborate further. Simply state your purpose for seeking me. Very well. I shall refrain from further discourse. Roger has entrusted his wife and child to Garp, but you are aware of Garp's nature. His capacity for action is rather limited. I implore you to ensure that Roger's wife is brought to a safe haven. However, I must insist that you do not raise Roger's son to become a pirate. Should you refuse my request, I shall withhold any description of Roger's wife and child from you. If you do not intend to train Roger's son to be a pirate, do you mean to raise him as a marine instead? Sengoku was taken aback. Whitebeard, observing the stunned Carp, cautiously inquired, Sengoku, could it be that you genuinely intend to train Roger's descendants to become marines? In the Warring States period, with a hearty laugh, he said, Newgate, your conjecture is quite close to the truth. For I intend not only to cultivate Roger's son into an exceptional naval officer, but also to groom him to become a fleet admiral, or even the supreme commander of the Navy. In the Warring States period, Whitebeard's expression darkened as he continued, it was not my initiative to have Roger's descendants become Marines. It was Roger's demand. Spare me the jest. Whitebeard nearly shouted in fury, yet he feared being overheard by others, so his voice dwindled to a mere whisper, audible only to the two of them. After all, Roger was the pirate king. How could he possibly allow his progeny to serve as hounds for the world government? In the Warring States period, your intention must be to avenge Roger by training his descendants to become Marines, compelling them to personally bring an end to the great pirate era that Roger established. This would be your most profound act of retribution against him. Why do you not refute my assertions about the Warring States? Have I accurately discerned your thoughts? The Warring States sighed, remarking on Whitebeard's impressive imagination, noting how he had previously underestimated the depth of such creativity. In the past, he had only seen Whitebeard's thoughts consumed by family, fine wine, and women. It now appeared that his understanding had been superficial, and the Navy's intelligence was somewhat outdated, failing to uncover such significant revelations. He lamented that it was a pity Whitebeard had not pursued a career as a writer, for with his life experiences and extraordinary imagination, he would undoubtedly excel in that realm. Whitebeard, dismissing the notion of authorship, retorted that he was hardly literate enough to consider himself a writer. The conversation shifted to the enigmatic Roger, with Warring States pressing for an explanation as to why Roger sought to raise his descendants as Marines. Whitebeard, unable to provide insight into Roger's thoughts, likened himself to an unwelcome intruder in Roger's mind. However, he pointed to Roger's decision to entrust his wife and child to Garp as a compelling piece of evidence. If Roger had not intended for his heirs to be nurtured as Marines, why would he have entrusted them to Garp? Surely, it would have been wiser to leave them in the care of other members of Roger's crew, or even to Whitebeard himself, who would surely take better care of them than Garp. From this information, it was evident that Roger did not desire his descendants to follow the path of a pirate. Whitebeard, confident in his assertion, insisted that he was speaking the truth. After a moment of silence, Warring States chuckled and inquired about Whitebeard's reflections, pressing him to consider acquiescing to his request. Whitebeard, unyielding, countered that Roger had never explicitly stated his desire for his descendants to become Marines, deeming it merely conjecture. In his understanding of Roger, he was certain that the man would never wish for his heirs to become Marines, and thus, he would not concede to the request. As soon as the Warring States rose, he immediately departed. Warring States, you have yet to inform me about the news concerning Roger's wife and children. In a moment of stillness, Sengoku turned to gaze coldly into Whitebeard's eyes and declared, Newgate, I have previously stated that unless you acquiesce to my demands, I shall not divulge the whereabouts of Roger's wife and children to you. While it pains me to consider the innocent demise of Roger's family, I cannot allow you to nurture his lineage into a band of pirates. After all, they are the bloodline of Roger, should they indeed be raised to become pirates. They could potentially evolve into formidable sea marauders, perhaps even surpassing Roger himself to ascend as the new pirate king. The prospects are rather substantial, especially with your backing. Coupled with the support of the former members of the Roger Pirates, his ascension to the title of Pirate King is not beyond the realm of possibility. Chapter 45. Marine or Pirate? Do I strike you as someone who would personally cultivate their adversaries? He continued. Thus, it would be far more prudent to prevent the untimely deaths of Roger's family now than to face the catastrophic losses in the Navy that could arise from his descendants in the future. With that, Sengoku swiftly departed. Before the Warring States could advance much further, they were intercepted by the Whitebeard. Sengoku's heart leaped with joy upon witnessing the situation. Yet he maintained a serious facade as he addressed Whitebeard. Why do you obstruct my path, Newgate? Do you intend to interrogate me forcefully? With a conflicted expression, Whitebeard replied, Very well, Sengoku, I shall acquiesce to your terms. However, I will not take the initiative to guide Roger's descendants towards becoming Marines, nor will I permit them to become pirates. Once I have ensured the safety of Roger's wife and children, I will convey their whereabouts to you. At that juncture, you may bring Garp to meet them. Ultimately, whether Roger's descendants choose to become pirates or Marines will rest upon their own decision. We shall not interfere with their choices. Sengoku feigned surprise as he cast a glance at Whitebeard, then grasped his hand with a smile, exclaiming, Let us toast to the success of our collaboration. I must admit, I did not anticipate that you, Newgate, would acquiesce to my terms. It seems your bond with Roger is stronger than I had imagined. Whitebeard, displaying his displeasure, retorted. Enough with the pleasantries, Sengoku. Quickly provide me with news regarding Roger's wife and children. I must set out immediately if the world government's lackeys have found them. It would spell disaster. Roger's wife is named Portgas de Rouge. Portgas de Rouge, a member of the D clan. Despite Sengoku's astonishment, he continued unabated. Portgas de Rouge hails from a place known as Batarilla Island in the South Sea. You will be able to locate her there. However, I cannot ascertain whether the world government has discovered that location, so it would be prudent to bring along a larger contingent. It would provide a significant advantage in the event of a confrontation. After speaking, Sengoku tossed a den mushi to Whitebeard. With urgency etched on his face, Whitebeard grasped the den mushi and departed at the fastest pace, while Sengoku leisurely made his way towards his warship. By the time Sengoku reached his vessel, the members of the Whitebeard pirates had already vacated Fishman Island. The sailors aboard the warship were equally astonished by the unusual actions of the Whitebeard pirates. On the deck, Sengoku expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, How is it that you all are awake? With a serious demeanor, Borisolino inquired, General Sengoku, where have you just been? The Whitebeard pirates have suddenly departed. We remain unaware of their intentions. Sengoku gazed in astonishment at the location where the Whitebeard pirates had once established their presence. Feigning surprise as he remarked, They have truly departed. If they wish to leave, so be it. We need not concern ourselves with their intentions. With their absence, we can finally relax. If there are no pressing matters, let a few sailors stand guard through the night, while the rest may take their well-deserved rest. Tomorrow, we shall be enlisting new recruits. You will all represent the Navy, so it is imperative that you present yourselves in the finest spirits. Dark circles under your eyes will not suffice. Those bearing such signs of fatigue should remain aboard the ship and forego the enlistment. Thus, those who do not wish to stand watch should promptly return to rest. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. The sailors on deck chorused in unison. With that, The sailors hastened back to their quarters, and soon, the deck was nearly deserted of personnel. Sengoku, satisfied with the situation, nodded and prepared to return for some rest. However, Borsalino, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Mr. Sengoku, you have yet to answer my question." Sengoku replied, "Have I not addressed all your inquiries? Is there anything left unanswered?" With that, Sengoku resumed his stride. After taking a few steps, he suddenly tapped his head and turned back, saying, "You did ask where I had just been. Where could I possibly go? An old man's sleep cannot compare to that of you youngsters. When I find myself unable to sleep at night, I take a stroll. And upon returning, I hear the good news of the Whitebeard pirate's departure." Observing Borsalino's incredulous expression, Sengoku continued, "Why do you regard me with such skepticism? Do you doubt my words? You are still too young. When you reach my age, you will come to understand my perspective. As one ages, the hours of slumber naturally diminish." With that, Sengoku departed without looking back, leaving Borsalino in a state of bewilderment. Reflecting on Sengoku's words, Borsalino recognized that he, too, no longer enjoyed the lengthy sleep of his youth. Coupled with his established impression of Sengoku, he began to accept the latter's assertion. After all, Sengoku was nearing retirement age, and it was entirely normal for his sleep duration to be short. The very Sengoku who claimed to sleep little lay down on his bed and promptly fell asleep, forgoing even his usual ablutions. As dawn broke the following day, after completing his morning routine and breakfast, Sengoku, clad in a new military uniform, made his way towards the bustling streets of Fishman Island, accompanied by the Marines. Following a flurry of activity from the Marines, a recruitment station was swiftly established. Sengoku gazed with satisfaction at the banner proclaiming the first recruitment station of Fishman Island, nodding approvingly. He then proceeded inside, accompanied by several officers, while the remaining Marines were dispatched to distribute recruitment flyers. Soon, the streets of Fishman Island were filled with residents clutching the recruitment leaflets. After an hour of recruitment efforts, despite the abundance of flyers received by the fishmen, not a single individual approached the station to enlist, nor did anyone inquire about the process. This disheartened the officers within the recruitment station, and Sengoku too felt a pang of disappointment. However, he restrained his emotions, observing the downcast expressions of those around him. The general of the warring states admonished, "It has only been an hour since the recruitment began. Do not despair. Perhaps we arrived too early, and the residents of Fishman Island have yet to emerge onto the streets. Lift your spirits. This lethargy is utterly unbecoming. If any residents contemplating enlistment were to witness your current demeanor, they would surely be dissuaded. Particularly you, Borsalino, I implore you to be more diligent. You shall be the first to attend to the inquiries of those who enter." As Sengoku's words lingered in the air, the officers within the recruitment station became invigorated, particularly Borsalino, who had been specifically named by Sengoku. Just as Sengoku finished speaking, a timid fishman entered the room. The fishman, with a quiver in his voice, inquired, "Excuse me, is this the place to enlist in the Marine?" Upon hearing that a merman had come to register, Sengoku immediately chuckled, declaring, "Indeed, this shall serve as the recruitment point for the Marines." He then leaned towards Borsalino and whispered, "This first registration site is entrusted to you. Be sure to manage it well." With a resigned expression, Borsalino replied, "Mr. Sengoku, you should first consider the child's age. Does he meet the recruitment criteria? Even if I were to persuade him, he could not qualify as a Marine." Chapter 46, Recruitment at Fishman Island. Only after hearing Borsalino's words did Sengoku turn his gaze towards the speaking young merman. In the Warring States period, the young fishman had already ascended to the chair before Borsalino. This fishman was at most a mere 10 years old, and perhaps even younger than that. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Sengoku entrusted the matter to Borsalino, instructing him to handle it. Borsalino, understanding Sengoku's intention, gently inquired, "My dear child, how old are you this year?" The little fishman timidly replied, "I am 9 years old. No, I will soon be 10. However, dear child, our Navy requires a minimum age of 18 to enlist, so you cannot become a sailor just yet. You will have to wait another 8 years. Come back when you turn 18. You are simply too young at this moment." 8 years? Must it take so long? Uncle, can't you allow me to join the Navy now? Gazing at the adorable little fishman, Borsalino's tone softened further. "I do not possess the authority to permit you to enlist at this time. Where are your parents? Why are you here alone?" Upon hearing Borsalino's inquiry, Tears welled up in the little fishman's eyes. My mother and father were killed by pirates. I heard from the older fishmen on Fishman Street that the Navy possesses great strength, which is why I wish to become a sailor to avenge my parents. Pleading, he continued. Please, uncle, let me join the Navy. With that, the little fishman could no longer contain his tears, and he began to weep. His cries left the group of burly men at the recruitment station utterly helpless, and it took a considerable amount of reassurance from Sengoku to calm the little fishman down. Just then, Tiger entered with a group of fishmen. Upon seeing the still sobbing little fishman, Arlong rushed forward, scooping him up and shouted, "What have you despicable humans done to little Male?" Arlong's words ignited the fury of the fishmen behind him. As Sengoku was about to explain, he was abruptly interrupted by the fishmen behind Tiger. "Brother Tiger, I told you that humans are unreliable. They are no different from those despicable pirates. They all aim to capture me as a slave." The conscription station instantly erupted into chaos. Sengoku initially intended to use his conqueror's haki to calm the fishmen. But fearing to provoke them due to their notoriously volatile tempers, he opted to assert himself vocally instead. All this transpired in a fleeting moment. Seeing the commotion, Tiger commanded, "Silence. We do not yet know the precise cause of this situation." Upon hearing Tiger's words, the fishmen, who had been hurling insults at Sengoku and the others, immediately fell silent. Arlong, dissatisfied, retorted, "Brother, do we still need to seek a reason? Little Maul is crying so sorrowfully. It must be that these humans have bullied him. Maul's parents sacrificed their lives to protect Fishman Island. We cannot let these humans go unpunished." Tiger, visibly angered, interjected, "Arlong, be quiet. Maul, did these people bully you?" Maul shook his head, replying, "No, they were all very kind. They didn't bully me at all." Arlong, perplexed, asked, "If they didn't bully you, then why are you crying? You're crying so sadly." Maul explained, "I miss my mommy and daddy. That's why I'm crying." Tiger, realizing the situation, declared, "You all heard that." Quickly apologized to General Sengoku and his men. When no one spoke up, he took the initiative. "General Sengoku, it is my failure to discipline them properly. Please do not hold it against them. They are all unfortunate souls without parents. If you must assign blame, let it be upon me. I have failed to educate them." Arlong, touched by his brother's apology, felt warmth in his heart, swiftly followed by a deep sense of shame. Then, as if making a momentous resolution, his expression shifted repeatedly before he addressed Sengoku in a nonchalant tone. "General Sengoku, I realize now that I have misunderstood you. This matter does not concern the others. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon me, and I submit myself to your judgment." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Sengoku was about to speak, he heard Jinbei's voice. Jinbei lightly tapped Arlong on the head and remarked, "You imbecile. Brother Tiger instructed you to apologize to General Sengoku, not in this manner. Is this truly an apology?" Arlong, perplexed, replied, "Brother Jinbei, is my method of apologizing incorrect? From what I have observed in human films, this is how humans express their apologies. I even made an effort to adopt their style to demonstrate my sincerity." As the situation unfolded, Sengoku could no longer contain himself. Initially, he believed that Arlong's harsh words stemmed from an intense animosity towards humanity. However, he soon realized that Arlong had been misled by the films he watched, likely of the dark underworld genre. "Arlong, our method of apology is not fundamentally different from that of your Fishman clan. The portrayals in those movies are mere performances, mere illusions. To think it was all fabricated." Arlong's expression fell into a state of shock. He had never imagined that the narratives of his beloved human films were nothing but fiction, which dealt a severe blow to his darkened heart. Jinbei then remarked, "Arlong, I had advised you to refrain from indulging in those films, yet you were obstinate. Now you comprehend the repercussions of disregarding your elder brother's counsel, do you not? Cast aside those films and hasten to apologize to Admiral Sengoku. Have you not noticed the growing crowd of residents outside? Admiral Sengoku, I am deeply sorry. I was wrong to indiscriminately slander you." Zhonghua smiled and said, "I represent those you have wronged, and I forgive you. This matter is not of great significance. What truly matters now is the situation concerning Xiao Mauer. At merely 9 years of age, he aspires to become a Marine. As I mentioned yesterday, the minimum age for such a vocation is 18. We have tried to explain this to him, but his young mind struggles to comprehend our intentions. Since you are acquainted with him, I would greatly appreciate your assistance." Taiga nodded, gesturing towards the entrance. A slightly older young merman stepped in and escorted Xiao Mauer away. General Zhang Guo expressed his apologies, saying, "I am sorry for the inconvenience caused by Xiao Mauer." The warring states waved their hands dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. By the way, why have you brought so many people to the recruitment station? Are you here to assist us in enlisting?" Tej responded with a smile, "General of the warring states. Some of my brothers are here to enlist, while others have come to lend a hand with the recruitment." The officers within the recruitment station were filled with joy, and soon they began assisting the fishmen in signing up. With the arrival of Tej and his companions, the number of fishmen enlisting at the station began to increase, although many others remained hesitant. Chapter 47. Enduring the Darkness. During the Warring States period, there was a flurry of activity, but fortunately, after a while, Yahim and Neptune arrived with reinforcements to assist in the recruitment efforts. With the support of Yahim, Tiger, and others, the other sailors who had experience in recruitment were able to assist at the recruitment station, allowing the busy Sengoku a moment to breathe. After a long day of recruitment, although many fishmen arrived, most were merely inquiring. Despite their gratitude to Sengoku for driving away the pirates, they were unfamiliar with the Navy and hesitant to enlist directly. Moreover, among those registering were several youths like Chopper who had not yet turned 18. Ultimately, only a little over 200 succeeded in enlisting, but through the selection process, only 54 remained. Nevertheless, Sengoku felt that among these 54, one individual was worth more than 100 recruits, Jinbei. After the recruitment concluded, Sengoku approached Jinbei. "Do you require something, Admiral?" Jinbei inquired. Sengoku replied, "It is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to convey that the Navy may not be as splendid as you envision. We are constrained by the world government, and many of our actions may not embody true justice." Jinbei smiled and said, "Admiral Sengoku, there is no need for concern. My brother Tiger has already informed me of these matters. When I expressed my intent to join the Navy yesterday, he shared with me the frustrations of the Navy and the darkness of the world government. However, in these brief 2 days, the trust one have developed in you and the other sailors is profound. I believe that even amidst the world government shadows, the Navy can still deliver justice to the world. I am delighted that you wish to join us, Jinbei," Sengoku replied. "But I must forewarn you, the darkness of the world government is far more profound than what your brother Tiger has conveyed. The achievements you aspire to will not come without cost, and you will encounter far more darkness than others. Therefore, you must possess a heart resilient enough to endure it. Should you lack the fortitude to withstand this darkness, I would advise against joining the Navy. Otherwise, should you find yourself unable to endure and betray us, I would be compelled to send someone after you, or even take matters into my own hands. I recognize your noble heart, and I wish not to harm one who embodies justice. To prevent such a day from arising, you must contemplate your decision carefully before enlisting." A serious expression flickered across Jinbei's earnest face. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Admiral Sengoku, may I pose a question?" "Ask away," Sengoku replied. Jinbei inquired, "Given your awareness of the world government's darkness, how do you manage to endure it? What compels you to accept such a reality?" Zhangguo sighed softly. "Me? I wasn't always aware of the darkness within the world government. When I first joined the Navy, I naively believed in its proclaimed justice. However, as my rank ascended, I gradually unveiled the shadows lurking within the Navy, the world government, and indeed, the world itself. In my youth, the nefarious actions of the world government incited within me a desire to abandon the Navy. Yet, I pondered, what would I do if I left? Should I become a pirate, openly opposing the darkness of the world government? Or should I retreat into obscurity, forsaking all worldly matters? Neither path appealed to me, for both would lead to regret. My family was slain by pirates. I could never become one of them. Even if I attempted to resist the world government as a pirate, my limited strength would soon land me and impel down. As for retreating, that would merely be a euphemism for evasion. So, in the end, did you choose to continue as a Marine, Admiral Zhangguo?" "Indeed, I chose the path of a Marine. While it entails enduring darkness, it also allows for the preservation of some semblance of justice. Moreover, there are now many more Marines who, like me, harbor a sense of righteousness than when I first donned the uniform. This is the outcome of my decision to remain a Marine. As long as we lead by example, the flame of justice will not be extinguished, but rather, it will blaze ever brighter. Had I chosen either of the other paths, the higher echelons of the Navy might not have retained their sense of justice and could have colluded with the world government. Thus, the last bastion of justice in this world would have vanished. This is the reason I can endure the darkness of the world government. Now, Jinbei, can you provide me with your answer?" Jinbei did not respond to Zhangguo's inquiry. Instead, he posed another question. "Admiral Zhangguo, Must we perpetually endure the darkness? Burgess smiled and declared, I can endure for as long as it takes, but I shall never allow future generations to suffer the same darkness we have. Jinbei's eyes brightened as he responded, Admiral Burgess, I am willing to endure this darkness alongside you. Ha ha ha, then let us endure it together. With that, Burgess strode away, while Jinbei made his way to Fishman Street to bid farewell to his companions. Upon returning to the warship, Burgess recounted the events of Fishman Island to Kong. After listening, Kong fell into a contemplative silence for a moment before speaking. Burgess, your vacation has truly surprised me. Please tell me how you managed to win over the Fishman race. Admiral Kong, hold your excitement for a moment. You must swiftly fulfill the conditions I promised to the fishmen. Only then will we see a steady influx of fishmen enlisting in the military. In a few years, our Navy will boast a fishman unit that is no less formidable than the giant unit. I trust you understand the significance of the fishman unit to our Navy better than I do. Understood. I shall commence efforts to shift public opinion regarding the fishmen, while also encouraging our allied nations to support their inclusion as members of the world government. Given the size of the fishman population, their membership would grant them a seat at the Global Council. As for the branch on Fishman Island, I will dispatch soldiers to establish a base there. Do not rush the establishment of the base. I have already given the transponder snail to King Neptune and Princess Shirahoshi of the Fishman Kingdom. They will reach out to you regarding these matters. As for the negotiations concerning benefits, that will be up to you. What I can tell you is that the Fishman Kingdom is predominantly influenced by Princess Shirahoshi, while King Neptune shares the same fear of his wife as Zephyr does. Moreover, I have observed that Princess Shirahoshi holds greater esteem among the fishmen than King Neptune. Therefore, if you can persuade Princess Shirahoshi, everything will fall into place. It would be wise to have Crane accompany you in discussions. After all, women often understand one another better. Chapter 48, Departing Fishman Island. Understood. I shall bring Crane along. When will you return? I must depart from Fishman Island early tomorrow morning, heading towards the headquarters. I expect to arrive by tomorrow evening. Very well. After you return to the headquarters, share with me how you convinced the fishmen. By the way, Admiral Kong, I must also bring back 54 fishman soldiers I just recruited today. Please arrange accommodations for them in advance. Do we truly need to emphasize the significance of 54 fishman soldiers? Of course, Admiral Kong. Have you lost your senses? These 54 soldiers mark our first step towards establishing relations with the fishmen. How could we not take this seriously? Among them is a remarkably gifted soldier whose talents rival those of Fisher Tiger, who is poised to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In fact, I believe his potential may surpass that of Fisher Tiger. Once he fully matures, his contributions in naval combat could even rival that of an admiral. That is indeed something we must prioritize. Burgess, I have noticed that both times you ventured out, you managed to bring back exceptionally talented individuals. I wonder how your luck is so favorable. I shall ensure that the fishman soldiers stationed at the headquarters are prepared to welcome their fellow countrymen, and I will extend to them the highest standards of hospitality. There is no need for such extravagant treatment. Simply provide them with the same accommodations as any ordinary soldier. After all, the majority of our soldiers are human, and some harbor animosity towards the fishmen, perceiving them as a brutal race. If you extend them the highest standards, those individuals may provoke conflicts with the fishman soldiers, and that would be undesirable. Furthermore, the fishmen themselves have requested fair treatment, without any special privileges. Understood. The Marines aboard the warship during the Warring States period were utterly fatigued. Though only 54 Marines had been recruited, the collective effort felt far more exhausting than if 5,000 had been enlisted. In light of the current situation, the Warring States granted the Marines aboard the warship a leave of absence. Upon receiving this unexpected reprieve, the Marines were instantly invigorated and began to wander the nocturnal streets, with even Porcelino joining in the evening's revelry. Jean-Gua casually dined at a nearby establishment before returning to rest, finding himself alone aboard the warship. The following morning, in stark contrast to the weary sailors, the 54 successful applicants, led by Jinbei, arrived early beneath Jean-Gua's warship. Observing this, the night watch immediately reported to Jean-Gua, and soon the entire crew of sailors aboard the warship was roused from their slumber. As Sengoku and his companions awakened, they promptly ordered the warship to set sail. For the coating had been completed. The vessel smoothly ascended to the surface of the sea, whereupon all the human soldiers aboard eagerly inhaled the fresh air, Sengoku included. Despite the beauty of Fishman Island, it is hardly a suitable habitat for humans. Remaining on the island may be tolerable. Yet the transition from Fishman Island to the ocean's surface could trigger deep-seated fears in those with a lack of mental fortitude. particularly those afflicted by deep-sea phobias. The warring states did not venture towards the nearby Shambadi archipelago, but instead advanced directly towards Marineford. It was this choice that brought them immense relief. As the warships sailed normally, the sudden sound of cannon fire erupted across the sea. The warring states immediately began to inquire with the sentinels atop the lookout tower regarding the circumstances surrounding the bombardment. The commanding officer of the warring states reported that a band of pirate vessels was besieging one of our Navy's small family ships. As Sengoku's expression shifted dramatically, he implored, "Borsellino, hasten to provide support. We must protect the families aboard the ship." Without hesitation, Borsellino transformed into a beam of light, soaring towards the warship. The vessel surged into action, striving to reach the site of the attack as swiftly as possible, determined to prevent the pirates assaulting the family ship from escaping. Sengoku attempted to employ moonwalk to dash towards the family ship, but soon realized the distance was too great, compelling him to abandon the effort. Upon his arrival at the family ship, Borsellino was met with the sight of pirates already boarding. The scant number of Marines aboard valiantly resisted, yet they were vastly outnumbered, allowing many pirates to breach the defenses and advance towards the hold. Observing the dire situation, Borsellino unleashed a series of laser beams to eliminate the invading pirates. The Marines, buoyed by Borsellino's timely arrival, felt a surge of confidence. The pirates, witnessing the ease with which he dispatched their comrades, began to feel trepidation. One captain shouted, "Fear not. He is but one man. According to our intelligence, Admiral Zephyr's wife and child are aboard this vessel. If we slay them, we shall avenge our captured brethren." Another chimed in, "Merely killing Zephyr's family will not suffice. They must suffer before their demise. You are right. We must torment Zephyr's wife and child." With that, the two men led the charge toward their targets. At that moment, a young boy burst from the hold, crying, "Pirates, prepare to meet your end." Borsellino recognized the boy as the son of his master, and a rare expression of anger crossed his otherwise nonchalant visage. "Zei, stand down." A woman, panic etched across her features, rushed out from the hold, grabbing the boy protectively. Borsellino approached her, saying, "Mistress, take my junior and seek shelter. These foes are mine to confront." The boy's mother finally noticed Borsellino, her concern evident. "Borsellino, you must be cautious," she urged. "Borsellino, you must capture more pirates." The boy exclaimed, "Silence, child." Borsellino replied with a smile, "Fear not, for I am not alone. Sengoku will arrive soon. Quickly, find a safe place." Once Sei and his mother departed, Borsellino commanded the Marines to secure the entrance to the hold, declaring that he would handle the pirates himself. With resolute anger, he coldly stated, "Let me test my new techniques on you fools. If you survive, I shall grant you mercy." Several pirate captains, incensed by Borsellino's audacity, began to hurl insults. "A mere vice admiral dares to act so arrogantly? I shall slay you." One shouted, "Who gave you the right to be so brazen?" Another added. Borsellino, however, would not entertain their foolishness. He first transformed to evade an attack from one pirate, then leaped into the air, crossing his arms and forming a hand sign. "Yada no Kagami," he declared. As he uttered the name of his technique, a torrent of laser beams erupted from his hands, raining from the sky like a deluge. Each beam of the Yada no Kagami claimed a pirate, with the fortunate ones narrowly escaping a single beam, only to be struck by another. The two pirates who had boasted of torturing Zei and his mother found themselves in Borsellino's crosshairs. Although they possessed the ability to use haki, it proved insufficient against the relentless assault of Borsellino's lasers. Their defenses were swiftly depleted, leaving them vulnerable to the onslaught, and they were soon reduced to mere husks. Not pausing, Borsellino redirected his attack towards the pirate's ship. Suddenly, an unforeseen shadow darted before him, delivering a powerful punch that sent Borsellino crashing into the family ship. Regaining his footing, Borsellino soared into the air, searching for the source of the attack. A boisterous voice echoed, "You must be the famed user of the glint fruit, one of the most renowned natural users in the Navy." Ignoring the taunts, Borsellino continued scanning for his assailant. The voice, undeterred by Borsellino's silence, continued mockingly, "Save your energy. I am the Invisible Man, Oswald, having consumed the invisibility fruit. You cannot locate me, not even through observation haki. The prospect of killing Zephyr's wife and child fills me with joy, and the thought of your enraged expression adds to my delight. I am Oswald, with a bounty of 450 million berries. Remember, it is I, however." What Oswald did not anticipate was that Borsellino would not conform to his expectations and would not halt to allow him to attack for the sake of his subordinates and their families aboard the vessels. Poor Salino disregarded Oswald's words entirely. Upon realizing that his plan had been unveiled, Oswald, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Is this how your navy, which prides itself on representing justice, truly behaves? Do your actions merit the title of justice? Since you care nothing for their lives, I shall take it upon myself to eliminate them all and see whether you will intervene." With that, Oswald commanded his pirates to continue their assault on the pirates aboard the family ships. Just as Oswald was issuing orders to his crew, Sengoku and his allies arrived on the scene. A powerful burst of pain erupted from Sengoku's warship, sending forth a crimson water column that cascaded above Oswald and his men before exploding in a torrential downpour. As the rain subsided, a figure, entirely enrobed in red, materialized in the sky, unmistakably Oswald himself. In the moment of crisis, the warring states transformed into a colossal Buddha form and leapt into the air, unleashing a powerful palm strike that sent a shockwave crashing into Oswald. This formidable blow propelled Oswald directly into the depths of the sea, where he instantaneously lost all combat capability. As Sengoku observed the situation, he coldly commanded, "Capture all these pirates. Not a single one is to escape. Any attempt to flee will be met with lethal force." With that, the Navy's forces surged forward, and those skilled in the Six Powers swiftly utilized the moonwalk technique to board the pirate vessels and engage in battle. Each Navy soldier had family, and in the face of today's circumstances, their fury was palpable. They fought with reckless abandon, and soon, fear gripped the pirates, prompting some to leap into the sea in a desperate bid for survival. Little did they know, by plunging into the ocean, they had truly forfeited their chance at escape. The pirates who jumped into the sea were quickly spotted by the fishermen soldiers lurking beneath the surface, though they bore the title of Navy soldiers. These fishermen were untrained ruffians from Fishman Street. A cruel smile spread across their faces as they swiftly dispatched the majority of the pirates, torturing them in the process, leaving the surrounding waters stained crimson with blood. Had it not been for Jinbe's intervention, not a single pirate would have survived. The Navy's relentless assault, bolstered by the formidable presence of Sengoku and Admiral Palyasalino, soon decimated the majority of the pirates, with the remaining few captured. A group of pirates was bound on the deck of the warship, guarded by vigilant Navy soldiers. Among the captured, Oswald stood out, his body splattered with red paint, having just been retrieved from the sea. His hands were shackled with sea stone cuffs, rendering his devil fruit powers useless and revealing his grotesque visage. In the warship's conference room, Sengoku was dialing Zifa on the Den Mushi. Brew. "Hello, Sengoku. What brings you to contact me? Is there something you wish to discuss?" "Zifa, you've wholly disregarded my warnings. I cautioned you to ensure the safety of your wife and child. If I hadn't fortuitously encountered this situation, your family would have been in grave peril." Zifa's tone shifted to one of anxiety upon hearing Sengoku's words. "What on earth is happening? How are Zio and the children?" "I'd rather not delve into it. Palyasalino, why don't you explain the situation to him?" After Palyasalino recounted the harrowing details of the attack on the family ship, Zifa was drenched in cold sweat. His speech faltered as he struggled to comprehend the implications. He could not bear to imagine the fate of his family had Sengoku not intervened. Seeing Zifa rendered speechless, Sengoku's voice turned icy. "This is not the time for silence. Zifa, you will receive your reprimand upon my return. This attack was no mere coincidence, it was premeditated. Conduct an investigation at headquarters immediately, while I interrogate the captured pirates. By the way, the mastermind behind this assault on the family ship is the Invisible Man, Oswald, who specifically targeted your family. That is all I shall disclose for now. Expedite your investigation. I shall arrive at headquarters by evening." With that, Sengoku abruptly terminated the call. Palyasalino, observing Sengoku's fury, mustered the courage to speak. "Sengoku, this incident should not be solely attributed to Master Zifa. He could not have foreseen such an occurrence. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The warring states made no comment on the matter and simply gestured for a nearby Marine to awaken Oswald. The Marine promptly splashed a bucket of water onto Oswald's face, jolting him awake. Upon regaining consciousness, Oswald glanced at the warring states sitting opposite him and muttered a curse under his breath. Then, he closed his eyes and fell silent, exhibiting an attitude of considerable arrogance. Observing this, the warring states refrained from asking any questions and signaled to the Marine to carry out the punishment. Several Marines, understanding the cue, wasted no time selecting the instruments of torment to inflict upon Oswald. Initially, Oswald dismissed the sounds of the Marines preparing the tools, believing that the Warring States was merely attempting to intimidate him into revealing how he had come by the information regarding the family ship. However, to his surprise, the Warring States had no intention of frightening him. The Marines ruthlessly employed the eye. The Warring States observed Oswald's incessant cries, finding them utterly disruptive. They subjected him to every instrument of torture available, reviving him each time he lost consciousness, for it was imperative that he endure these torments in a state of awareness. Whenever fatigue set in, they would simply rotate in another executioner. Only when every implement of torture had been exhausted would they summon me. Such is the nature of the Warring States. After receiving the response from the Marine, the Warring States departed without further ado. General Sengoku arrived at his room, where he gathered some local delicacies from Fishman Island, along with a unique toy intended for Zoe. He then made his way to the room of Zoe and his mother. Unlike Zoe, who greeted Sengoku with joy, his mother wore a look of terror, evidently still shaken from the previous attack. Uncle Sengoku, you mentioned that you would prepare 2 gifts for me the next time we met. Have you brought them? Before Z's mother could scold him, Sengoku smiled and handed the toy to Z. How could I possibly forget your gifts? Not only have I brought you double the presents, but I have also included some special snacks. Z's eyes sparkled with delight as he gazed at the gifts and treats. Thank you, Uncle Sengoku, he exclaimed, before rushing to the bed to unwrap his presents. You were too generous, Z's mother remarked. Generous? This is merely what I promised Z. It is only natural for an uncle to buy gifts for his nephew. Could you perhaps share the details of the attack and everything that transpired today? Sengoku inquired. Z's mother then recounted the events to Sengoku, yet he found no discrepancies in her account. It seemed like an ordinary shopping trip, however. Zephyr had taken Sengoku's words to heart and sent a pair of Marine soldiers to safeguard the family vessel during this outing. The Warring States were at a loss for words, yet ZFA absorbed his words. However, what impact could a pair of naval soldiers truly have? Nevertheless, a pair of naval soldiers represented the largest contingent that could be dispatched. It was hardly feasible to send officers to safeguard the general's wife during her shopping excursions. Contemplating this, Warring States felt a surge of anguish in his head once more. After a moment's contemplation, Sengoku decided to defer consideration of the matter. Admiral Sengoku consoled. There is nothing to worry about anymore. The pirates who attacked you have been apprehended. Rest well, for we shall arrive at headquarters by evening. I still need to interrogate the pirates, so I shall not disturb your respite. With that, Sengoku departed. After leaving, Sengoku sought out Jinbei, acknowledging that the day's battle concluded so smoothly in no small part due to Jinbei's contributions. Were it not for Jinbei's fishman karate, Sengoku would have found it far more challenging to subdue Oswald. Sengoku realized that the powers of the invisibility fruit were indeed formidable. Even his observation haki was unable to detect Oswald's whereabouts. Bound tightly by the potent paint, Oswald's abilities were rendered utterly ineffective. Originally, Sengoku had thought that Jinbei's mastery of fishman karate was still lacking. However, Jinbei evidently surprised Sengoku. The General Sengoku, Jinbei, and the other fishmen stood to greet Sengoku upon his arrival. Observing this, Sengoku smiled and said, "Please, take a seat. Today, your performance in battle was commendable. Particularly you, Jinbei. You have made significant contributions today, and rest assured, the rewards you deserve will not be lacking. All of you will receive your deserved accolades." Chapter 51. Do not kill me, Jinbei replied with a smile. General Sengoku, since we have become Marines, these duties are our responsibility. There is no need for rewards. Rewards are indeed necessary. Your military achievements warrant them. In our Navy, we are clear about rewards and punishments. Sengoku continued. I have come not only to discuss the rewards, but also to inquire if you would like to attend our Naval Academy for systematic training. Although your innate strength as fishmen is tenfold that of ordinary humans, I have observed that many among you have not fully harnessed your talents due to a lack of structured training. It is only within the Academy that you can truly realize your potential. I believe that after 2 years at the Academy, your strength would undoubtedly see remarkable enhancement. Hence, I wish to ask if you are interested in such systematic study. General Sengoku, I have heard from other Marines that for those of us who are older, one must achieve sufficient military merit to study at the main academy, correct? If you allow us to study there, it would surely incite dissatisfaction among other Marines. Therefore, we shall decline. The majority of the Fishman Marines, siding with Jinbei, found themselves unable to voice further objections. Within his heart, Sengoku could not help but commend Jinbei. Jinbei, I am well aware of the matters you speak of. However, your contributions today have earned you the opportunity to study at the Academy. As for the others, they too have areas to learn, Every new recruit is required to undergo 2 months of training. Yet, given that only you are currently enlisted, we are unable to establish a new recruit training camp, thus allowing the others to join the academy for their 2 months of study. Consider it akin to training at a new recruit camp. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Jinbei did not object. In that case, Admiral Sengoku, we shall heed your arrangements. Since you are new recruits and have just entered the academy, the institution will surely not allow you to engage in physical training immediately. You will first need to learn the naval regulations, which you are all aware of. I hope you will not cause any disturbances within the academy, for if the instructors decide to expel you, I would have no means to facilitate your return. After all, the responsibility for the academy does not lie with me. Seeing this, Jinbei smiled and replied, Admiral Sengoku, you worry too much. Given our determination to become sailors, we are certainly capable of accepting the study of regulations. And we shall not cause any trouble. Jinbei, your fishman karate is formidable. Do not allow the acquisition of new styles at the academy to lead you to neglect your training in fishman karate. Remember, only techniques that are suited to you are truly the best, and it is evident that fishman karate is the most fitting for you. This, I am well aware of. Admiral Sengoku, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. In a moment of instinctive observation, Sengoku remarked, have they truly been exhausted so swiftly? I perceive that there are still quite a number of torture devices available. Meanwhile, the reporting Navy personnel internally lamented, if Admiral Sengoku claims our executions are too rapid. They must indeed be excessively swift. How can we possibly deal with such pirates by executing them merely twice? It ought to be 4 times, or perhaps not at all. After uttering these thoughts, Sengoku turned his gaze towards Jinbei, stating, I shall proceed to interrogate that individual. You all should take this opportunity to rest well, for it is, after all, your final day of respite. Once we reach the academy, rigorous training will ensue daily. With that, Sengoku departed. Upon Sengoku's return to the cell, he found Oswald's body marred, devoid of any unscathed flesh, covered in myriad wounds. It was evident that he had endured inhumane torment. Yet, within Sengoku's eyes, there was not a trace of compassion directed towards Oswald. Rather, there resided an abyssal indifference. In the midst of the interrogation, Zhanghua remarked, Oswald, I trust you can now reveal to me who informed you of your family's vessel's whereabouts. Internally, Oswald was seething with contempt for Zhanghua, thinking, foolish Zhanghua. When did you ever inquire? Did I have an opportunity to respond? Just as Oswald was consumed by his ire, Zhanghua continued, since he remains unwilling to speak. Let us proceed with the punishment, continuing until he divulges the truth. After all, he possesses abilities. Such minor injuries will not be his demise. With that, Zhanghua prepared to depart, while the soldiers tormenting Oswald began to gather the instruments of torture. Observing this, Oswald hastily called out, Zhanghua, please wait. I shall confess everything. Zhanghua came to a halt, returning to his seat and remarking, Oswald, if you had been this cooperative from the outset, we could have avoided such physical torment. Since you wish to confess, do so expeditiously. Oswald inwardly cursed Zhanghua before responding. I only learned about the family ship yesterday. I arrived at the Shambadi archipelago a week ago to coat my pirate vessel, preparing to venture into the New World. To get to the point, I have no interest in your intentions. Incensed by the interruption, Oswald seethed but refrained from expressing his anger aloud, choosing instead to continue. I overheard a rumor while drinking at a bar yesterday, claiming that Zephyr's wife and children would be shopping at the Shambadi archipelago today. Initially, I dismissed it as mere gossip, but later that evening, with nothing else to occupy my time, I decided to test my luck. To my astonishment, the rumor turned out to be true. Do you know who spread the news? I cannot say. Do you recognize the pirates who attacked the family ship alongside you? I do not associate with such scum. At first, I thought those ruffians were following a route similar to mine and didn't pay them much mind. But it became clear through conversation that they were also intent on assaulting Zephyr's wife and children. As for how they acquired that information, I cannot say. Is this all you know? Or are you attempting to deceive me? You must understand the consequences of deceit. Not only will I ensure your continued torment, but you will not be confined to impel down. I will have you executed on the spot. Upon hearing the threat of death, Oswald visibly panicked. Zhanghua, you cannot kill me. I am a devil fruit user. You must imprison me and impel down. This is your Navy's protocol. In the words of Sengoku, oh, I did not expect you, a mere pirate, to possess such knowledge. However, It is imperative to confine those pirates who pose a significant threat due to their devil fruit powers within Impel Down. As for your seemingly useless devil fruit, I can dispose of you at will. The repercussions are of little consequence to me. Your devil fruit is indeed of no value. I am the Invisible Man, with a bounty of 450 million berries. The potency of my devil fruit ability cannot even be detected by the most formidable observation hockey. Once my powers awaken, they shall become even more formidable. My abilities are exceedingly powerful, and Sengoku, you cannot bring about my demise. Chapter 52, Unraveled. Buddha continued to mock. You speak of awakening your fruit, yet after consuming the invisibility fruit for so many years, you have yet to experience such a transformation. Do not deceive yourself. Even if you were to awaken, how formidable could you truly become? Regardless, your devil fruit has already been unraveled by our navy. Henceforth, anyone who partakes in the invisibility fruit will merely render themselves ineffective against us. Upon hearing Buddha's words, Oswald recalled his own experience of being submerged in the sea by Buddha, and his expression swiftly shifted from one of pride to one of despondency. In the face of the situation, Zhangguo stated, "If you wish for me to spare your life, you must divulge the truth. Share the truth, and I shall contemplate granting you mercy, for you have not inflicted harm upon the families aboard the ship. I am indeed willing to spare your life. Furthermore, if you reveal the identity of the mastermind behind this, I can ensure that your time in Impel Down will be somewhat more comfortable. Aside from the restriction of leaving Impel Down, I shall make every effort to accommodate your other requests." Oswald, with a forlorn expression, replied, "Zhangguo, your terms are undeniably tempting, yet I truly do not know who the mastermind is. I first heard this information in a bar on the Shambadi archipelago. If you doubt my words, you may send someone to investigate that hotel. Once you conduct your inquiry, you will naturally come to believe my account. Should you remain skeptical of my words, then you may as well end my life. I submit to your judgment." Zhangguo let out a cold snort and remarked, "Even if you do not speak, I shall still send someone to investigate. However, this does not imply that I place my trust in your words. We are not experts in interrogation. Once you arrive at the promotion city, let the professionals conduct the questioning. If you have nothing to conceal, all will be well. But should you choose to hide the truth, you shall come to regret your existence in this world." With that, Zhangguo turned and strode towards the meeting, where the other interrogation personnel had already gathered. During the Warring States period, individuals took turns to express their findings from the interrogations. However, after listening to several accounts, it became evident to the Warring States that the results were largely consistent with those provided by Oswald. Many of the testimonies were either gathered from eateries and bars in the Shambao Islands or from conversations in weapon shops, with some even directly overheard at the port. As the Warring States grew increasingly agitated, he was perplexed by how the unseen individuals had foreseen that Z and her son were to journey to the Xiangbidi archipelago today. As time passed, the interrogators in the conference room had nearly completed their inquiries, and the pirates provided remarkably similar accounts regarding the source of the news. The Warring States and others had fundamentally ascertained that the dissemination of information was orchestrated by a particular group. However, the identity of those possessing such formidable influence remained an enigma to all. Amidst the furrowed brows of the assembly, a naval soldier abruptly entered the conference room. The attendees, taken aback by the intrusion of the ill-mannered sailor, immediately reprimanded him. "Do you not see we are in a meeting? What compels you to barge in unannounced?" The naval soldier replied, "General Warring States, I possess crucial intelligence to report. Otherwise, I would not have dared to intrude." To which the officer retorted, "What significant matter could you possibly have to convey?" Zhangguo cast a displeased glance at the officer before declaring, "If you possess any significant intelligence, do relay it forthwith." The officer responded, "I am a general of Zhangguo, and the intelligence I wish to convey pertains to the mastermind behind today's assault on the family vessel." Upon hearing this, the attention of all present in the conference room converged upon the officer. "The mastermind behind the attack on the family vessel? How do you come by such information?" The officer replied, "General Zhangguo, I cannot say for certain. It was conveyed to me by a pirate under my watch, who claims to know the identity of the individual disseminating the rumors. This pirate insisted that he must share this intelligence with you, for only you could safeguard his life. However, I remain uncertain of the veracity of the pirate's claims." Observing the distress of the esteemed officials regarding this matter, I mustered the courage to report. Should this information prove false, I am prepared to accept the consequences. After hearing the officer's account, some military officials found their initial excitement completely dissipated. Others, however, clung to a glimmer of hope, albeit skeptical that the pirate could furnish accurate information. Most of the higher-ranking pirates had already been interrogated, leaving only the common ones, whose reliability in providing pertinent information is inherently questionable. Zhang Guo reassured, "You need not fret. Even if the intelligence regarding that pirate proves to be false, I shall not penalize you. Instead, I shall reward you. Should the information turn out to be true, then my gratitude will be boundless. For you would be the paramount hero of this affair. Paulicelino, you shall personally accompany this soldier to retrieve the pirate. Together, we shall interrogate him." The Marine was overwhelmed by Zhang Guo's words, instinctively saluting him. Paulicelino had already approached the Marine. "Brother, we must depart. It is Vice Admiral Paulicelino." The Marine's face flushed with embarrassment. Soon, a pirate was escorted into the conference room. As the Marine prepared to leave, Zhang Guo observed, "Since you brought him, you may stay and listen." "Yes, Admiral Zhang Guo." The previously unremarkable pirate suddenly became animated upon hearing Zhang Guo's name. "Admiral Zhang Guo, I am aware of who disseminated the information regarding the family vessel, but you must guarantee my safety. Otherwise, I shall remain silent." As Sengoku observed the self-assured pirate, a sense of anticipation surged within him. "The assurance of your life hinges upon the veracity of your intelligence. Should your information prove true, I shall undoubtedly ensure your survival, and perhaps even spare you from the dreaded impel down. However, all of this relies on the authenticity and significance of your intelligence. You need not doubt the weight of my words. I am one of the 2 admirals in the Navy, and if I cannot safeguard you, no one within the Navy will be able to do so. Thus, I urge you to impart all the intelligence you possess without delay." The pirate, his face lighting up with delight, responded, "Admiral Sengoku, my intelligence is absolutely genuine. Just yesterday, on my way to a tavern, I overheard a conversation among those disseminating information. These individuals are deliberately spreading such rumors, and they are aligned with the rulers of the underworld. However, I cannot ascertain which ruler they serve. I immediately relayed this information to the captain, yet he completely disregarded my counsel. The Warring States inquired, 'Where is your captain?' The captain has been slain by that esteemed naval officer." The pirate pointed to none other than Borsalino. "Do you possess anyone else who can attest to the veracity of your information?" The pirate shook his head. "No. I have only conveyed the news to the captain and our battle leader aboard the ship, yet they have both fallen to that naval officer's blade. Nevertheless, my intelligence is undoubtedly authentic. I heard it with my own ears." Chapter 53. The Sovereign of the Underworld. It becomes problematic without proof. "Very well. I shall verify the authenticity of this information. However, during my investigation, I cannot allow you to depart. You must remain confined. Once I ascertain the truth, I shall fulfill my promise to you, though the extent of that promise will depend on the significance of your intelligence. You understand my implications, do you not?" "Indeed, indeed." The pirate nodded vigorously, akin to a pestle grinding garlic. Admiral Sengoku directly signaled the officer near the entrance to escort the pirates and the Marine soldier away. Once the pirates and the Marine had departed, he pondered why there had been no interrogation of those pirates. Can anyone elucidate the reason for this oversight? Were it not for that Marine, I would still be in the dark regarding the identity of the assailants. Just imagine the manpower and resources we would squander in pursuit of such intelligence. The assembly in the conference room listened to Sengoku's calm yet firm tone, their heads instinctively bowing in response. "Do not lower your heads. Why the dejection? Expedite the interrogation of the remaining pirates. If we are short-staffed, summon more personnel from headquarters to assist in the questioning. We must conclude these interrogations today." With urgency, the officers hastily vacated the conference room, none daring to provoke Sengoku's ire. Alone in the now deserted room, Sengoku felt a resurgence of frustration. He had contemplated various factions, yet none of those capable of such a deed had any apparent motives to target Zephyr. However, he had overlooked the influence of the underworld. Those individuals could certainly orchestrate such actions. Yet, Sengoku was baffled as to when Zephyr had incurred their wrath, enabling them to challenge an admiral of the Navy. After some reflection, he realized that Zephyr was absent, leaving many questions unanswered. Consequently, Sengoku decided to refrain from further self-infliction and retreated to his quarters to rest. Following the incident, the warship sailed at full speed, not only successfully managing the pirate situation but also arriving at headquarters ahead of schedule. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon the descent of the warship, Sengoku immediately instructed Crane to continue interrogating the pirates. while he himself informed Kong to arrange for Jinbei and his companions. Sengoku also revealed his intention to place Jinbei and the others at the headquarters academy. Initially, Sengoku presumed that Kong would decline, anticipating a need for persuasive discourse. However, to his astonishment, Kong acquiesced without hesitation, asserting that he shared the same sentiment. Subsequently, Kong directed an elderly fishman major to oversee the arrangements. Zifa, witnessing the safe return of his family, was overwhelmed with joy, embracing his wife and children tightly. After confirming that Kong had managed the situation, Zifa bid farewell to his family. Sengoku then accompanied Kong, Zifa, and Garp to the conference room within the fortress. Upon entering, Sengoku inquired, "Zifa, have you given any thought to whether you have offended anyone in the underworld recently?" Zifa and the others looked bewildered, replying, "Sengoku, shouldn't we be discussing the attack on the family ship? Why have you shifted the focus to the underworld? I haven't crossed paths with them lately." "No. You wouldn't bring up the underworld without reason. Could it be that the mastermind is tied to the underworld?" Zhanghua spoke. Perhaps they themselves are unaware. Yet it is undeniably connected to the underworld. Currently, among all factions, only they possess the capability to execute such deeds. However, I am uncertain of their motives towards you, which is why I inquired whether you have offended them recently. Given the nature of that group, if you indeed have crossed them, it would have been quite recent. They do not delay in seeking retribution. Kong, filled with confusion, asked, "Zhanghua, how do you know it was the underworld that was involved?" "The warring states have revealed the course of events." Zafa furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is this intelligence from the warring states reliable?" "As for its reliability, I cannot say for certain. However, it is the only lead I possess, and it is not without merit, carrying a degree of credibility. Enough about me. Let us discuss the progress of your investigations." During the warring states period, both Zafa and Kong's expressions grew peculiar. Zhanghua, observing the situation with a sense of helplessness, remarked, "After such an extensive investigation, you surely have not uncovered nothing of significance. However, through our inquiries, it has become evident that this matter possesses no peculiarities. Everything appears to be entirely normal. Furthermore, Zafa's wife and children did not plan their trip to the Chao Bo D Islands in advance. Rather, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. The individuals privy to this information were merely the families of other officers, who were also aboard the family vessel. They would not jeopardize their lives frivolously. Zhanghua inquired, "Have you investigated those officers? Since the families of those officers went shopping in the Shambadi archipelago, it stands to reason that the officers would be aware of this. The family members aboard the ships are exempt from suspicion, yet the officers are not. Have you looked into those officers?" The two exchanged bewildered glances and shook their heads in response. Kong pondered, "Isn't it a bit excessive for Zhanghua to investigate those officers? Might our actions dishearten them?" In the discourse of Sengoku, it is stated, "A true Marine is one who distinguishes right from wrong." Investigating them is not only for their own benefit but also for the welfare of their families, and it is imperative to uphold the responsibility toward all Marine families. I firmly believe that if they have not betrayed justice, they would not oppose the inquiry. Rather, they would proactively seek to be investigated. Since they are already under scrutiny, let us also question their families, inquiring about whom they have discussed their past shopping endeavors with. I am convinced that even the most secretive individuals will eventually reveal their missteps. Kong and Zifa have ceased their opposition, evidently persuaded by Sengoku's reasoning. Meanwhile, Karp expressed his confusion. Why complicate matters? If the suspicion lies with those from the underworld, who are undoubtedly not a virtuous character, why not confront them directly? Once we knock on their doors, they will surely confess. Upon hearing Karp's words, Sengoku's eyes lit up. Indeed. Why not approach them directly and compel the kings of the underworld to undertake the investigation? Why make the situation so convoluted? As if the Navy fears the rulers of the underworld? It is essential to remember that the Navy is the most formidable organization at present. Those rulers of the underworld may be viewed as kings by some, but in the face of the mighty Navy, they are akin to mice scurrying in the gutter. Before the Warring States period, one had not fully embraced their new identity, leading to a sense of constraint in their actions. Despite the fortunate absence of a rebuttal to Karp, his idea was indeed commendable. However, the whereabouts of the inner entity's stronghold remained a mystery. Chapter 54, Sincerity. The Warring States remarked, "We are unaware of their lair's location, yet there exists one who knows. Moreover, that individual owes us a significant favor." In the War of the States, 3 individuals unanimously exclaimed, "Spandane." Upon hearing this, Kong wasted no time, and instructed the Marine stationed outside the conference room to retrieve the Din Din Mushi for contacting Spandane. During the interval of procuring the Din Din Mushi, Sengoku recalled something and inquired, "Zifa, has Spandane fulfilled his promise regarding the devil fruit we sought?" Zifa shook his head and replied, "No." After a brief silence, Sengoku said, "Let me speak with Spandam. Perhaps I can secure an opportunity to avoid a favor." "Fine. You take the lead." I had no desire to converse with those individuals anyway. Soon, a Marine brought over the Din Din Mushi. "Hello, is this Admiral Akiji? I wonder what you wish to discuss with me." "Sengoku here, not Admiral Akiji. I must ask, why are you using his Din Din Mushi to contact me? Is there something you need to convey?" "Spandam, you must be aware of my purpose in seeking you out. It has been nearly a week, and you have yet to locate even a single devil fruit. Your inaction raises doubts about your sincerity. Now, Sengoku, do not be hasty. I have indeed found the devil fruits and am currently en route to Marineford. I anticipate that you will receive them by tomorrow." Spandam's tone grew noticeably anxious. "Tomorrow? It shouldn't take that long to travel from Judicial Island to Marineford? Or are you merely stalling, having not found the devil fruits at all?" "Sengoku, I assure you, I am not employing any delaying tactics. Once my subordinates located the devil fruits, they were sent directly to Marineford, bypassing Judicial Island. The fruits have been discovered in various locations around the world, which naturally requires some time for delivery." In an exasperated tone, Sengoku remarked, "Even so, this duration seems rather excessive. While such matters may pose a challenge to others, for you, the commander of CP9, it ought to be trivial. The fact that you have taken such a prolonged time without resolution raises doubts about your sincerity, Spandam." Apologetically, Spandam responded, "I sincerely apologize, Admiral Sengoku. It is indeed the incompetence of my subordinates that has hindered progress. However, I assure you, my intentions are genuine, and my sincerity is of the utmost caliber." In the silence of the warring states, Spandane, on the other end of the phone, began to feel anxious as the general remained uncommunicative. After a moment, Spandane, in a state of agitation, implored, "General Warring States, why have you fallen silent? I assure you, I am entirely sincere." In the midst of the Warring States period, Zhang Guo wore a triumphant expression and chuckled, "Spandane, mere words cannot convey your sincerity. After our recent discussions, we have devised a method for you to demonstrate your renewed commitment. I wonder if you would be willing to accept it?" "Of course, I, General Zhang Guo, shall accept," came the prompt reply. "I anticipated your acceptance. I have concocted a task to test your sincerity. Should you accomplish this within the designated time frame, we shall overlook the considerable time you squandered in search of the devil fruit, and it will serve to affirm your genuine intent." "A task?" "Indeed, a task. This undertaking is rather straightforward for you. All you need to do is provide us with detailed intelligence on the rulers of the underworld. For others, this task might be exceedingly difficult, as uncovering such intelligence is no small feat. However, for us in CP9, it is a simple endeavor. May I inquire how much information you require, General Zhang Guo?" "Naturally, I expect all pertinent data. Since you are one of us now, I shall not conceal the truth from you. Those wretched creatures of the underworld have offended our navy. Should they fail to recognize the gravity of their situation, we would not hesitate to eliminate them. Only a select few are privy to this information, and should it be leaked, the only possible source would be you. Therefore, I implore you to keep this confidential." "Rest assured, in the War of the States," Zhang Guo inquired, "Shao He, have you uncovered anything?" He nodded and replied, "After such an extensive period of investigation, I have indeed gathered some valuable insights. This is not the place for discussion. Follow me." Subsequently, the group followed he into a room. "Through my investigations, combined with Zhang Guo's prior inquiries, it has become evident that our officers are without fault. The issue lies with a family member who has since disappeared. It is highly probable that this family member is the source of the leaked information. The only individuals privy to the details were you and that missing family member. Furthermore, our search has led us to discover the corpse of that family member. And preliminary forensic examination indicates that the time of death exceeds a week. This suggests that the unidentified individual is the one who disclosed the whereabouts of Zhang Guo's wife and child to the islands of Shambodi." Chapter 55. Katerina Dupont Zifa expressed his confusion, stating, "My wife only informed others yesterday of her intention to shop at the Shambodi Islands. How could this impersonator deceive the other family members? The relatives who accompanied my wife to the islands are well acquainted with one another. They would typically notice any unusual changes." He pondered the nature of the disguise employed. He continued, "At the site of that family member's corpse, we also discovered another body, that of the family's cook. Intelligence suggests that this cook had been employed there for approximately 7 years, yet inexplicably resigned half a month ago, citing personal matters that required her return home. Although the cook left her position 2 weeks prior, her remains do not resemble those of someone deceased for that duration. Forensic analysis suggests she has been dead for at least 6 months. Reports indicate that the cook exhibited unusual behavior for some time. I suspect that she was replaced 6 months ago. The war state were a grave expression and remarked, based on what Crane has stated. The individual consistently replacing the kitchen staff and family members must possess exceptional skills in the art of disguise. However, no matter how adept one may be at masquerading, it is improbable that they could deceive those who are in close proximity day and night. Thus, I suspect that the suspect's disguise is not merely the result of makeup, but rather the power of a devil fruit. To my knowledge, there are 2 types of devil fruits capable of such transformation. One is the paramecia type mimic fruit, and the other is the zoan type Inu no Mi, mythical beast. 9-tailed fox form. Crane concurred. I share your thoughts. According to my investigations, there is currently no information indicating anyone has consumed the mimic fruit. However, the Inu no Mi, mythical beast, 9-tailed fox form has recently been consumed by a 12-year-old pirate named Katarina Devon, who hails from the South Sea and is nicknamed Crescent Moon Hunter. Kong expressed his confusion. The name Katarina Devon sounds like that of a girl. Indeed, Katarina Devon is a girl. Do not let her gender deceive you. Her malevolence rivals that of any adult male. At merely 12 years of age, she has already garnered a bounty of 5 million berries, making her one of the most notorious figures in the South Sea. At such a tender age, she is still a child. Surely, her inherent kindness can be awakened. We cannot allow such promising potential to spiral into depravity. Crane coldly interjected, Marshal Kong. Your hopes may be in vain. Unlike her peers, Katarina Devon is a wholly twisted individual. The crimes she has committed are beyond the capacity of ordinary people to comprehend, and there is no trace of goodness within her heart. He then recounted the nefarious deeds of Katarina Devon, illustrating that her choice to become a pirate was not influenced by external circumstances, but rather driven by her own warped psyche. After hearing about Katarina Devon's experiences, Kong fell into a profound silence. Admiral Sengoku inquired, is this the work of the notorious Katarina Devon? Crane shook her head and replied, there are numerous individuals named Katarina Devon. According to intelligence reports, Katarina Devon was involved in the assassination of a noble 2 days ago, seizing all of his possessions. It is impossible for her to have arrived at headquarters to commit such an act. Therefore, the culprit must be a mimic who has consumed the mimic fruit. However, we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of other devil fruits being involved. After all, our Navy's compendium of devil fruits does not encompass every variant. The powers granted by these fruits are exceedingly diverse, and it is entirely plausible that he has ingested a different type of devil fruit. Upon hearing Crane mention Katarina Devon's presence in the South Sea, Sengoku's mind began to race with possibilities. In a grave tone, Zhanghua declared, the formidable General Katarina Dupont possesses immense potential and is undeniably malevolent. We must address her before she fully develops. If we allow her to grow unchecked, she will inevitably become our adversary. Thus, it is prudent to confine her in the advanced city. Indeed, it is imperative to apprehend Katarina Dupont at the earliest opportunity. Zhanghua, do you have a suitable candidate to undertake this task? I shall go, replied the general. The assembly in the conference room gazed at Zhanghua in astonishment. While it is true that Katarina possesses great potential, she is yet to fully mature. Sending you seems an excessive allocation of resources. Even considering the formidable capabilities of the Phantom Beast, deploying a mid-level admiral from our ranks should suffice, should it not? In the midst of a serious atmosphere, Zhanghua declared, Commander Kong, I am indeed an adept of the illusory beast species. No one comprehends the might of such abilities better than I do. I shall undertake this mission personally. That cannot be. There are numerous pressing matters at headquarters, and we must also contend with the sovereign of the underground world. Karp is about to take his leave, and your departure from headquarters is out of the question. Very well, then. Let us assign Kazan to this task. Agreed. Let us send Kazan. Conveniently, he is currently on leave in the South Sea. We shall apprehend Katarina Devon once he concludes his vacation. Zifa interjected. Are we perhaps straying from the topic? Shouldn't our discussion center around the user of the mimic fruit? The suspect does not reveal themselves voluntarily, making it impossible for us to locate them. I have also scrutinized the surveillance from the port over the past few days. Yet I have found no trace of the suspect. Buddha frowned and remarked, at present, our only lead remains the underworld. which we cannot yet ascertain is genuine or false. By the way, Crane, what have the other pirates divulged during your interrogations? Or perhaps it would be best for Borsellino to recount, as he primarily conducted those interrogations. Subsequently, Buddha instructed the Marine soldiers outside the conference room to locate Borsellino. Soon, Borsellino entered the conference room. We have interrogated all the captured pirates. Yet not a single one possesses information about the individuals disseminating the news. Furthermore, the reports from the Sabaody branch have yielded no useful intelligence. After all, the sheer volume of traffic to and from Sabaody archipelago is overwhelming, making it impossible for the branch personnel to conduct a thorough investigation. Karp grumbled, so? Does that imply our efforts have been in vain all this time? Not entirely futile, Buddha replied. Our inquiries confirm that there are no traitors within our ranks. This incident serves as a stark reminder that the security level at our headquarters is inadequate, allowing an unidentified individual to orchestrate such events within our premises. We must urge the Science Division to devise methods for detecting ability users. The assembly unanimously concurred with Buddha's perspective. Zifa expressed his frustration, stating, "If we cannot apprehend the suspect now, shall we merely resign ourselves to inaction?" Chapter 56. The Fishman Marines. Zhang Guo approached ZFA and gently patted him on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. ZFA, please exercise some restraint. I understand your anger regarding this matter, yet I implore you to remain composed. After all, losing one's temper can lead to disastrous consequences. Have you perhaps forgotten that I previously tasked Spandane with investigating the underworld? ZFA, upon hearing Zhang Guo's words, managed to regain his composure. He sure inquired. Zhang Guo, is this how you enlisted Spandane's assistance in probing the underworld? Have you once again engaged in dealings with that individual? Pray tell, what price have you paid this time? Upon realizing the circumstances, Zhang Guo had no choice but to relay the matter concerning Spandane to Crane. After hearing Zhang Guo's account, Crane unexpectedly broke into a smile. Zhang Guo, you have done rather well this time. Such a rogue as Spandane deserves to be handled in this manner. However, I believe you have fallen short in one aspect. You ought to ensure that Spandane is indebted to Borsellino and the others as well, for they contributed significantly during the apprehension of Barrett. Given Spandane's timid nature, I am certain he would acquiesce. Zhang Guo, tapping his forehead, exclaimed, how could I have overlooked this? It doesn't matter now, though, having secured leverage over Spandane. I believe he will be compelled to comply with any requests I make of him. If Borsellino and his companions have any matters they wish to address with Spandane, they need only inform me. I shall ensure Spandane assists you. Upon hearing this, Borsellino was utterly taken aback, despite his disdain for Spandane. He could not deny the formidable intelligence capabilities of CP9. Having the commander of CP9 owe him a favor was a significant advantage. He knew that one day he would leverage this favor, potentially altering the course of many events. Was Zhang Guo suggesting that once Spandane relayed information about the underworld to us, we would simply confront him directly? Zhang Guo remarked, that will depend on Commander Kong's arrangements. The choice of personnel and the number of naval soldiers to deploy require thorough discussion. Kong responded with gravity, Zhang Guo speaks wisely. Since our navy is to take action, it is imperative that we strike with precision, otherwise we risk significant disgrace. He continued, as for the specifics of our offensive strategy, we shall await Spandane's transmission of the underground world data before convening once more. For now, let us adjourn the meeting. We shall reconvene upon receiving Spandane's information. With that, Kong took the lead in departing. In the Warring States period, Zhang Guo approached the Crane and inquired, Little Crane, is the preparation for the express delivery company proceeding smoothly? Of course it is, the Crane replied. As you mentioned earlier, the express delivery company operates just as efficiently with or without you. The Warring States could only smile awkwardly before steeling himself to inquire about the specific preparations of the Crane Express Company. The students within the academy were quite curious about this new batch of Fishman students. Smoker, puzzled, turned to a nearby teacher and asked, what race are they? What brings them to the academy? The teacher glanced at the inquirer and recognized Smoker, a notorious troublemaker. Knowing that withholding information would only invite further pestering, and considering the affairs of the Fishman Marines were hardly a secret, the teacher responded candidly, they are all from the Fishman race. Naturally, they come to the academy to learn, but their status differs from yours. Only one of them is a student. The rest are here for training and will only stay for a month. Teacher, are the Fishmen strong? Observed Smoker, exuding a brash demeanor. The teacher chuckled lightly. Ordinary fishmen possess an overall strength 10 times that of an average human. Moreover, they are the darlings of the sea, where their combat prowess can truly flourish. As I understand it, the one official student among them is exceptionally powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to join the academy without prior training in the rookie camp. The teacher speculated that the Marines' accomplishments would not be inferior to any among them. Hearing this, the student's eyes ignited with the desire for battle. Finally, a new challenger. The academy has become dreadfully mundane. Smoker exclaimed. Those here are no match for me without resorting to underhanded tactics. I hope this fellow is a worthy opponent. His words instantly provoked discontent among the nearby Marines. One of them shot back. What do you mean by underhanded tactics? We fight using seawater and sea prism stone, all of which are taught by our instructors. Another added, if anything is underhanded, it's your smoke fruit. Smoker, incited by the retorts, engaged in a heated argument with the Marines he clashed with. After being defeated by a weasel, he sought a rematch the very next night, only to find that the weasel and his companions had already been forewarned by Zephyr before he could even strike. Smoker was vanquished again by a student wielding sea prism stone and seawater. The teacher, witnessing the commotion, admonished, "Quiet down. How can you older students be so shameless as to bicker with Smoker? If you had mastered hockey, you could easily defeat him without relying on outside forces." The chastised Marines immediately lowered their heads, some blushing with embarrassment. Smoker, seizing the moment, burst into laughter. Noticing Smoker's levity, the teacher grabbed him. And despite Smoker's attempt to evade by transforming, the teacher had already coated his hand with armament hockey, easily restraining him. How dare you laugh? Your physical skills are the weakest in the academy. If Admiral Zephyr learns that you overly rely on your smoke fruit abilities, you will be in serious trouble. The thought of Zephyr's stern face and the agony of training filled Smoker with dread, causing his smile to fade. The students who had previously clashed with Smoker felt a sense of satisfaction at his discomfort. The teacher, relieved to see Smoker quiet down, relaxed his tense demeanor. Just then, a wisp of smoke drifted down from the upper floor towards the Fishman Marines. I hear one among you is exceptionally strong, having recently become a Marine and already achieved significant merit by coming to our academy. However, I am uncertain of the authenticity of your strength. Would you care to engage in a spar to prove yourself? Smoker's bold challenge stunned everyone, particularly the teacher who had been watching him with apprehension. Chapter 57, Going All Out? Jinbei and the others were equally taken aback by the sudden challenger, as Smoker's entrance was undeniably dramatic. They had only seen Borsalino, another user of a Logia-type fruit, and most had not witnessed the full extent of his powers. However, they had all witnessed Smoker's display of his abilities. The principal cast a displeased glance at Smoker, preparing to have him removed. At that moment, the elderly rear admiral who had brought Jinbei and the others stepped forward. Addressing the principal, "Sir, let this child spar with Jinbei. After all, their presence in the academy will undoubtedly invite gossip. Allowing Jinbei to demonstrate his abilities will facilitate their adjustment and integration into academy life." The principal, perceptive as he was, understood the underlying intent of the rear admiral's suggestion. He expressed his concerns to Jinbei in a hushed tone. "Admiral Barrow, while Smoker may be younger, he is a Logia user, and his strength has notably improved with his recent training. Can Jinbei truly defeat him? If not, it could backfire." Barrow chuckled. "You worry too much. Jinbei's strength has been tested by Admiral Waring states. I have also spoken with Jinbei, who is confident in his ability to defeat Smoker." Seeing Jinbei's determination, the principal acquiesced. "Very well, let them engage in a spar. I will gather the other students to witness Jinbei's prowess. This academy values strength above all. Witnessing Jinbei's capabilities will promote a more harmonious environment among them. Additionally, I have a personal request. I would like you, Admiral Barrow, to advise Jinbei to defeat Smoker as swiftly as possible during their match. This will serve as a wake-up call for Smoker, whose immense talent is overshadowed by his unruly nature. I hope that after being bested by Jinbei, he will strive to become more composed and disciplined." Barrow wore a knowing smile. "Leave it to me." He then approached Jinbei to relay the details. Jinbei inquired, "Admiral Barrow, do I really have to go all out? The boy seems rather young. What if I inadvertently injure him?" Barrow replied with a grin, "Jinbei, you are too kind-hearted. You need not worry about Smoker's safety. He is a Logia user, and the Academy's medical facilities are quite advanced. He will be just fine. Moreover, this is at the principal's request, so feel free to show your full strength." Observing the hesitant expression on Jinbei's face, Baru chastised him for his indecisiveness. "Jinbei, you need not fret about injuring someone shortly after joining the Academy. What you should truly concern yourself with is whether your talent and prowess are sufficient. If your abilities fall short, you will achieve nothing within the Navy. To attain success, one must possess adequate strength. This sparring session presents an unparalleled opportunity to showcase your talent and might. The greater your displayed aptitude, the more esteem you will garner within the academy, thereby enabling our fisherman kin to study and thrive in this environment. After all, I am now in a semi-retired state, and my capacity to assist you is limited. Since you are the most formidable among the youth, and they all refer to you as their leader, it is imperative that you embrace the responsibilities that come with such a title. Although the majority of sailors will not harbor prejudice against our fisherman race, there are still those who will. When they discriminate against you, they will do so discreetly, yet you will undoubtedly sense their disdain. The sting of discrimination is indeed unpleasant. Therefore, you must wield your strength with absolute resolve to intimidate those who harbor such sentiments, rendering them incapable of looking down upon you. In doing so, they will also refrain from fostering disdain towards other members of our fisherman community. Remember, this endeavor is not solely for your benefit, but for all our fishermen brethren who aspire to become sailors. Jinbei's countenance grew more serious as he retorted, "Grandfather Baru, it is not as dire as you suggest. The great general of the warring states and Marshal Kong Yuan have both pledged their support to help our fisherman tribe shed the shackles of prejudice. I believe that in due time, there will be no one left to discriminate against our kin. You have mentioned that it requires some time, as stereotypes are far more challenging to dismantle than one might presume. Even with the intentions of the great general and Marshal Kong Yuan, the task is not a simple one. During this transitional period, your efforts are crucial. Grandfather Baru, I understand, and I will give it my all." Upon hearing Jinbei's resolve, a gentle smile graced Baru's face. Soon, Smoker and Jinbei arrived at the academy's training hall, where all the students had gathered to watch the spectacle. Why is it this guy Smoker again? Who will he challenge this time? That fisherman soldier is quite robust. His strength must be formidable. Perhaps we will witness Smoker receiving a lesson today. Who do you think will emerge victorious? The principal, observing the raucous training ground, raised a megaphone and declared, "Students, please quiet down." The students fell silent under the principal's authoritative tone and the watchful gaze of the teachers. Once the arena was calm, the principal continued, "I have summoned you here for an important announcement. Here is the situation. I now declare the match to commence." The principal began with a lengthy, bureaucratic introduction, explaining the reasons for the duel. The students, already fatigued from a day of training, grew drowsy during the principal's verbose speech, with many eventually succumbing to sleep. Even as he announced the start of the match, as soon as the principal's words faded, Jinbei made the first move. "Water shot," he exclaimed, launching a fist-sized water projectile at Smoker. Taken aback by the sudden attack, Smoker quickly transformed into his elemental form to evade the incoming water blast. The projectile passed harmlessly through him, crashing into the wall beneath the viewing area and creating a resounding explosion, though it did not produce any smoke. Smoker, relieved not to have underestimated the attack, felt a gust of wind brush against his face. In an instant, he realized he was in peril. This was not the time for relief, for the battle was ongoing. Fishman Karate, Tankawawa straight punch. Smoker had already elementalized upon sensing the wind, but he was unprepared for what was to come. Chapter 58. Jinbei's potential. Before Smoker could fully perceive Jinbei's presence, he heard the name of the technique being called out. And suddenly, he found himself propelled backward, crashing into the wall he had just previously struck. Smoker lost consciousness upon impact. The students in the training hall had awakened at the sound of the explosion caused by Jinbei's water shot. However, they were utterly bewildered by the swift conclusion of the battle, having missed the unfolding events. Those who had witnessed the entire bout were even more astonished. While many students were aware of Smoker's strength, none had anticipated such a rapid defeat in just 2 moves. Even some teachers were left speechless. He must have used armament hockey, they muttered in disbelief. Certainly, otherwise how could he have landed a hit on Smoker? Even if Smoker's elemental transformation was imperfect, without hockey, he would remain untouchable. Based on the information, Jinbei was only 22 years old, and to have mastered hockey at such a young age was nothing short of remarkable. It seemed our academy was on the verge of nurturing another genius akin to the 3 prodigies before him. Among the most astonished was Major Baru. He had anticipated Jinbei would easily overcome Smoker, but had not imagined it would be so effortlessly achieved. If Jinbei had tested Smoker with water shot, he might have defeated him in a single blow. Baru could not help but express his admiration for Jinbei, who had previously claimed his mastery of Fishman Karate and Fishman Jiu-Jitsu was far from complete. Your skill in Fishman Karate and Fishman Jiu-Jitsu is already on par with my peak, Baru exclaimed. If you consider your abilities lacking, then I must be entirely novice. Despite the banter, Baru felt immense joy at the emergence of such a talent from the Fishman tribe. The tranquil atmosphere of the training hall was abruptly interrupted by the principal's voice. Holding the megaphone in one hand and raising Jinbei's hand with the other, he announced, "The victor of this sparring session is Jinbei." As the principal's words echoed through the hall, students and teachers alike erupted into applause for Jinbei's formidable prowess, with the Fishman soldiers clapping the loudest. Meanwhile, the medical staff finally reacted, rushing to attend to the unconscious Smoker. Following the conclusion of the match, the principal, having confirmed Smoker was not gravely injured, found his appreciation for Jinbei significantly elevated. Analyzing Jinbei's exhibited strength and Smoker's condition, it was evident that Jinbei had held back, enhancing the principal's esteem for him. Ultimately, the principal arranged accommodations for Jinbei and the other fishmen, further solidifying their favorable impression of the academy. Before long, the clock struck midnight. Prior to this hour, CP9 had transmitted all information regarding the underground world to Marineford. Upon receiving the first dossier, Sengoku promptly dispatched sailors to summon others. Once all materials were gathered, the attendees convened without delay, diving into the documents. After reviewing a portion of the materials, a heavy silence enveloped the room. The reason for their quietude was evident. The underground factions were far more formidable than they had anticipated, and the transgressions they had committed were more egregious than they could have imagined. Zifa seethed. These vermin. The collective crimes of all the pirates at sea pale in comparison to theirs. We must incarcerate them all and impel down. Zhang Guo, with a wry smile, remarked, Zifa, your kindness truly knows no bounds. Locking away these inner demons within impel down, it is not only our navy that suffers a loss of combat effectiveness, but even if we were to capture them all, impel down could not contain them. Now that we are aware of their stronghold, we must employ decisive measures to eradicate these threats. The information we possess strongly suggests that these so-called rulers of the underworld are indeed spreading news through their family vessels. Previously, we were unaware of their motives, but it turns out our courier service has obstructed their path. Zifa, puzzled, responded, what does this have to do with the courier service? In the realm of the warring states, Sengoku elucidated, Zifa. The industries operated by the rulers of the underground world are evident. Once our courier company is established, it will undoubtedly impact their enterprises. The Maritime King, Umid, and the Concealer, Kabosin, possess functions that are fundamentally analogous to those of our forthcoming courier service. Indeed, once our courier company launches, we shall become their rivals. Yet, they are acutely aware that they cannot compete with us. What intrigues me is why they choose to target Zifa instead of me. Upon hearing that the courier company was under threat, Kong grew anxious. Since they have taken the initiative, we shall not show leniency. Let us swiftly mobilize troops to eliminate them, lest they disrupt our courier company. Hepika interjected, Marshal Kong, before deploying troops, you ought to first address their network of connections. What connections require my attention? Kong retorted. The Celestial Dragons. Hepika responded, placing a document before Kong, which prominently detailed that the rulers of the underground world annually dispatched a staggering sum of berries to Mariewa. After perusing the document, Kong fell into a contemplative silence. Sengoku observed his demeanor and remarked, do they believe that their connection to the Celestial Dragons grants them impunity? Shall we turn a blind eye to their transgressions? After a moment of silence, Kong erupted in anger. They have audaciously attacked our families. If we stand idly by, who would dare serve as a marine in the future? I shall address the 5 elders. You focus on eradicating them. I am prepared to resign as fleet admiral if necessary. Retirement has long been on my mind. And stepping down would conveniently allow Sengoku to take my place. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The warring states period seemed to remain impervious to Kong's words, his expression betraying not the slightest shift. Marshal Kong. I have long harbored the aspiration to become a marshal, a sentiment I have never concealed. Surely, every sailor has contemplated the notion of ascending to the rank of marshal. Those who do not are truly unworthy. A sailor who lacks the ambition to become a marshal is not a commendable sailor. The impassioned discourse from warring states rendered the trio of Kong speechless. Chapter 59 Foot King of Maritime Trade cleared his throat and said, Ahem, warring states, please continue your discourse. Buddha Sengoku smiled enigmatically and remarked, very well, in truth, this matter is not as convoluted as Crane envisions. Although the rulers of the underworld send berries to Mary Geos each year, we remain unaware of to whom these offerings are directed. Even the intelligence from CP9 does not specify the recipients of these berries. We could easily feign ignorance of their celestial dragon affiliations and simply eradicate them. Should the celestial dragons discover this after the fact, and subsequently confront the Gorosei, I believe the Gorosei would not trouble our navy over mere vermin that have already been eliminated. Even if the Gorosei wish to make things difficult for us, the situation would be far more favorable than if Admiral Kong were to approach them directly. After all, we would have succeeded in exterminating the underworld pests at that point. I might reluctantly assume the role of Admiral. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, the others were enlightened, though they promptly disregarded his final remark. Admiral Kong chuckled. Sengoku, your plan is indeed commendable. We shall proceed according to your strategy. Should we mobilize our troops immediately? This time, Crane did not voice any objections, rather. It was Sengoku who began to express reservations. Mobilization is not urgent. We are not tasked with eliminating every individual within the underworld. If we were to do so, how many lives would we need to extinguish? I only intend to eradicate the principal offenders. Furthermore, our current military strength has already been compromised due to the issues with the courier company and the surge of pirates. To win over the Fishmen, we must also allocate forces to Fishman Island, which is a crucial passageway into the New World. The station troops not only need to be formidable, but their numbers must also be substantial. Should we enact a large-scale troop movement, it would surely attract attention. The underworld denizens have been vigilant regarding our activities due to the courier company's situation. While others may not discern our intentions, there are certainly astute individuals among them who could deduce that our troop movements are aimed at them. If they were to learn of our plans in advance and go into hiding, the world is vast, and we would lack the resources to pursue someone deliberately evading us. Since we cannot mobilize our forces, who should we dispatch to eliminate those pirates? Can we rely solely on you and Zephyr? Crane concurred. Admiral Kong makes a valid point. Sengoku, even though your and Zephyr's strength surpasses that of many, those adversaries, having dared to confront our navy, are undoubtedly prepared. Given their preparedness, it is conceivable that both you and Zephyr could suffer setbacks. Thus, we must deliberate on our tactics. You two must not underestimate the situation. In the midst of the discussion, Sengoku remarked, Commander Kong, who claimed that only Zifa and I would go. Have you forgotten that although our navy is yet to recruit, our combat capabilities have indeed improved? The key to enhancing our strength lies in our alliance with the underworld's formidable allies, the Seven Warlords of the Sea. Zifa and his companions echoed in unison. Indeed, with the assistance of the Seven Warlords, we shall undoubtedly succeed in eradicating the underworld's scoundrels. Kong pondered momentarily before responding. Sengoku, even with the Seven Warlords, our numbers remain insufficient. The rulers of the underworld are not merely one. There are 6 of them, each with their stronghold in different locations. Splitting our forces would render us incapable of annihilating them. Who said anything about dividing our troops? If we eliminate one, the others will surely receive word and conceal themselves. Merely dispatching against one would spell failure for our campaign. Their lairs may be dispersed, yet we can orchestrate their convergence. When they gather, we can strike decisively. Sengoku interjected. This notion may prove futile. Intelligence indicates that these individuals are exceedingly cautious, never congregating. They deliberate through the use of transponder snails. I cannot fathom how you might compel these self-preserving individuals to assemble. This indeed poses a conundrum. While a direct invitation might draw them together, it would inevitably expose us. The conference room fell into a stalemate, with the assembly unable to conjure a viable solution. Observing the impasse, Kong suggested, since we cannot devise a satisfactory plan at present, let us deliberate slowly. After all, the recruitment of the 7 warlords is nearing completion. We can confront them once we have gathered our forces. That is unacceptable. Sengoku and Kong rose in unison, vehemently opposing the notion. Kong, taken aback, inquired, why do you both object? Zhangguo gestured for he to speak first. He cast a sidelong glance at Zhangguo and remarked, the individuals in this underworld, led by the formidable Kong Yuan, are unlike any other pirates. Their previous actions reveal the terrifying extent of their intelligence capabilities. Although currently, this matter is known only to a select few of us, as time progresses, the number of those privy to this plan will inevitably increase. The denizens of the underworld may even become aware of our intentions. The consequences, as one might expect, would be exceedingly grave. Thus, we must expedite the execution of this plan. The strategy proposed by Sengoku is in alignment with my thoughts. The plan must be executed expeditiously. Even if this scheme is known only to us, our investigations into others' affairs are bound to be unveiled over time. it is quite possible that our intentions have already surfaced, necessitating prompt action on our part. Should we find ourselves lacking sufficient manpower, we should first eliminate King of the Sumit and the Concealer Gibson. Zifa and I can each lead a few vice admirals to confront them. Their strength need not be formidable, yet their reconnaissance skills must be exceptional. Our objective is solely to eliminate them personally, without dismantling their respective powers. Meanwhile, the 7 warlords of the sea can be tasked with dealing with other rulers of the underworld. Kong expressed his concerns, questioning whether Sengoku's approach might be somewhat reckless. Zhang Guo remarked, "Commander Kong, when did you become so indecisive? This is undoubtedly the most effective course of action available. If we do not proceed with this strategy now, we shall have to wait until the conscription concludes and then eliminate them directly. However, the training of our new recruits will consume an excessive amount of time, during which unforeseen circumstances may arise. Furthermore, this approach is not as perilous as you might envision, Commander Kong. The intelligence we possess includes insights into their preferences and the locations they frequent. We can ambush them at their favorite spots." "Very well. This indeed appears to be the optimal plan. We shall proceed as you suggest, Zhang Guo. I shall now summon the 7 warlords of the sea. Once all the 7 warlords have assembled, you shall set forth." Zhang Guo promptly responded, "Commander Kong, please wait a moment. We should consult Fisher Tiger. With his assistance, the likelihood of our plan's success will undoubtedly increase. Then let us proceed as you suggest. We shall adjourn for now. It is getting late, and we have pressing matters to attend to tomorrow. That rascal Carp has already departed from Marineford for a holiday." Chapter 60. The Power of Deterrence. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guo realized that Carp was absent from the conference room. Given the circumstances surrounding Zephyr's family, Zhang Guo refrained from mentioning dinner and returned to his quarters. Once back in his residence, Zhang Guo was eager to contact Tiger, but the late hour dissuaded him from disturbing him at such an unseemly time. The following morning, as soon as Zhang Guo arose, he began reaching out to Tiger. "Hello, Admiral Zhang Guo. What brings you to contact me?" "Tiger, are you currently engaged in hunting pirates?" "Indeed. Ever since your departure, I have been relentlessly pursuing pirates, yet the number I have taken down remains insufficient. The reason I sought you out is of utmost importance. You need not take further risks in hunting pirates. By completing this mission, you will be granted the title of Warlord of the Sea." "What mission does Admiral Zhang Guo speak of?" "During the Warring States period, the matter of subduing the sovereign of the underground world was conveyed to Tej, who, upon hearing of the heinous crimes committed by those individuals, readily consented to undertake the task. In the tumultuous world of the Warring States, there was a sense of elation, prompting the immediate dispatch of Tej to the gathering at Mariewa. The rulers of the underworld were taken aback by the naval mobilization, swiftly convening a conference via the telephone worms. "Omiter, Gibson, your time has come," they remarked. Realizing the Navy had likely uncovered their dissemination of information regarding the family of Zephyr, Umida retorted coldly, "Farroud, do you truly believe you can escape unscathed? This affair involves more than just Gibson and me. We are all implicated. If one of us perishes, none shall evade fate. Do not fear the Navy overly. Their attention is consumed by the pirates. Even if they send forces against us, how many can they truly muster? And we are not without our own defenses. Should they choose to confront us, it may well be they who suffer the greater loss." A female voice interjected, "Pietro, are you not overly confident? Do you think your meager strength can withstand the Navy? You are still too young." "Old heck, what do you mean? Do you doubt my abilities? My elite subordinates are far superior to those inept naval soldiers. Can your subordinates truly compare to the elite forces of the Navy's headquarters? Even if they dispatch a single admiral with a battalion of exterminators, we would surely meet our doom. If you wish for death, do not drag me down with you. No one understands the might of the Navy's peak power better than I. They are not mere mortals." Pietro scoffed, "If my plan is insufficient, then pray tell. What is yours? I am eager to hear your strategy." "Rest assured, I have a solution," the old woman replied. "Indeed?" Umiter and Gibson exclaimed in unison, their tones filled with excitement. "Of course it is true. Please, Lady Ba, enlighten us." "Do not interrupt, for I have already stated my case." Lady Ba seemed quite pleased with their respectful address, her tone noticeably lighter. "It is our fault for interrupting. Please, Lady Ba, continue." Umiter, though addressing her as Lady Ba, concealed his true thoughts. "My proposal is simple. Each year, we send a substantial amount of belly to the celestial dragons in Mariewa. It is time for them to take action. If we can persuade them to intervene, the Navy, loyal hounds of the celestial dragons, will surely refrain from targeting us." Upon her conclusion, it was evident that some were swayed. Once the celestial dragons took action, the Navy would be rendered inconsequential. Then a dissenting voice emerged. Lady Ba, I oppose your proposal. Oh, Morgans, why do you oppose my plan? Do you possess a superior alternative? I have no better plan. But I am certain your suggestion is fraught with peril. The celestial dragons are far more dangerous than the Navy. We may survive the ire of the Navy, but crossing the celestial dragons guarantees our demise. As for the yearly payments to Mariehua, while outsiders may remain oblivious, we are well aware of the situation. After years of payments, we do not even know whom we are paying. Even if we desired to contact a celestial dragon, how could we? And if we did manage to make contact, what cost would we incur to summon one of the world's aristocrats? Given the notorious temperament of the celestial dragons, we could face even more unpredictable consequences, potentially leading to a thorough cleansing of our underground realm. The card of the celestial dragons should only be played as a deterrent, to be used only in moments of dire need. Umeter exclaimed in anger. Morgans, do you imply this is not a life or death crisis? The Navy has dispatched troops against us. If this is not a crisis, then when is? Morgans replied calmly. Please, Umeter, remain composed. If the Navy were indeed to launch an attack, that would be a true crisis. However, who informed you that the Navy's mobilization is aimed at us? What do you mean, Morgans? Clarify your statement. If the Navy's movements are not directed at us, then where are they headed? Your intelligence has surely missed the mark. While I cannot provide specifics, I do know that a contingent of Fishman soldiers has recently joined the ranks at Marine headquarters in Mariehua, and the focus of the Navy's troop movements appears directed toward Fishman Island, where the residents are currently constructing a Navy branch. Fishman Island? Those brutal and insular beings would never consent to a Navy branch being established there. Morgans, do you understand why the inhabitants of Fishman Island might agree to this? I am uncertain, but I suspect it relates to the involvement of the Fishmen in the Navy. Surely, the Navy has brokered some arrangement with the Fishman Kingdom. However, the details elude me. Therefore, do not fret over the Navy's attention on us. If you are contemplating establishing a courier service to counter the Navy, you should have considered the consequences of opposing them. We are not those aimless pirates. The rulers of the underworld exchanged anxious glances, their faces shifting from pale to flushed under Morgan's scrutiny. Umeter demanded, Morgans, since you possess this knowledge, why did you not inform us sooner? Why reveal this only now? Morgans chuckled. Do you not find your prior demeanor amusing? This is precisely why I chose to disclose this information at this moment. Are you mocking me, Morgans? I am not mocking you, Umeter. I am merely laughing at you. Ha ha ha. Curse you, Morgans. You shall pay for this. I await your vengeance, Umeter. You do not truly believe that a mere cargo transporter can threaten me, do you? Thus, the two rulers of the underworld engaged in a verbal skirmish akin to a public quarrel until other leaders intervened to mediate their dispute. Lady Ba declared. While Morgan's intelligence has proven reliable, he has also stated that this information remains unverified. For the sake of our collective safety, let us harness our strength in the ensuing chaos, rendering the seas so tumultuous that the Navy lacks the energy to concern themselves with us. Indeed, let the seas descend into chaos. Chaos is beneficial. The more chaotic the sea, the greater my profits. The more tumultuous the waves, the more news we shall generate. Let us collectively unleash chaos upon the world. In the office of Admiral Sengoku in Mariehua, a naval soldier entered to report, Admiral Sengoku. The warlords of the sea have arrived in the conference room. Are all present? The assembled individuals now include Crocodile Sir Crocodile, Moonlight Moria, the captain of the Kuja Pirates and the king of Amazon Lily, Rose, the rebellious Vice Admiral Monkey D, Dragon, and the yet-to-become warlord of the sea, the adventurer Fisher Tiger. They have all arrived. I understand. Following this, Sengoku proceeded to the conference room. Upon entering, he found the atmosphere quite tumultuous. With Crocodile and Moria engaged in a heated argument, the others remained indifferent to their squabble, engrossed in their own affairs. Dragon, a longtime acquaintance of Sengoku, was notably draped in a green cloak. Crocodile and Moria appeared much as they did in their youth, showing little change since their time in Logue Town. Naturally, Rose, the captain of the Kuja Pirates, was a striking beauty, though Sengoku mused that she lacked the charm of her successor. As for Tiger, it had not been long since he last parted ways with Sengoku. While Sengoku observed them, the attendees in the conference room became aware of his presence, and even the quarrelsome Crocodile fell silent. As the atmosphere in the conference room settled into a serene silence, Sengoku swiftly took a seat beside Saru. Crocodile was the first to speak, addressing Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku, now that you have arrived, might you enlighten us as to why we have been summoned? Moria interjected with a chuckle. Pray tell, are you seeking our assistance in dealing with the pirates of the New World? I have heard that they have been relentlessly attacking your branches in that region, to the point where one of your outposts has been captured. It seems your navy is facing quite a challenging time. Aside from Tiger and Tsuru, the rest cast curious glances at Sengoku. Suddenly, Sengoku expelled the water he had just swallowed, narrowly averting disaster as he turned to spew it onto the floor, rather than on the dragon seated opposite him. Noticing this, Tsuru furrowed her brow, contemplating a reprimand for Sengoku, but ultimately refrained, considering the presence of numerous outsiders. Tiger, displaying concern, asked, Admiral Sengoku, are you unwell? Is everything all right? After choking on his own water, the warrior of the warring states waved his hand dismissively and said, I am perfectly fine, merely caught in a moment of coughing. The reason for the shock experienced by the protagonist in the warring states period was, in fact, a sudden sighting of a dragon's face adorned with tattoo-like markings. While drinking water, apart from appearing somewhat younger, the dragon resembled the one from the protagonist's memories before the time travel, almost identical in appearance. During the time of the Warring States, there was a lingering doubt whether Sengoku, upon returning from his vacation, had utilized his supreme oversized slippers to assist dragon pattern. Contemplating this, Sengoku momentarily lost his composure and was consequently choked by the water. Zhanghua cleared his throat twice and declared, The purpose of summoning you this time is not to have you deal with the pirates of the New World. Our navy is quite capable of resolving issues with those pirates ourselves, so you need not concern yourselves with them. The reason for your assembly is to confront the 6 rulers of the underworld. However, the number you face will depend on your abilities. The rulers of the underworld? Have you located their stronghold? Crocodile inquired, his face alight with excitement as he gazed at Zhanghua. Indeed, we have summoned you because we have discovered their lair. We have located all of their strongholds, Zhanghua affirmed. Moria, puzzled, interjected, Why does the navy seek to confront the rulers of the underworld? As far as I know, the navy has been under considerable strain lately. So why would you divide your forces to contend with them? They should not have offended you, have they? Who said they have not offended us? They have not only offended us, but they have done so gravely. They have attacked the families of our navy. Long, astonished, remarked. So the individuals who previously assaulted Teacher Zephyr were from the rulers of the underworld? Zhanghua nodded, and the others were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that the rulers of the underground world would dare to lay hands on the family of a general. Moria was correct. Our navy indeed lacks the capacity to mobilize forces to confront them. This is certainly one reason. But another lies in the fact that any large-scale troop mobilization by our navy would alert the rulers of the underground world, and should they flee, we would be unable to pursue them. If your navy does not mobilize, do you expect us to confront them alone? Crocodile remarked, visibly displeased. Apart from Long and Tiger, the others also regarded Zhanghua with expressions of discontent. In the midst of the warring states, Sengoku remarked, While I would indeed prefer for you to send someone, it appears that apart from the members of the 9 snake pirates, your numbers are rather sparse. Particularly you, Crocodile. As a solitary figure, what subordinates do you possess? Given that I have summoned you, it was with consideration of these factors that I did not allow you to bring your forces, but rather requested your individual presence. Our strategy this time will be one of decapitation. Our navy requires only your few contributions. There is no need for concern regarding any intent to send you to your demise. Both Zephyr and I will accompany you. Our navy shall assist in drawing out the rulers of the underworld, but the elimination of them will rest upon your shoulders. Naturally, should you wish to seize their power, that will depend on your own capabilities. However, rest assured, our navy will extend a measure of support, the extent of which will be contingent upon your contributions. Should your efforts prove substantial, it is within our capacity to elevate you as the new sovereigns of the underworld. Upon hearing Sengoku's proposition of supporting them as the new rulers of the underworld, both Crocodile and Moria's eyes ignited with fervor. Moria, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Sengoku, is what you say truly the case? Zhanghua chuckled. Indeed, it is true. With Zhanghua's affirmation, Moria began to envision himself as the new sovereign of the underworld, gathering fresh forces to seek vengeance against Kaido. The warring states continued. Thus, this endeavor serves not only to avenge our navy, but also to fight for your own cause. Crocodile inquired, what constitutes the standard of contribution? The standard of contribution is, of course, determined by your ability to slay the sovereigns of the underworld. The more sovereigns you eliminate, the greater your contribution will be. All you need to do is present us with their severed heads. In the tumultuous era of the warring states, Crocodile ceased to question further. Meanwhile, Moria cast a malevolent glance at the others present, for they were his rivals. In his quest for vengeance, he deemed it essential to eliminate the sovereigns of the underworld, for each adversary removed would enhance his probability of success. Moria began to scrutinize the other Shichibukai closely, and when his gaze fell upon Tiger, a glimmer of insight sparkled in his eyes. With a sinister grin, Moria remarked, "This endeavor carries its own perils. We are all Shichibukai, renowned in our own right, and our prowess is beyond dispute. However, this red-skinned fisherman does not seem to belong to the ranks of the Shichibukai, does he? Furthermore, I have yet to hear of his exploits. Bringing along this obscure individual could potentially jeopardize our mission. After all, we are all astute individuals," Crocodile concurred. Buddha smiled and remarked, "It appears that your reputation has yet to precede you, Tiger. Why not engage in a friendly duel with Moria to showcase your prowess?" "Very well, Admiral Buddha," Tiger replied. "Moria, do you have any objections?" "Of course not." Moria chuckled. "Since you both agree to prevent any injuries and maintain the integrity of our mission, let us witness a brief exchange." With that, both men rose from their seats and approached the side of the conference table. Moria brandished the sword at his back with bravado, declaring, "So you're Tiger, huh? Draw your weapon. Fear not, for death is not the end. I shall continue to fight with your corpse." Tiger, unfazed, simply smiled and replied, "My weapon is my body, and I do not believe my life will end today." Without further ado, the two charged at one another, unleashing their haki without reservation. The clash of blades and fists reverberated like the sound of metal striking stone. In their initial exchange, neither adversary gained the upper hand. Tiger, your strength is commendable, yet still insufficient. Shadow Spear. From Tiger's shadow emerged a long black spear formed of darkness, thrusting toward him. Sensing danger from behind before Moria could even announce his attack, Tiger swiftly distanced himself from Moria. "Stop struggling, Tiger. My shadow spear is launched from your own shadow. You cannot evade it." Moria taunted, reveling in Tiger's attempts to dodge. Yet, Tiger refused to succumb to despair, persistently evading the relentless onslaught of the shadow spear. Moria, akin to a cat playing with a mouse, enjoyed watching Tiger's futile attempts to escape. Gradually, Tiger realized that Moria spoke the truth. Evasion was futile against this attack. He would have to endure it. But he was not prepared to merely withstand the blows. With determination, Tiger activated his haki. Fishman Karate, Shark Skin Palm. In a flash, he closed the distance and struck Moria with a powerful palm, sending him stumbling back several paces. Observing the tranquility of his shadow, Tiger understood that his gamble had paid off. Even the most perplexing abilities could be countered if one could disrupt the user's concentration. Moria, shaken, glanced at the spot where Tiger had struck him, realizing that had it not been for his quick reflexes, he could have sustained serious injury. In that moment, he recognized Tiger's strength was worthy of a warlord of the sea. Defeating Tiger would likely leave him gravely wounded, making him an easy target for others, thus extinguishing his desire to continue the fight. However, the mocking gaze of Crocodile reignited his hesitation. Just as Moria wavered, Admiral Buddha stepped forward. "The sparring session has reached its conclusion. Moria, you have witnessed Tiger's capabilities. I trust you no longer doubt his strength. Thus, we shall end the duel here. We have important matters to attend to." Eager to avoid further conflict, Tiger returned to his seat, and Moria followed suit. Subsequently, Admiral Buddha began assigning tasks to the assembly, directing Zephyr and Dragon to deal with the King of the Sea, Yumit. In the wake of the Warring States period, Sengoku aimed to confront the King of Usury, Lu Firud. Crocodile sought to tackle the Concealer, Gibson. Moria endeavored to confront the Mortuary Tycoon, Dracula Piedro, and Tiger alongside Rosa prepared to face the Queen of Joy Street, Madam. As for Big News Morgans, the president of the World Economic News, his lair remained elusive and ever-shifting, thus reserved for last. Those who successfully dealt with their respective targets would subsequently turn their attention to Morgans, except for Zephyr, who proactively requested the removal of Amit. All other targets were deliberately chosen by the 7 warlords of the sea themselves. To counter these adversaries, Sengoku devised corresponding strategies, ensuring that each team was accompanied by several highly skilled intelligence and disguise specialists from the Marines. To safeguard the well-being of these operatives, Sengoku made a specific request, the utmost assurance of their safety. Once everything was arranged, Sengoku remarked with a smile, "Since you have all determined your targets, let us rest a bit and depart tomorrow. The relevant intelligence personnel would accompany you, guiding you to your intended targets." Observing the situation, Crocodile interjected, "There is no need for rest. I wish to set out immediately to resolve these matters swiftly. thereby assimilating their influence sooner. Moria echoed this sentiment, as did the others who shared a desire not to squander time. Zephyr asserted, resting can occur during our journey. Let us depart at once. The warring states, with a sense of resignation, proclaimed, since none of you wish to take a respite, I hereby declare that the mission commences at this very moment. Upon your exit from this conference room, the designated intelligence personnel will seek you out. I must once again remind you to adhere to my stipulations. You are all aware of the consequences should you defy my directives. Chapter 63, The Casino. Only after receiving further assurances did the warring states permit their departure. As Zhang Guo observed Long preparing to depart, he called out, "Hold on a moment, Long." Long halted his steps and replied, "Mr. Zhang Guo, do you have any further instructions for me?" Zhang Guo continued, "During this operation with Zfa, it is imperative that you keep a close watch on him. He tends to lose his composure when it comes to matters concerning his wife and children." Long responded calmly, "Rest assured, Mr. Zhang Guo. I will certainly keep a vigilant eye on teacher Zfa. Mr. Sengoku, do you have anything further to convey? Although I am uncertain as to why you chose to resign from the Navy, you must comprehend the immense pressure that Carp will bear due to your departure." Long's expression turned somewhat uneasy as he replied, "I understand, Mr. Sengoku." With that, Long transformed into a gust of wind and vanished from the conference room. Once everyone had left, Suru approached Sengoku and inquired, "Do you believe your plan will succeed?" "I cannot say for certain," he replied, "but I firmly believe there remains a substantial chance of success. Furthermore, we cannot afford to delay. The recent surge in pirate insurrections is fundamentally tied to the machinations of those in the underworld. If we do not act swiftly, we may find ourselves uncertain of when the next opportunity will arise. I will resolve the matter with Lu Feared expediently. You should also urge Carp to return at the earliest, as the defenses here have become somewhat vulnerable with both Zifa and myself away from headquarters." "I understand," Suru acknowledged. "Make haste and return swiftly." Zhang Guo smiled faintly and then exited the conference room. As soon as Zhang Guo emerged from the conference room, 2 intelligence agents approached him. The Warring States general remarked, "Lead the way." However, the general was advised, "Your military uniform is rather conspicuous. I kindly ask you to change into civilian attire." Zhang Guo glanced at the 2 individuals clad in casual attire and burst into laughter. "It is I who am lacking in professionalism. I kindly request that you accompany me back to change into more relaxed clothing." "Not a bother at all." As Sengoku observed the 2 individuals in a state of tension, he refrained from further conversation and hastened towards his residence. Upon entering the cloakroom, he discovered that aside from his naval uniform, his wardrobe consisted solely of identical black suits. Faced with this realization, Sengoku had no choice but to don a new suit. As he changed his attire, a devil fruit unexpectedly fell from his clothing. In the midst of the Warring States period, Sengoku picked up the devil fruit and placed it in the wardrobe. This particular devil fruit had been sent by Spandam and was an ancient Zoan type, the dragon fruit, in the form of a pterosaur. The other 2 fruits were also ancient Zoan type dragon fruits, one resembling a Tyrannosaurus and the other a Triceratops. Sengoku was astounded upon discovering these 3 assured devil fruits. He had not anticipated that Spandam would manage to procure such remarkable specimens for him. If combined with Drake's ancient Zoan type dragon fruit in the form of a Spinosaurus, their navy would have 4 dinosaurs at their disposal, and acquiring yet another dinosaur-related devil fruit would enable the formation of a dinosaur battalion. Initially, Sengoku intended to give this devil fruit to Rosinante, but due to his overwhelming busyness, he kept forgetting to do so. At that moment, Zifa seized the opportunity and promptly provided the Tyrannosaurus form of the ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit to Zay. After changing into a suit, Sengoku resolutely planned to hand over the devil fruit to Rosinante once this mission was accomplished. Following this, Sengoku boarded a merchant ship alongside 2 intelligence officers. After 2 days of travel, he successfully arrived at the lair of the King of Usury. The territory of the King of Usury comprised a moderately sized island, lavishly adorned, with every structure reflecting the wealth of its owner. The largest establishment on the island was a casino, touted as the largest in the world, where the elite gamblers from across the globe would converge to partake in games of chance. Furthermore, according to the intelligence provided by Spandam, Lu Farid, the King of Usury, typically concealed himself within the highest tier of the casino. The casino boasted a total of 112 floors. Intelligence indicated that gamblers could ascend only to the 100th floor at most. Beyond this point, only casino personnel were permitted entry, and even they were barred from accessing the upper 3 levels, from the 110th to the 112th floor, which were exclusively reserved for Lou Ferret. Others could only gain access with his explicit consent. Jean Gua gazed up at the towering casino and inquired, "Is Lou Feilu currently residing in the casino?" The general of Jean Gua affirmed, stating that there was no information indicating Lou Feilu had departed from the establishment. "Can you arrange for us to meet Lou Feilu?" Jean Gua pressed. The general responded apologetically, "Regrettably, we are unable to facilitate that." Warlord Sengoku gestured dismissively, "No need for apologies. I shall remain here alone. You are not required to accompany me any further. Await my signal. Upon the completion of my mission, ensure my timely extraction." The esteemed Admiral Sengoku. Following the departure of his subordinates, Sengoku commenced his exploration of the opulent island. He procured a set of casual garments from a local boutique. Emerging from the establishment, Sengoku lamented the exorbitant price. "The attire here commands more than double the cost of that in Marineford, setting me back a staggering 25,000 berries. However," he mused, "this expenditure shall not be borne from my personal funds. It was incurred in the pursuit of this assignment and shall be reimbursed upon my return to headquarters." With that, Sengoku donned his previously acquired sunglasses and continued his perambulation, clad in a flamboyant Hawaiian shirt and matching shorts. Having arrived in the Warring States period, he first dined at a restaurant teeming with people. As he savored his meal, he eavesdropped on the conversations of the surrounding patrons. He observed that the vast majority, nearly 90%, were inveterate gamblers, primarily discussing their evening's gambling plans. The remaining 10% were merely companions of these gambling enthusiasts. Realizing he couldn't glean any useful information, the Warring States period swiftly finished his meal and departed the restaurant. Upon settling the bill, he felt another pang of financial distress, noting that the island's prices were generally 2 to 3 times higher than those in Marineford. Subsequently, he ventured to the most frequented bar, hoping to unearth some valuable intelligence. However, despite spending 3 hours there, he failed to gather any worthwhile information. During his time at the bar, he was approached by numerous provocatively dressed young women and matrons, some attempting to swindle him, while others brazenly hinted at offering their services. The officials of the Warring States period resolutely declined with righteous indignation. Some audacious young maidens even had the audacity to openly provoke, exclaiming, "Is it that you are incapable?" Jean Gua, in a fit of anger, was determined to prove his capabilities to the young maiden. However, upon reflecting on his mission, he ultimately decided against it, primarily due to the fact that the maiden's appearance left much to be desired. While Jean Gua idly sipped his 6th glass of ice water, 3 imposing and menacing figures approached him. Chapter 64. MEDS Jean Gua lifted his eyelids and cast a glance at the 3 individuals. He then picked up his empty cup and addressed the bartender, "Please refill my glass with ice water." However, this time the bar did not accept Jean Gua's cup. At that moment, 2 burly men positioned themselves on either side of Jean Gua, resembling guardians at the gate, while another stood behind him, obstructing his path. One of the robust men spoke harshly, "Brother, who sent you here? Do you have the audacity to cause trouble in our nightless city? Are you unaware that this place is under the protection of the Tiger and Leopard brothers?" After listening, Jean Gua finally let out a sigh of relief. At first, he feared that he had been exposed. The Warring States period grew weary of engaging in lengthy discussions with these individuals. "Had I known earlier to purchase a cup of weak juice, no one would have sought me out." Jean Gua rose abruptly, preparing to depart. The 3 burly men, infuriated by Jean Gua's disregard for them, simultaneously advanced, intent on forcing him back into his seat. However, to their astonishment, they found themselves utterly unable to restrain him. Jean Gua effortlessly broke free from their grasp, the entire process unfolding with remarkable ease, unnoticed by the surrounding crowd. Only the bartender, who had been closely observing the scene, witnessed the commotion, and he too was taken aback. The leader of the Tiger and Leopard trio, upon seeing this, exclaimed, "Let us pursue him." After leaving the bar, Jean Gua discovered that the trio of Tiger, Leopard, and Brother had surprisingly followed him. In the Warring States period, he abruptly turned into an uninhabited alley, waiting for the Tiger and Leopard trio. After a short while, the Tiger and Leopard brothers indeed followed closely behind, as Jean Gua poised to strike. The eldest of the Tiger Leopard trio pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, "Good sir, please stay your hand. Our pursuit was not intended to antagonize you." Jean Gua, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "You did not follow me to confront me, so why then are you trailing behind? I owe you no debt of Bailey. Protecting the city of eternal night is the duty of my 2 brothers and me. Naturally, we must make an appearance. If we do not follow, Our work may be jeopardized. I hope you can comprehend this, my lord. Since we have come this far, it would be best if we returned. You would have your report as well. Thank you, my lord. We shall not intrude any further. We three brothers have resided here for many years and can certainly assist you, should you require anything. Do not hesitate to seek us out in the city of eternal night. With that, they departed. Upon leaving the alley, the youngest of the three brothers, Hu Bao, expressed his confusion. Elder brother, why did you speak to that fellow in such a manner? Are we to fear him? He flexed his muscles as he spoke. You fool. Did you not notice how effortlessly he broke free from our grasp back in the tavern? Together, we are no match for him. His second brother concurred. Indeed. That man is no ordinary individual. I have always maintained that we should only engage in tasks commensurate with the Bailey we receive. Merely putting on a fade suffices. If we provoke someone ill-tempered, we may not even comprehend our demise. There are many stronger than us three brothers here. We must tread carefully. Well said. We should only undertake what our Bailey warrants. It seems your intellect is not solely composed of muscle, but is quite astute. The eldest brother of the Hu Bao clan turned back with great effort, forcing a smile. My lord, is there something you seek from me? Did you not state that you three brothers have lingered here for quite some time? Surely you possess knowledge beyond that of others. Enlighten me about that flamboyant individual. The Hu Bao brothers followed Zhang Gui's gaze and indeed beheld a rather ostentatious figure emerging from a sports car, making his way towards the city of eternal night. Unlike Zhang Gui's entrance, which was devoid of any reception, this flamboyant individual was greeted by numerous attendees upon his arrival. My lord, that individual is a frequent patron of our city, although he often conceals his true identity, claiming to be a wealthy magnate. He possesses a poor tolerance for alcohol and readily reveals his true self when inebriated. Oh, so he is not a wealthy magnate. What then is his true identity? The eldest brother of the Hu Bao clan whispered. His actual identity is that of a scientist, affiliated with a scientific organization known as MADS. He goes by the name Vestino, though his true name is Caesar Clown. When intoxicated, he boasts of being the world's foremost genius scientist, yet we do not believe him. Were it not for his substantial Bailey, he would have been taught a lesson long ago. After all, who would believe that a drunken lecher is the world's greatest genius? Upon hearing the name Caesar Clown, Zhang Gui immediately recalled that this individual seemed to be currently collaborating with Vegapunk at MADS, funded by none other than the king of loan sharks, Lufirid. Moreover, Caesar is also on this island. The possibility of MADS's base being located here is substantial, and soon Zhang was hard-harbored yet another objective. Warlord Sengoku jested, expressing his desire to be escorted to the whereabouts of Caesar Clown, a feat he believed they were capable of accomplishing. He reassured them that their assistance would not go unrewarded, promising a sum of 1 million berries upon successfully arranging a meeting with Caesar Clown, payable immediately. Furthermore, he offered an additional 1 million berries should they facilitate a private audience with Caesar, emphasizing that their involvement would be without consequence, the berries merely an unexpected windfall. He granted them a minute to deliberate. The three tiger leopard brothers huddled together, their hushed discussion audible to Sengoku despite their efforts at discretion. While the second and third brothers eagerly anticipated the prospect of the 2 million berries, the eldest harbored reservations. However, swayed by the persistent enticements of his siblings, he ultimately conceded to seize the opportunity for financial gain. Venerable sir, the eldest brother proclaimed, we accede to your proposition. However, we have a stipulation that must be met before we can proceed. Sengoku responded, amused. A transaction, is it? You are indeed an intriguing individual. I consent. Pray, elucidate your terms. Your Excellency must first remit 1 million berries as earnest money. Ah, a deposit you seek. I had anticipated a price escalation. Your condition is accepted. Within this card lies 2 million berries, devoid of any passcode. You are welcome to verify its contents forthwith. Instinctively, the eldest of the tiger leopard brothers reached for the proffered bank card. Zhang Gui raised the bank card slightly, making it unattainable for him. You have accepted my belly. Hence you must fulfill our transaction. Do not entertain thoughts of absconding with the funds, for should you choose to flee, you will inevitably regret your decision. Upon concluding his statement, Zhang Gui handed the bank card to the leader of the tiger leopard trio. The leader, upon receiving the card, initially expressed joy. Chapter 65, Caesar Quran. He then turned to Zhang Gui with a serious demeanor, assuring him, rest assured, my lord, we three brothers are men of principle and would never engage in unscrupulous activities. We must first verify this. The verification will not take long, merely 2 or 3 minutes will suffice. The warring states nodded. Only then did the eldest of the tiger-leopard trio exhale in relief, passing the card to the second brother, instructing him to verify it at a nearby bank. Upon receiving the bank card, the second brother dashed towards the bank, prompting the third brother to follow suit. Zhangguo observed, "Why did you not inquire more about acquiring some berries earlier? Perhaps I would have been inclined to share with you. As the esteemed sir has stated, this transaction is undoubtedly advantageous for the three of you as brothers. The 2 million berries carry no risk and guarantee profit. I assure you, I am not one to be excessively greedy, for I fear that having wealth without life is futile. Initially, I sought merely 1 million berries. Yet your generosity knows no bounds, esteemed sir." Zhangguo merely smiled in silence. Before long, the second and third brothers returned, their faces radiant with joy. Indeed, the eldest brother possessed 2 million berries. The eldest brother nodded calmly as he accepted the bank card handed over by the second brother. He then smiled at Zhangguo and said, "Sir, please follow us. We shall take you to meet Caesar Coron." Zhangguo followed the tiger and leopard trio into their modest chamber. The room was small and sparsely furnished, containing merely 3 beds, a table, and 3 chairs, nothing more. "My dear sir, if you wish to meet Caesar Coron in private, I kindly ask for your patience. When the time is right, we shall escort you." Zhangguo casually remarked, "I leave everything to you. I am indifferent to the process. Only the outcome matters." With that, he proceeded to find a clean bed and reclined as if he were in the comfort of his own home. The 3 companions could only manage an awkward smile, hesitant to utter more, before they departed together. Zhangguo soon succumbed to slumber upon the bed, yet his sleep was not profound the moment the door creaked open. He awoke instantly. As Zhangguo opened his eyes, he discovered that the visitor was one of the 3 brothers of the tiger and leopard clan. However, the 3 brothers bore such striking resemblance to one another that Zhangguo could not discern who had arrived. "My lord, please follow me. My elder brother and second brother are on lookout outside. I shall lead you to Caesar Coron." Without hesitation, Zhangguo followed the third one out of the room. The 2 ascended 2 flights of stairs and arrived at the entrance of an exquisitely adorned chamber. Inside, the esteemed Kaikelang awaited. "My elder brother instructed me to remind you that if you intend to confront Caesar Kaikelang, you must act swiftly. You have a mere 8 minutes before someone enters the room." "Understood." With that, Zhangguo pushed the door open and stepped inside. As he entered, he was immediately met with an inappropriate scent. A fully exposed figure lay sprawled upon an enormous bed. At a glance, the warring states recognized that the individual was Caesar Coron and could not help but commend the tiger and leopard trio. Zhangguo approached the bedside and remarked with a smile, "Is that you, Caesar Coron?" "Indeed, I am none other than the world's foremost genius scientist, Caesar Coron." As he observed Caesar, who suddenly leapt from the bed, reeking of alcohol, Zhangguo swiftly reached out and yanked him down, tossing him into the immense bath nearby. The shock of the water in the bath instantly sobered Caesar up. As he regained his senses, Caesar muttered in confusion, "How did I end up in this bath? Well, I might as well enjoy a soak." With that, Caesar began to swim about in the bath without a care in the world. The warring states gazed at Caesar with a helpless shake of his head, then approached the edge of the bath and effortlessly lifted Caesar, who had swum to the pool's edge, out of the water. Suspended in midair, Caesar felt as though he were soaring, yet he refrained from employing his abilities. Just as confusion began to cloud Caesar's mind, the warring states struck Caesar, prompting him to finally take notice of their presence. Caesar exclaimed, "Who on earth are you? Daring to lay a hand on me? The security in this city that never sleeps seems to be deteriorating. Do you not recognize that I, Vestino, am the most esteemed guest in this realm? I advise you to release me at once. Otherwise, when the security personnel arrive, you shall face dire consequences." It is essential to understand that the infamous tiger and leopard trio are the most formidable guardians of this island. The grip of the warring states tightened around Caesar's neck, constricting so forcefully that he was nearly suffocated, gasping for breath. Seeing that the warring states had reached a similar conclusion, he then withdrew his strength once more. As Sengoku observed Caesar gasping for breath, he remarked with a smirk, "Cease your petty tricks. Your antics are no match for me, Mr. Caesar Coron." Although Caesar appeared to be threatening Sengoku, he was secretly harnessing the power of his gas fruit, intending to play a cunning maneuver on Sengoku. With his breathing now steady, Caesar chuckled, "Who is Caesar Coron? Surely, you must be mistaken. I am Vestino." "Oh, have I indeed misidentified you? Then prepare to meet your demise." With that, Sengoku's grip intensified, as if he were genuinely intent on ending Caesar's life. Caesar's face and neck flushed rapidly, and he struggled to utter, "Let me go. I am Caesar Carrant." In the midst of the Warring States period, Caesar was unceremoniously cast to the ground. "Mr. Caesar, you have finally acknowledged your identity. Shall we now engage in a proper discussion? What is it that you wish to converse about?" In the Warring States period, gazing at the fully exposed Caesar, he jested. "Mr. Caesar, are you truly certain you wish to converse with me in such a manner? The habit of showcasing oneself is rather unbecoming." Realizing the jest, Caesar's face flushed an even deeper shade of crimson as he hurried to the bedside to retrieve his flamboyant attire and donned it anew. Zhangguo gracefully approached a luxurious sofa and seated himself, pouring a glass of an unopened, seemingly expensive bottle of wine. However, he refrained from drinking. His gaze fixated intently on Caesar. Under Zhangguo's scrutinizing stare, Caesar obediently took a seat on the sofa opposite him. With utmost caution, Caesar spoke. "Might you now disclose the purpose of your summons, sir? However, I must inform you that I am currently engaged in tasks for the King of Usury, one of the rulers of the underworld on this island, and thus cannot assist you at this moment. Furthermore, should I fail to return by tomorrow, he will seek me out, and I fear it may place you in peril." Zhangguo, observing the situation, chuckled and remarked, "Are you attempting to intimidate me? What does Lu Firid amount to? Can he truly consider himself my rival? To speak frankly, I have come here with the sole intention of eliminating Lu Firid. He has provoked forces beyond his comprehension and committed offenses that warrant his demise." Upon hearing Zhangguo's declaration, Caesar was immediately filled with trepidation, uncontrollably releasing gas from his fruit abilities. "And what of the Navy?" The Warring States expressed surprise, saying, "Oh, how did you discern that I am affiliated with the Navy? Were you involved in that matter as well?" Chapter 66, The Land of Death. Caesar hastily shook his head, exclaiming, "I was not involved." As Sengoku gazed upon Caesar's inept performance, he coldly remarked, "Caesar, do you take me for a fool? If you do not divulge the truth, I shall confine you within Impel Down, condemning you to spend the remainder of your life in perpetual darkness." In an instant, Caesar's mind conjured a vivid image of a sorrowful existence within the depths of Impel Down. Overwhelmed by fear, he hastily recounted the events to Sengoku, his face a mask of terror. During this exchange, the staff of the Nightless City attempted to enter, but were promptly rebuffed by Caesar's ire. Upon hearing Caesar's account, Sengoku furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you implying that Vinsmoke Judge employed clones to assist Lu Fei Lu in infiltrating our Navy headquarters to gather such intelligence?" "Indeed. It was Judge and Lu Fei Lu who orchestrated this. I had no part in it. I merely overheard their conversation when Lu Fei Lu sought Judge's assistance. Please, Admiral, do not imprison me in Impel Down. I am innocent." Observing Caesar's pitiful demeanor, Sengoku remained impassive and stated, "Your fate in avoiding Impel Down hinges upon your performance. Should you excel, I shall not only spare you but also grant you your desires, even aiding you in surpassing Vegapunk to become the world's foremost genius scientist." At the mention of eclipsing Vegapunk, Caesar's demeanor shifted to one of exhilaration, though he quickly regained his composure. With caution, Caesar inquired, "Might you reveal your identity to me?" "Admiral?" Zhangguo raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Why do you ask about my identity? Are you concerned that my rank might be insufficient to assist you?" With that, he removed his sunglasses and the facade from his face. Caesar gazed at Zhangguo in horror and exclaimed, "You are Admiral Buddha of the Navy. Now do you believe that I can help you become the world's foremost genius scientist?" Caesar replied with a sycophantic expression, I truly believe. The generals of the Warring States period have tasks for me. Please command me as you wish." Admiral Sengoku donned his disguise once more and inquired, "How is the research on the lineage factor and cloning of Vinsmoker's germa?" Caesar, appearing perplexed, responded, "Admiral Sengoku, how do you know about the lineage factor? We have yet to make it public." Sengoku retorted, "Would I be unaware if you chose not to disclose it? Speak quickly." Caesar continued, "Within MADS, each individual's research trajectory diverged upon the discovery of the lineage factor. I am uncertain about the extent of Germa's research, but I am aware that his approach pales in comparison to mine. That lunatic even resorts to experimenting on his own offspring, truly more perverse than I. While I am not particularly fond of cloning research, I understand that Germa's endeavors are faltering. His clones may mature rapidly, yet their lifespans are woefully brief, with the longest living no more than 6 months. Moreover, the costs associated with cultivation are exorbitant, categorizing it as nothing short of a failure. Admittedly, Vegapunk's cloning technology far surpasses that of Germa. Enough of this banter. Let us discuss matters of consequence. Are there others besides you, Germa, Vegapunk, and Queen currently on this island? Sengoku pressed. How do you know of their presence? Caesar replied. It makes sense that you would know of the lineage factor. Hence, it is not surprising that you are aware of them. Currently, I am the sole inhabitant of this island. MADS has been rendered defunct since Germa's departure 6 months ago. Do you happen to know their whereabouts or possess any means of contacting them? Sengoku inquired. Naturally, I have that information. But may I ask, Admiral Sengoku, what purpose do you have for seeking them? My intentions are not nefarious. I digress. My primary goal is to meet Luffy Luda. Can you assist me in arranging this? Certainly, Admiral Sengoku. Coincidentally, he is scheduled to visit my laboratory tomorrow to review my research findings. At that time, you may eliminate him directly. Sengoku replied. Then lead me back to your laboratory at once. Of course, Admiral Sengoku. Thus, Sengoku followed Caesar to the laboratory, situated on the opposite side of the island. A stark contrast to the bustling casino. This area was rather desolate, and the entrance was remarkably concealed. Despite its obscurity, the entrance was heavily guarded. Sengoku initially intended to remain undercover, but to his surprise, Caesar disregarded the guards entirely, driving his luxury vehicle straight into the laboratory. The laboratory was expansive. Not merely a single building, but a complex of structures. Sengoku, observing the premises, questioned, Caesar, do you truly require such a vast space for just 5 individuals? Caesar scoffed. Admiral Sengoku, this entire establishment was constructed by that fool Luffy Luda. Our MADS base is not located here. He aimed to curry favor with us by building something grand. However, we brilliant minds have no intention of genuinely assisting him. None of the others have come. Germa and I are merely leveraging Luffy Luda's resources for our own research, providing him only fruitless findings. Remarkably, that simpleton remains quite pleased. Is that so? Sengoku pondered. Wait, are you implying that Vegapunk and the others have never set foot on this island? I never claimed they had, Admiral Sengoku. We parted ways 2 years ago due to our differing research focuses. Understood, Sengoku replied. Would you like me to introduce you to my research findings? Lead the way. I wish to observe your work. The more valuable your research, the better I can assist in securing funding for it. Upon hearing the mention of funding, Caesar's eyes transformed into the shape of currency, his excitement palpable. Admiral Sengoku, allow me to show you my crowning achievement. Caesar then rushed Sengoku toward a colossal, transparent gas chamber. Gazing at the vibrant and toxic gas contained within, Sengoku immediately recognized its lethal nature. Admiral Sengoku, behold my current masterpiece, Death's Realm. The mere exposure of an ordinary person to Death's Realm results in swift demise, and it possesses a highly infectious quality. Even formidable individuals will suffer excruciating pain upon contact with my Death's Realm. Seeing that Sengoku remained unfazed, Caesar pressed on. Do not underestimate my current Death's Realm, Admiral Sengoku. While its potency may seem ineffective against the strong, I assure you that its toxicity will escalate, posing a future threat to even the mightiest. Zhanghua, gazing at the impassioned Caesar, remarked with a smile, you need not elaborate. I inherently trust you. However, as you are to become a naval officer, it is crucial to understand that substances such as poison gas cannot be employed overtly. Should you pursue the development of such toxins within the fortress, even if I were to lend my support, those above us would undoubtedly oppose your endeavors. Upon hearing Zhanggua's words, Caesar's expression fell dramatically. Zhanghua, observing the situation, consoled, with your extraordinary talent, you must have other inventions as well. Please enlighten me about them. Subsequently, Caesar shared with Zhanghua several of his creations, however. The majority were still related to toxic gases. Zhanghua was utterly indifferent to this. Among all the inventions, Zhanghua held the highest anticipation for the artificial devil fruits. Yet Caesar entirely neglected to introduce this particular creation to him. The warring states could no longer contain his curiosity. Caesar, would you kindly elaborate on your research direction regarding the bloodline factors? Caesar, blushing, replied, General Warring States, my inquiries into the bloodline factors are currently confined to experimental phases, and I have yet to yield any significant results. Zhanghua, with a smile, remarked, there is no cause for concern. Pray, share with me the focus of your research. The absence of experimental results at present does not preclude future successes. I firmly believe that with your intelligence and ingenuity, you will undoubtedly achieve remarkable discoveries. A general of Zhanghua, Admiral Sengoku gazed at the deeply moved Caesar with a sense of helplessness and said, Caesar, Please tell me more about the direction of your research. Admiral Sengoku, my research focuses on artificial devil fruits. This direction is indeed promising, is it not? Whether utilized to empower my subordinates or to be sold for a handsome profit in berries, it holds great potential. Your research direction is indeed commendable. Once we return to headquarters, I shall offer my utmost support for your endeavors in artificial devil fruits. Admiral Sengoku, I wish to return to my original research site to continue my studies. Would that be permissible? Of course, that is entirely feasible. Your current task is to summon Lufarid here. As long as you can bring Lufarid to this place, everything else will be manageable. Rest assured, Admiral Sengoku. Tomorrow at dawn, I will inform Lufarid of my breakthrough in research. He will undoubtedly come here. In the realm of the warring states. A sense of intrigue enveloped the conversation. Caesar, what is it that you are assisting Lufarid with? Why does he hold it in such high regard? Caesar replied in hushed tones. The commander of the warring states has tasked me with researching the elusive technology of immortality. Yet, as you know, how could such ethereal concepts ever be brought to fruition? When he initially requested my collaboration with Jiaji for his research, we reached a tacit agreement to deceive Lufarid with unrelated studies, all the while utilizing the resources he provided to pursue our own inquiries. I see. Upon reflection, I have uncovered that Lufarid is not of advanced age. What compels him to delve into the study of immortality? Who can say? Perhaps it is a fear of death, or maybe he seeks to unlock the secrets of eternal life to exchange for greater resources. Subsequently, the warring states' commander accompanied Caesar to their lodgings for rest. The passage of time swiftly ushered in the following day, and at dawn, Caesar reached out to Lufarid. Upon receiving the news, Lufarid promptly made his way to the laboratory. Before long, a multitude of bodyguards escorted a tall man, clad in circular sunglasses and smoking a cigar, into the premises. Caesar, upon noticing this, immediately approached him, exclaiming, "Farid, your presence is most significant." Caesar, has your research truly yielded progress? Lufarid's voice remained calm, yet the involuntary tremors of his body betrayed an undercurrent of excitement. Caesar, maintaining his composure, responded, "Indeed, my research has made considerable strides. Otherwise, I would not have sought your audience. Let us hasten to see it." As they proceeded deeper into the laboratory, Lufarid suddenly commanded, "Wait." The abruptness of his tone sent a chill of perspiration down Caesar's spine. "Remain here and await my return." Hearing this, Caesar exhaled in relief. "Why do you sweat so profusely, Caesar? The laboratory is not even warm." Caesar chuckled, "Not warm? Yet, I find it rather stifling. Otherwise, I would not be sweating." Lufarid flashed a knowing smile. "Caesar, you are still young. Your constitution seems weaker than mine. You ought to exercise restraint." Although Caesar was inwardly cursing Farid, he maintained a facade of amiability. As they ventured further, Lufarid sensed an unsettling shift. "Where are the personnel from your laboratory? Were they not just here in your experimental area?" he queried. "Have you changed the experimental zone again?" At that moment, a figure materialized behind Lufarid, coldly declaring, "Lufarid, it is time to face the consequences of your actions." Being one of the rulers of the underworld, Lufarid was no fool. He comprehended the gravity of the situation in an instant. "Caesar, you dare to betray me." As he spoke, he drew a pistol from his coat and aimed it at the warring states commander. Yet, a mere handgun was hardly a match for such a formidable opponent. In the warring states period, the gentleman effortlessly evaded a bullet and then delivered a swift kick that rendered Lufarid unconscious as he attempted to flee. Observing this, Caesar approached the unconscious Lufarid and mockingly remarked, "You fool, is such a thing as immortality technology something you could ever aspire to?" Upon hearing footsteps approaching from the distance, Zhangguo realized that the recent gunfire had drawn the attention of the bodyguards. "Caesar has awakened that fellow. I still have matters to inquire of him." With that, Zhangguo proceeded in the direction of the approaching bodyguards. In the face of numerous bodyguards, Sengoku remained utterly unfazed. To conceal his identity, he unleashed a powerful wave of Conqueror's Haki, stunning all the bodyguards into unconsciousness. From a distance, Caesar trembled at the terrifying display of Sengoku's might. Is this the power of an admiral? Truly frightening. By the time Sengoku returned to Caesar's side, Lufarid had already been roused from his slumber. His face bruised and the fragments of his shattered sunglasses strewn about, indicating that Caesar had resorted to a rather violent awakening method. It seemed Caesar had harbored deep resentment towards Lufarid after mocking him. "You must be with the Navy. Your arrival was astonishingly swift. I never expected you to come alone. and yet a single individual managed to capture me. What is your rank? A rear admiral or a vice admiral? If you let me go, I can offer you anything you desire, be it an endless supply of berries or immense power. I can provide you with formidable devil fruits, legendary swords, or even scientific prowess. Caesar, with a contemptuous kick, retorted, Lou Feared, spare me your outdated tricks. Once upright, Lou Feared seethed, Caesar, you will regret this. When I survive, I shall make you suffer unbearable torment. After I provided you with substantial funding for research, you dared to betray me. Chapter 68. The grave Caesar laughed heartily. What do you mean you funded our research? Do not elevate your role so grandly. Our relationship is merely transactional. You provide the funding, and I assist you with your research. By the way, I have something to reveal. Neither I nor Gaji have been working on your immortality technology. We have merely been using the funds you provided to pursue our own projects. What? Then what was the progress you reported to me? Those were merely trivial gadgets. After all, you supplied us with such vast amounts of berries. We had to offer you some semblance of progress to placate you. I cannot believe you failed to realize the futility of what we delivered. Those items will not grant you immortality, but will instead deteriorate your health, ultimately shortening your lifespan. You beast, Caesar. I will kill you. Listen, Navy officer, if you spare me, I can fulfill any of your desires. There is nothing that berries cannot procure in this world. I could even elevate you to the ruler of the underworld. Being a king there is far superior to being a dog for the celestial dragons. Caesar chuckled, Feared. Abandon your petty schemes. Admiral Sengoku will not be swayed by your temptations. Prepare to meet your end today. The warring states cast an annoyed glance at Caesar and said, Caesar, who permitted you to reveal my identity? You should also conceal your little thoughts. Do you truly believe I would be swayed by him? As a general of the warring states, I am certain that this is not your intention. With a cold snort, the warring states removed his disguise. Upon beholding the true visage of the warring states, Lou Feared exclaimed in terror, I never anticipated that it would be the esteemed general of the warring states who has come to apprehend me. What merit do I possess to trouble such a distinguished figure? As Zhangguo coldly remarked, you are not an ordinary individual, without my intervention. You would surely fail to apprehend the king of usury who incited the pirates to dismantle our New World branch. You must be aware of the purpose behind my sparing your life. Lu Feilu responded bitterly, Admiral Zhangguo, I must confess my ignorance regarding the identity of those targeting Admiral Zafa. However, the truth remains that the instigators are not the rulers of our underworld, but merely individuals, aside from Omid and Gibson, who have accepted a bounty in exchange for their services. The only one privy to the identities of those pursuing you is Pietro, and perhaps Omid as well. This is all I know. Grant me a dignified demise. Caesar assured him, Fear not. I shall ensure Feilu's death is devoid of suffering. And take away all your research materials. This laboratory shall serve as Lu Feilu's tomb. A grave of such magnitude is befitting of your stature. With a smile, Caesar released a gas that enveloped Feilu. Once the mist dissipated, Feilu had passed away without anguish. Zhangguo observed, Caesar, you should hasten to organize your research materials. Once you have finished, we shall depart. The great general of Zhangguo replied, I have already sorted through all the pertinent materials last night. We are ready to leave at this moment. In the midst of the warring states, one cast an appreciative glance at Caesar, then activated the laboratory's self-destruction system. Subsequently, they both boarded the rescue vessel and departed from the island. As soon as Sengoku boarded the vessel, he was greeted by the resounding echoes of an explosion emanating from the laboratory. Awaiting Sengoku was a military ship. Once aboard, he ensured that Caesar was settled before initiating contact with headquarters to inquire about the progress of the others. Upon inquiry, he discovered that there had been no updates regarding the others. Observing this, Sengoku chose to refrain from further comment. The warring states directly approached Caesar. Caesar, provide me with the means to contact Vegapunk, exclaimed the general of the warring states. Without hesitation, Caesar produced a long-headed telephone bug. This telephone bug is indeed the means to reach Vegapunk. Zhangguo nodded and said, Caesar, you may contact Vegapunk directly. What I wish to discuss is not confidential. And you are welcome to listen. A smile graced Caesar's face as he replied, Understood, General Zhangguo. The familiar sound of the den mushy echoed through the air. Hello, Caesar, what brings you to me? Vegapunk inquired. It is not me who seeks you, but rather General Zhangguo from the Navy. General Zhangguo? I believe I have no prior interactions with him. In the warring states period, Zhangguo remarked, Dr. Vegapunk, we have not crossed paths before. Yet I firmly believe our futures will intertwine significantly. I am curious about your current whereabouts, for I wish to extend an invitation for you to join the Navy. Thank you for your kind offer, General Jean Gua, but I have no desire to join the Navy, replied Vegapunk. What do you mean, Vegapunk? The esteemed General Jean Gua has extended an invitation to you, and you dare not show him the respect he deserves. Jean Gua cast a glance at Caesar, signaling him to be silent. Upon receiving Jean Gua's gaze, Caesar immediately covered his mouth with both hands. In the midst of the warring states, Sengoku proclaimed, Dr. Vegapunk, do not hastily decline my offer. After we discuss matters face to face, you shall naturally join the Navy. To which Vegapunk resolutely replied, I shall not join the Navy. With that, he terminated the call. Sengoku mused to himself, Vegapunk truly lacks discernment. Perhaps I should refrain from extending further invitations to him. Caesar interjected firmly, I assure you, I am by no means inferior to Vegapunk. Jean Gua, with a smile, remarked, I am fully aware that you are no less formidable than Vegapunk. There is no need for you to continually compare yourself to him. The reason I invited Vegapunk is that, after all, the extent of your individual strength is limited. You would undoubtedly prefer not to have others assist you. Only Vegapunk is capable of serving as your aide. Upon hearing this, Caesar's expression brightened considerably. Admiral Jean Gua, I must apologize for my misunderstanding. In the Warring States period, one waved his hand dismissively, signifying indifference, and then consoled Caesar for a while. After obtaining the record pointer of Punk Hassan from Caesar, he took his leave. Once the Warring States departed, Caesar, who had just moments ago appeared deeply moved, instantaneously wore a grim expression. Damn it, Vegapunk, it's you again. Why do you always oppose me? The departing Warring States was well aware that his words would not alter Caesar's disposition. After all, from the memories of his past life, he knew that Caesar was not a magnanimous individual. The Warring States understood that genuine sentiment would never sway someone like Caesar, who lacked any moral boundaries. In order to completely subdue that fellow Caesar, Sengoku understood the necessity of possessing a crucial leverage against him. The ideal scenario would be akin to the surgical fruit depicted in a previous life-esque comic, wherein seizing Caesar's heart would serve as the ultimate leverage. However, Sengoku currently lacked access to such a fruit, rendering this approach impractical for the time being. Nevertheless, Sengoku felt no fear of betrayal from Caesar. As he himself had not fallen from grace, Caesar, too, would not easily turn against him while he remained in a position of power. Chapter 69. Punk Hazard. Sengoku merely needed to maintain a vigilant watch over Caesar. The warship, sailing at full speed, reached Punk Hazard by the end of the day. Upon arrival, Sengoku did not permit anyone else to disembark. He descended alongside Caesar. Upon stepping onto Punk Hazard, Sengoku was struck by the stark contrast between the current picturesque island and his memories of a frigid, dual-climate environment. It was indeed challenging for Sengoku to reconcile such natural beauty with the notion of Punk Hazard. Caesar, observing Sengoku's bewilderment, inquired, What troubles you, Sengoku? Is this truly Punk Hazard? Sengoku questioned, his skepticism evident. Caesar chuckled, Of course, this is Punk Hazard. You must not have seen our laboratory, which is why you doubt it. Follow me, and you shall see. Thus, Sengoku accompanied Caesar to a concealed location, where he indeed discovered a laboratory. However, the facility was rather modest in size, even smaller than the one Caesar had previously destroyed. As the two entered the laboratory, Sengoku immediately sensed a palpable aura of menace. Suddenly, a youthful figure clad in a red apron, with a massive knot at the waist and shorts adorning his lower half, charged at them wielding a colossal axe. Observing this, Caesar promptly took refuge behind Sengoku. Jean Gua instantly recognized the child as Jean Tao Wan. For the distinctive hairstyle and unique attire of Jean Tao Wan were unmistakably prominent. Jean Gua effortlessly identified him. The Warring States effortlessly caught hold of his colossal axe, and could not help but marvel at the immense strength possessed by this young lad, Momomaru, at such a tender age. Jean Tamaru endeavored to extract his colossal axe from the grasp of the Warring States, yet despite his utmost exertion, he was unable to do so. Seizing the opportunity now that the threat had abated, Caesar brazenly stepped forward, emboldened by his perceived strength. Who are you, young one, to dare assault us? Are you not aware that this is the territory of the Great Lord? Tell me how you managed to enter here. Jean Tamaru, with a serious expression adorning his youthful face, declared, I shall never divulge that it was my master who brought me here. Realizing he was no match for Jean Gua, Jean Tamaru, though reluctantly parting with his beloved giant axe, prioritized the safety of Vegapunk and immediately retreated. He shouted, The old man's opponent is far too powerful. You must flee swiftly. I will buy you some time. Just then, a tall man resembling Einstein emerged, brandishing a long spear, and smiled at Jean Tamaru, saying, Jean Tamaru, how could I possibly consider fleeing on my own? Vegapunk exclaimed in astonishment. What are you doing here? Caesar. Caesar, with a face full of terror, replied. How can it be you? Zhangguo smiled as he approached Jean Taowan, presenting him with the colossal axe. This precious weapon must not be carelessly discarded. Initially wary, Jean Taowan glanced at Vegapunk before accepting the axe with a grin. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhangguo. And I contacted you through Caesar just a day ago, Vegapunk stated. Vegapunk grasped Zhangguo's outstretched hand and remarked, Ah, so you are General Zhangguo. Zhangguo replied, It appears our fates are not yet intertwined. Shall we engage in discussion now? Vegapunk chuckled bitterly. General Zhangguo, do I truly possess any alternative options? Of course, Doctor. You have choices. You may refuse to converse with me and depart from this place. It has now become a new research base for our Navy. However, should you choose to evade me, it will not be I who seeks you next, but rather agents of the world government, who are far less amiable than I. Once they come knocking, your choices may be severely limited. Many matters will be beyond your control. By the way, there is one more thing I must inform you. The king of loan sharks, Lu Fei Lu, one of the sovereigns of the underworld you provided, has been eradicated by our Navy. Consequently, your funding for research will be significantly hindered. Vegapunk was aware that not only Lu Fei Lu had fallen to the Navy's purge, other rulers of the underworld had met a similar fate. Vegapunk appeared momentarily stunned. He understood the rationale behind the Navy's actions. As Lu Fei Lu had once sought his assistance, which he had declined to avoid conflict with the Navy. However, he had not anticipated such swift and decisive action against the underworld's rulers. Turning to Caesar, Vegapunk inquired, Caesar, what prompted your enlistment in the Navy? Your disposition hardly aligns with the regimented nature of such an organization. After a brief silence, Caesar replied, In the past, I was indeed a person of questionable morals. But now I aspire to be virtuous. I joined the Navy to fulfill the dream we, MADS, once shared, to achieve world peace. No organization is better suited for the fight for justice than the Navy. I wish to extend an invitation for you to join the Navy as well, so we may together establish a new MADS. Vegapunk regarded Caesar with a peculiar expression before turning back to Zhangguo, saying, General Zhangguo, I wish to discuss matters with you. Zhangguo remarked, Dr. Vegapunk, a wise choice. Let us converse. However, Zhangguo continued, No, General Zhangguo, I wish to speak with you alone, just the two of us. I prefer that our discussion remains confidential. Upon hearing Vegapunk's words, Caesar's expression shifted to one of displeasure, and he was about to retort when Zhangguo readily acquiesced. Faced with the situation, Caesar had no choice but to remain silent. In the experimental grounds, Sengoku followed Vegapunk, where absolute safety prevailed, ensuring that no one could overhear their conversation. I am curious as to why you wish for me to join the Navy. I consider myself lacking the allure that would prompt an admiral to extend 2 consecutive invitations. Zhangguo, with a smile, remarked, I had anticipated that Dr. Vegapunk would inquire about the extent of research funding I could provide or the nature of the benefits I could offer. However, I did not expect you to pose such a question. The very fact that I have extended multiple invitations to you is a testament to your undeniable allure and qualifications. Our Navy's previous ignorance of your existence has indeed been a loss for us. Yet, upon discovering the lineage factor in Caesar's laboratory, I recognize that you merit such an invitation. The lineage factor? Indeed, it is the lineage factor. The potential for the development of the lineage factor is extraordinarily vast. It is an invention that holds the power to transform the world. My audacious venture to seek out Dr. Vegapunk was not solely motivated by your invention. I harbor other intentions as well. Oh, General Zhangguo, what other purposes do you have in mind? Before I divulge, I would like to inquire about the underlying motivation behind your development of various technologies. My unwavering intention in creating diverse technologies has always been rooted in the pursuit of peace. Chapter 70, Disguise and Concealment. Zhangguo smiled contentedly and continued, Doctor, if you wish to secure peace, you must conceal your identity. Your invention shall not bear your name, and the accolades you deserve will be enjoyed by others. Are you willing to accept this? He added, This is not a life sentence of anonymity. When the time is ripe, your achievements will undoubtedly be recognized by the world. Vegapunk replied, As long as it leads to a more peaceful world where citizens of all nations live in happiness, I would gladly embrace a temporary obscurity. Even if it meant a lifetime of anonymity, I would be willing. As Sengoku gazed into Dr. Vegapunk's sincere eyes, he discerned that the latter was not deceiving him. Every word spoken was imbued with truth. A newfound respect blossomed within Sengoku's sentiments towards Vegapunk, transcending mere admiration. Doctor, I have ventured here at great peril to ensure you remain concealed from the prying eyes of the world government. Should they uncover your whereabouts? While your inventions may bring joy to some, countless others would endure greater suffering. Of course, this is not a reflection on you, Dr. Vegapunk. For the essence of invention is to better the lives of the populace. Yet, when such innovations fall into the hands of the malevolent, they become instruments of tyranny. Having spent many years within the Navy, I possess a profound understanding of the transgressions wrought by the world government and the celestial dragons. These individuals are the parasites of our world. Alas, I find myself powerless to dismantle their reign. Thus, I must gradually amass strength, striving for a singular blow to overthrow the celestial dragons and establish a new order. New order, you say? General Sengoku, might you elaborate on this vision of yours? Certainly. My envisioned new order is one where distinctions of race and class dissolve, allowing all peoples to coexist in equality. Life shall be devoid of oppression, granting each individual the freedom to pursue their passions. Through diligent labor, families can attain happiness. Sengoku's words ignited a fervor within Vegapunk. General Sengoku, is this new order truly attainable? Indeed, it is achievable, but it cannot rest solely upon my shoulders. The establishment of a new order necessitates the collective effort of like-minded individuals. No one understands the might of the world government better than I. Their military prowess is formidable, yet not fully revealed. Nevertheless, I envision a new order that can indeed be realized. I shall devote my life to this cause. And even if our generation does not see it through, I firmly believe our successors will. Dr. Vegapunk, are you willing to join me in this endeavor? General Sengoku, I am more than willing to contribute my modest efforts towards the establishment of this new order. In an exuberant embrace, Sengoku exclaimed to Dr. Vegapunk, this is splendid, Dr. Vegapunk. Allow me to share my plans with you. Soon, Sengoku articulated his strategy in its entirety. Admiral Sengoku, your plan is remarkably comprehensive. I am confident that the new order will attract a multitude of like-minded individuals. However, he cautioned, Dr. Vegapunk, we must be discreet about our establishment of the new order. The fewer who know, the better. If our plans were to be unveiled, the world government would undoubtedly seek to eliminate my existence, leaving no room for mercy in their purge. We must remain shrouded in secrecy as we gather our strength. It won't be long before a new organization publicly opposes the rule of the world government. All we need to do is provide them with our covert support. I understand. Admiral Sengoku. Zhangguo gently patted Vegapunk on the shoulder and remarked, it seems we must ask the doctor to serve as Caesar's assistant. Vegapunk, however, remained utterly unfazed by this proposal. Subsequently, Zhangguo revealed to Vegapunk the inventions that awaited him in the future. Upon hearing this, Vegapunk seemed to be awakened to a new realm of possibilities. Observing Vegapunk's excitement, which surpassed even the thrill of discovering a new order, Zhangguo understood that many of these inventions would emerge far sooner than anticipated. After an extensive discussion lasting 5 or 6 hours, Zhangguo and Bei Jiapank concluded their exchange of inventions. Bei Jiapank, still lingering on the conversation, remarked, I never anticipated that a general of Zhangguo possessed such profound knowledge. It seems I have truly underestimated the capabilities of the world. With that, Bei Jiapank returned to his experiments. Observing this, Caesar followed him inside. Initially, Caesar attempted to rouse Bei Jiapank repeatedly, but after a brief conversation, he became remarkably obedient. Collaborating with Bei Jiapank in the experimentation, the warring states shook their heads in resignation, realizing that Caesar would forever remain ensconced in the shadow of Vegapunk. In the warring states period, Zhangguo observed Jean Tamaru beside him and remarked, I just heard Dr. Vegapunk mention that you are called Jean Tamaru. Is that correct? Indeed. I am Jean Tamaru, the most tight-lipped man in the world. How old are you this year, Jean Tamaru? I am 12 years old. Oh, such formidable power at the age of 12. Your talent is truly remarkable. My talent has always been extraordinary. Observing the cheerful and exuberant Jean Tamaru, Zhangguo resolved within himself to ensure that this most tight-lipped man would not uncover any secrets. With a smile, Zhangguo inquired, would you be interested in joining the Navy? Jean Taowan. Jean Tamaru promptly replied, I have no intention of becoming a naval officer. I am currently the bodyguard of the old master, and my duty is to ensure his safety. I simply do not have the time to serve in the Navy. Do you possess the strength necessary to protect Dr. Vegapunk? By joining the Navy, you could significantly enhance your abilities, and only with greater strength can you better safeguard Dr. Vegapunk. While I find your argument quite compelling, this matter is beyond my authority. If you can persuade the old master, I shall join you in the Navy. Then it is settled. As long as I convince Dr. Vegapunk, you will enlist in the Navy. A true man must always honor his word. The face of the Warring States period revealed a triumphant smile, indicative of having successfully deceived the children. As Sengoku and Beijiao remained oblivious to the duration of their research, he briefly notified them before departing the laboratory with the young warrior, Momonosuke, aboard the warship. The reason for Momonosuke's presence on the vessel was not due to Sengoku's playful deception of a child, but rather his casual remark that there would be delicious food available on the ship. This polite invitation was sufficient to prompt Momonosuke to accompany Sengoku to the warship. Upon their arrival, Sengoku entrusted Momonosuke to the ship's cook, instructing him to ensure the young one was well fed. Subsequently, Sengoku retreated to his quarters to establish contact with headquarters. However, he would soon find himself regretting the decision to send Momonosuke to the kitchen. "Hello, Sengoku. Why have you not returned to headquarters yet? Did you not claim yesterday to have slain Lu Fei-Lu? At this rate, you should have arrived at headquarters by now. Where are you at this moment?" Chapter 71. Intercepted by Carp, the commander of the Void said, "Do not be hasty. Allow me to elucidate." To which the other replied, "Very well. I am eager to hear your explanation." In the Warring States period, he disclosed to Kong the matter of finding Caesar, and subsequently attributed the invention of Vegapunk to Caesar as well. Warring States, you have acted judiciously. Such a genius must undoubtedly be recruited into our Navy. With him on board, the strength of our Navy will surely experience a rapid enhancement. Zhanghua chuckled with an air of excitement. Addressing General Kong, "I have successfully secured the allegiance of Dr. Caesar Courant. He is now part of our Navy. However, Dr. Courant holds another significant role." "Another role? He is merely a scientist. What further contribution could he possibly make beyond aiding our Navy in inventions?" "Indeed, he has much more to offer. Caesar's inventions can benefit not only us." "Are you suggesting the world government?" "Precisely. Even if we wish to conceal this, it would be futile. We might as well inform the Gorosei directly. Given Caesar's extraordinary talents, I believe that even if the rulers of the underworld approached the Gorosei, they would hesitate to penalize us out of respect for Caesar." "Exactly what I meant. General Kong, I am currently on an island named Punk Hazard, where Dr. Courant's laboratory, constructed by Lu Fei-Lu, is located. Dr. Courant has made new discoveries and cannot leave Punk Hazard for the time being. I propose we establish a new research base there for him to conduct his experiments, demonstrating our Navy's sincerity. Simultaneously, we could set up a branch on Punk Hazard to protect Dr. Courant and other scientists. What's more, it would not cost us a single belly. I believe the Gorosei would not be stingy with this amount. General Kong, this is a perfect opportunity for you to request troop expansion. Surely, a branch could accommodate a quota of 10,000 sailors." Upon hearing Zhanghua mention the 10,000 sailors, Kong spat out the water he had just sipped. 10,000 sailors? Zhanghua, are you dreaming? If we station troops, the Gorosei will certainly not allow us to do so alone. I would be surprised if we could even secure a quota of 3,000 sailors. 3,000 is better than none. General Kong, how have ZFA and the others fared in their tasks? Almost all have been accomplished, except for the elimination of big news Morgans. However, there is no need for concern. According to intelligence, Crocodile and Moria have both gone to deal with Morgans. I am confident that the strength of these two warlords of the sea will be sufficient to handle him." Zhanghua nodded lightly, then conveyed a few matters to Kong before terminating the call. As soon as the call was terminated, another phone began to ring. Upon realizing it was Whitebeard's telephone worm, Sengoku first utilized his observation haki to ascertain whether any Marines were in the vicinity of his room. He then connected the call, speaking softly, "Newgate. Have you managed to retrieve Roger's wife and children?" Newgate replied gruffly, "What do you mean, Sengoku? You sent for me, yet you had that old man Garp come instead. Do you doubt my character?" He continued, exasperated. "What's more infuriating is that Roger's wife and children trust Garp more than me. They explicitly stated that I saved her. Yet they still place their faith in him." Listening to Whitebeard's grievances, Sengoku couldn't help but inquire, "So, are you saying that Roger's family has already been taken by Garp? Why ask me when you already know?" Newgate retorted, "Sengoku, do not misunderstand. I did not send Garp to fetch Roger's family. However, having Roger's family accompany Garp is certainly preferable to being with you vagabonds." "Who are you calling vagabonds?" My homeland is far safer and more prosperous than your headquarters. Newgate shot back. Zhanghua hastily clarified. It was merely a slip of the tongue on my part. However, this is the choice made by Roger's wife and children. And we had initially agreed to respect their decision. You need not remind me. I have already allowed them to depart. If I had no intention of honoring our agreement. Do you think that the likes of Karp alone could wrest Roger's family from my grasp? Furthermore, is it truly the case that Karp was not orchestrated by you? The interception of Roger's family by Karp was an unforeseen event for Zhanghua, yet inwardly, he could not help but commend Karp. Admiral Sengoku solemnly remarked, of course. I have not had the leisure to attend to Kapu recently. He then proceeded to inform Whitebeard of the heinous assault on Zifa's wife and children by the denizens of the underworld. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard erupted in fury, exclaiming, These wretched parasites of the underground dare to attack the families of others. They truly deserve to be punished. It is utterly disgraceful that your navy has stooped so low as to send an admiral to engage in such ignoble deeds. Should this information come to light, your navy will be utterly humiliated. The valiant individual from the Warring States period retorted, What is there to be ashamed of? I am merely an ordinary soldier of the sea, and it is an honor to eradicate these malignant entities for the people. How could I possibly feel embarrassed? With a scoff, he added, I hope that when the truth comes to light, you will still maintain such bravado. With that, the old man severed the connection. Zhanghua furrowed his brows, pondering the situation. He recalled that in the comics of his previous life, the members of CP0 had never succeeded in assassinating Morgans. Now, the attempt on Morgan's life came significantly later than those of others, which greatly increased the likelihood of Morgan's evading capture. The Warring States period recalled Morgenthau's penchant for sensationalism and the penchant for disseminating false news, which inevitably stirred a sense of concern. In an effort to preemptively address any unforeseen circumstances, Zhanghua directly contacted Kong through the empty phone line, conveying the situation and instructing him to notify other news agencies to report on the matter in advance. This way, even if Morgan managed to escape and disseminate false news, they would not need to fear the overwhelming tide of public opinion. Concurrently, Zhanghua requested Kong to embellish Tei's contributions, initiating a campaign to promote Tej as a catalyst for altering the preconceived notions others held about the fishmen. Kong promptly acquiesced to this plan. With everything settled, Zhanghua let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the stomach of the general of the Warring States growled, prompting him to take immediate action without uttering a word. As he made his way toward the kitchen, upon entering, he was taken aback by the mountain of dishes before him. A nearby cook remarked, General Warring States, the child you brought along possesses an extraordinary appetite. He has consumed enough food to feed the entire crew of our warship in a single sitting. Zhanghua pointed to the plate and asked, Has he consumed all of this? Indeed. Did you not instruct us to ensure he is well fed? They replied, Yet he remains unsated, compelling us to continuously prepare food for him. I want more, Zhanghua exclaimed, noticing that he had finished yet another serving. I understand. Let us hasten to prepare the meal. I, too, wish to eat. Faced with this situation, the cooks could only grimace and return to their task of preparing more food. Initially, they had presumed that a mere child would scarcely consume much, yet they were unprepared for Zhan Taowan's remarkable appetite. Having already worn themselves out preparing breakfast for the sailors aboard the ship, they now found themselves tasked with creating another substantial meal. By the time Zhan Taowan had finally had his fill, midday had nearly arrived, and they were once again required to prepare lunch for the sailors. Chapter 72. A true man never tells lies. The cooks feared that they might very well perish from exhaustion within the confines of the kitchen today. In front of the encircled Zhan Taowan, who had already swollen with fullness, the figure from the Warring States period helplessly inquired, Zhan Taowan, have you had enough to eat? Not yet. I can still consume more, exclaimed Zhan Taowan. Zhan Taowan was unequivocally betrayed by his own stomach. He even claimed to be unsatisfied, yet his belly protested otherwise. Overindulgence is certainly not a virtue. Excessive eating can be detrimental to one's health. Zhan Taowan blushed and said, These dishes are simply too delectable. I fear that I may not have the chance to savor them again, which is why I indulged a bit more. The food I requested earlier was meant to share with the elders. The Warring States gazed at the understanding Zhan Taomaru and chuckled. How could you possibly go without food? In the future, you shall savor delicacies far more exquisite than this, allowing you to feast to your heart's content at every meal. Is that truly the case? In the tone reminiscent of the valiant warrior, Sengoku declared, A true man does not utter falsehoods. Following this proclamation, he erupted into laughter, prompting the spirited Tamaru to join in the mirth. Shortly thereafter, a weary cook approached Sengoku, placing an assortment of food directly upon the table before him. With a fatigued voice, the cook inquired, "General Sengoku, shall we continue preparing more food?" "Not at all. You may take your rest," Sengoku replied. "Is that truly the case?" The cook exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Indeed, it is. You have worked hard today." After bidding farewell to Sengoku, the cook hurried off to share the delightful news with his fellow chefs. Meanwhile, Tamaru, perhaps moved by the sight of the exhausted cook, took the initiative to clear away his own dirty plates. Upon returning to gather the food, the cook looked on in astonishment at Tamaru before quickly recovering, saying, "You need not concern yourself with that. We shall handle it." Jean Tamaru chuckled. "The dishes you have prepared are exquisite, far superior to those crafted by myself and the old man. I possess a hearty appetite, and given the abundance of food you've made, I can only imagine how exhausting it must have been. Allow me to take care of these dirty plates. Whenever the old man and I dine, it is always the non-cooks who wash the dishes. I am quite adept at scrubbing filthy plates." It is a universal truth that chefs are elated when their culinary creations are praised, and the soldiers in the kitchen are no exception. The weariness they felt moments ago dissipated instantaneously, replaced by an invigorating zeal. Just as the kitchen soldier was about to insist on stopping Jean Tamaru from tidying up, he was interrupted by Zhangguo. He remarked that Jean Tamaru was correct, and that the plates should indeed be entrusted to him. It would be best for Jean Tamaru to focus on packaging the food. Seeing Zhangguo take the initiative, the kitchen soldier naturally refrained from objecting and swiftly began to pack the food beside him, as if hastening the process would enable him to assist Jean Tamaru sooner. Zhangguo merely smiled and said nothing. Soon after, having finished his meal, he noticed that all the plates in the kitchen had vanished. Carrying his soiled dish, Zhangguo made his way to the washing area. Upon arrival, he realized that Zhang Taowan was indeed not exaggerating. He possessed remarkable skills in washing dishes. With Zhang Taowan's assistance, the plates were soon sparkling clean. When Jean Tamaru saw Sengoku approaching with a dirty plate, he swiftly snatched it from Sengoku's hands and, with a fluid grace, cleaned it in no time, leaving the plate spotless. Sengoku also noticed that Jean Tamaru's belly, which had swollen from overeating, had returned to its normal state. The cooks nearby regarded Jean Tamaru with approving glances, and upon witnessing this, Sengoku hastily took the packed food and pulled Jean Tamaru away. After all, Sengoku's intention in bringing Jean Tamaru into the Navy was to mold him into a formidable individual, not merely to serve as an adept dishwashing aide. Upon their return to the laboratory, they discovered that Caesar and Vegapunk were still engrossed in their research. Just as Sengoku pondered whether to interrupt them, Jean Tamaru took the initiative. "Old man, it's time for a meal, and today's food is exceptionally delicious." Upon hearing Jean Tamaru call out to him, Vegapunk immediately ceased his experiments and stepped out with a smile, asking, "Where's the delectable food, Jean Tamaru?" In an unexpected turn of events, Zhangguo handed over the meticulously packed food to Vegapunk. Upon receiving the sustenance, Vegapunk entered the laboratory and arranged the food on the workbench. Witnessing this, Caesar could no longer contain his frustration, as he had already been displeased with Vegapunk's departure. "Vegapunk, how dare you bring food into the laboratory? What if it disrupts the experiments?" he exclaimed. Vegapunk replied nonchalantly, "You are more aware than I whether it will interfere with the experiments." Caesar's face flushed with indignation. "Vegapunk, you are merely my assistant. What gives you the right to be so arrogant?" Yet, Vegapunk paid him no mind. "This dish is the best. The old man loves it," he remarked, savoring the flavors. Indeed, it was delicious. As Caesar observed Vegapunk blissfully enjoying the meal while disregarding him, he felt a surge of anger rising within him. Suddenly, Vegapunk declared, "Caesar, this food is truly delightful. You should try some." No sooner had Vegapunk finished speaking than Caesar hurried over, eager to partake in the feast. "Is this the exquisite cuisine you speak of, Vegapunk?" "It is merely the most ordinary fare of the Navy," he retorted. "You truly lack discernment. Allow me to tell you about the exquisite dishes I have previously tasted." Sighing, Vegapunk lamented, "How can you consume my meal?" "I noticed your distaste for this food," Caesar replied. "I feared it would go to waste, so I intended to assist you in consuming it." "Who said I wouldn't eat it? You have no right to my food. I can feed myself," retorted Caesar, who then ceased boasting about his culinary experiences and began to indulge heartily in the unpretentious Navy meal, relishing every bite. As Zhangguo observed Caesar, who was completely under the control of Vegapunk, he began to comprehend the source of Vegapunk's unwavering confidence. It was clear why he could ensure Caesar would not divulge any secrets. The very notion of Caesar revealing anything seemed implausible, which brought Zhangguo a sense of reassurance. Once the two had nearly finished their meal, Jean Guo relayed the information he had for Calm. Upon hearing this, Caesar blushed slightly and turned to Vegapunk, saying, "Vegapunk, are you truly willing to bestow all the glory upon me? I assure you, I speak the truth. You know my disposition. I have no desire to engage with those celestial dragons. After all, I lack your eloquence. I am merely a bookish fellow devoted to my experiments." He continued. "But do remember what I told you." Vegapunk replied, "Rest assured, I will take care of dealing with those fools." Caesar then nervously looked at Jean Guo and clarified. "General Jean Guo, the fools I just mentioned do not include you. Please do not misunderstand." Jean Guo, realizing there was no offense taken, eased Caesar's tension. He had not forgotten the dread that Jean Guo had instilled in him during their time in the City of Eternal Night. In this narrative, the character Caesar did not perceive Jean Guo as a fool. Rather, he regarded him as an equal. Initially, Caesar had underestimated Jean Guo, thinking him merely somewhat intelligent, yet still inferior to many. However, after their discussion with Vegapunk, in which he realized that Jean Guo had unraveled several challenging problems in his research, Caesar's perception of Jean Guo underwent a significant transformation. The warring states surely had no inkling of the intricate emotions that stirred within Caesar, nor did they realize the profound impact their shared information would have on him. Had they been privy to Caesar's inner thoughts, warring states might have responded thus. "Indeed, I am a genius of this caliber. It is the pirates who have denied the world of a premier scientist." Subsequently, warring states discussed with Vegapunk the matter of Trafalgar's induction into the Navy, to preempt any dissent from Vegapunk. Warring states assured him that he would not compel Trafalgar to leave Punk Hazard, suggesting instead that he remain at the Punk Hazard branch for training. The Admiral Warring States was acting in Trafalgar's best interest. Naturally, I would not refuse, yet I cannot impose such a significant decision upon him. After all, Trafalgar is merely my bodyguard, and such monumental choices are not mine to dictate. Admiral Sengoku remarked, "Dr. Vegapunk has expressed his willingness to join, but he insists that your consent is paramount before he can enlist in the Navy. Since you have also agreed, he shall join you in your endeavors." After addressing matters concerning Sabo, Sengoku bid farewell to both Vegapunk and his team, leaving a contingent of Marines behind as he returned to headquarters. As the warring states approached their headquarters, a news bird alighted upon their warship. Upon receiving the newspaper, a Marine promptly delivered it into the hands of the warring states. As Sengoku gazed upon the stack of newspapers in his hands, he noticed that although they came from various sources, the majority of the news reported was remarkably similar. Among them, the naval newspaper provided the most detailed account. However, it notably lacked images of Sengoku's own act of slaying Lu Fei Lu Da, while other articles featured photographs. The image of Zephyr depicted him delivering a powerful blow that felled the king of maritime trade. Meet Crocodile's photograph showcased him piercing the concealment master, Gibson, along with his subordinates, with sand. And Moria's image illustrated him assembling a formidable legion of zombies to encircle the mortuary tycoon, Dracula Piedro, alongside his dwindling retinue. Clearly identifiable as Dracula Piedro's former followers by their ghastly attire. Two images of Tiger and Rosa captured their distinct actions. One portrayed Tiger rescuing slaves captured by the Madam of the Brothel, while the other depicted Rosa striking down the Queen of Joy Street, the Madam. As Sengoku observed these photographs, it became evident that these individuals acted with reckless abandon, eliminating their targets without a hint of hesitation. In the Warring States period, it became evident to Sengoku that Morgans would inevitably escape. Subsequently, Sengoku located the World Economic News, thereby confirming his suspicions. The reports within the publication predominantly condemned the Navy. Relieved, Sengoku felt grateful for Whitebeard's warning, which had allowed him to prepare for Morgan's counterattack. Had he been unprepared, the formidable influence of Morgan's journalism could have wreaked havoc upon the Navy, the implications of which Sengoku dared not contemplate. Upon arriving at the vacant office, Sengoku discovered that Sora was absent, surmising that Sara had likely gone to Mariewa to meet with the five elders. Just as Sengoku was about to return to his quarters, a Marine approached him, stating that Tsuru was seeking him. Following the Marine, Sengoku found Tsuru, and to his surprise, all the warlords of the sea were present as well. The Warring States period thus came to comprehend the significance of the situation. Zhang would directly address the assembly, stating that the initial collaboration with all parties had been remarkably successful. Regrettably, however, Morgans managed to elude capture, though it was of little consequence. Moria interjected, lamenting that it was Morgan's airborne base that facilitated his escape. Had it not been for that, he would not have gotten away. Moria's observation was astute. as the intelligence regarding Morgan's flying base had not been disclosed to them. The primary responsibility for Morgan's escape did not rest with them but with the Navy. Morgan's, being adept at intelligence operations, naturally withheld information that we were unable to uncover, which is why I did not include him on the list of targets for elimination during our initial planning. Rest assured, our prior commitment to support your ascension as rulers of the underworld remains intact. We will continue to back you, albeit with equal measure. Considering that your task completion rates are comparable, should you compete for the same position, the Navy will refrain from intervening. Ultimately, those vying for dominion over the underworld include Crocodile, Moria, and Dragon. Unlike the astonishment of others, Zhangguo had anticipated Dragon's ambitions for the title of Underworld Monarch, recognizing that such a position would serve as an optimal platform for expanding influence. After dismissing the others, Zhangguo retained Tiger. Congratulations, from this moment forth, you are a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, Zhangguo proclaimed. Admiral Zhangguo, I owe you a great debt. You cannot fathom the fear that most humans exhibit upon seeing me. However, following this incident, on my return to Marineford, the tide has shifted. Only a minority still gaze at me with fear, and even that will soon dissipate. Moreover, many Marines regard me with admiration, which reminds me of my compatriots. This is the first time I have witnessed such expressions in the eyes of humans. General of the Warring States, you truly have not deceived us. If this continues, humanity's perception of our Fishman tribe is bound to transform. The Warring States gently patted Tiger on the shoulder and smiled, saying, we have merely just begun. I firmly believe that the day when the Fishmen can live freely under the sun will soon arrive through our collective efforts. Zhangguo observed the exuberant expression on Tiger's face and engaged in a lengthy conversation with him. Their discourse continued until Zhangguo was reminded by a Marine dispatched from Kong to cease their exchange. Noticing the situation, Zhangguo instructed the Marine to escort Tiger to meet Jinbei and the other members of the Fishman tribe. Tiger expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Zhangguo for this gesture. Upon arriving at Kong's office, Zhangguo discovered that rascal Carp had already returned. Kong, filled with delight, proclaimed, this time, our mission has been executed with remarkable success. Not only have we eliminated potential threats to our Navy, but we have also enhanced the reputation of our forces. The Warring States observed the pompous rhetoric of Kong and promptly interrupted him. Carp, who was yawning, joined in the moment. Seeing this, Kong had no choice but to begrudgingly cease his grandiloquent speech. Chapter 74, The Seastone Warship. In the Warring States era, how did General Kong and the 5 elders address this matter? As you might have surmised, they initially harbored some annoyance before I mentioned Dr. Caesar. However, upon hearing his name, all their ire dissipated entirely. They disregarded the underworld figures and insisted on meeting Dr. Caesar immediately. After I provided a thorough explanation, they reluctantly relinquished their demand for an audience with him. Nonetheless, they promptly dispatched CP0 agents to verify the veracity of our statements, as well as to ascertain Dr. Caesar's true identity. Furthermore, they insisted on waiting for CP0's findings before committing any personnel or funds. The Warring States expressed their discontent. Do they not trust me? If they doubt my integrity, so be it. But do they not even care for the safety of Dr. Caesar? One must recognize that Dr. Caesar is a figure capable of transforming the world. The Warring States, do not be agitated. I am well aware of the concerns regarding Dr. Caesar's safety. I have already dispatched Polis Salarino with 1,000 Marines to safeguard Dr. Caesar, and I shall send additional Marines to establish a further presence. Zhangguo let out a sigh of relief, saying, that is good. However, the base of Marshal Kong Yuan, Pankahasada, must remain undisclosed. After all, the island is home to numerous researchers. Should we lose even one, it would be a significant blow to our Navy. Rest assured, with the presence of CP0, leaking information will be quite challenging. Dr. Caesar can be rather temperamental, and if those fools from CP0 provoke him, do not say I did not warn you. You understand that the temperament of a genius is often eccentric, especially in the case of Dr. Caesar. A prodigy capable of changing the world, his temperament is undoubtedly even more peculiar. Why did you not mention this earlier? Upon finishing his statement, Kong hurried to his desk and picked up a snail phone to contact someone from CP0. He and ZFA exchanged puzzled glances, looking at Zhangguo. Zhangguo immediately comprehended the confusion of the two and began to introduce Caesar to them, along with an overview of their inventions. Although they were utterly astonished by the modified history of Caesar presented by Zhangguo, Carp expressed his astonishment, inquiring whether Zhangguo could truly create a devil fruit. Buddha Sengoku cast a silent glance at Carp and remarked, "What on earth have you been listening to? I have already mentioned the idea of inanimate objects consuming devil fruits." Hawk interjected, "Sengoku, Dr. Caesar's inventions are indeed remarkable and will greatly assist our Navy in the future. However, I believe that the marine warships constructed from sea prism stone, capable of traversing the doldrums, would presently provide the most significant advantage to our fleet. With these vessels, not only will the speed of our naval ships be vastly enhanced, but it will also greatly benefit our Navy's courier service." Upon Hawk's reminder, Sengoku immediately grasped the immense profits that the sea prism stone warships would bring. Carp, with a look of confusion, questioned, "Do we still need to invent a warship that can cross the doldrums? Aren't our current ships already capable of doing so?" "I just passed through the doldrums on my way back to headquarters." The three individuals from the warring states period completely disregarded Carp's foolish remarks. "I shall contact Dr. Caesar shortly, urging him to prioritize the research on the sea stone warship. Sengoku, it would be best for you not to disturb Dr. Caesar over trivial matters." Crane explicitly conveyed to Sengoku the rationale for contacting Caesar, as well as the potential profits that the sea stone warship could yield. Kong presented Sengoku with an impressive display of Sichuan opera face-changing. "It is indeed permissible for Sengoku to interrupt Dr. Caesar on behalf of our Navy. Contact Dr. Caesar at once." During the warring states period, in the intense gaze of Sengoku, he retrieved the telephone bug that connected him to Caesar. The telephone bug rang incessantly, yet no one answered. Kapu, perplexed, inquired, "Sengoku, why is it that no one is responding to your telephone bug? Is it malfunctioning?" Buddha looked at Admiral Sengoku with a silent gaze and remarked, "Admiral Kong, it is entirely plausible that Dr. Caesar is engrossed in his research. Thus it is not unusual for him to be oblivious to the sound of the transponder snail. Shall I attempt to reach him once more?" Admiral Kong shook his head and replied, "Since Dr. Caesar is preoccupied, we shall not disturb him." However, before Kong could finish his sentence, the transponder snail rang again. "Hello? Who is this?" The listeners quickly grasped from the brief utterance that Sengoku's earlier assertion regarding Caesar's temperament was indeed accurate. "Dr. Caesar, this is Sengoku." "Doctor." Caesar retorted with disdain, It is Admiral Sengoku. What business do you have with me?" Sengoku continued, "Admiral Kong wishes to request your assistance in researching the sea stone battleship. Would that be acceptable?" To which Sengoku added, "Did you not previously declare that your Navy would not interfere with my research? What is your intention now?" In a moment of awkwardness, Sengoku cast a glance at Kong, who responded with a subtle gesture. Sengoku, however, remained oblivious to the meaning behind Kong's expression. "Dr. Caesar, please do not rush. I understand that determining your research objectives poses significant challenges, yet the battleship constructed from sea prism stone is of utmost importance to our Navy. I kindly request your assistance. Feel free to state any conditions you may have. This is only possible due to the respect I hold for you, Sengoku. Were it not for your intervention that saved me from Lu Firud, I certainly would not be inclined to continue assisting your Navy. I will provide you with the design schematics for the Sea Prism Stone battleship in a week's time. Currently, our laboratory consists solely of myself and my assistant. You must promptly send capable personnel, otherwise, we are left to manage everything with just the two of us. When I was working under Lu Firud, I had over 1,000 capable individuals at my disposal. Additionally, regarding funding, rest assured, Dr. Caesar, the necessary support and resources are already en route. Now that is more like it." The members of the warring states gazed at the terminated call with a shared sense of bewilderment, rendering the otherwise vacant office atmosphere exceedingly awkward. Kong was the first to speak, remarking, "Dr. Caesar certainly possesses a rather peculiar disposition." He long retorted coolly, "Kong Marshal, let us not digress. Did you not hear his demands? Our Navy currently lacks the funds to meet them." Kong's expression darkened in response. Admiral Kong remarked, "Even if we do not provide Dr. Caesar with Bailey, we must allocate some scientists to assist them. Otherwise, we risk failing to meet both demands, and Dr. Caesar will certainly look down upon our Navy." Sengoku nodded in agreement, saying, "You make a valid point, Kong. I shall urge the Gorosei to allocate funds promptly. The personnel will be entrusted to you, Sengoku." After uttering these words, Kong issued an order for the guests to leave, clearly wishing to avoid further dealings with the eccentric Dr. Caesar. At his age, he had no desire to be ridiculed by someone who could very well be his grandson. Initially, Kong had contemplated requesting the contact number for the snail from Caesar, but he swiftly dismissed the thought. Those who were expelled wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Chapter 75. The Scientific Brigade in the Warring States period, Zhangguo said to he, "The selection of candidates to head to Pankharsad is entrusted to you. I have yet to finalize matters concerning the courier company. Proceed with your selection directly." After speaking, he departed without granting him the opportunity to refuse. Zhangguo, feeling helpless, let out a deep sigh and prepared to assign the task to ZFA. However, Zhangguo did not anticipate that he could no longer locate ZFA, who had eagerly departed before his departure. Zhangguo cast his gaze upon Karp, who, in turn, noticed the intensity of Zhangguo's eyes. Karp hastily exclaimed, "Zhangguo, please do not involve me. I fear I might succumb to the temptation of striking that insufferable Dr. Caesar." Sengoku cast a sidelong glance at Karp and remarked, "You are overthinking. I have no intention of entrusting you with this matter. The reason I seek you out is for another purpose. Come to my residence this evening, as I have significant matters to discuss with you." With that, Sengoku proceeded towards the Marine Headquarters Science Division. Initially, the personnel of the Science Division were reluctant to assist in an unfamiliar endeavor. However, upon learning that it involved aiding former members of MDS, several young researchers readily agreed. In contrast, the more seasoned researchers remained unmoved, a reaction Sengoku had anticipated. He was unfazed, knowing that regardless of their affiliations, they would not recognize Caesar as a legitimate figure until they witnessed his true prowess. Sengoku then set out to find an appropriate vice admiral to escort these researchers to Pankharsad. Coincidentally, he encountered Kazan, who had just returned from vacation. "You're back from leave, Kazan?" Sengoku inquired. "Indeed, Mr. Sengoku, though my vacation was rather abruptly interrupted. Halfway through, I was summoned to apprehend a user of a devil fruit, specifically, a pirate of the mythical Zoan type." "I see. You currently have no assignments, correct?" Sengoku asked. "None," Kazan replied. "Excellent. I have a task for you." Subsequently, Kazan reluctantly gathered a group of researchers and departed from Marineford. After addressing this matter, Sengoku promptly returned home to retrieve a devil fruit from his wardrobe before heading to the academy. As the Warring States period transitioned into the academy, Tiger was bidding farewell to Jinpei and the others. After exchanging a brief greeting, the two did not continue their conversation. As the students of the Fishman tribe bid farewell to Tiger, it became evident that they had also perused the newspaper. After all, Tiger was the only individual among the 7 warlords of the sea who was not a pirate. This naturally endeared him to the students, who harbored a sense of justice and admiration for strength. When Zhangguo found Luo Xinandi, it was evident that Luo Xinandi was extremely delighted and excited to see him. Observing Luo Xinandi's exuberance, Zhangguo realized that although his predecessor had harbored a profound affection for Luo Xinandi, he had been so preoccupied that he had never visited her since she entered the academy over a year ago. From the perspective of the Warring States, it becomes clear why Rocinante is filled with such exuberance. Zhangguo gently patted Luoxinandi's head and smiled. "How have you been faring at the academy lately?" "I have been doing quite well." Although Zhangguo appeared indifferent in his words, the fervor in Luo Xinandi's gaze was unmistakable. Zhangguo realized that this child was one who was not eloquent and was rather shy. During their conversation, Zhangguo continued to inquire numerous questions of Luo Xinandi, primarily concerning trivial matters of daily life, which fostered a more amiable tone between the two. As they prepared to part ways, Zhangguo presented the devil fruit to Luo Xinandi. Recognizing the fruit, Luo Xinandi exclaimed in astonishment, "The devil fruit." The Warring States chuckled and said, "Indeed, it is the devil fruit, specifically the ancient Zoan type, dragon fruit, wind god pterosaur form. This extraordinary fruit not only belongs to the ancient category, but also possesses the ability to fly, making it an exceptional specimen among its kind. I have specially sought this for you. Is it not exceedingly precious? You are my adopted son. Regardless of its rarity, you must accept it. For you are my cherished child. Or do you find this devil fruit unworthy? If so, I shall assist you in seeking another, perhaps a natural type or a mythical Zoan devil fruit." Rocinante hurriedly waved his hand and replied, "I do not mean that at all." Sengoku, observing the situation, directly placed the devil fruit into Rocinante's hands. Since it was not something to be dismissed, he urged him to consume it promptly. He advised not to take too much. Just a small bite would suffice, for the taste of the devil fruit is rather unpleasant. Rocinante, meeting Sengoku's earnest gaze, promptly took a bite of the devil fruit. In the Warring States period, witnessing Rocinante consume the devil fruit brought a sense of reassurance, for this act significantly enhanced both his strength and his ability to escape. As Sengoku gazed at Rocinante, who was diligently testing his abilities, he felt a sense of satisfaction as he departed. just as Sengoku reached the gates of the academy. Razanandi rushed to his side and whispered adoptive father before swiftly returning to his previous activities. As Zhangguo gazed at the silhouette of Lashinandi, a wave of joy washed over him, and his heart began to feel warm and tender. With a cheerful heart, Sengoku returned home after purchasing a variety of ingredients. Eager to prepare a feast for Carp. Just as Sengoku had finished arranging the dishes, Carp arrived, exclaiming his hunger upon entering the room. Faced with this predicament, Sengoku had no choice but to abandon his grand culinary ambitions and quickly prepared a pot of hot pot for Carp. Before long, the fragrant hot pot was ready. Carp, drawn by the enticing aroma, inquired, "Sengoku, what is this delightful dish? I have never seen you eat this before." Having just finished mixing the dipping sauces, Sengoku approached with 2 portions and replied with a smile, "This is a new culinary technique I have learned, called hot pot, an ancient delicacy from a great nation." "Hot pot, what a splendid name!" Carp exclaimed. The hot pot soon began, and the two enjoyed their meal, accompanied by beer. They relished the experience immensely, both possessing hearty appetites. Despite Sengoku's considerable preparations, they devoured every last bit of food, leaving them still craving more at the end of the meal. After finishing his meal, Sengoku hurriedly asked Carp, "Are you leaving now, Carp? Haven't you had enough to eat?" As Sengoku gazed at Carp, whose face was adorned with eager anticipation, he could only respond in silence, "What food could possibly remain at my home? It has all been consumed by us. The reason I urged you not to depart was that I had matters of inquiry for you." "Ah, so you have questions for me. Why did you not pose them when I was indulging in hot pot just moments ago?" Jean's heart was filled with a moment of embarrassment. Despite having traversed through the Warring States period for such an extended duration, and although the culinary delights of this world were indeed exquisite, the taste of hot pot surpassed any he had previously encountered. As he indulged, he found himself completely forgetting his original purpose. Zhangguo coughed lightly and remarked, "There is much to discuss, but let me finish washing the pots and dishes first. If you wish for me to speak sooner, you might as well assist me in this task, for you have partaken in the meal as well." Chapter 76. Playing the fool. Upon hearing this, Carp, without pretense, readily joined Zhangguo in the cleaning. Their individual efficiency was commendable, and they soon completed the task at hand. Once the dishes were washed, Carp inquired, "Zhangguo, please share your thoughts quickly. Once you finish, I must return to counting my donuts." During the Warring States period, Sengoku confronted Carp with an urgency that left no room for preamble. "Where have you concealed Roger's wife and children?" Upon hearing this inquiry, Carp's demeanor shifted to one of distress, though he quickly regained his composure. "What wife and children of Roger? Is it not the case that he perished? Were you not the one to personally carry out his execution? With Roger's demise, where could any wife and children possibly come from?" As the incessantly evasive Carp continued his arguments, Zhangguo remained unperturbed. Sipping the freshly arrived tea, he remarked with a smile, "Cease your futile defenses. I am well aware that my involvement is no less than yours. It was I who instructed Newgate to rescue Roger's wife and children. Otherwise, do you truly believe that you could have extricated Roger's family so effortlessly? It was merely a stroke of luck that the CP agents remained oblivious." Zhangguo observed that Carp was still pretending to be oblivious, and then continued, "Roger's wife is Port Gasti, Rouge, and the child she carried was Joaldis." Upon hearing Zhangguo's words, Carp ceased his evasions and fell into a contemplative silence. The Warring States observed the silent Carp and continued, "Rest assured, I have not been monitoring you. Even if I wished to, it would be impossible, as those capable of surveilling you have yet to be born. The information I possess was neither gleaned from your words nor from Roger's. Roger has likely informed you that he only divulged details concerning his wife and children, which is indeed the case. This explains why Port St. Rouge chose to accompany you rather than Newgate, who came to rescue her." Carp replied in a low voice, "Then how did you come to know this, Warring States?" "I discerned it through the abilities granted by my devil fruit," Warring States responded. Carp, astonished, asked, "The Buddha fruit possesses such a power? How is it that I was unaware of this? You have never mentioned it before." "This ability is one I recently discovered, awakened only after my battle with Shiki. It is the reason I disregarded you that day and returned home directly. It stems from this newfound power. It resembles an enhanced form of Kenbunshika Haki, allowing me to perceive events yet to unfold. It is through witnessing these future occurrences that I have come to know all of this." Carp murmured, "The abilities of the mythical Zoan are indeed wondrous. But Warring States, what is your intention regarding Roger's wife and children? Are you contemplating handing them over to the Gorsei?" I made a solemn promise to Roger to ensure the safety of his family. You must harbor no ill intentions towards them. Otherwise, Buddha Sengoku abruptly interrupted Karp, gazing intently into his eyes and inquired, "Otherwise what? Are you truly considering taking action against me for the sake of that pirate Roger's child?" Karp hastily replied, "Sengoku, I have no such intention. How could I possibly confront you? We share so many years of camaraderie. You are my dearest brother." Zhang Guo, with a hint of reproach, remarked, "It appears you are not yet lost to senility." Kapu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and then clung to Zhang Guo's leg in a playful manner, saying, "If you were to harm Roger's wife and children, I shall refuse to speak to you henceforth. Well, perhaps for a whole year." As Sengoku observed the unruly antics of Karp underground, he could not help but reflect on the adage that a grandson often mirrors his grandfather. Karp, at over 50 years of age, still behaved like a petulant child, lacking even a semblance of the dignity befitting a naval hero. "I do not care," he insisted, "Sengoku. You must promise me that you will not lay a hand on Roger's wife and children." "In the Warring States period," one exclaimed, "Kapu, when have I ever stated my intention to target Roger's wife and children? If I truly wish to act against them, would I confide in you? I have countless opportunities to do so." Zhang Guo, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. "It seems you possess some valid reasoning, indeed. You have not explicitly declared your intention to confront Roger's wife and child. Yet, why do you not refute my claims? Do I even have the opportunity to counter your assertions?" Karp awkwardly rose from the ground and, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Zhang Guo, if you have no desire to confront Roger's family, why then do you seek them out? What is your objective?" Sengoku cast a silent glance at Karp, saying, "I, Sengoku, am a general of the Navy. I shall not engage in combat with an unborn child or a woman who is utterly defenseless. However, I cannot bear to witness Roger's child ascend to the throne of the Pirate King." Garp retorted, "Roger's offspring shall not become a pirate. I will nurture Roger's child into an exemplary marine." Zhang Guo picked up the teacup, took a sip, and then remarked nonchalantly, "You must be jesting. You cannot even properly mentor dragon, yet you expect to train Roger's child into a marine? I have yet to address the matter of dragon with you." Upon recalling dragon, Karp initially felt a surge of anger, vowing to reprimand him thoroughly upon their next encounter. However, upon meeting Zhang Guo's gaze, his ire dissipated in an instant. As Sengoku continued, he remarked, "If my conjecture holds true, Roger's wife and child have been taken to your hometown, the Windmill Village in the Goa Kingdom, have they not? Is this also within your purview of perception?" Garp's mouth fell agape, his gaze fixed on Sengoku as if he were witnessing a monster. "This is not a matter of my perception, but rather an inference on my part. After all, apart from your hometown, where else could you have sheltered Roger's family? Bring Roger's wife and child to Marineford at once. I intend to groom Roger's child as my successor to become the future admiral of our Navy." "Admiral?" Garp echoed, astonished. "Indeed, Admiral. After all, he is the offspring of Roger, the Pirate King. Surely, his innate talents will not be lacking. What is so outrageous about him becoming an admiral? It is not beyond reason for him to rise to the rank of fleet admiral. Make haste in retrieving them. You shall depart on the morrow." Garp, visibly troubled, struggled to find words. "If you have something to say, please do so without hesitation. Do not dither." With a steely resolve, Garp finally spoke. "I must first obtain the consent of Port Gas de Rouge. If she is unwilling, I cannot possibly compel her." Sengoku regarded Garp with a bemused expression, causing the latter to blush. "If you have a plan, please share it without looking at me like that," Garp exclaimed, stepping closer to Sengoku. "All right, I shall cease my teasing. It is quite simple to summon Port Gas de Rogue. First, inform her that you wish to relocate her to Marioa, stating that it is a safer environment. Should she refuse, you may reveal the events of today, indicating that I requested her presence in Marioa. As Roger's wife, she would not act foolishly. She will make a prudent decision." Chapter 77. The Five Elders. Garp questioned, "What if Port Gas de Rogue still declines? Will you resort to violence?" "I have no desire to harm her," Sengoku replied. "If she makes a foolish choice, then let her and her child live as ordinary citizens in the kingdom of Goa for the rest of their lives. Should Roger's offspring become a pirate and encounter trouble, I will show no mercy. Remember, I have been lenient in allowing Roger's child to join the Navy. I hope you will not force me into a difficult position. After all, it is hard to believe that Roger sought out Port Gas de Rogue and bore a child without ulterior motives. Let us not even entertain the foolish notion of leaving behind a legacy. Convey this to her as well." Garp responded solemnly, "Understood. I shall depart post-haste. However, Sengoku, once I bring her and her child over, what identities will they assume in Mariewa? Sengoku replied, simply state that she is the wife of Dragon, and the child is his offspring. No one will question it. Garp's eyes lit up at this suggestion. Having Roger's son as my grandson sounds delightful. It is settled then. Now, I must rest. You should return as well. After Garp's departure, Sengoku dialed the phone snail to contact Caesar. The phone rang for a few seconds before Sengoku hung up and redialed. This time, the phone snail rang only a few times before Caesar's voice emerged. Admiral Sengoku. How did I perform today? You did quite well. Maintain this momentum. But can you truly develop the Sea Stone warship within a week? Should you fail, do not blame me for budget cuts. Haha, Admiral Sengoku, fear not. This minor invention is already within our reach. With your reminder, we have just completed our research. It will take far less than a week. That is reassuring. CP0 will soon arrive at Punk Hazard. Exercise caution. Upon hearing about CP0, Caesar's tone noticeably shifted to alarm. Admiral Sengoku, why would CP0 come to Punk Hazard? I have heard that those individuals are exceedingly ruthless. Do not fear them. Once they arrive, pay them no mind. If they disrupt your experiments, you may take action against them. CP0 would not dare retaliate. After all, you are a scientist capable of altering the world. Carry yourself with pride. I trust you do not require my guidance on this matter. Once you handle them, your research funding will be allocated by the world government. So expedite your dealings with them to secure the funding. I understand, Admiral Sengoku. Very well, contact me should you need anything. Our naval forces will soon arrive at Punk Hazard. You may direct any matters to them. Understood, Admiral Sengoku. When will our support staff arrive? Currently, it is just myself and Vegapunk, and managing everything ourselves is quite troublesome. They have set off, and will arrive at Punk Hazard in a day. Do not worry. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up. After concluding the call, Sengoku took a well-deserved rest. The following morning, Sengoku observed as Garp departed the headquarters, heading toward Windmill Village. After inquiring with Zifa, Sengoku learned that Garp had discussed plans to pick up his grandson and wished to exchange vacation time with Zifa. Without a hint of suspicion, Zifa readily consented to Garp's request, even neglecting to mention the vacation swap. A few days later, Garp successfully brought Port Gasti, Rouge to Marineford, where she took residence in the former quarters of Dragon. Simultaneously, Caesar dispatched the design blueprints for the Sea Stone battleship to headquarters. The researchers in the scientific division were captivated by Caesar's designs, ceasing to underestimate the newly joined researcher. Some even volunteered to travel to Punk Hazard, a request that Sengoku promptly approved. The blueprints and Port Asti, Rouge arrived at Marineford on the same day. After departing from the scientific division, Sengoku intended to pay a visit to Port Gasti Rouge, only to be notified that the Gorosei wished to meet with him. Zhonghua had no choice but to meet with the five elders. Throughout the journey, he pondered the reason behind their summons. However, he reassured himself that there was no need to fear the encounter, as his former self had met the five elders on numerous occasions. The Warring States period swiftly reached Marijoa, where, under the guidance of the soldiers from Panga City, they adeptly arrived at the grand hall that epitomizes the pinnacle of worldly power. Upon entering the Hall of Authority, the five elders assumed their positions reminiscent of a scene from a comic of a past life. From left to right, they were the agricultural war god, Sheffield X, St. Peter; the financial war god, Zambaron V, Nasahiro; the legal war god, Topman V, Wakuri; the environmental war god, Marcus Mass; and the scientific defense war god, Jagalsia Satan. As Sengoku silently lamented within, he proceeded to greet the five elders in turn. He then inquired, "May I ask if you have any tasks for us?" Sheffield, the 10th St. Peter, replied with an impassive demeanor, "Sengoku, we have summoned you for two matters. The first is our desire for you to assume the position of the new Admiral of the Navy." Jagarsha Saturn continued, "The second matter pertains to Dr. Caesar." In the Warring States period, the perplexed general questioned, "Esteemed lords, why do you support my ascension to the position of Marshal? Surely, Marshal Kong is far more suited for this role than I am. I cannot accept such an honor." To which Peter replied, "Rest assured, we have indeed discussed this matter with Marshal Kong, who has graciously consented to your succession. It was his initiative, so you need not worry about him. Moreover, this does not mean you must assume the role of Marshal immediately." The inquiry arose, upon relinquishing his title, does Marshal Kong retire or receive a promotion? To which Peter clarified, "Naturally, he is to be promoted. The specifics of his new position are not your concern." While you are undoubtedly the most qualified candidate for the role of Marshal, your eligibility will ultimately depend on your forthcoming performance. In the Warring States period, Zhang Guo promptly expressed his loyalty, saying, "Peter, I shall endeavor with utmost dedication." To which Satan responded, "Well, it is time to discuss the next matter at hand. Is that Dr. Caesar from the Warring States truly the genius you claim him to be?" In the Warring States period, a voice of doubt arose. "Did not CP0 already head to Punk Hazard? Have they not reported back to you?" Satan retorted angrily, "What a bunch of useless fools. They know nothing. Not only have they failed to accomplish their task, but they have also provoked that rascal Caesar." Satan continued, "I genuinely believe that Dr. Caesar possesses the ability to change the world as I have claimed. He developed a Seastone battleship capable of traversing the Calm Belt in just 1 week, which stands as the finest proof. While the Seastone battleship is indeed a remarkable invention, I place greater importance on the bloodline factor you mentioned. Is it truly as extraordinary as you have described?" Chapter 78, Hostility. The Warring States raised his hands and remarked, "I am not particularly knowledgeable about the genetic factors. I have merely heard what Dr. Caesar has said, and I trust that his words hold truth." "Very well. I am aware now. Do you know about the organization previously known as MADS that Caesar was part of?" The Warring States nodded and said, "I have heard Dr. Caesar mentioned that MADS is a research organization cloaked in the banner of world peace. However, I am unaware of the identities of the other members of MADS. I only know that Dr. Caesar and his assistant, Vegapunk, are part of it. Did you obtain any other personnel lists from Lufirid?" "No." "All right, I understand. Once Dr. Caesar has a new invention, you must report it to us immediately." "Of course." "Well then, you may leave now." The Warring States did not engage in idle chatter, but directly withdrew from the power hall. Nasa Shalang Shung wiped the sweat from his brow and inquired, "Were the words just spoken by Warring States genuine? Are we truly to support him in becoming the new admiral of the Navy?" Ma Sheng replied, "Warring States is indeed the best option. Originally, allowing Karp to ascend to the position of admiral was the most favorable choice. However, Karp is a member of the D family and refuses to heed our commands. To avoid following our orders, he even declined promotion to the rank of general." Wokieli Shung remarked, "Although Karp is unmanageable, he has not committed any unforgivable transgressions. In contrast to Karp, Warring States evidently harbors greater ambition. I fear that if he gains control of the Navy, it may drift beyond our influence." Nasa Shalang Shing chuckled. "Isn't ambition a virtue? It ensures a more stable world and prevents the emergence of individuals like Gold. Roger, even with all his ambition. As long as we and Lord M are present, Warring States will not be able to turn the tide." Satan Shung interjected, "Let us cease discussing Warring States. We have deliberated on this matter for long enough. Our primary concern now lies with that fellow Caesar." After leaving the power hall, Sengoku hurried to Marineford to find Kong with utmost urgency. Upon entering Kong's office, Kong smiled and remarked, "It seems you are already aware. Soon, you shall ascend to the position of the new marshal." Sengoku replied, "Kong, I cannot assume the mantle of marshal just yet. Once you depart from the Navy, our forces will be significantly weakened, diminishing our authority and emboldening ambitious pirates to stir trouble." Kong reassured him, "There is no need for concern. I am merely stepping down from the position of marshal. I am not abandoning the Navy. Our strength will not diminish so drastically. Besides, with Kazan and the others, they will soon be able to fill the void left behind." Sengoku countered, "Kazan and his peers are far from ready. You were the one who advocated for them to become vice admirals. How can you now claim otherwise? Once you become marshal and Kazan and the others assume their roles, they will eventually grow strong enough to truly contend against the pirates." Kong dismissed his concerns, saying, "It is still early for that." With that, Sengoku exited Kong's conference room and proceeded to the residence of Port Gasti Rouge to seek a conversation with her. Upon arriving at her abode, Sengoku discovered that Tsuru and Garp were present, prompting him to abandon his intention to speak with Port Gasti Rouge. Burgess, who appeared to be around 6 or 7 months pregnant, caught a glance from Sengoku, who then noticed Tsuru relentlessly criticizing the father-son duo of Garp. Garp, feeling awkward and at a loss for words, was caught off guard by Tsuru's remarks. Upon seeing Sengoku's arrival, Tsuru sought to enlist him in her critique of Garp. Noticing Garp's pleading gaze, Sengoku naturally joined in the onslaught, albeit only for a few remarks before he concocted an excuse to take Garp and Zephyr away. Once they arrived at Garp's residence, Garp suddenly cast a profound look towards Zephyr. Zephyr, puzzled, inquired, "Garp, why do you regard me with such eyes?" Garp replied, Zephyr. You have suffered. To which Zephyr responded, Have you been rendered foolish by Tsuru's scolding? What suffering have I endured? Sengoku interjected, Silence. You know nothing, Garp. Zephyr's heart must be in turmoil. Zephyr's tone grew somber as he remarked, It seems Dragon has spoken to you. Garp nodded in acknowledgement. Zhanghua, observing the despondent demeanor of the two, inquired with curiosity, What silent riddle are you two engaged in? Pray tell me. Zephyr responded, Kapu, you should explain to Zhanghua. Subsequently, Zhanghua recounted the unfolding events to Zhanghua. After listening, Sengoku exclaimed in anger, The instigator behind the attack on Zephyr's family is not the wretched creatures of the underworld, but rather a kingdom that was once saved by Zephyr himself. Had it not been for Zephyr's intervention, their royal lineage would have perished entirely. Yet this beast harbors resentment over that act of salvation. The death of his wife bears no relation to Zephyr. It was her own folly that led her to torment the pirates, ultimately resulting in her demise at their hands. What connection does Zephyr have in this matter? I cannot fathom how they have nurtured such bitterness for so long, waiting years to seek vengeance. Such a nation deserves to cease to exist. Zephyr hastily interjected, Sengoku, do not act rashly. After all, that nation is a member of the world government and is under our protection. How can we possibly take action against them? In the warring states period. You must not act foolishly. I believe that after this incident, they will no longer dare to lay a hand on my wife and children. Moreover, Z has now become a capable individual, and I have instructed him to train diligently every day. It won't be long before he possesses the strength to resist. Zifa, you can no longer afford to be overly compassionate. There are countless thieves in this world, yet how many are there to guard against them? Even though Z is now a capable individual, he is still quite young. What capacity for resistance can he truly have? Do not presume that by choosing not to confront them, they will show you gratitude. Instead, they will only intensify their attacks against you. The world has grown increasingly chaotic, and there are numerous pirates bold enough to strike against our navy. It is entirely possible that they could bribe other pirates to target your wife and children. Do you truly wish for your family to remain in Marineford forever? While it may be acceptable for your sister-in-law to stay, can you realistically expect Z to never leave Marineford? Remember, his dream is to become the admiral of the navy. The relentless inquiries from Sengoku rendered Zifa speechless. After a moment, Sengoku regained his composure and continued, Rest assured, I am not impulsive. Those who dare to target the families of our commanders must face the consequences they deserve. I support your perspective, Sengoku. With that, Sengoku and Garp engaged in conversation until Tsuru departed from Port Gas-D, Rouge's residence. Subsequently, the two conspired to lead Zifa away. Together, they then made their appearance at the home of Port Gas-D Rouge. As soon as Zhanghua entered the room, he sensed a faint yet palpable hostility, despite its subtlety. He could not help but feel it. Chapter 79, Port Gas-D Rouge. In the midst of his search for any signs of presence around him, Sengoku inquired, What are you looking for? Nothing in particular. Let us proceed, he replied, having found no trace of an enemy. Sengoku concluded that he had been overly sensitive and decided to abandon his search. After all, this was Marineford. Even the formidable Whitebeard would not dare to intrude upon Marineford with intentions of taking his life. Upon noticing Sengoku's arrival, Port Gas-D Rouge directly addressed him, saying, So you are General Sengoku. I am well aware of your purpose here, and I am grateful for your assistance in saving my child and me. However, the future of the child within me is not a decision I can make. Upon encountering Port Gas-D Rouge, Zhanghua instantly comprehended the source of hostility. In the midst of the tumultuous era of the warring states, Sengoku remarked, Port Gas-D Rouge, though you express gratitude towards me, your demeanor suggests otherwise. It borders on hostility. Do not hastily refute my observation. I can perceive your disdain, likely stemming from my execution of Roger. I have encountered many such individuals. After all, I have dispatched countless pirates. Rest assured, having promised you assistance, I shall not turn against you and your child because of this. You claim that the future of your unborn child is beyond your control. Allow me to elucidate what fate awaits you without my intervention. Your destiny would entail a relentless evasion of the world government, bearing Ace after a harrowing 20-month ordeal, only to succumb thereafter. As for your child, Ace, under the tutelage of Garp, would rise to become a formidable force. Yet, he would ultimately betray Garp's expectations, choosing the path of a pirate over that of a marine. Do not harbor illusions that Ace would inherit Roger's will and ascend as the new pirate king. Ace does not idolize Roger as you wish him to. Rather, He harbors profound resentment towards him, having endured immense suffering as Roger's descendant. This is not to absolve Garp of responsibility, for he could not always be by Ace's side. The hardships Ace faced were not solely physical, but deeply psychological. All of this turmoil originated from Roger, whose emergence heralded the era of piracy, leading to innumerable deaths. Only pirates revere Roger. The common folk bear no love for him, and their daily vitriol towards him serves as a constant barrage against Ace. In the future, Ace would not even inherit the Roger surname, but rather be known as Port St. Ace. Upon embracing the life of a pirate, Ace swiftly established his own crew and achieved renown, consuming the powerful Mera Mera no Mi, which significantly enhanced his strength to the level of the Shichibukai. However, pride soon consumed him as he sought to challenge the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, resulting in his inevitable defeat. Yet, Whitebeard spared Ace's life, having discerned his lineage and intent to mold Ace into the next pirate king. Despite his defeat, Ace persisted in challenging Whitebeard, and through these encounters, a bond akin to father and son blossomed between them. In the subsequent years, Ace experienced paternal affection and cherished moments under Whitebeard's guardianship, but this bliss was ephemeral. A betrayal from one of Ace's subordinates led to his downfall, as his arrogance allowed the traitor to defeat him, subsequently offering Ace in exchange for a position among the Shichibukai. Thus, we were compelled to execute Ace publicly. His demise was a consequence of his own recklessness. However, Whitebeard's crew was devastated in their attempt to save him. The mightiest pirate crew of the seas crumbled, and Ace was lost. Ace's death was a release. Yet did he honor those who sacrificed themselves for his sake? Did he uphold the legacy of Garp, who raised him? Did he honor you? Ace has failed to repay anyone. Do not speak further. Whatever you say, my child cannot be that kind of person. Faced with Rouge's agitation, Sengoku pressed on. You may doubt my words as fabrications, yet this is the future I envision. When your child is born, you shall discern the truth of my statements. If you wish to spare Garp, who is aged and should not bear sorrow for your child, I would not act so harshly. You claim you cannot govern your child's future. Since you cannot, I shall take it upon myself. Until he becomes a pirate, I will not act against him. Indeed, I shall nurture him. However, should he choose the path of piracy, I shall not show mercy as Garp does. I will extinguish his life, sending him to join Roger, allowing you to send a white-haired parent to mourn a black-haired child. If you wish to avoid such a fate, educate Ace wisely. Do not let him become a pirate. With that, Sengoku took Garp and departed, leaving Port St. Rouge speechless, profoundly shaken by Sengoku's words. She had begun to believe him. For the name Ace had never been uttered to anyone else, only she and Roger knew of it. After leaving Rouge's residence, Garp could no longer contain himself. Sengoku, why did you speak to her in such a manner, especially after she had come to headquarters? Fool, do you think I desire an amicable discussion? She bore hostility towards me first. Before I even laid eyes on her, I sensed her animosity. The moment I detected her hostility, I began to suspect Port St. Rouge. Upon meeting her, I was certain of her antagonism. Sengoku, when did your observation haki become so astute? I was utterly oblivious. Have you discovered a clandestine method to enhance your observation haki? I cast a sidelong glance at Garp and said, your thoughts are indeed quite absurd. If I had truly discovered a new method for training to perceive the color of observation, would I not share it with you? You fail to understand that her malice is not directed at you. How could you possibly perceive it? Very well, I know what you wish to say. So there is no need for further rambling. My actions are driven by my own rationale. With that, I departed without another word. Thus, a month passed in a whirlwind of activity, yet tranquility, as the Navy's courier service successfully commenced operations worldwide. The branch at Fishman Island was established, albeit with significant losses due to the incessant incursions of pirates seeking entry into the New World amidst the Great Pirate Era. Initially, the plan was to station merely 2 vice admirals at Fishman Island, but it ultimately required 6 to maintain order. Chapter 80. The new monarchs of the underworld with 6 vice admirals guarding Fishman Island, along with the formidable presence of Tiger, a warlord of the sea, and other local forces. No pirate dared to assault or abduct the island's inhabitants. Even disturbances became a rarity. Pirates arriving at Fishman Island merely replenished their supplies before hastily departing, while the Navy considered organizing a campaign against the pirates aiming for the New World. The costs were deemed excessively high, leading to abandonment of such plans. As long as the pirates refrained from causing trouble on Fishman Island, the Navy generally opted to overlook their presence, resulting in a silent accord between the two factions. Simultaneously, conscription was proceeding in a somewhat erratic manner. The new monarchs of the underworld had emerged, now numbering only 4: Big Newsmorgans, warlord of the sea Gecko Moria, the Desert King Crocodile, and the rebellious Vice Admiral Monkey D. Dragon. The influence of these underworld rulers had grown significantly due to the reduction in their numbers, thereby amplifying their individual power. The struggle for dominance had persisted for an extended period before reaching a conclusion. Had it not been for the Navy's assistance, Moria and his companions might have been captured by opportunistic rivals. Notably, I was taken aback by the early alliance formed between Dragon and Bartholomew Kuma. Otherwise, Dragon would not have ascended to the status of an underworld monarch. As for the lack of ongoing pursuit against Morgans, it stemmed from a secret deal struck between him and the Gorosei, the particulars of which remained known only to them. Following the agreement, the Gorosei issued orders for the Navy to cease any attempts to apprehend Morgans. In the office of Admiral Bai, while attending to his duties, he was suddenly interrupted by the ringing of a transponder snail. "Hello, this is Bai. Who am I speaking to?" "Bai Admiral, this is Spandam." "Ah, Spandam. What brings you here?" "Bai Admiral, I wish to request that the Navy initiate a demon hunt order." "A demon hunt order? Who are you targeting?" "Bai Admiral, it is not about targeting anyone in particular. It is those individuals who have committed egregious acts. According to the laws of the world government, they must be eradicated." Upon hearing Spandam's cruel yet exhilarated tone, I began to speculate. Was this a request from the world government for the demon hunt order? Why had the Navy not received such an order? Spandam paused before clarifying. "Bai Admiral, I have yet to report this matter up the chain. Thus, the Navy has not received any directives." "I see your intent. You wish to deal with these individuals directly before reporting back, correct?" "Indeed," Bai Admiral proved to be astute. "Considering you helped us locate the hideout of the former underworld monarch, I can assist you, but you must first provide me with the details of the situation." "Of course, I will inform you, Bai Admiral. Our target is the renowned archaeological site of O'Hara in the West Sea." Upon hearing O'Hara, I confirmed his suspicions and swiftly began to contemplate a course of action. Those archaeologists, rather than pursuing legitimate studies, sought to interpret the true history, a grave offense that must be thwarted. Admiral Sengoku frowned and remarked, "I am aware of this matter. Have we not already issued warnings? After all, the repercussions of destroying O'Hara are profoundly detrimental. Even the Gorosei are cognizant of this. Have they begun to reinterpret the historical texts once more?" Spandam, with an agitated tone, replied, "Indeed, Admiral Sengoku. Those reckless individuals have been clandestinely studying the historical texts for quite some time. And it was only yesterday that we uncovered their endeavors. Is the information verified?" "Absolutely. The individuals from O'Hara have even dispatched an expedition team in search of the historical texts. My men apprehended their expedition team, and their vessel was laden with materials pertaining to the historical texts. This time, we have them red-handed. They cannot deny it." "Very well. I shall promptly issue the extermination order and head to the West Sea to assist you. My gratitude, Admiral Sengoku." "No need for thanks." With that, Sengoku terminated the call and then summoned a group of rear admirals to the conference room. Upon his arrival, all the rear admirals stationed at headquarters were present. After surveying the situation, Sengoku discovered Kazan and promptly informed the admirals about the impending execution order against the so-called demons. However, he withheld the specific targets of this decree. Following this, Sengoku selected several admirals, dismissing the others. Among those chosen were admirals of impeccable reliability, including Kazan and the giant admiral, Jaguar D. Saul. The target of this execution order was none other than O'Hara in the West Sea. Upon hearing the name O'Hara, the faces of the admirals shifted. Yet none dared to inquire further. Jaguar D. Saul, however, could not contain his agitation and questioned, "Admiral Sengoku, why direct the execution order towards O'Hara? As far as I know, the people of O'Hara are benevolent. Why must we unleash such a decree upon them?" In a grave manner, Sengoku articulated the rationale behind the execution order against O'Hara. He fixed his gaze firmly upon Jaguar D. Saul. "Saul, I am aware that you have friends from O'Hara, and I have previously warned them. There can be no leniency this time. They must bear the consequences of their actions. Remember your identity, Saul. I have spared you solely to deliver this warning." With a command, he instructed Kazan and Saul to remain, while the others were to prepare the fleet for the execution order. Once they had departed, Sengoku continued, "Saul, to prevent you from acting impulsively, you shall not partake in this mission. You are to remain at headquarters, without exception. Do not attempt to persuade me. I possess a deeper understanding of the nature of the people from O'Hara than you do. It is precisely because I comprehend their character that this execution order must be enacted. The individuals researching the historical texts from O'Hara are not from our Navy, but from CP0. You are well aware of the nature of CP0 operatives. Even if we choose not to proceed with the execution order, they will report to the Goricii. Consequently, the order will still be issued, and at that juncture, the situation will be beyond our control. I have retained you here to preserve a flicker of hope for the people of O'Hara. This task I entrust to you, Kazan. I am confident in your ability to see it through, but those involved in the research must not be allowed to escape. I understand, Mr. Sengoku. I will act accordingly, Kazan replied, casting a reassuring glance towards Saul. Upon hearing Sengoku's words and noticing Kazan's gaze, the previously agitated Saul found a sense of calm. Zhanghua gazed at Saul and declared, "You are not permitted to leave the headquarters during this period. Should you engage in any irrational actions, I cannot guarantee your safety." Chapter 81. The Awakening of the System. Saul responded with determination, "I shall not leave the headquarters. You may rest assured, General Zhanghua." As he watched the two depart, Zhanghua let out a sigh of relief. This time, without dispatching Sakasaki and having briefed Kazan, matters should improve. However, events did not unfold as Zhanghua had envisioned. O'Hara was still met with destruction, and the archaeologists on the island perished during the calamity, save for the spared Nico Robin. The innocent residents of O'Hara had initially been liberated by Kazan, yet the majority still fell victim to the CP9 members under Spandane's command, with only a scant few managing to escape. Upon receiving the news, Sengoku fell into silence. Subsequently, he disclosed Robin's whereabouts to Dragon, who, upon learning this information, promptly took Robin away. Having accomplished this, Sengoku felt a sense of relief. At least Robin could now live a stable life, free from the burden of fleeing with a bounty of 79 million berries at merely 8 years of age. However, what Sengoku did not anticipate was that Saul, upon learning of these events, would successfully defect and then return. While Sengoku had foreseen Saul's defection, keeping a close watch on all of his actions, he had temporarily withdrawn his surveillance when Saul escaped, allowing him to do so smoothly. Yet, Sengoku was taken aback when Saul returned a few days later. His immediate thought was that Saul had come back as an undercover agent. However, he also considered Saul's straightforward nature and questioned what sort of individual could persuade someone as candid as Saul to undertake such a role. Nonetheless, Sengoku chose not to expose Saul, treating the situation as if nothing had occurred. Before he could investigate the identity of the individual who had sent Saul back, Kazan informed Sengoku that it was Dragon who had orchestrated Saul's return as an undercover agent. Reflecting on Dragon, Sengoku could not help but acknowledge the exponential growth of the Revolutionary Army compared to the past. Nevertheless, this was not a concern for Sengoku. Once Dragon established the Revolutionary Army, the real headaches would be for the Five Elders. Following this incident, a period of tranquility ensued until the end of the following year, when Sengoku's promotion to Fleet Admiral and the selection of candidates for Marine Admirals stirred the calm seas. The selection of candidates for the Admiral position was far more captivating than Sengoku's promotion ceremony, drawing many capable Vice Admirals to participate. Ultimately, only 3 emerged as candidates for Admiral: Borsalino, Sakazuki, and Kazan. Each was granted a title befitting an Admiral: Borsalino the Yellow Monkey, Sakazuki the Red Dog, and Kazan the Blue Pheasant, initially lesser known. These 3 gained significant recognition through the Navy's promotion efforts, showcasing the formidable strength of the Navy's new generation of Logia-type candidates. This development further instilled confidence in the world's populace regarding the Navy, resulting in a chain reaction that benefited the organization. More individuals joined the Navy with greater enthusiasm, and the Navy's logistics business flourished. As Sengoku ascended to Fleet Admiral, he found himself increasingly occupied, with hardly any time for rest, finding solace only during missions to confront pirates. One of the actions taken by Sengoku as a marshal was to address the issue posed by the allied nation targeting Zephyr. In truth, Sengoku did not undertake any significant measures. He merely redirected the focus of the marine forces surrounding that nation towards the protection of civilians during pirate assaults. Soon, the astute commander of the base grasped Sengoku's intentions, though it was merely a figment of his imagination, as Sengoku had no such design. Under the directives of this commander, the royal family of that nation was eradicated, and a new royal lineage ascended to power. As for the cause of the royal family's demise, The reports Sengoku received indicated that they had perished in a pirate attack. Subsequently, Sengoku ceased to concern himself with the matter. Following this, the focus shifted to conscription. A year passed, and through the relentless efforts of the Navy, humanity's prejudice against the fishmen began to transform. Sengoku is diligently advocating for the Fishman Kingdom to become a member state. Through the relentless efforts of the Navy, a significant number of Fishman warriors have enlisted. While it cannot be claimed that all fishmen on Fishman Island have joined the Navy, at the very least, every naval vessel now boasts 1 or 2 Fishman sailors. This initiative, of course, stems from Sengoku's directives, as the inclusion of Fishman personnel has substantially bolstered the Navy's strength, particularly in maritime combat, where the Fishmen possess undeniable advantages. In this year, Ace was also born. Due to Sengoku's intervention, Ace, who would have been born 3 years after Luffy, arrived 10 months early, ensuring that he would be even more formidable in the future. Another month passed, and a momentous event that would astonish the world transpired: the infamous Impel Down. A prison that had not witnessed a single escape in 8 centuries was breached. The escapee was none other than the notorious pirate Gold Lion Shiki, who had been defeated 2 years prior by Sengoku and Garp. The news of Shiki's escape sent shockwaves across the globe, tarnishing the reputations of both the world government and the Navy, resulting in the dismissal of the warden of Impel Down. Subsequently, under Sengoku's recommendation, Magellan was appointed as the new warden of Impel Down. However, this incident bore little consequence for Sengoku, as Impel Down is not under the Navy's jurisdiction. In fact, the Navy benefited from this occurrence, as the 5 elders mandated the Navy to assist in the defense of Impel Down, significantly enhancing their authority. Years passed in relative tranquility, with no major upheavals on the high seas. Although the number of pirates continued to rise, the Navy, bolstered by a substantial increase in manpower and ongoing reinforcements, was able to effectively suppress these marauders. During the Warring States period, a semblance of just governance was achieved, yet this justice was as ephemeral as a fleeting dream. Although the naval forces were formidable, it was evident that the ranks of powerful pirates outnumbered those of the Navy, with many pirates continuing to grow in strength. In the year 1504 of the Sea Circle calendar, within the office of Admiral Marine Fanduo, the Warring States gazed with fervor at a luminous screen visible only to himself. It has been quite some time, my host. How have you fared over these past 5 years? Indeed, it had been a considerable interval, and now it was time to enlighten me about your purpose. Ding. The system has detected that the host has reached the age of 60, fulfilling the criteria for activation. This system is designated as the Senior Reemployment System. Considering the severe issue of global population aging, it is imperative that retirees continue to contribute their talents. The purpose of this system is to assist retirees in re-engaging with new employment opportunities. Ding. A task has been issued. The objective is to secure a new job, with the quality of the job determining the rewards. Task details. Find a new job. The system has detected that the host has exceeded task expectations. Task evaluation. It is a remarkable achievement for the host, at the age of 60, to obtain a position with better compensation than prior to retirement. This accomplishment surpasses 99 of retirees seeking reemployment. The task completion level is rated as SSS. The Warring States did not anticipate that their inaugural mission would be accomplished with such remarkable ease. Buddha Sengoku inquired with excitement, "Host, what is the reward for my task?" "My task evaluation is at the SSS level. The reward involves enhancing one of the host's abilities by 1 tier. The available options are an elevation of Conqueror's Haki by 1 tier, an elevation of Armament Haki by 1 tier, an elevation of Observation Haki by 1 tier, an enhancement of physical combat skills by 1 tier, a one-time upgrade of the Buddha Fruit, a warship upgraded to a top-tier vessel crafted from Atom Wood, a pet, a common goat upgraded to one capable of cultivating Haki. Food, rice cake slices upgraded to the most delectable in the world, an ordinary Justice Cloak upgraded to a quality-grade Justice Cloak. Chapter 82. Enhancing the Devil Fruit. The multitude of enhancement options momentarily left Sengoku in a state of astonishment. While each choice presented its merits, some were rather lackluster, such as that rice cake slice. Should he inadvertently select that option, Sengoku might very well be driven to despair. As Zhangwa gazed at the rewards, tears of frustration streamed down his cheeks, and he inquired, "Am I free to choose from these options at will?" "Indeed," the system replied. "But I must caution you to exercise prudence in your selections, for this reward is exceedingly precious. Opportunities to obtain such rewards in the future will be scarce. The warring states pondered for a moment and inquired, "System, do you have any recommendations? The choices are simply overwhelming, and I find myself at a loss." The system replied, "Considering your circumstances, I suggest you enhance your devil fruit." Devil fruit? My devil fruit has already awakened. Is there still a necessity for further enhancement? The system explained. While the awakening of the devil fruit signifies a high level of development for individuals in this world, it remains insufficient. According to my calculations, enhancing your devil fruit would yield the most significant boost to your power at the highest cost effectiveness. Could you show me the abilities I would gain post-enhancement of my devil fruit? The warring states asked. The system responded, I am uncertain of that. Only after you enhance it will I be able to ascertain the specific effects of your upgrade. Zhangguo clenched his teeth and declared, I shall place my trust in you just this once. Should the enhancement prove to be less than you claim, prepare for the consequences. Host, are you certain you wish to enhance the devil fruit? The system's indifferent tone suggested it was unfazed by Zhangguo's threats. I am certain. With that affirmation, the system's voice adopted a mechanical quality, announcing, enhancement commencing. Zhangguo felt his heart rate surge, escalating in pace as if it might burst forth from his chest. As his heartbeat quickened, fresh blood surged from his heart, coursing through his veins to every corner of his body. The flow of blood enveloped him in a warm current, bringing an unprecedented sense of comfort, and a long-forgotten smile graced Zhangguo's face. However, this sensation of comfort was short-lived, soon replaced by excruciating pain. This torment was not merely physical, it was a mental crucible, as if his very spirit was being seared by infernal flames. The agony was so intense that Zhangguo nearly cried out, but he grit his teeth, determined to suppress his cries. The beads of sweat cascading from his body served as undeniable evidence of his suffering. Fortunately, both the pain and the pleasure were fleeting. The torment arrived with ferocity, but departed just as swiftly. Once the pain subsided, Zhangguo gasped for breath, and a wealth of knowledge regarding the capabilities of the new Buddha fruit flooded his mind. The new Buddha fruit no longer feared seawater or high-loose stone. Devoid of any apparent weaknesses, his physical prowess saw a remarkable enhancement, with his strength increasing by at least threefold. Zhangguo felt that with further acclimatization to the new Buddha fruit, he could potentially amplify his strength by fourfold. Beyond the enhancement of his overall capabilities, the new Buddha brought with it 3 formidable techniques. 3 realms body. This technique manifests in 2 forms. The first allows the user to create 2 identical clones, each possessing their own consciousness and, crucially, an unwavering loyalty to the original. Should a clone perish, the original need only pay a minor price to resurrect it. The second form amplifies the user's combat prowess threefold, even allowing the illusion of a 3-headed, 6-armed specter to engage in battle. Great Sun Lion Seal. This technique adjusts its power according to the user's expenditure of haki and stamina. The more energy consumed, the mightier the attack. Should this strike connect, it randomly seals one of the target's 5 senses, and the only way to break this seal is through the one who unleashed the Great Sun Lion Seal. This attack, reminiscent of a lion basking in sunlight, illuminates the entire sky upon its execution, hence it is dubbed the Great Sun Lion Seal. Vajra Body, a form of absolute defense. When fully activated, no attack in this world can breach the Vajra Body's protection. However, once the user's strength is depleted, they become a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. As Sengoku contemplated the formidable trio of techniques in his mind, he recognized that one maneuver not only delivered an offensive strike, but also incorporated a form of control, while another provided robust defense, rendering his approach remarkably comprehensive. However, what truly captured Sengoku's attention was the 3 realms body. This technique transcended the mere classification of a technique and could be aptly regarded as a form of celestial art. With the mastery of the 3 realms body, Sengoku found that many of his subsequent actions became significantly more convenient. In the Warring States period, the so-called Great Buddha Fruit can no longer be deemed as such, for the current incarnation of the Great Buddha Fruit possesses an overwhelming power. Host, do not let this slight enhancement cloud your judgment. While your techniques may appear formidable, it is imperative to consider the wielder behind them. Zhangguo furrowed his brow and inquired, how is it that the system is aware of my innermost thoughts? Can you truly hear the whispers of my heart? I lack such an ability. All of this is mere speculation on my part, and your performance has validated my assumptions. Upon learning about the enhancement effects of the Great Buddha Fruit, Zhangguo also acquired that knowledge. For I am the system that assists you, and must be cognizant of your physical condition. It is based on such insights that I inferred your inner thoughts. After speaking, a luminous screen materialized before Zhangguo, displaying the information regarding the new great Buddha fruit that had just traversed his mind. Seeing this information, Zhangguo felt a sense of relief. After all, the notion that others could discern his thoughts was indeed terrifying, especially when the system itself is a far more formidable entity than an ordinary person. Subsequently, the system began to speculate further about Zhangguo's inner musings. With a sinister tone, the system remarked, "Host, I presume you are feeling quite relieved at this moment, are you not?" In the Warring States period, the protagonist chose to disregard the incessant chatter of the system and began to explore his newfound abilities. Observing this disregard, the system prudently fell silent. In the Warring States period, the initial endeavor was the three-body technique. As the protagonist began to cultivate this technique within his heart, two figures identical in appearance to him emerged at his side. One donned a pure white robe, while the other was clad in pure black, presenting a stark contrast that appeared utterly antagonistic. This sight stirred tumultuous emotions within him. For the three-body technique bore an uncanny resemblance to the divine ability of the one chi transforming into three purities. The figure in white represented the benevolent aspect. The one in black embodied malevolence, and the protagonist himself was the true self. Just as he was engulfed in excitement, the two manifestations regained their composure. Chapter 83. The Artificial Devil Fruit, Behold the True Self. The voices of the two kneeling manifestations brought him back to reality. "Rise," he commanded. "This is a new era. The practice of kneeling in reverence is obsolete." Upon seeing them stand, he continued, "Do you possess names?" "Esteemed one, we have no names. We humbly request you to bestow names upon us." After a moment of contemplation, Zhangguo stated, "Since you are my avatars, for the sake of discretion, let us adopt a surname from before my journey. Let it be Hua. You shall be known as Hua He, and you shall be called Hua Bai." Grateful for the bestowed names, Zhangguo then engaged in communication with his two avatars. He discovered that he could connect with them through a mental link, though he was uncertain if there were any limitations to the distance of this connection. The avatars did not require sustenance to replenish their strength. They merely needed to absorb the energy of the sun to restore their power, a phenomenon Zhangguo referred to as photosynthesis. The strength of the avatars was indistinguishable from that of the original, for all abilities possessed by Zhangguo were equally shared by his manifestations. As Sengoku gazed upon the great Buddha form before him, the dual manifestations of black and white stirred with intent, drawing their two avatars into his very being. Subsequently, Sengoku approached the mirror in his office to invoke the second transformation of the three-world body. Before one's eyes, two additional heads sprouted from Sengoku's physique, accompanied by 4 arms, culminating in a magnificent form of 3 heads and 6 arms. In the midst of a profound existential exploration, Sengoku sought to touch his newly emerged arms, only to discover they were mere phantoms, utterly intangible. Yet, he felt an uncanny ability to command his 3 heads and 6 arms, maneuvering them with an ease that suggested they were an intrinsic part of his being. As for the enhancement of his combat prowess, it remained indeterminate, for Sengoku could not engage in direct confrontation within the confines of his office. The other 2 techniques remained beyond his reach, prompting Sengoku to relinquish the desire to further experiment with his newfound abilities. Returning to his desk, he resumed the processing of documents. To the casual observer, it appeared as though Sengoku was diligently managing paperwork, yet in truth, it was the thoughts of his avatars that were attending to the files, while Sengoku himself engaged in dialogue with the system. "Why have you ceased to issue new tasks? Is this the sole assignment?" "Certainly. There are more tasks than just this one. The issuance of tasks is beyond my control. It is determined by the events you encounter," the system replied. "So, you mean to say that there are currently no tasks assigned to me?" Sengoku inquired, bewildered. "Does that imply you are rendered entirely ineffective? Who is lacking in utility here?" The system retorted, "Allow me to assign you a task." Ding. Ultimate task: transform your company into the foremost entity in the world. Overthrow the dominion of the world government and establish naval supremacy. Task Reward 1. Return to your original world. Task Reward 2. Traverse to a new realm and embark on fresh adventures. Stunned into silence, Sengoku realized this task was intended to be revealed at a more opportune moment. You likely do not even possess full control over the Navy yet, let alone the ability to topple the world government. Thus, you remain devoid of any practical utility. This task offers me no assistance in my reemployment. Sengoku's retort left the system momentarily speechless. In the Warring States period, how does one address the system? It appears that the system disregards the warring states, as if it were saying that unless the warring states offers an apology, it shall remain indifferent to them. In light of the current circumstances, the warring states period chose to disregard the system, for he had already reaped substantial rewards. The warring states regained control over his own body. When he beheld the documents that had been dealt with before him, along with the half-eaten rice cake slices. In the warring states period, it was discovered that this doppelganger bore an uncanny resemblance to oneself, even sharing the same culinary preferences. Remarkably, the doppelganger, despite not requiring sustenance, could not resist the allure of rice cakes. As Zhang Guo savored the remnants of the rice cake slices, his gaze wandered over the completed documents. A sudden inspiration for a leisurely diversion struck him, for who could resist the allure of idleness? Thus, Zhang Guo indulged in a delightful spell of distraction within the confines of his office. As the hour of departure approached, he was interrupted by the persistent ringing of his phone, signaling a call from Caesar. The sound echoed through the room. In the warring states period, a slightly displeased Sengoku remarked, "Hello? Caesar, what business do you have that requires my attention at the end of my workday?" The Grand Admiral of the warring states, Sengoku, was met with Caesar's exhilarated response. "The first artificial devil fruit has been successfully developed." Caesar, in his excitement, failed to perceive the tone of Sengoku's words. Buddha Sengoku's face revealed a flicker of excitement upon hearing about the creation of artificial devil fruits. "Is that true? This time, the artificial devil fruits surely won't have the significant flaws that plagued the previous attempt, will they?" "Certainly not," replied Caesar with confidence. "This is the culmination of over a year of our dedicated efforts. The artificial devil fruits bear no defects. They are identical to the authentic ones. If one were to insist on a flaw, it would be akin to the real devil fruits in that they too fear the sea and sea stone." "What type of devil fruit have you produced?" Sengoku inquired. "This particular fruit is a replica of the zoan-type bird fruit in its black and white chicken form. Through my experiments, I can assure you that the artificial version is indistinguishable from the original," Caesar stated, eager to share evidence of his success. "I will send the experimental video to you right away. Once you see it, you will understand." The video soon arrived, projected from a large transponder snail beside Sengoku's desk. At that moment, Sengoku had drawn the curtains in his office for privacy. The footage displayed 2 death row inmates being fed 2 different-looking devil fruits by the researchers. Upon tasting the fruits, both prisoners displayed expressions of distaste. Observing that the inmates exhibited no adverse reactions, the researchers became visibly excited. Caesar then instructed the inmates to demonstrate their newfound abilities. These were not ordinary criminals. Those selected for the experiment were particularly heinous individuals. After consuming the devil fruits, they felt a surge of power, which often leads to dangerous ambitions. The 2 inmates exchanged glances and transformed into hybrid forms, launching an attack towards Caesar and his team. Rather than displaying fear, Caesar and his colleagues erupted into laughter, filling the laboratory with their boisterous mirth. Although the inmates were riddled with confusion, their overwhelming desire for vengeance dulled their awareness of the odd atmosphere around them. Just as they were about to reach Caesar, a researcher activated a switch, causing the once mighty inmates to scream in agony before collapsing unconscious. Seeing this, Caesar exclaimed, "The experiment was a success. A tremendous success. Quickly, restrain these 2 with sea stone. They are vital experimental subjects. I must relay this good news to Admiral Sengoku." With that, the video concluded. Chapter 84. Humanoid weapons. The exhilaration in Sengoku's mind dissipated as he recalled the inmates' hybrid forms, reminiscent of a dear friend from his past life. A famous melody echoed in his thoughts. "Chicken, you are too beautiful, baby. Brew, brew, brew." The ringing of the transponder snail interrupted Sengoku's reverie. Startled, Sengoku cautiously surveyed the room and, relieved to find it empty, answered the call. "Admiral Sengoku, have you finished watching the video?" "Indeed, I have. From what I observed, your artificial devil fruits are indistinguishable from the original ones." "Well done. I shall increase your funding." "Thank you, Admiral Sengoku," Caesar replied. "When will these devil fruits be ready for mass production?" "I cannot say for certain, Admiral, as we still lack comprehensive data. I will inform you as soon as we achieve a successful experiment." "I understand. Please notify me when you are ready for mass production." "Are there any limitations to the artificial devil fruits? Can we produce natural-type devil fruits?" In a subdued tone, Caesar replied, "I regret to inform you, Admiral, that with our current technological capabilities, producing zoan-type bloodline factors to create zoan-type devil fruits is the extent of our achievement. We have made numerous attempts to manufacture devil fruits of other types, but it is currently beyond our reach. Oh, so there is still a possibility for future creation? Caesar's eyes gleamed with excitement. Absolutely. Given sufficient funding and time, I believe nothing is beyond our capacity to manufacture. Excellent. Keep up the good work. Is there anything else to report? If there is nothing more, I shall attend to other matters. Wait, Admiral Sengoku. I have one more thing to report. Speak freely. During our efforts to enhance the artificial devil fruits, we have developed technology that enables weapons to harness the powers of devil fruits. Oh, is that truly the case? Indeed. It is. I shall send the video to you right away. Sengoku promptly replied, there is no need for that. I trust you. He suggested that the research on weapons infused with the powers of devil fruits should refrain from large-scale experimentation until artificial devil fruits could be mass-produced. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Caesar's tone diminished, no longer brimming with the previous arrogance and excitement. Sengoku expressed his regret, stating that they had yet to conduct experiments on weapons endowed with the powers of artificial devil fruits. All previous trials had utilized standard devil fruits. I see, Caesar responded. There's no rush. It would be prudent to wait for the mass production of artificial devil fruits before pursuing research on endowing weapons with the powers of devil fruits. By the way, Caesar, what technology has Dr. Vegapunk been researching lately? Sengoku inquired. That fellow has been engaged in experiments with others. I don't recall him undertaking any additional projects, Caesar replied. Very well, Caesar. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Sengoku concluded. At that moment, the voice of Vegapunk came through the transponder snail. Sengoku, it's Vegapunk. I am currently researching the humanoid weapon you mentioned, the pacifista. However, I lack any subjects for experimentation and cannot proceed with my studies. Upon hearing Vegapunk's words, Sengoku's expression grew tense. It is well known that the pacifista stands as Vegapunk's most formidable invention, particularly its upgraded version, the Seraphim, which is exceedingly powerful. Admiral Sengoku remarked, what did I think it was? This is quite manageable. Isn't Admiral Borsellino stationed at Punk Hazard? Let him first assist you with your experiments, and subsequently, I shall arrange for some formidable pirates from Impel Down to aid you as well. The Yellow Monkey, Vice Admiral Borsellino, has already collaborated with me on experiments. Yet we have yet to decipher the lineage factor of the Logia type. Consequently, I find myself unable to conduct standard experiments. We have conducted numerous trials with the pirates within Impel Down, but our authority does not extend to enlisting the cooperation of the powerful pirates on the 6th level. Conversely, the other pirates are simply too weak to assist us in our endeavors. In an instant, Sengoku comprehended the situation. For the original pacifist was conceived through experiments conducted on Bartholomew Kuma's physique. It was utterly impossible to carry out such research using pirates of insufficient strength. Although Sengoku is now aware of Kuma's whereabouts, the latter currently reigns as the king of the Sorbet Kingdom, which remains a member state of the world government. Sengoku finds himself unable to compel Kuma to participate in experiments, and given the nature of Kuma's pawpaw fruit abilities, capturing him would prove to be a formidable challenge. Dr. Vegapunk resides in the depths of the underground, where formidable pirates dwell in the 6th level. Each one possesses immense power and cunning. Should they be released, they would undoubtedly find a means of escape. After all, the notorious Golden Lion Shiki stands as a prime example of this. Moreover, even if I were to personally detain him for experimentation, I doubt he would cooperate. Therefore, it is best to abandon this endeavor. For such experiments necessitate the complete compliance of the subjects involved. Suddenly, Sengoku's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, Dr. Vegapunk, I have conceived an excellent idea. I wonder how advanced your cloning technology has become. Upon hearing the mention of clones, both Vegapunk and Caesar were filled with excitement. Commander Sengoku, I grasp your intention. I can harness our cloning technology for the development of humanoid weaponry. Under the diligent efforts of Caesar and myself, our cloning technology has reached a remarkable level of sophistication, enabling us to conduct large-scale cloning at any moment. That simplifies matters. I can provide you with the blood of all the pirates from the 6th underground level, facilitating your cloning experiments. This is splendid, Commander Sengoku. However, it is important to note that this endeavor regarding humanoid weaponry may face significant delays. As Sengoku listened to Dr. Vegapunk's apologetic tone, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Dr. Vegapunk, Dr. Caesar, there is truly no need for you to be overly anxious. I have witnessed your tireless efforts over the past 2 years, and your inventions have significantly transformed the world, making it after a brief exchange of pleasantries. Sengoku hung up the phone. The continuous stream of joyful news filled Sengoku with delight. Chapter 85. Eradicating Corruption. Suddenly, a knock on the door jolted Sengoku from his joyful reverie. Come in. The person who entered was Akane Sakazuki, one of the 3 chief candidates for the position. Ah, it's you. Sakazuki. The mission has been accomplished. Sakazuki stated, Admiral Sengoku, I have completed the task, and I have come to request new orders from you. After several years of personal interaction, coupled with prior memories, Sengoku had grown accustomed to the cold tone of Sakazuki, and had come to understand him more deeply. Zhangguo remarked, truly impressive, Sakazuki, accomplishing the task in merely a week. At that moment, the previously silent system abruptly spoke. A new mission had arisen. Mission title, Eradication of Corruption. Mission rewards. Rewards will increase commensurate with the level of task completion. Mission details, as the company continues to grow. With an increasing number of employees, numerous violations of internal regulations and societal laws have emerged, particularly within various subsidiaries. These transgressions have inflicted significant harm upon the company, notably tarnishing its reputation. Should these issues be allowed to persist unaddressed, the hard-earned reputation built over many years will plummet. As the chairman of the company, decisive action is imperative. This matter, though seemingly trivial, requires your personal intervention. Dispatch a trusted subordinate to rectify these issues. Upon reading the task details, Zhangguo recalled the despicable navy depicted in his previous life as comics, whose members were often more contemptible than pirates, engaging in acts far more reprehensible than those of the very foes they pursued. Initially, Sengoku believed that the establishment of courier companies and various reforms would enhance the treatment of all naval personnel, thereby averting such circumstances. However, it has now become evident that Sengoku was overly optimistic. Those insidious creatures are merely wolves cloaked in sheep's clothing, and they will not temper their actions merely due to improved conditions. After all, human desires are insatiable. Commander Sengoku, what troubles you? Are you listening to me? Of course I am listening. I was merely contemplating what tasks to assign you, interrupted Akainu, breaking Sengoku's train of thought. A previously stoic expression transformed into an excited smile on Akainu's face as he inquired, So, Commander Sengoku, have you devised a task for me? Indeed, I have. Sengoku then proceeded to inform Akainu about the disgraceful conduct within the Navy. The more Akainu listened, the angrier he became, and by the end of Sengoku's account, he was struggling to contain his magma-like fury. In the Warring States period, upon witnessing the magma threatening to drip onto the floor, he hurriedly implored, Sakazuki, please calm yourself. If you cannot approach this task with composure, I cannot entrust it to you. The eruption of the Warring States was imminent, with magma poised to spill onto the floor. But it was swiftly contained by Sakazuki. As Sengoku exhaled a sigh of relief, he couldn't help but regard Sakazuki with newfound respect. In Sengoku's recollections, Sakazuki had never displayed such a lack of composure as he did today. It seemed that Sakazuki truly harbored a profound loathing for these pests. Sakazuki, share your thoughts. What course of action do you propose to deal with these vermin? How could Admiral Sengoku address those who were even more treacherous than the Navy's traitors? Naturally, the solution would be to eliminate them. Sakazuki's extreme pronouncement was anticipated by Sengoku. Indeed, Sengoku believed those individuals deserved death, yet they could not be executed outright. Very well. I comprehend your stance. Those individuals are indeed deserving of death, but you must refrain from executing them directly. Such actions would create confusion among the unaware Marines and cast a negative shadow over the mission, while also failing to serve as a sufficient warning to others. What then should I do, Admiral Sengoku? Those individuals must endure the scrutiny of the law, apprehend them, and ensure they collectively face trial at Judicial Island. Of course, if any attempt to flee arises, you need not hesitate. A severed head or a photograph would suffice. However, you cannot execute them all. Such an act would preclude any possibility of a trial. The outcome of this trial must be made public, providing an explanation to the civilians oppressed by these pests. I understand, Admiral Sengoku. I am entrusted with this vital mission, and I shall endeavor to execute it diligently, ensuring I do not falter. I assure you, I will not let you down, Admiral Sengoku. When shall I commence the investigation? Should I begin now? Certainly not at this moment, for the investigation is not yet complete. If you attempt to apprehend them now, it would only allow the other pests to relocate their ill-gotten gains and evade culpability. Moreover, this task cannot fall solely upon you. After all, these pests are dispersed throughout every branch. How could you possibly apprehend them all alone? You need only target the highest-ranking pest among them, while delegating the remaining responsibilities to your capable management. Once I have arranged everything, I will ensure you are informed when to commence your actions. In the meantime, you may take a break. After Sengoku dismissed Sakazuki, he found himself in a state of alarm. He possessed no evidence of the pest's chaos. Had it not been for the system issuing a mission, he might not even have been aware of their disruption. Over the past 2 years, Sengoku believed he had performed commendably, fulfilling the duties befitting an admiral. The seas had calmed, and no significant upheavals had occurred within any kingdoms. While the base commanders had not reported any disturbances, the warring states now realized that they have been deceived by those vile creatures. System, could you provide me with information about those insects? Certainly, but this information will come at a certain cost. Impatiently, Sengoku declared, just tell me the price I must pay. I wish to resolve these matters swiftly. He presented 2 methods to acquire the necessary information, leaving the choice to the other party. The first option, to receive all the criminal records of those pests directly, at the cost of a 1/3 reduction in the rewards for this mission. The second option, to gain control over an intelligence agency comprising 3,000 operatives, each embedded in various industries, capable of appearing in unexpected guises. They could procure any information he desired with remarkable speed. Moreover, these operatives would be utterly loyal, ensuring their presence until the mission's completion. The cost for this option would be the entirety of his mission rewards. Even if the reward level was an SSS grade, he would receive nothing at all. He was kindly reminded that, although this reward was not as generous as the last, it was still quite substantial. And rewards of such caliber were rare and difficult to obtain. Sengoku leaned towards the second option, as the first seemed less appealing. He had better alternatives, such as enlisting the help of Spandam's CP9 for investigations without diminishing his rewards. Chapter 86. Don Quixote da Flamingo. While the prospect of obtaining information from Spandam without cost was enticing, Sengoku felt uneasy about relying on CP9 for every task, fearing the possibility of leaks. Therefore, he favored the second option, envisioning the simplicity that a loyal intelligence agency would bring to his endeavors. However, the system's assertion that this mission's rewards were rare and hard to come by piqued his interest, as the system typically did not imply negativity regarding good opportunities. After a vigorous internal debate, Sengoku ultimately decided, System, may I inquire whether the option to acquire an intelligence agency will arise again, or will similar organizations be offered as rewards in the future? The system replied ambiguously, indicating that while such rewards were unlikely, there was still a slim chance. However, the current mission's choices would not reappear. The system's words solidified Sengoku's decision. He had no desire to wait for another opportunity to acquire a comparable intelligence agency. System, I choose the second option. Are you certain? The system inquired. I am certain. Commencing the allocation of intelligence operatives. Allocation complete. Upon this declaration, an option for the intelligence agency appeared on the system's display. Sengoku opened the option to reveal the profiles of the 3,000 operatives. Individuals from various races and factions, including members of the Celestial Dragons. Most importantly, Sengoku discovered that the agency's personnel could be further augmented through 2 methods, by nurturing the existing operatives from a young age or by recruiting others into the agency. Moreover, any newly added operatives would also pledge absolute loyalty to Sengoku, which greatly delighted him. System, how shall I contact these operatives? That is straightforward. You need only activate the display and specify the information you seek. These operatives will swiftly assist you in gathering the required intelligence, allowing you to receive the desired information directly on the screen. Oh, I see. This method of inquiry will ensure no information is leaked, as the agency will remain known only to me. With that, Sengoku instructed the intelligence agency to investigate the infiltrators within the Navy. In a splendid mood, he soon realized that night had completely descended. Zhonghua emerged from the throes of excitement. With a heart brimming with joy, he walked along the path, his face adorned with a radiant smile. Before long, he arrived at his residence, where he noticed several children playing outside. At the forefront of the group was Ace. Upon spotting Zhonghua, Ace rushed towards him with enthusiasm. Zhonghua gently lifted Ace and inquired, "What are you playing, Ace?" Little Ace, with a sweet, childlike voice, replied, "Grandpa Zhonghua, we are playing Navy versus Pirates. I am playing the role of a Marine, and I will surely become an exceptional Marine like you in the future." Admiral Sengoku feigned anger and exclaimed, "Little Ace does not wish to become a Marine like his grandfather. Please do not be upset, Admiral Sengoku. My grandfather is merely a Vice Admiral, while you hold the esteemed rank of Fleet Admiral. I shall aspire to become a Vice Admiral, and that will suffice. Zhangguo chuckled heartily, saying, with your little mouth, you think you can speak so boldly. However, a sailor who does not aspire to be a commander is not a worthy sailor. Moreover, your grandfather is no less than I am. Come over to my house for dinner today. Grandfather Zhangguo, I have already dined. The Lord of the Warring States gazed upon the risen moon and chuckled, remarking, it appears I have been too preoccupied this evening. Next time, I shall prepare your favorite delicacies. Now, dear grandfather of the Warring States, kindly set me down, for I wish to indulge in some merriment. As Sengoku set Ace down, he then made his way towards his home. Upon arriving, he discovered that the lights in his house were turned on. In the Warring States period, it became evident that Rosinan had returned. Upon entering the room, the Warring States discovered that Rosinan had already prepared dinner. Rosinan had graduated from the academy a year ago and had recently been engaged in a mission. Returning to headquarters today, Guardian, you have finally returned. Rosinan exclaimed, astonished. There were numerous matters to attend to today, which is why I returned now. Why did you not notify me of your arrival? Once the mission was concluded, I naturally returned, he replied. You must be quite famished after you dine. I have an important matter to discuss with you. In the Warring States period, hunger indeed struck, prompting them to partake in a meal. Observing this, Luoxanand also joined in the feast. Before long, they had satisfied their hunger, and the father and son duo proceeded to tidy up the dining implements together. Zhangguo gazed at Rosanandi and inquired, now, may you reveal the significant matter you wish to discuss with me? Rosanandi's expression grew somber as he replied, are you aware of the recently emerged pirate, Don Quixote Doflamingo? Upon hearing the name Doflamingo, Zhangguo immediately comprehended Rosanandi's intentions and nodded in affirmation. I am aware of that pirate and his deeds. Has he caused you trouble? Adoptive father. You are aware that I was once a celestial dragon. That Doflamingo is my biological brother, his true name being Don Quixote Doflamingo. It was only upon seeing his bounty notice that I realized he was my brother. So, he is indeed your blood relative, yet he walks the path of piracy. Do you wish to reconcile with him? Indeed, I wish to prevent my brother from continuing down this erroneous path. After a moment of silence, the Warring States inquired, Roxanandi, do you truly believe you can change your brother? As far as I am aware, since your separation, your brother has been rescued by the Don Quixote family and has since engaged in a life of crime, leading his compatriots in their nefarious endeavors. While you strive to become an exemplary marine, your brother immerses himself in villainy, aspiring to be a notorious pirate. Do you genuinely think you can alter his path, persuading him to renounce his wicked ways? Even if he heeds your call and forsakes piracy, have you contemplated what he might do instead? Should he become a marine? Do you truly believe he would acquiesce to such a notion? I cannot say, but I surmise that my brother would likely disregard my counsel, for he has always been a dominant figure since our youth. Nevertheless, I am inclined to make an attempt. After all, my brother is unlike me, as he possesses a guardian, elders, and companions. I am his sole kin, and he must believe me to be deceased. I wish for him not to grieve because of me. Even if my brother dismisses my words, I could infiltrate the Don Quixote pirate crew. With my intelligence and cunning, the Don Quixote pirates could swiftly meet their demise. Admiral Sengoku fixed his gaze intently on Rosanandi, exclaiming, Rosanandi, this is far too perilous. I cannot allow you to proceed. Chapter 87. Undercover in response, Rosanandi chuckled. Father, I am no longer the weeping child I once was. I am now a lieutenant in the Navy, equipped with the ability to protect myself. Noting Sengoku's silence, Rosanandi continued, Admiral Sengoku, you are not only my adoptive father, but also the esteemed leader of our Navy. How could I, as your son, shrink back in the face of danger? As far as I am aware, the Don Quixote family is exceedingly cunning. Aunt Crane has attempted to apprehend them several times, only to have them elude capture. It is unwise to squander her formidable strength on the Don Quixote pirates. Someone must infiltrate the Don Quixote crew, and I am the most suitable candidate among the naval troops. Cease your self-importance. What qualifications does a mere rookie, who has only just graduated from the Naval Academy, possess to speak so boldly? Sengoku nearly roared in frustration. Father, do not evade the truth. I am indeed the most fitting choice to infiltrate the Don Quixote family. I am the soldier you personally trained. If you do not believe in me, do you not have faith in your own judgment? In a fit of rage, the Warring States exclaimed, having witnessed your growth, it appears you have indeed graduated, even daring to challenge your father with your arguments. If you wish to go undercover, let me see if your capabilities have truly advanced. With that, He took Razanandi and strode into the vacant space of the backyard. During the Warring States period, one grasped the high stone shackles, binding his hands, and proclaimed, "In this battle, I shall not wield the power of the devil fruit, nor utilize my hands. I shall rely solely on my legs. If you cannot defeat me even in this state, then do not harbor any thoughts of becoming an undercover agent. Furthermore, do not bring this matter up with me again. I shall not acquiesce to your request." The voice of Sengoku resonated powerfully, for the surrounding residents were high-ranking naval officers, and no outsiders would intrude upon this area. Sengoku had no fear of being overheard. Observing this, Razanandi wasted no time and transformed into his hybrid beast form, soaring into the air. He then unleashed Raging Foot, releasing several immense slashes directed at Sengoku. Having consumed the Zoan-type dragon fruit, in its wind god pterosaur form, Razanandi's size was already exaggerated. Even in his human form, although the slashes from Raging Foot were not particularly large, they appeared colossal due to Razanandi's immense stature. Yet, Sengoku stood his ground against these formidable slashes, opting not to evade but to directly withstand them with his haki. The strikes collided against Sengoku, producing a sound akin to metal clashing, followed by a violent explosion that enveloped the area in a thick cloud of smoke. In the air, Razanandi remained vigilant, continuously employing Raging Foot to launch further attacks at Sengoku. Within the smoke, Sengoku utilized his Conqueror's haki to lock onto Razanandi, intending to intimidate him from the sky. To Sengoku's surprise, Razanandi withstood the force of his Conqueror's haki. Although his form trembled under its pressure, nearly causing him to plummet, he ultimately resisted. Satisfied with a fleeting smile, Sengoku swiftly closed the distance, positioning himself behind Razanandi before delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Razanandi's observation haki sensed the impending threat. Yet his speed proved insufficient to evade Sengoku's assault, leaving him no choice but to endure the attack head-on. As Sengoku gazed at the fallen Razanandi, he chuckled. "Even in this state, I have easily vanquished you. Razanandi, your strength is undeniably lacking. It would be wise for you to relinquish your ambitions. I will never concede defeat." With those words, Razanandi charged towards Sengoku. Observing this, Sengoku felt no anger. After all, Razanandi was a marine he had personally trained. If he were to surrender so easily, Sengoku would lose all respect for him. Henceforth, Sengoku would not allow Razanandi to continue his pursuits at sea and capturing pirates. For those lacking the heart of a true warrior, it would be far better to remain steadfastly in a clerical role. The battle unfolded as a formidable strike, akin to a storm foot unleashed by Sengoku, which sent Razanandi crashing back underground. Though Sengoku's blow lacked the sheer magnitude of Razanandi's own, the formidable haki infused within Sengoku's strike was beyond anything Razanandi could muster. This devastating attack left a deep gash across Razanandi's chest, a result softened by Sengoku's restraint. Had he unleashed his full power, it might not have outright slain Razanandi, but it would have certainly rendered him incapacitated. Despite being knocked down, Razanandi refused to concede, charging once more towards Sengoku. Aware that he was no match for Sengoku, he refrained from a direct assault and employed a variety of tactics. Nevertheless, facing a warrior of Sengoku's caliber, coupled with the confined space of the surrounding area, even the most astute strategies of Razanandi proved futile. Ultimately, he succumbed to Sengoku's might and fell into unconsciousness, yet he did not surrender. As Sengoku cast a glance at his meticulously adorned backyard, now ravaged and in ruins, a pang of anguish struck his heart. However, upon seeing Razanandi lying on the ground, a sense of solace washed over Sengoku. He understood that he could no longer impede Razanandi's path. Simultaneously, he felt a swell of pride for Razanandi, who had been nurtured to embody both a robust sense of justice and a gentle spirit through his own endeavors. Razanandi had begun to employ a few just means as well. In his heart, Sengoku consoled himself, believing that he had done so much that he could not fathom how Don Quixote da Flamingo could still bring about the demise of Razanandi. This thought led Sengoku to recall the undercover agent in the Navy, Corinthian Bamboo Virgo, sent by da Flamingo. Had it not been for Virgo, Razanandi would have never met his untimely end. In the Warring States period, a decisive action was taken to eradicate the pests, which included the elimination of the treacherous Virgo. Subsequently, Sengoku carried the unconscious Razanandi into his own chamber. Initially intending to tend to Razanandi's wounds, Sengoku discovered upon unwrapping his garments that the injuries had already healed, prompting him to forego the dressing. He then returned to his own quarters. Once in his room, Sengoku did not succumb to sleep. Instead, he meticulously observed Rocinandi's every movement, taking care to avoid detection by refraining from utilizing his observation haki. As midnight approached, Rocinandi stirred from his slumber and, upon awakening, instinctively bolted towards the exit with remarkable speed. As Sengoku beheld the scene, a smile graced his lips, and he promptly followed suit. Upon leaving his residence, Rocinandi did not linger but swiftly made his way toward the port. Before long, Rocinandi arrived at the harbor, which had transformed from its former self. Entry was no longer as effortless as before. Now, one had to undergo stringent scrutiny to gain access. However, observing Rocinandi navigate through the checkpoint with remarkable ease, Sengoku realized that this fellow had clearly devised a plan in advance. Today's revelation was merely a notification. Regardless of whether he consented, Rocinandi was destined to go undercover. Chapter 88. The List of Vermin. In the Warring States period, it was mused, why does this child, Rocinandi, not exhibit a rebellious face? It appears he does not possess such a face. Yet, it was merely that Rocinandi's rebellion would manifest at a later time than others. Subsequently, Rocinandi boarded a small sailboat, ready to embark on his journey. Originally, Sengoku intended to confront Rocinandi directly, yet upon arrival, he found himself at a loss for words. Furthermore, Sengoku understood that even if he managed to stop Rocinandi this time, he would be unable to prevent future encounters. Having eliminated the internal traitor Virgo, Rocinandi remained undeterred. Even should his identity be exposed, he had no reason to fear. After all, his devil fruit powers granted him a speed of flight that far surpassed that of Doflamingo. Contemplating this, Sengoku tossed the dossier on the Don Quixote pirates and a transponder snail onto Rocinandi's ship, then departed without a backward glance. The dossier was compiled after Rocinandi expressed his desire to go undercover, prompting Sengoku to instruct his intelligence agency to initiate an investigation. Remarkably, the findings were available before the conclusion of the battle, which led Sengoku to regard the intelligence agency with newfound respect. While Rocinandi lay unconscious, Sengoku meticulously documented the information. Rocinandi was initially startled by the sudden appearance of the items on his ship, but he cautiously approached and discovered Sengoku's transponder snail. After a moment of surprise, he surveyed his surroundings, relieved to find no sign of Sengoku. With a sigh of relief, he opened the file, and as he read, tears welled in the corners of his eyes. Subsequently, Rocinandi set sail. After his departure, a masked figure resembling Sengoku followed closely behind. Indeed, it was Sengoku's doppelganger, Habakuro. As Sengoku remained uneasy about Rocinandi's safety, not only did he send his doppelganger, but he also tasked his intelligence agency with covertly safeguarding Rocinandi. 2 days passed, and Sengoku received intelligence regarding the pest within the Navy. However, to his astonishment, the intelligence agency had failed to uncover any evidence of Virgo's betrayal. This left Sengoku with a headache. Without tangible proof, he could not arbitrarily arrest a well-mannered and exceptionally talented Marine. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku resolved to employ a strategy of fishing for evidence. Upon receiving Sengoku's directive, Akaina rushed to Sengoku's office with utmost urgency. Zhangguo cast a glance at the visibly excited Sakazuki, who was so eager that he didn't even knock on the door, and chose to remain silent. He addressed Sakazuki, stating, "The underground is filled with the criminal records of those pests. If we continue down this path, our navy will be utterly destroyed by these scoundrels. We must eradicate these pests once and for all. First, examine the data below. After you have done so, we can discuss whether you wish to undertake this mission. After all, this task is likely to offend quite a few individuals. Clearing out these pests is of utmost importance. I fear not the wrath of those vermin. The commander of the warring states, you have indeed promised me. This task has been entrusted to me, and you must not assign it to another," Admiral Sengoku remarked. "If you were too timid to undertake this mission, why would I entrust it to another? Spare us the bravado and take a glance at the list of these pests. Once you peruse it, you shall realize that these vermin far exceed your expectations. As for the incriminating evidence, it would be prudent to wait until your review team is assembled, for this information cannot be digested in haste." With that, Sengoku presented Admiral Sakazuki with a dossier. Upon receiving the list, Sakazuki began to scrutinize it, astonished to discover that the highest rank among these pests was actually that of Rear Admiral. And there was more than one. Both headquarters and branch officers were implicated. More startling was the fact that Sakazuki recognized many of these individuals, which left him utterly taken aback. He understood that Sengoku's list was indeed authentic, and those named were undoubtedly culpable. However, Sakazuki had not anticipated the extent of their duplicity. Outwardly, They exhibited an air of righteousness while covertly engaging in such nefarious activities. As Sengoku observed Sakazuki struggling to contain his emotions, he admonished, "Sakazuki, you must maintain your composure. If you cannot control your temper, I cannot entrust you with this mission." Upon hearing these words, Sakazuki composed himself. "I accept this task. Commander Sengoku, are you certain? This list includes many of your friends and mentors. Do you believe you can carry it out without bias? If you engage in favoritism, you too shall face consequences. There is a possibility that you may never ascend to the rank of admiral. Rest assured, Commander Sengoku, I will not engage in any favoritism. Please allow me to meet with the members of the review committee at once. The sooner we commence, the sooner we can eradicate these pests. You truly are impatient." While Sengoku feigned annoyance towards Sakazuki, his gaze was surprisingly benevolent, even tinged with admiration. "Come forth, all of you." Subsequently, 2 other admiral candidates, Kizaru and Akiji, entered Sengoku's office. Sakazuki, perplexed, inquired, "Commander Sengoku, did you not state that this mission was to be entrusted to me? Why have you summoned them as well?" In the midst of the Warring States period, Sengoku expressed a certain awkwardness. "Initially, I had intended for you to undertake this task alone. However, given that this matter involves our own people, even the most justifiable reasons may lead to gossip. To ensure fair competition for the position of general in the future, I have decided to assign this task to the 3 of you collectively. This endeavor shall serve as one of your trials on the path to becoming a general." Upon hearing these words, Sakazuki's irritation dissipated. "Do you two wish to accept this task? If so, take a look at the list." Naturally, both individuals were eager to embrace the challenge. Before long, they had thoroughly reviewed the list. "We shall accept the task of the fleet admiral," they declared in unison. Sengoku, feeling a sense of relief, remarked, "Excellent. Now let us proceed to meet your fellow members." He then led the way out of his office, accompanied by 3 candidates for the position of general, into a vast conference room. Within the room sat over 1,000 sailors, the majority of whom were strikingly youthful. Those observant enough would undoubtedly discern that these sailors had recently graduated from the Naval Academy this very year. As Sengoku and his companions took their seats, the meeting commenced in earnest. Without unnecessary preamble, Sengoku addressed the gravity of the situation and proceeded to enumerate the deplorable actions of certain sailors. Upon hearing this, a wave of indignation swept through the assembly of sailors. Observing the restless youth before him, Sengoku felt fortunate for having selected some more seasoned sailors for this task. Otherwise, he could only imagine the astonishing deeds these young sailors might undertake. Chapter 89, Brothers. Zhangguo continued through the loudspeaker, "I have nearly conveyed the essence of the task. I trust you have all noticed that the majority of the Marines present in this conference room are remarkably youthful. They are fresh recruits. Having graduated from the Naval Academy merely a month ago, my rationale for selecting so many new soldiers is quite clear, as this mission involves an extensive number of personnel. Thus, the team handling this case cannot be scant. I cannot possibly assign seasoned Marines, who are well-versed in safeguarding critical locations, to manage this affair. Entrusting this task to the new recruits is also advantageous, as they lack personal connections with the individuals involved, making the execution of the mission more reliable. I believe that through this experience, these new Marines will emerge as capable individuals in their own right. Of course, I am aware that some may harbor doubts about relying solely on new recruits, fearing potential complications. However, I have ensured that a select few seasoned Marines are also part of this operation. Your role will be to guide these fledglings and impart your knowledge when they find themselves at a loss. While I did not disclose the details of this mission upon your arrival, I will pose the question once more. Those who wish to decline this assignment may do so freely. After all, this mission will inevitably offend certain individuals, and should you choose to withdraw, you shall face no repercussions. All I ask is that you remain at the headquarters until the conclusion of this operation." Initially, several Marines, well-versed in the nuances of human relations, considered withdrawing upon hearing Zhangguo's suggestion. However, upon hearing his final words, they immediately abandoned the thought of retreat. With their astute understanding of social dynamics, they realized that while Zhangguo claimed there were no consequences, withdrawing would mean forfeiting any chance of gaining his favor in the future, thus eliminating their prospects for advancement. After a brief pause, Sengoku, noticing that no Marine had withdrawn, expressed his satisfaction. "You have all performed admirably and have not disappointed me." He continued without further ado. "The leaders for this mission are the 3 candidates for the position of admiral. Throughout the course of this operation, you are required to heed their commands. If there are no further matters to discuss, you may commence with the allocation of tasks. I grant you 1 month to capture all the pests. At that time, I shall conduct a grand tribunal. With that, Sengoku departed without delay. As soon as Sengoku vacated his seat, the crane followed suit. Upon exiting the conference room, the crane remarked, "Sengoku, your idea is indeed commendable. We should consider conducting such initiatives on a regular basis in the future. It seems we are truly kindred spirits." For I share the same sentiment. After the departure of the warring states, Sakazuki and his companions commenced the allocation of tasks. Just as they fervently pursued the eradication of pests, Rosinante, acting on intelligence, discovered Don Quixote da Flamingo at a port in a certain nation. The two brothers recognized each other the moment their gazes met. Da Flamingo, filled with excitement, approached Rosinante and inquired, "Are you Rosinante?" To which Rosinante calmly replied, "You are Da Flamingo?" "Indeed, I am your brother, Da Flamingo," he declared. "I have no brother. My brother died 14 years ago." Rosinante's words were so icy that Da Flamingo was momentarily taken aback. Da Flamingo then chuckled, "Rosinante, you have certainly grown. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? After all these years, I am your sole blood relative. Do you not even wish to call me brother? I have stated that my brother took his own life after murdering our father 14 years ago. I have no brother." With that, Rosinante attempted to walk away, causing Da Flamingo's smile to vanish. Da Flamingo blocked Rosinante's path and, with a frigid tone, remarked, "Rosinante, I had hoped you had matured. But it seems you remain as weak and naive as you were in childhood, much like our father. If it were not for him, we would still be the exalted celestial dragons, and our mother would not have perished. Even if I did not kill our father, he would have met his demise regardless." "Enough, you wretched demon," Rosinante retorted, transforming into his hybrid form to attack Da Flamingo. Rather than feeling sorrow, Da Flamingo was exhilarated by this revelation. He had not anticipated that Rosinante possessed abilities, and he quickly discerned that Rosinante's fruit was no ordinary Zoan-type devil fruit. As Da Flamingo evaded Rosinante's strikes, he queried, "What devil fruit did you consume?" "I have eaten the ancient Zoan-type, dragon fruit, in the form of the pterosaur, an ancient type with the power of flight." "Rosinante, you truly are fortunate. Join our Don Quixote family, and together we shall reclaim the power that is rightfully ours. Let us, as brothers, topple those celestial dragons who reject us, and make the Don Quixote family the sole aristocracy in this world. With your assistance, I envision our ambitions coming to fruition much sooner." Rosinante regarded the frenzied Da Flamingo with a cold stare and declared, "If you wish for me to join you, first you must defeat me. Mere words will not suffice." Da Flamingo laughed. "Do you think your abilities alone can best me, brother? My devil fruit has already awakened. Let us settle this after I have triumphed over you." With that, Da Flamingo ceased his defense and began to attack. As their battle ensued, Da Flamingo was astonished by Rosinante's strength. He had not anticipated that his once feeble brother had grown so formidable. Without activating his awakened form, Da Flamingo realized he could not overpower him, particularly given the incredible regenerative abilities characteristic of Zoan types, especially an ancient one like Rosinante. Unbeknownst to Da Flamingo, Rosinante was concealing his mastery of the 6 styles. Otherwise, he would have had no advantages whatsoever. Seeing this, Rosinante taunted, "With such meager strength, do you really believe you can overthrow the celestial dragons? Spare yourself the delusion." In response, Da Flamingo entered his awakened form, unleashing his conqueror's haki to intimidate Rosinante, attempting to subjugate him with his overwhelming presence. However, Da Flamingo was oblivious to the fact that Rosinante had frequently sparred with Sengoku over the years, during which Sengoku had honed his conqueror's haki. In Rosinante's eyes, Da Flamingo's haki was utterly inferior to Sengoku's. If Sengoku's haki represented that of an adult, then Da Flamingo's was akin to that of an infant, incapable of having any impact on him. Chapter 90. Controversy. The members of the Don Quixote family, witnessing the battle, were astounded. They were well aware of Da Flamingo's combat prowess, but had not anticipated that Rosinante possessed such strength. Diamante remarked,